Dragon Ball Lao Tzu is the god of destruction. Chapter 1-20. Chapter 1. Is Lao Tzu Berus? Jingle bell tilde 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 tilde. A rapid alarm sound woke Zhao Yi, who was still asleep, from his dream. Damn, who is so ungrateful? Get me an alarm clock early in the morning. Zhao Yi yawned, stretched out his hand and turned off the alarm clock next to the pillow. Suddenly, he was bewildered by the scene in front of him. What's wrong with Zihuhu's hand? Am I going to shit? Only then did Zhao Yi realize that he was no longer in his kennel. Instead, it appeared in a room where the alarm clock was suspended nearby. And just when Zhao Yi hadn't figured out what was going on, a blue-faced man with a tin stick in his hand, with white hair reaching the sky, came to Zhao Yi's bed with a smile. Zhao Yi saw at a glance that the other party was not simple. Hamapi, the orchid on this girl's hand refers to 10 ghosts, she must be a pseudo-mother. Sure enough, the other party spoke in a pseudo-girl voice that can only be heard on TV. Master God of Destruction, you finally woke up, you have been sleeping for 700 years, and you want to die. This voice made Zhao Yi's complexion change instantly. He quickly wrapped the quilt and only dared to show a pair of eyes. Get out of here, I'll get up by myself. Zhao Yi's terrified voice made Weston resent like a little girl. Master God of Destruction, you have changed, you don't like people anymore. He was crying while covering his face. And Zhao Yi was confused by what he called himself, the God of Destruction. God of Destruction, he called me the God of Destruction. Could it be? Zhao Yi quickly touched his butt under the quilt. Of course, it's not to check if he's been blasted. Fuck, tail, bear tail. After touching his head again, Zhao Yi finally understood. Fuck you, I've become a god of destruction. And at this moment, a bunch of messages came out from my mind. Zhao Yi immediately understood his identity and responsibilities, as well as how to use the power in his body. Weiss, don't cry for me, tell me, why did you wake me up? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes at Weiss, who was still pretending. Then he asked while getting up and washing his face. Oh ho ho ho, the god of destruction actually washes his face by himself, it's shocking. With a smile, Weiss floated behind Zhao Yi, causing the god of destruction to feel a chill on his back. Can you not stay behind my back? It feels weird, okay. Zhao Yi was upset when he looked at the cat's face in the mirror. God of Destruction, you are yelling at people again. Weiss' face was bitter, and he was about to cry again. Okay, hurry up and get down to business, what's the matter with calling me up? Zhao Yi, who had no choice but to listen to Weiss cry, could only wave his hand to let Weiss get to the point quickly. Ho 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 ho, there's actually nothing wrong, that is, the sleeping demon King Bu in ancient times was awakened by a magician named Babidi, who has destroyed thousands of planets for a long time. Weiss changed his face faster than a child, and immediately said to Zhao Yi with a smile on his face. Thousands of years ago when the original book started. Could it be because Bu was killing the Kiking god this time? Zhao Yi immediately felt a bit of trouble, and he was about to work as soon as he came out, but it seemed to be quite fun. Isn't it a matter of the Kaiwang god that someone destroys the weak? Why do you ask me to get up, or do you want to change to the god of destruction again? Zhao Yi glanced at Wes in the mirror, and immediately began to brush his teeth. Ho 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 ho, I think so, but the IQ of this demon Bu is too low to be suitable. And now that the real kings have fought with Bu, I think they are all going to die, so I wake you up, you know, if they die, you will die too. Weiss' smiling words made Zhao Yi stop brushing his teeth. Damn it, why did I forget this one? After spitting out the mouthwash, Zhao Yi quickly put on his god of destruction suit. Let's go, Weiss, and go meet that rogue-like devil, Bu, who dares to take my job and is courting death. Zhao Yi, who seems to be as stable as an old dog, is actually still panicking. If he accidentally goes late and asks Bu to kill everyone, wouldn't he just be a god of destruction? Yes, god of destruction. It seemed that Zhao Yi was forcing his composure. Weiss covered his mouth with a slight smile, and then swiped the tin stick toward the ground, and instantly the two of them turned into a beam of light and disappeared in the destruction god realm. The distant realm of kings and gods. Damn, his strength has increased many times since he absorbed the southern realm king god. At this time, the old man, the king of the north realm, who was running around in a trick, was already stunned. And the powerful southern king god has been absorbed by Majin Buu. At this time, only the little king of the eastern realm, Xin, the beautiful king of the western realm, and the king of the great realm were still alive. Ha ha ha, Buu, hurry up and kill all these abominable kings and gods. Then I will be the master of the universe. Babidi hid behind Buu and laughed wildly as he looked at the three Kaio gods in front of him who had been severely beaten. It's just that he didn't see it. A murderous look flashed in Big Boo's eyes, but because Babidi could seal himself again, it didn't show it. This kind of murderousness has never happened before. On the other side, the great king god seemed to have noticed the changes in Buu after absorbing the southern king god. You too, the stability of the universe will depend on you in the future. The words of the great realm god made the two of them stunned for a moment. Suddenly, the great king god teleported, appeared behind Buu, and hugged him. At the same time, a powerful light burst out from his body. No, he's going to blow himself up. Buu, be careful. Babidi quickly put up an energy shield for himself, and then ran away shamelessly. The big Buu who was hugged sneered, and then the whole person turned into a pink liquid and instantly wrapped the great king god. No, he is going to absorb the great realm king god lord. The western realm king god hurriedly launched numerous attacks on Buu, trying to knock Buu off the great realm king. It's a pity that the gap between her and Buu is too big. The attack hit Buu's body and was absorbed directly. And Shenxi, the king of the eastern realm on the side, was already frightened. Good Buu, kill these abominable Kaio gods. In the protective cover, Dabi D laughed. Is it so funny? Chapter 2. Don't take me with you if you want to die. While Babidi was still laughing wildly, he suddenly found a big hand wrapping his shoulders. This scene scared BBD's soul. You, who are you? BBD didn't dare to move, because he had already felt the terrifying energy fluctuations of the person behind him. Ho, god of destruction, you don't even put away your aura. Look, you're scaring people. At this moment, Weiss floated down from the sky with a smile. Lord Weiss, it's actually Lord Weiss and the god of destruction. It's great to be saved. The king of the eastern realm shouted excitedly, the god of destruction was here, and little Buu was nothing. I have seen the god of destruction, the god of destruction. The western realm king god was not as surprised as Xin. She hurriedly walked up to Zhao Yi and said respectfully. What? You are the legendary god of destruction. I can warn you, when my Buu has swallowed the great king god, he will swallow you together. BBD was immediately surprised, but his master kept telling him that there are some people who should not be messed with. But now, he not only provoked the king god but also killed a few. What about this so-called god of destruction? Well, no gift, after all, you are also gods of the same level as me. The god of destruction glanced coldly at the east-west realm king god who was respectfully in front of him. As for you. Zhao Yi turned his purple eyes to Babidi, who was clamoring in his hands. Why, what can you do to me? Although Babidi is in the hands of others, he still looks like a big drag. You just disappear. The god of destruction grinned slightly, and after a purple light flashed in Babidi's terrified eyes, Babidi completely disappeared from the world. This is the end. Xin stared blankly at the place where Babidi disappeared. Babidi, who was hiding behind his back and controlling Buu, was destroyed so easily. No, Buu is still here, it's not over yet. As soon as the myth of the Western Realm King finished speaking, the Eastern Realm King God saw the demon Buu transforming rapidly not far away. His expression changed suddenly, and he hurried to hide behind the god of destruction. Damn, is this kid so timid? The god of destruction was speechless when he looked at the urine of the King of Kings. No wonder this guy in the original book looked horrified when he saw the strong man. This kid seems to be the Joker of Dragon Ball after many years, if nothing else. Zhao Yi would never want to be associated with the fate of such a coward. I don't know how to break this fucking fate link. The fact that the fates of the god of destruction and the Kaiwang god are linked together is the most speechless thing Zhao Yi has ever felt. A scum with a combat strength of Super 2 and a person with a combat power of Super 3, who can be killed in seconds by a super race god, are actually linked together. And just when Zhao Yi was thinking wildly, Bu in front had completely absorbed the Great Realm God. As for why Zhao Yi didn't save the Great Realm King God, it's very simple. A god of destruction who went up to his own death wouldn't have the mood to save him. Obviously, he could have contacted him a long time ago, but if he died, he would have to hold on to it. In the end, he died and even brought 4 realm gods with him. Of course, due to Zhao Yi's intervention, the Western Realm King God survived. The lump of soft meat in front of him quickly turned into a naive pink fat man. Huh, Babidi is dead. Great, so I can play my favorite game every day. Fat Boo chuckled. His favorite game was destruction, but Babidi wanted to rule the universe. Did you kill Babidi? In return, I'll make you my favorite chocolate. Fat Boo glanced at the god of destruction in front of him, and a bloodthirsty aura flashed through his narrowed eyes. Wow, Boo's going to get angry. Lyra, hurry up and hide. The Eastern Realm King God was so frightened that his face turned green, and he hurriedly greeted the Western Realm King God. Zhao Yi saw the cold sweat dripping down again. No, I want to end this lockup. This kid is so incompetent, what if he is scared to death? And just as Zhao Yi's thought appeared, a white light shot towards him. Become chocolate. Fat Boo covered his stomach and laughed. Looking at the blazing white energy, Zhao Yi secretly said that he was bored. Immediately, his fingers slightly. Destruction. After a flash of purple on, the white energy disappeared instantly. Ah, why didn't you turn into chocolate? Fat Boo scratched his head suspiciously. You'd better save this question for later, Weiss, seal him. The god of destruction yawned. At this time, the gap between Fat Boo's strength and himself was too great, and he couldn't be interested at all. Follow your orders, god of destruction. With a wave of Weiss's smiling cane, it immediately hit the naturally dumb Fat Boo on the head. Ah, it hurts, hurts, hurts. Boo, who was holding his head and screaming wildly, spewed out countless pink gas from the hole in his body in the next second, and wrapped himself in it at once, and finally formed a giant egg. Lord Weiss is amazing, he solved Boo in one fell swoop. Layla, did you see that? Shin's eyes let out little stars and looked at Wes excitedly. Okay, don't be ashamed, okay. Layla rolled her eyes at Shin, and then saluted the god of destruction again. Thank you, Lord God of Destruction, it's all because we are too conceited, otherwise, Lord God of Great Realm, they wouldn't die. Layla confessed her mistake to Zhao Yi with a sad face. HMPH, it's not too late to recognize the mistake, remember, your life is not just yours. Don't drag me if you want to die, and let me know in advance if you have something to do. Zhao Yi snorted coldly, because his own life was related to him, and he didn't care whether the other party was beautiful or not. After saying that, take Weiss and leave. P.S. In the original book, Layla was the first Kato to die, but how could such a beautiful Kato die just like that? Everyone said it was true, so I changed it a bit. Chapter 3. Berus, you actually practice behind my back. God of Destruction, are we going back now? In the light, Whis looked at the god of destruction who closed his eyes and thought. Why are you going back? I finally came out once. By the way, do you know how to release the life link between me and Kaiwang God? Zhao Yi didn't want to be associated with the rookie chickens of the Realm King God all the time. Ho 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 ho, there's no way to get rid of it. Unless the god of destruction doesn't want to be the god of destruction, but if you don't become a god of destruction, the god of destruction won't have a long lifespan. Weiss said to Zhao Yi with a smile. Damn, it's too late, there is still such a thing. Zhao Yi's face was ugly. If he didn't have a long life, he had lived for tens of thousands of years. If he didn't become a god of destruction, wouldn't he become scum? No, it can't go on like this. Go to Super Dragon Ball, there should be a way for Super Dragon Ball. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. Weiss, do you know about Super Dragon Ball? Can he help me break this link? Zhao Yi stared at Weiss, who was always smiling in front of him. This bastard monitors himself every day, and when he becomes stronger, he must beat him up. Huh, how could the god of destruction know about this thing? Super Dragon Ball is made by the Dragon God. The Dragon God's status is higher than that of Lord Quan Wang. The Super Dragon Ball can be unlinked, but we will see it. To the god of destruction, the most hated Mr. Elephant Paw. Weiss didn't say much. Although he was monitoring Zhao Yi, he was only advising the good side and the good work. As for the rest, as long as it didn't touch the interests of the angel family. Okay, isn't it just an elephant paw? I saw that I beat him once, and he robbed me of snacks when I was a child. At the mention of Xiangpa, Zhao Yi became furious under the influence of his memory. Sure enough, brother or something, it's the most suitable to fight. Ho 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 ho, since the god of destruction doesn't mind seeing each other, then we'll set off. Weiss smiled, and then a little bit of the scepter in his hand, the two instantly turned into a light and disappeared into the starry sky. Under the tin rod that Whis can explore the universe and find the information of the Prophet Zuno who appeared in Dragon Ball Super. 3 days later, Zhao Yi smiled as he looked at the 7 incomparably huge Super Dragon Balls in front of him. Finally, you don't have to worry about dying accidentally that day. Zhao Yi gave Weiss a light gesture. I said god of destruction, is it too disrespectful for you to come to my 6th universe to grab something? At this moment, a disgusting voice came from behind Zhao Yi. Come on, what should come is still here. Zhao Yi turned around with a cold face, just in time to see a fat cat wearing a god of destruction suit standing in front of him. At the same time, an angel who looks very much like Weiss is also standing behind the fat cat. Fat cat, you know that I'm here. Zhao Yi asked himself that he and Weiss were very careful in their actions, but Xiangpa still found out. What? God of destruction, what do you call me? Are you trying to fight? Xiangpa's expression changed, completely ignoring the god of destruction's question, waving his fists and charging towards the god of destruction. Damn it, I thought I was a soft persimmon. If you want to fight, you can fight. Come on, who's afraid of who? Zhao Yi was not angry, and rushed up with his fists. The current Zhao Yi is not the god of destruction in the original book. Standing at the top of the god of destruction, he will beat the elephant with 3 fists and 2 feet. God of destruction, you're actually cultivating behind my back, it's abominable. However, Xiangpa is not a vegetarian either. He was beaten by Zhao Yi so hard that he wanted to punch Zhao Yi back. Boom! Countless roars came from the void, and the space began to tear open cracks. The entire 6th universe began to turmoil. The 2 angels who were smiling helplessly also looked solemn. Bang! At this moment, Zhao Yi was hit by Xiangpa at the price of 100 punches, and the god of destruction thought he was handsome in the face. In an instant, the entire space froze. Xiangpa looked at his fist in disbelief. Zhao Yi also touched his Wu Qing's eyes with a confused expression. I actually hit the god of destruction. Xiangpa was overjoyed as if to continue his efforts. You actually hit me in the eye. But Zhao Yi's gloomy face instantly changed Xiangpa's complexion. Ah, this is an accident, look, didn't I get beaten up more? Xiangpa completely forgot that he was the victim, and hurriedly pointed at his face to destroy God's soft heart. HMPH, it's even. Zhao Yi snorted coldly, looked at the growing cracks around him and stopped attacking. If they continue to fight, Weiss and the others will start to stop themselves. Okay, it's evened out, it's evened out. Elephant Paco didn't want to be beaten anymore, so he hurriedly slipped behind Vados and hid. By the way, how did you know that we came to the sixth universe? Vados, you won't be idle to observe the universe, just happen to see us. Zhao Yi glanced angrily at Vados who was standing in front of Xiangpa. Hee, the god of destruction is really right. Yesterday I was searching for good cosmetics. You know, although I am a god, but my age is the killer of girls. If you say that you are not angry, I just happened to see you. I was sneaking around looking for Super Dragon Balls with Whis, and the most annoying thing was that Whis robbed the last of my favorite cosmetics. Having said that, Vados looked at his brother Weiss with angry eyes. What? Because of this? Zhao Yi was speechless. Wei Wei actually went to buy cosmetics secretly behind his back, and even recruited such two gods of plague. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi glared at Weiss. Master God of Destruction, don't look at me with such eyes, people are afraid. Weiss was aggrieved like a little girl, and it seemed that Zhao Yi had another reason for wanting to beat Weiss. Chapter 4. Super Dragon, Wish Come True. But then again, God of Destruction, what are you doing with this Super Dragon Ball? Xiangpa has returned to normal at this time, and the pig head on his face has completely recovered. Ah, it's just 2 days ago, 3 of the World King Gods in the 7th universe were killed by the Demon Boo, and the remaining 2 King Gods are really too bad, I don't want them to burp that day. Now, take me with you. Zhao Yi said, touched his eye sockets, found that he had recovered, and said slowly. What? Majin Buu, the Majin Buu who killed several gods of destruction in ancient times. How could he be resurrected? Vados said slightly surprised. Majin Buu killed the god of destruction. Why didn't you tell me, Weiss? Zhao Yi glanced at Vados in amazement. The ancient demon Buu was so powerful that he even killed the god of destruction. Ho, the god of destruction has never asked me, and these things are all before I was born. I don't know very well, but I just remember that my father said that the heyday of Majin Buu is now me. Can't beat it, but it seems that time has made him weaker slowly. Weiss explained to Zhao Yi with a smile. It turns out to be the case. No wonder someone discussed that if Majin Buu participated in the power conference, he would definitely be the first. After reading this, it is definitely not a casual talk. Zhao Yi decided slightly in his heart that the next time Majin Buu came out, he would kill him if he could, and if he didn't, he would also make the other party a good man who guarded the home just like the original book. Okay, are we talking about Majin Buu? God of Destruction, what do you want Super Dragon Ball for? Where is Xiangpa in the mood to pay attention to the Demon Buu, because Zhao Yi's words have already caught his attention, because the King God of the 6th universe is also a big fat man who only knows how to eat, sleep, and eat. The most important thing is that the strength is still poor. I just want to use Super Dragon Ball to undo the connection between me and Quan Wang God. I don't want to use a rookie to decide my fate. Zhao Yi's words brightened Xiangpa's eyes. Is there such an operation? Then I have to cancel it, and I don't want to die accidentally. Xiangpa hurriedly said to Zhao Yi. Well, add your name when the time comes, or wait another year if you don't. Zhao Yi nodded, and then gestured to Weiss. Weiss and Vados looked at each other and nodded, and then the two asked the great priest in their minds. The great priest who was far away in the Temple of All Kings smiled slightly. Let them go, just supervise their work. After the words of the great priest reached the minds of the 2 sisters and brothers, the 2 of them smiled slightly. Immediately, Whis came to the side of the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Come out, Shenlong, and then fulfill my wish, divine language. Immediately after Whis finished speaking, 7 Dragon Balls larger than the earth radiated dazzling rays of light, and the rays of light shot up into the sky in an instant, circling in the universe. Countless planets and galaxies are shrouded in super dragons. Fortunately, the super dragons are just phantoms and have not destroyed any planets. Otherwise, there will be a few more times, even if he is the god of destruction, he will be invited by the grand priest to drink tea. Am I the one you summoned? Gods of destruction, tell me your wishes. Super Shenlong doesn't take God of destruction and angels seriously at all. From this, it can be shown that the status of Super Shenlong is definitely at the level of the Great Priest or even higher. Shenlong, cut off the life connection between the two of us and the Kaio god of the 6th and 7th universes. Zhao Yi looked at the super dragon in front of him with a solemn expression, and expressed his wish. Xiangpa on the side laughed when he heard that the god of destruction counted himself in it. Oh, well, it's easy. The red light in the super dragon's eyes flashed slightly, and for a moment, Zhao Yi felt that something in his mind seemed to be broken. I have fulfilled your wishes, so see you next time. After Shenlong performed his duties, it turned into a golden light, shattered and spread into the 7th and 8th universes. Ha ha ha, brother, I didn't see you wrong. This time I don't need to worry about whether that guy from Kaiwang Shen will die from high blood pressure. Xiangpa came to Zhao Yi with a smile, and patted Zhao Yi's shoulder with his salty pig hand. Unfortunately, after Zhao Yi gave him a cold stare, Xiangpa immediately retracted his hand in fright. Okay, my purpose is accomplished, Wes, let's go. Zhao Yi found that he had nothing to do. Are you still here with this nasty thing like Pak? After speaking, he Weiss turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of Xiangpa and Vados. Let's go too, Vados, I'm going to have a big meal today to celebrate that I can take control of my own destiny. Xiangpa said to Vados with a big smile. Lord Xiangpa, I advise you to give up this idea. I told you long ago that if you want to lose weight on a diet, it's fine if you don't exercise, and you still want to eat so much. Look at you being beaten by the god of destruction. Quote. Vados seriously rejected Xiangpa's idea. Nani, should I reduce it? I haven't eaten well for more than 1,000 years. Okay, Vados, be careful, I'll sue you for abusing me. Xiangpa stared. No one knew how he had come here in the past 1,000 years. Every day, he served fruits and cold water, and there was no nutrition at all. The most annoying thing is that I still can't lose weight. Don't struggle, I don't want you to be the first god of destruction to die because of the 3 highs, let's go. After speaking, Vados took the elephant back to the destruction god realm with the wailing of the elephant. Chapter 5. Start cultivation. Sitting on the edge of the fish pond in destruction god realm, Zhao Yi looked at the school of fish swimming below. It seems that this free-spirited skill has been used once before, but I haven't mastered this skill well. Otherwise, I'll have a certain degree of confidence in going up to Weiss. Zhao Yi touched his chin and thought. But looking at the previous situation of the god of destruction, it seems that I have never practiced well. Ever since I took the seat of the god of destruction, I have eaten, slept, eaten every day, and went out every now and then to find out if there is anything delicious. Looking at god of destruction's actions in his mind, Zhao Yi was speechless. How can he become stronger like this? Just kidding. Well, although the god of destruction is inherently strong. But who is Zhao Yi? In the future, Zhao Yi is going to punch the old priest and kick the existence of Quan Wang primary school students. How can he be so decadent? You must know that Gokong's strength has already reached his own level after the power conference. There are also some fighting skills to learn. Otherwise, if you are defeated by people with lower strength than you in the future, you will not be able to justify it. Zhao Yi remembered many moves in Dragon Ball, and his heart was slightly excited. These moves are very powerful. Although he destroys energy, is it not very useful to use destroy energy casually? Thinking of this, Zhao Yi raised his throat. Weiss, where the hell are you? Zhao Yi's loud voice shook the entire destruction god realm. Come here, here comes the Loon family, Lord God of Destruction, why are you looking for me? Weiss flew over from a distance in a panic, with a mask on his face. I want to practice. The god of destruction said coldly. Nani, you are the noble god of destruction. How can you practice as sweaty as those warriors? If only you were fine before. Weiss shook his head quickly, training a rookie like Gokong, but he was in the mood. If he was asked to train an existence like the god of destruction, he wouldn't be exhausted, and he didn't want to touch up makeup every day. Stop talking nonsense to me, you forgot what happened the other day. I was beaten by the elephant. Do you know how serious this is? Zhao Yi knew at a glance that Weiss was shirking responsibility, and he definitely didn't want to tire himself. Lord God of Destruction, think twice, didn't you beat the elephant to the bottom of the blood? Why should you be so serious about your own brothers? Weiss is still, kindly, persuading Zhao Yi. You are afraid of being tired, just say it directly, don't make these excuses for me, but I remember that your duty is to teach me to practice and supervise my work. How can you forget your work? Zhao Yi's words instantly embarrassed Weiss. Yes, everything the god of destruction says is right. Weiss had to compromise in the end. Let me prepare first, but this place can't stand the destruction of the god of destruction. Weiss smiled and swiped the tin stick in his hand, and in an instant, two people appeared in a void. At a glance, Zhao Yi saw more than a dozen huge balls of light suspended not far away. Are these the universes that still exist? Sure enough, the training of the god of destruction must not be held in ordinary places. There is nothing in the realm of nowhere. After Weiss came here, he swiped the tin stick in his hand, and instantly a huge square appeared in the boundless world, which was tens of millions of kilometers long at a glance. Okay, god of destruction, our training is about to start, please don't cry, ho 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 ho. Weiss looked at Zhao Yi mockingly. After all, the god of destruction in the original book disliked cultivation the most. Every time I practice, I have to sigh. This time Zhao Yi proposed to practice, and Weiss just thought it was a 3-minute enthusiasm. You give me less nonsense, just train if you tell me. What Zhao Yi can't see the most is Weiss' expressions, making him look like a real cat. It's decided, when I'm good, the first one to play is Weiss. Zhao Yi glanced at Weiss coldly, making the other party uncomfortable for a while. Okay, let's start with the most basic meditation. The god of destruction has slept for such a long time this time, the energy in the body must be out of control, and even people like Babidi can detect the damage. If the whereabouts of Lord God are known, Lord Xiangpa will definitely laugh at Lord God of Destruction. Quote. Weiss' words made Zhao Yi slightly embarrassed. Didn't he just cross over? He wasn't used to it, and besides, the tiger still had time to take a nap. How exactly? Zhao Yi sat cross-legged in the center of the square. And under the explanation of Weiss, Zhao Yi finally started his first practice after coming to Dragon Ball World. So that's how Qi is used. It seems that even if you have the memory of the god of destruction, you still need to practice hard. Zhao Yi's body began to emit a terrifying purple light, and the whole world of nothingness was shaking. Master God of Destruction, remember to restrain yourself. Weiss was not far away, and he took out an ice cream-like thing from nowhere and reminded Zhao Yi while eating. Don't talk too much, I know. Zhao Yi let out an angry roar, and then began to restrain his momentum. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 1 hour. Time was flowing slowly, and the terrifying aura that erupted from Zhao Yi gradually returned to calm. After all, Zhao Yi, who has the memory of the god of destruction, only needs to find skills from his memory and use them. When Zhao Yi's momentum completely disappeared, Weiss also put away the snacks in his hand and came to Zhao Yi. Yes, this time, the god of destruction entered the state a lot faster than before, so I'll give you a reward. Weiss smiled and took out a lollipop. Zhao Yi opened his eyes and looked at the lollipop and his complexion turned dark. And Weiss looked at Zhao Yi with a nonchalant smile. Weiss, you think I'm a child? The originally restrained momentum immediately spewed out of Zhao Yi's body. A fist-carrying purple destructive energy hit Weiss. Ho 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 ho, god of destruction, you are too angry. Weiss did not take Zhao Yi's fist in his eyes at all. Weiss, your shoelaces are loose. As soon as Zhao Yi's words came out, Weiss looked at his feet subconsciously. Hey, no. Weiss raised his head suspiciously, and suddenly a fist the size of a casserole appeared in front of his eyes. Go to hell, brat. Zhao Yi sneered. But just when Zhao Yi thought he could take revenge, Weiss flashed, and missed Zhao Yi's fist by the slightest. The white light that flashed over Weiss made Zhao Yi's complexion change slightly. Zizai Ji Yi Gong. It's really amazing. Zhao Yi knew that with his current strength, it was almost impossible to beat Weiss. Okay, I'm going to practice Zizai Ji Gong, let's get started. Zhao Yi withdrew his fist, as if what just happened had never happened. Chapter 6. Frozen Demon Clan. Under the training of Weiss, years passed quickly. Zhao Yi has completely mastered the first stage of his ultimate freedom. There are 3 stages in total. The first stage is that the body emits a silver light, and then the eyes turn silver. At this stage, the free extreme will power, although the strength bonus is very large, but the only disadvantage is that it can only passively dodge. Equivalent to invincible defense tactics. Zhao Yi was not very proficient in the second stage of the ultimate free will, and only then could Weiss be able to perform it once or twice when he abused himself. Sir, God of Destruction, you haven't fallen into hibernation for many years, and your God of Destruction body can't hold on anymore. This time's cultivation is over. On this day, Weiss came to Zhao Yi and said to Zhao Yi seriously. Humph, I see. Since Zhao Yi became the God of Destruction, he has discovered a fucking fact, that is, the destruction energy of the God of Destruction consumes a lot of physical strength. And recovery is very difficult. So God of Destruction always falls asleep after working for a while. Don't complain, Lord God of Destruction. When you have fully mastered the ultimate inspiration technique, you will no longer have to hibernate all the time. But before you go to bed, don't forget to destroy a few planets. This is your job. Weiss said with a smile, which also made Zhao Yi intensify his pursuit of Zizai Ji Yi Gong. Let's go back, this time, find me a planet where I do things every day, and share a little with the Kaiwang God and the others, otherwise if they are killed, it will be troublesome for the King of Quan to find a new bond with me. Quote. Zhao Yi was also heartbroken for the 2 incompetent realm gods. Under the leadership of Weiss, Zhao Yi returned to the 7th universe. Weiss searched, and Zhao Yi targeted a few planets that would make a fortune as a space pirate. Zhao Yi saw a very familiar race from these planets. The Frozen Demon family is actually Frieza's race. This race has a long history, so it's better to visit Frieza's ancestors. The Frozen Demon family, who have always been working as space pirates, has unparalleled prestige in the 6th and 7th universes. Of course, the Frozen Demons thousands of years ago were still only relatively simple people. There are not many people who have reached the level of Frieza at the beginning. In the universe, on a planet covered with ice and snow all the year round, several tall humanoid creatures walked on the surface of the planet. At the same time, there are also people flying back from the universe. This planet has no air or atmosphere, and is completely exposed in the starry sky. If the Earthlings came here, they would die in an instant. Brush. A light flashed from the sky. Zhao Yi and Weiss appeared above the frozen star. Weiss, check how many people there are in this race. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed. He originally thought that if the productivity of the Frozen Demon clan was low, there would be very few people, but it seems not. Reporting to the God of Destruction, there are now 78 people in the Frozen Demon family. Except for King Lild leading a few personal guards to fight in the universe, everyone else is welcoming the arrival of the newborn. Weiss, words made Zhao Yi nodded slightly. In that case, let them be destroyed. Zhao Yi tapped his fingertips slightly, and a purple light flashed across the sky. In an instant, the entire frozen star seemed to be melted and disappeared without a trace. And the Frozen Demon family above has all died. Fortunately Frieza is a royal family, otherwise I would be embarrassed to start. Let's go, Weiss, and meet King Lild. Zhao Yi smiled slightly. Yes, God of Destruction. With a swipe of the scepter in Weiss' hand, the two once again turned into a light and disappeared into the starry sky. Zhao Yi, who was in flight, fell into contemplation. My current strength should be about 10 times stronger than before. According to the division of combat power, it should reach 10,000 Gai, which should be 100 times stronger than Golden Frieza. But this is just pure data. If you use destructive energy, Frieza is 1,000,000 times stronger than my opponent, and it's even more so with the free extreme mind power. Over the past few years, Zhao Yi has also roughly figured out Whis' strength. In fact, Whis' strength is only about 5,000 Gao, but his free-spirited power can reach the second level. It was Gokong who abused Jiren. White God form. After all, Zhao Yi almost defeated Whis when he accidentally entered the second order Zizai Jigong a few times, but because he was not very skilled, it was only a draw with Whis. The strength of the great priest should be at least a perfect form of Zizi Jigong. Alas, it seems that there is a long way to go. Although he was born as a god of destruction, Zhao Yi also knew that if he didn't work hard, the future King Quan would do whatever he wanted to do with him. God of destruction, here we are. At this moment, Whis stopped in the starry sky, and in front of Zhao Yi and Whis was a huge disc-shaped spaceship. Drip drip. Alarm alert, detected a person with a huge amount of energy, detected a person with a huge amount of energy. After Zhao Yi gave out a little bit of energy, the real spaceship began to flash a dazzling red light. King Lild, who was sitting in the huge seat in the cab, changed his expression immediately after hearing this voice. The energy is huge. This is an alarm sound that will only appear when the combat power reaches 1,000,000. Who is coming? King Lild's strength is simply not as high as Frieza's father and son in the original book. After all, they only dare to be cosmic pirates, but Frieza and his son are cosmic emperors. This is also the reason why Frieza and his son are a little curious about the so-called Super Saiyans, but they are not afraid at all. King Lild, what are we going to do? The surrounding clansmen swallowed and asked Lild in confusion. HMPH, I want to see who dares to act wild in front of my King Lild. Lild flew out of the spaceship with trembling legs. King Lild is mighty. As expected, he is a model of my cosmic pirate. King Lelder is here, who would say that we are the opponent of the Frozen Demon clan. A group of clansmen who could only call 666 just got out of the cabin in Lild, and they silently sealed the cabin door tightly, and left only if the momentum was wrong. Chapter 7. A familiar figure. Lild just walked out of the hatch when he heard a click of the hatch behind him, and his expression changed suddenly. Damn, I'm not dead yet, so blatantly doing things like this, I won't kill you all when I go back. Lild didn't know that he had been abandoned by his own people. For the Frozen Demon clan, friendship, loyalty and so on are just bullshit. That fool came to hang around in the vicinity of my King Lild. Look at the frightening of my spaceship. Lild bravely shouted at the front. Brush. Lild just finished speaking, and there were two more figures in front of him. Seeing these two figures not knowing what was going on, Lild was actually a little scared in his heart. You, who are you? Lild forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted at Zhao Yi. Lild King's dishes are actually very simple. The Kurdish king of the Frozen clan is a sudden mutant with unusual fighting power. The Emperor of the Universe is asexually reproduced from his father himself, so he possesses the powerful elements of mutants. Therefore, although they are called the Emperors of the Universe, in fact, they are the only two individuals with unusual combat power and cruelty. Of course, there is his brother in the movie version, and I don't know if it is really there. But what is certain is that the Frozen Demon family only became powerful from the beginning of the Kurdish king. The previous Frozen Demon family known as Space Pirates were all rookies with a combat power of tens of millions. Weiss, do you think this bitch is insane? Now that we know we're strong, we're still hanging like this. Zhao Yi silently watched his legs trembling in front of him, but he still put on a Lild who was not afraid of the universe. But it is worth mentioning that this King Lild really looks like Frieza's second stage and Kurd in the anime. Ho ho ho, God of Destruction, you probably don't know, this race is not good at all, but this race is very self-respecting. If you push them, it's not impossible for them to work hard. Weiss explained slowly. Lild was also furious when the two of them didn't take them seriously. Dare to put me in the eyes of King Lild, and die. A red ball of light condensed in Lild's hand. Whoa! Boom! Suddenly, a purple light slid across Lild's cheek and bombarded the round spaceship behind him. After a roar, Lild turned his head quickly. I saw that the round spaceship behind him had disappeared. Gudong! King Lild swallowed. Oh, it's so boring, if you say that you will transform into a kid. Zhao Yi made a hash. If the appearance of King Lild at this time is speculated according to Frieza's situation, there should be a third stage and a fourth stage. Change, change, change. King Lild stammered. Yeah, don't you? Zhao Yi buttoned his nails in a bored manner and asked Lild at the same time. I won't. What is transformation? Sure enough, Zhao Yi saw from the very beginning that Lild had no hidden strength, and it seemed that transformation was also the patent of Frieza and King Kurd. However, the unfortunate Kurd was killed by Trunks before he could transform. Really sad family. Okay, go away, I'm not interested in killing you either. If there is no Frieza after killing this guy, although it will be nothing to Zhao Yi, it will be a pity anyway. Can you tell me your name? Liard was relieved when he learned that his life could be saved, but he still asked Zhao Yi. Ho ho ho, this is the most powerful deity in the universe, the god of destruction, Lord God of Destruction, you're really lucky that you didn't die. Weiss covered his mouth and smiled. Speak up. Zhao Yi snorted coldly, but he was still happy in his heart. After all, this forced pretense was pretty good. God of Destruction. Well, I remember, I'm busy with housework, farewell. After Lild knew Zhao Yi's name, he quickly found an excuse to escape. Bah, there's no home anymore, you are still busy with housework. Zhao Yi spat at Lild's back as he ran away. Okay, let's go to the next one. After experiencing what happened to King Lild, Zhao Yi destroyed dozens of life planets, and those living planets were generally those cosmic pirates. Some races are more powerful than the frozen demons. When Zhao Yi came to the last planet to be destroyed, he saw a somewhat familiar figure. Before, you killed hundreds of millions of my green devils, I want you to die today. A sausage mouth, a green figure that looks a bit like Piccolo is fighting a big fat man with red skin. Well, the combat power of these two people has reached 1 million. It's quite powerful. It's not enough. This sausage mouth looks like I've seen it before. Zhao Yi put his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself as he watched the two figures who were fighting fiercely in the planet. King Frieza, this Buffer is the leader of the planet we want to destroy, but it seems to me that everyone on this planet was killed by the one who fought against him. Weiss, words made Zhao Yi nod slightly. From the mouth of the sausage, Zhao Yi could see a strong sense of justice. Although this man killed a planet, it seems that it should be revenge. Stinky boy, dare to slaughter all my clansmen, you die for me. Buffer was also furious, and his red skin exuded bursts of hot breath. HMPH, let's die together. Sausage Mouth started to dance awkwardly after speaking, and finally Sausage Mouth clenched his fists with both hands and pointed his arms straight at Buffer in front of him. This action is... Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed. Lightning Cannon. P.S. Hey, who can guess who the Sausage Mouth is? They are the great gods who can defeat Feilu. Chapter 8. Fall into a deep sleep. Lightning Cannon. The Sausage Mouth roared, and then terrifying fluctuations broke out on his body, and an invisible energy rushed towards Buffer. What? Buffer felt the strong breath of death, and then the whole person turned into a fiery red beam of light, which escaped the attack range of the Sausage Mouth in an instant. HMPH, it's a pity. The Sausage Mouth closed, and he gasped for a few rough breaths. Kid, die. The beam of light that Buffer turned into rushed towards the mouth of the sausage in an instant. But the Sausage Mouth did not move at all, as if the attack just now had used up all his strength. Just as the light that Befur turned into rushed towards the sausage mouth smiled and smiled happily. Look, we don't need to take action, God of Destruction. Weiss looked at the battle below with a smile. Yeah, that's fine too. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, not expecting that he would encounter the time when the sausage mouth died. That's right, this sausage mouth is the #1 master of the underworld in the original book. When Gokong met him in the original book, his strength was not comparable to that of the realm king Shen. And just when Befur's attack was about to hit the pork ribs began to spin like crazy. Exclusive cyclone in row. Quote. A violent tornado that runs through the heavens and the earth instantly formed. Befur was sucked in before he could react. The fiery red light and shadow instantly dyed the entire tornado red. The planet at this time is like the end of the day, and the tornado will destroy it wherever it goes. This move is not bad, but it's useless when encountering a strong player who can play the universe. Zhao Yi's words made Weiss nodded with a smile. Yeah, but there is no gas in the universe to make him a tornado. While the two were chatting, the battle on the ground was also decided. Bang! A fiery red figure fell heavily to the ground, smashing the ground into a big hole. This person is Befur, and at this time he has no voice. Hoo. Finally, it's over. Pork Ribs Rice panted heavily and fell to the ground with difficulty, with a smile on his face. What are you doing to kill him with your own life force? Zhao Yi and Weiss slowly fell to the ground and asked solemnly to the pork ribs. Hee, for what? I'm not very clear. Maybe it's for revenge, or maybe it's for my family to stop being bullied. The pork ribs slowly knelt down on the ground and said sadly. For the family. Zhao Yi stared at the pork ribs rice that was slowly losing its breath in front of him, and fell into contemplation. What is the meaning of my coming here? Is it to be the god of destruction like the god of destruction? God of destruction, what's the matter with you? Weiss shook suspiciously in front of Zhao Yi's eyes. I'm fine. Zhao Yi turned around, slowly flew up, and flew out of space. When he came to space, Zhao Yi pointed slightly at his fingertips, and a purple light shot onto the planet. Silently, without a trace of fluctuation, the entire planet disappeared without a trace. The only thing that still exists is the corpse of pork ribs floating in the universe. Let's go, things are done, my divine body can't hold it anymore. Zhao Yi said to Wes expressionlessly. Yes, the god of destruction looks like a real murderer. Weiss looked scared, but he seemed to know that Zhao Yi was in a bad mood at this time, so he didn't touch Zhao Yi's bad head. And after the god of destruction and the others disappeared, the corpse of the pork ribs also disappeared. In the underworld. Lord Shiji Wang, why do you have time to come to my place today? The king of hell spoke to the king of the western realm slightly respectfully. Of course it's a big deal, hurry up and help me get me the corpse of the pork ribs rice that Green Devil Star just died of. The king of the western realm said anxiously to the king of hell. And seeing the other party's appearance, Yan Wang did not dare to be vague. After some operations, a green figure appeared in front of Hades. What happened to the Western Realm King? This man seems to have killed hundreds of millions of people, although it was to protect his clan, but only at this time did the King of Hell dare to ask the King of the Western Realm. What do you know? This person is someone who is taken care of by the god of destruction. Not to mention killing hundreds of millions of people, even tens of billions are false. If the god of destruction wants him to be his successor in the future. The words of the Western Realm King immediately shocked the King of Hell. He is actually the god of destruction, the highest god in the universe. In an instant, the way he looked at the corpse of pork ribs changed. On the other hand, Zhao Yi, of course, didn't know that he just let these people think so crazy without destroying the pork ribs rice. And Zhao Yi was not in the mood to think about it, because the cells in his body had already started to deplete. The energy of the whole body has been hollowed out by the energy of destruction. After returning to Destruction God realm, Zhao Yi fell asleep. I forgot to let the God of Destruction brush my teeth. It's really not a good habit to sleep without brushing my teeth. Weiss smiled and watched Zhao Yi sleep soundly on the bed. The scepter in his hand pointed slightly towards Zhao Yi, and the clothes on Zhao Yi's body instantly turned into a set of pajamas. And after Weiss was done, he flew out of the room full of alarm clocks. Chapter 9. Sleep for 2,000 years. As time passed, the destructive energy in Zhao Yi's body in his sleep recovered rapidly. Of course, this rapid recovery is only relative to other gods of destruction. This time, it took Zhao Yi thousands of years to recover. Of course, the benefits of Zhao Yi's acquisition are also obvious. His original strength of 1,000 Gai has grown directly to the level of 5,000 Gai within a few thousand years. When you reach the realm of God of Destruction, your strength will increase greatly every time you grow. At the same time, its God of Destruction energy is slowly condensing. Whis, who was by his side, was surprised after hundreds of years. The destructive energy of the God of Destruction has grown so fast, which has caught up with the level of his growth in the past 100,000 years. The rapid growth of Zhao Yi's strength still depends on the fact that the soul of the God of Destruction is catalyzed by the original Zhao Yi's soul, which has undergone a qualitative change. Zhao Yi's talent grows a little bit every year. Over thousands of years, Zhao Yi's talent has grown hundreds of times. And when the original novel was still 1,000 years away, Zhao Yi slowly opened his eyes. Ha! Zhao Yi stretched his waist and stared sleepily at Weiss in front of him. Hamapi, Weiss, why are you here? An angry scolding spread throughout the Destruction God realm. Zhao Yi hurriedly touched the chrysanthemum under his tail, and found that he was fine, and he wasn't blown away by the chrysanthemum. Zhao Yi, who was relieved, immediately glared at Weiss. Whoops, what is Lord Destroyer looking at me like this? People are just watching over Lord Destroyer, oh. Weiss covered his face and wept, seeing that Zhao Yi didn't say a word and punched him. At the same time, Zhao Yi also radiated white light. Wow, the God of Destruction hit someone. Weiss hurriedly activated the second stage of the free will, and his body flashed past Zhao Yi's fist in an instant. Zhao Yi, who was empty, instantly took back the momentum of his whole body. HMPH, it's still a little bit worse. Zhao Yi, who took a sip, flew towards the washroom. Tell me, what happened recently? Zhao Yi asked Weiss while rinsing his mouth. Looking at Zhao Yi, Weiss, who pretended nothing happened for a moment, he sighed helplessly. If you beat yourself down, you can tease Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi just guessed that Weiss was raising himself as a cat, so he never gave the other party a chance to tease him. Ho, the God of Destruction rarely cares about the affairs of the universe. They are even more dedicated than the World King God and the others. Zhao Yi was slightly taken aback by Weiss' smiling words. Is this realm God so irresponsible? No wonder so many things happened without knowing it. Zhao Yi was also speechless. The Zhuangshan were just a bunch of guys who ate, slept, and ate. All things in the universe were heard before. If they hadn't been born well, they would have been eliminated long ago. No, this is the realm of the gods, the God of Destruction can take a look. Weiss stretched out the crystal ball on the scepter to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, who was brushing his teeth all over again, watched. In the picture, the Eastern Realm King Shenxi is lying on the lawn of the Realm King God realm, basking in the sun leisurely. And a big red-skinned man was serving him. This person's name is Jibit. He is a strong man selected from the Great Realm King. He was originally the #1 expert in the Great Realm King realm, but since the pork ribs rice went to the underworld to practice for 2,000 years, he has become the second master of the Great Realm King realm, and was later chosen to be the attendant of the Eastern Realm King God. As soon as Weiss finished speaking, Zhao Yi was stunned. What did you just say? Zhao Yi asked Weiss with a surprised look on his face. Well, Lord God of Destruction, Didn't you hear clearly? I'm saying it again. This person's name is Jabit, and he is a strong man selected from the great realm king. Whis said again. How many years do you say I slept? Zhao Yi was stunned. What the hell was pork ribs rice that entered the underworld thousands of years ago? Ah, the god of destruction slept for a long time this time. Maybe it's the reason why all the power of the god of destruction has been used up. You have slept for 2,650 years this time. Whis' words caused Zhao Yi to spray the mouthwash on Whis' face. More than 2,600 years, you kid me. Even if Zhao Yi didn't want to accept the fact, in the end he could only accept the fact that he had been sleeping for more than 2,000 years. Okay, by the way, what is the Western Realm King God doing? Zhao Yi helplessly washed his face with cold water and calmed himself down. Of course, he accepted this fact only after he felt the energy in his body had grown several times stronger. No wonder the god of destruction doesn't like to practice cultivation. It turns out that it is because of sleeping that he can become stronger. The king of the Western Realm returned to Xingrenxing to receive training again after the death of the great realm king and a group of people. Now his strength has been many times stronger, and of course he is not an opponent compared to Majin Buu. Weiss, words made Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Just have a motivated person. By the way, I just remembered that there is still an old man above the realm of the realm king who was sealed by me. Go and meet him. Zhao Yi searched from his memory to find the old realm god who talked back to him millions of years ago. At that time, he was young and vigorous and directly sealed him up, which caused the fault of the realm god in this universe for tens of thousands of years. Follow your orders, god of destruction. Chapter 10. The Old Realm King God. Jebet, do you know what food you found lately? Shin, who was lying on the lawn, felt very comfortable at this time. Since the great realm king god and the others died, he didn't have to be forced to practice, and the Western realm king god also returned to his hometown. And he used his rights to find a servant, and also let the other party learn the teleportation and life energy necessary for Quan Wang God. I can almost be a hands-off shopkeeper, and the happiest thing is that the last 2 sessions of the Kaiwangshan and the God of Destruction were not held because the God of Destruction fell asleep. Reporting to Lord Zhuangshan, I recently found a fruit in a sealed planet. It is said to be the best fruit in the world. I will take it for you. Jabit smiled and looked at Shin, the king of the world who raised his body like a pig. So good, hurry up and get it for me. Realm King Shin's saliva was about to flow out, and Jabit flew towards the hall with a smile. Oh, why is the king of the world so happy? If you want to tell me, I'll be happy too. At this moment, a joking voice made Kaiwang Shenshin's body instantly stiffen. Bibi, god of destruction. Why are you here? Shin stammered and ran to Zhao Yi and knelt down. Zhao Yi looked at Shin, who was obviously of the same level as himself, but felt a chill again when he knelt down when he saw him. This bitch is exactly the same as the little R countryman. He kneels down at every turn. Is his serval thinking so strong? Okay, get up. Zhao Yi lightly glanced at Shin who was kneeling on the ground. Did God of Destruction and Weiss-sama have any orders this time? When Zhao Yi asked him to stand up, Shin felt a deep sense of respect. The God of Destruction isn't that scary, isn't it? I'm here to meet an old friend this time, and it has nothing to do with you. After Zhao Yi glanced at the Realm King God lightly, he flew directly to the top of a stone pillar-like mountain in the realm of the Realm King God, followed by Weiss. Old friend, will there be other people in the realm of the realm? Shin scratched his head suspiciously. Lord Kaiwangshan, here comes the fruit. At this moment, Jabit appeared in front of Shin with a plate of fruit. Just after he appeared, his eyes caught sight of Zhao Yi and Weiss, who were standing on the distant mountain peaks. Bold madman, dare to come to the realm of kings and gods to be wild. Jabit roared, and immediately disappeared in place with a terrifying aura. Grass, Jabit, don't do it. Shin's originally white complexion turned completely white at this moment. Bang! Sure enough, after a loud bang, Jabit shot from a distance like a meteorite. Oops, I've angered the god of destruction. Shin hurriedly flew up to catch Jabit. But seeing the speed at which Jabit flew back upside down, his expression changed and he hurriedly slipped away. Boom! After a roar, the earth shattered, and a huge pothole appeared in the realm of the king. Gudong! Shin swallowed and hurriedly flew down, looking at Jabit, who was no longer in human form, and felt the world spinning. Damn it, what would I do if the god of destruction gave me this too? But Jabit was his servant anyway, so Shin quickly took him out of the pit. Oops, I won't save people. Shin finally thought of a grim fact. In order to be lazy, he didn't learn the skills of a real king, and let Jabit learn it all. Unfortunately, it's time to change to a more powerful bodyguard. That pork ribs rice seems to be good, but he is too arrogant. If Jabit knew about this, Shin had already thought about changing himself, and if he found someone to serve him again, he would not be directly angry. Lord Zhuangshan, if you look at him like this, isn't it a little bad not to save him? At this moment, Weiss and Zhao Yi had already flown back. Weiss smiled and looked at Quan Wang standing in front of the street with a thoughtful face, and asked in confusion. Zhao Yi, on the other hand, stared at the sword in his hand in a daze. Shin, who was asked by Weiss, was embarrassed for a while, but he was stunned when he saw the sword in Zhao Yi's hand. Is this the Realm King Divine Sword? The god of destruction can actually pull it out. It's amazing. Shin's flattery made Zhao Yi very embarrassed. Could it be that I can't draw this sword and it won't be powerful? Zhao Yi's cold question made Shin so frightened that he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Yi with his butt upside down. Okay, Weiss, save him. As Zhao Yi said that, he raised two fingers and slashed towards the sword of the Realm King. Chang! After a crash, the sword, which was supposed to be the strongest in the universe when pulled out, shattered. Break off! Off! Quan Wang felt that his three views were refreshed. The Realm King Divine Sword, which he regarded as a holy relic, was actually broken, but after looking at Zhao Yi who broke the Realm King Divine Sword, the Realm King God swallowed his saliva and didn't dare to say anything. Old thing, don't you want to come out when you hide in it? Do you want me to seal you for hundreds of thousands of years? Zhao Yi's indifferent words made the Zhuangshan wonder, where did the old thing come from? Don't, I'll come out. The old world king, who had planned to hide in the sword to avoid the limelight, quickly turned into a cloud of smoke and came out of it. Smoke filled the surroundings of broken sword, and then he turned into a squatted and wretched old man. Somehow Zhao Yi wanted to hit the old man as soon as he saw his beard. Sure enough, I still hate our country's styling from the bottom of my heart. And Zhao Yi's icy eyes made the old realm king's complexion change suddenly. Lord God of Destruction, when I was young and ignorant, you, Lord, bypassed me in large numbers. The old king of the realm begged Zhao Yi for mercy, but he didn't want to be sealed again. Chapter 11, Combination, the God of Jabit. Shin, who was on the side, was stunned when he saw the old god of the realm, because he actually felt a strong divinity from the other's body. But naturally timid, he dared not interrupt. As long as you don't bother me, I won't seal you. Zhao Yi glanced at the old god of the realm lightly. Speaking of which, this old realm god is also doing things. Ever since he merged with the old witch, he has become a bit arrogant, and actually openly said that the profession of the God of Destruction was a mistake in the Millennium Council of the God of Destruction and the King of Kings, and wanted to apply for the dismissal of this position with King Quan. As a result, it is conceivable that this old guy was directly sealed by the God of Destruction into the Realm King Divine Sword for countless years. If it weren't for the fact that he would die after killing this old boy, the God of Destruction would have wanted to kill him. Don't dare, don't dare. The old god of the realm apologized again and again. Countless years of dark life have made him decide to fight against Zhao Yi. Yo, isn't this the Quan Wang from 15 generations ago? Long time no see. After Whis healed Jabit, he slowly floated behind Zhao Yi and said to the old god of the realm. Lord Weiss, it's been a long time, your health is fine. The old Quan Wang god hurriedly greeted with. And Shin, who was watching the conversation between the old god and Zhao Yi, looked confused. The wretched old man in front of him was actually a realm god, and he was also a realm god 15 generations ago. This is the grandfather. Well, I didn't ask you to catch up with the past when I brought you out. Look at this descendant behind you. Zhao Yi interrupted the old god of the realm who was still trying to speak. After hearing Zhao Yi's words, the old Jia Wangshen turned to look at the Jia Wangshen that Zhao Yi said. Huh, you're the king of the world this year. Huh, your strength is so low. The old god of the realm frowned slightly when he saw Shin Jun's strength and sagging body. You are the ancestor. I am the Eastern Realm King Shen Shin this time, you are in good health. Shin nodded and bowed his waist, causing the old Jia Wangshen to frown. This offspring seems a little unreliable. By the way, what do you mean by the Eastern Realm King God? The Realm King God still divides things. The old Realm King asked suspiciously. I'll talk about it later. I'll let you out to teach you a good junior. Of course, the most important thing is to let you pay attention to the development of the universe. The combat power level of my 7th universe is already below the average level. If it continues like this, if it is destroyed by Lord Quan Wang, you will know the result. Zhao Yi clearly remembered that there were 18 universes in the original universe, but now there are only 12. The remaining few have been destroyed by the Quan Wang. Alright, the old man must remember that the recent young people are not good enough. The old Realm King nodded again and again. That's all, I'm going to work, and the Eastern Realm King God will leave it to you. After Zhao Yi finished speaking to the old Realm God, he took Weiss and left the realm of realm gods. Huh, I'm finally gone, the terrifying god of destruction. Dongji Wang Shenshin wiped his sweat. What's your name, and who is this man next to you? There was a flash of light in the eyes of the old Jia Wangshen, and he looked at Shin's whole body all at once, and his complexion suddenly changed. In the original novel, Shin was still threatened by the possessed Bu, and he was the only one of Quan Wang, so he worked extra hard. In the end, he was asked to wait until Babidi was about to die of old age. After Babidi sealed the demon Bu, the Quan Wang god appeared and killed Babidi, and hid the demon Bu in a hidden place. It greatly extended the time for Babidi to grow in the future and the time to find Majin Bu. Of course, Shin relaxed after that, but these hundreds of years have also made him a semi-qualified world king god who can at least be on his own. Now, with Zhao Yi's intervention, it can be said that Shin is a salted fish now. Under Shin's explanation, the old realm god finally knew. Damn, the god of destruction is so heartbroken that he threw such a pot to himself. Looking at Shin, who was a little muddy and couldn't support the wall, the old god of the realm fell into contemplation. Tomorrow I will go to Xingrenxing to bring back the Western Realm King God. The words of the old king of the realm made Jabit sigh slightly, and the old king of the realm meant to give up Shin. By the way, your name is Jabit. The old Quan Wang god suddenly smiled and said to Jabit. Yes, ancestor. Although he didn't know what the old realm king was thinking, he still respectfully replied. Sim, you put your left earring on Jabit. The words of the old realm god made the two of them stunned for a moment, and then they did as they did. The moment Jabit put on the earrings, a terrifying suction force sucked the two towards each other. Help, help, help. Shin and Jabit panicked and tried to break free, but unfortunately the power of Patara's earrings was not something they could resist. In an instant, the two stuck together and finally turned into a ray of light. After the light dissipated, a tall young man with long white hair in Jabit's clothes appeared on the spot. Hey, what a powerful strength, is this me? A thick voice came from the young man's mouth. No, this is a mirror, take a good look at it. A light flashed in the hands of the old realm god, and a mirror appeared in his hand. Ah, who is this? It looks so much like me. Jabit god looked at the person in the mirror and giggled. The old Quan Wangshen was instantly shocked by the stupidity of Jabit. Take a good look, this is who you are now. Chapter 12. A Drat. Nani, this is me. God Jabbat put his head in his hands and looked at the old Quan Wang in disbelief. Because if Quan Wangshan and ordinary people are combined, only Quan Wangshan will remain in the end, so the thoughts of Jabbat at this time are the thoughts of Quan Wangshan. Okay, this will be the usefulness of the Potala earrings. I was also handsome at the beginning, but one day I was accidentally robbed of an earring by an old witch, and I became so ugly. The expression on the old Quan Wangshan's face made Jabbat nodded in a daze. No wonder I've become so strong. Haha, so strong is that I'm not afraid of encountering Majin Buu. Jabbat smiled proudly. What? Majin Buu, that was the great god of terror in the ancient times, how did you know that? The old Quan Wangshan didn't know that Majin Buu had appeared. Under God's explanation, Jabbat's expression turned solemn. From today onwards, you will give me a good training in the realm of the king of the gods, and I will supervise your progress. Alas, now I can only pray that the strength of the devil Buu will be reduced a little more after he wakes up again, otherwise we can only ask for help to destroy it. God. The words of the old Quan Wang god made Jabbat's expression change slightly. I, the dignified realm king, still needs to practice, it's really painful. If the old god of the realm knew this fellow's thoughts, I don't know if he would kill this kid. The next day, the old Jia Wangshan came to Xingrenxing to pick up the western Zhuangshan, and the hard training began in the following days. However, because the ability of the old world king to develop potential does not work for the world king, the old world king just gave them normal training. On the other hand, Zhao Yi and Weiss came to a mysterious planet after leaving the realm of the king of gods. Above a khaki planet, Zhao Yi squinted and looked at the people who were cultivating and fell into deep thought. Lord God of Destruction, this planet is Adlat. The wise man on this planet is a very mysterious young man. It is said that he can communicate with the dragon god. It is not known whether this is true or not, but it is certain that although this famous family has just appeared, each of them has magical abilities. Quote. Weiss smiled and explained to Zhao Yi. What are these abilities? From the original work, Zhao Yi only knew that the Adlat star had the ability to teleport, and the rest was unknown. Ho ho ho, this is a lot to talk about. Every person on this planet has different abilities, such as confinement, teleportation, control of tree growth prediction, and a series of abilities, but their wise men are born with different abilities. However, it can use most of the abilities of the Adrat people. Weiss counted with his fingers. Most of the abilities. Interesting. According to the original text, these abilities seem to be passed on to others. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi smiled slightly, but he had more advanced teleportation, but he didn't use it if he had a driver like Weiss. But things like these prophecies can be very useful. Let's go and meet this so-called wise man. After speaking, the two turned into two comets and rushed towards the ground. In a valley, there is a wooden log cabin. Although this log cabin seems to be crumbling, it has stood in the wind and rain for hundreds of years and has not collapsed. Sitting cross-legged at the door of the wooden house was an old man with red skin and some black spots on his skin. This man was the wise man of Adlat. At this moment, the sage's cloudy eyes and eyebrows opened. The supreme god actually came to my Arad planet, what the hell is going on? The wise man used his superpower to predict that there would be a visit from a god when Zhao Yi and Weiss had just penetrated the atmosphere, but as for the purpose of the visit, his prophecy had not yet reached that level. The wise man stood up slowly, with the wooden stick in his hand pointing slightly to the ground. Shu sha sha sha, quote. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared beside the wise man's cabin. Lord Wise, what are your orders for calling us here? The tall Adrat star who headed it respectfully asked the wise man, and the others also looked at the rickety old man in reverence. God is about to come, and I call you here to welcome the coming of God. Whether it is a disaster or a blessing depends on the good fortune. The words of the wise man made everyone stunned, and God was actually coming. But aren't all gods merciful and great? Why whoa. You can actually predict that I will come, your prophecy is still good. At this moment, a dull voice came from the sky. The crowd looked up. Two figures without any breath did not know when they actually appeared in the sky. If they hadn't seen each other with their own eyes, they might have suspected that they were wrong. Old man, carry the adrat people, and meet the gods. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the wise man when he saw Zhao Yi and Weiss. After that, his eyes glowed with shock, and he quickly knelt down toward Zhao Yi in the sky. Meet the gods! Meet the gods! Meet the gods! Dozens of adrats hurriedly knelt down with the wise men. You all get up, God of Destruction doesn't like these pomps. Weiss's gentle words made everyone feel relieved, and it seemed that he was a god who was good at talking. Only the wise man's forehead slowly broke out in cold sweat. But the god of destruction has a hobby that likes to eat food. If the food is not appetizing, your planet does not need to exist. Ho 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 ho, I'm sorry to say it is a bit scary. Weiss, words instantly changed everyone's face, and some impulsive people wanted to go up and do it. Did you hear? Why don't you hurry up and find some food for the god of destruction? The wise man slammed the ground with his crutches, and everyone instantly woke up from their anger. Swipe. In an instant, all the people disappeared in front of Zhao Yi. You are very good, and you can make the right choice. Well, I came here for another purpose. I heard that you have a lot of superpowers. I have seen your prophecy and teleportation. As for the others. Zhao Yi changed his words, and then clasped his fingernails in a boring way. Chapter 13, Berus Sama. My lord, this is how I learned all the abilities of Adlat Star, please take a look. The wise man didn't hesitate. If Zhao Yi was a big bad guy like Frieza, he wouldn't hand over things even if he died. But Zhao Yi is obviously a god, a great god. It is equivalent to those high-ranking officials in the previous life. If the high-ranking officials want your things, you will of course hand them over, because if you hand them over, you will get the appreciation of the high-ranking officials, which is very good for the development of the race. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, and then a little bit on his hand. The scroll in the wise man's hand slowly flew to Zhao Yi's hand. Yes, since you are so sensible, I will go to the Realm King to say hello. After you die, you can enter the underworld for further studies. After taking other people's things, Zhao Yi will of course give some benefits. After all, he is a god. Although he is a god of destruction, he is still a positive character, isn't he? And just after Zhao Yi's words were finished. I heard the words of the god of destruction. Don't worry, I will make arrangements after the death of the wise man in Adlat. A flattering voice appeared in Zhao Yi's ears. Is this the king of the northern realm? Zhao Yi's eyes passed through the endless void, and at a glance, he saw a short fat man with nodding and wearing sunglasses on a small planet. This is the voice of Lord Realm King. It can actually make Lord Realm King so respectful. What kind of god is this god? Although the wise man guessed that Zhao Yi was a god, the highest god he knew in his vision was the Realm King, and he had never heard of the great Realm King. King of the Northern Realm. You have been monitoring me since I came. Who gave you the courage? Zhao Yi looked at the king of the Northern Realm who nodded and bowed, and wanted to tease him. Sure enough, as soon as the king of the Northern Realm heard it, a pea-sized sweat broke out on his forehead. Bibibi, god of destruction, I didn't mean it, please forgive me if you have a lot. I'll block it right away. This injustice of the king of the Northern Realm. I was told by the great Realm King to work hard from now on, and I couldn't slack off at all, otherwise I would be dismissed and investigated. It was all things that Zhao Yi notified. Now that I am working hard, I accidentally discovered the god of destruction, and I was actually scolded. No need, work hard. Zhao Yi looked at the king of the Northern Realm who was so anxious that his face became like a prawn. In order to prevent the other party from dying of a heart attack, Zhao Yi did not tease him anymore. Yes. The king of the Northern Realm wiped his forehead, sweating profusely. Hama approved. What kind of god is this god of destruction? Just a glance makes me tremble. No, No, I must find Berus to give me a good massage to relieve my little heart. Berus, who was just born, became a massage worker for the king of the north. By the way, first ask the great realm lord, what kind of god is this god of destruction? The king of the north realm, who was teased by Zhao Yi, could only run to the king of the great realm for comfort. And the wise man of the Adrat star has been stunned at this time, and the supreme god of the universe that he thinks is actually just garbage in the eyes of the adult in front of him. God bless my clan. It's right to hug your thighs. The old wise man was so excited that the folds on his face trembled. But then again. At this moment, Zhao Yi spoke up. The wise hurriedly listened carefully. This is an oracle. Mother's chicken, I've been here for so long, what's the food? Zhao Yi groaned while touching his stomach, knowing that he hadn't eaten for more than 2,000 years. This is simply intolerable for Zhao Yi, who was a foodie in his previous life and still a foodie in the future. Ho 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 ho, if the god of destruction is not full or if the food is not delicious, he will go into a frenzy. Weiss covered his mouth and smiled. Yes, yes, the old man urged him immediately. The wise man was sweating profusely on his forehead, and quickly tapped the ground with the cane in his hand. A large wooden table and chairs slowly grew out of the ground. After asking Zhao Yi to sit down, the wise man disappeared in front of Zhao Yi in a teleportation. Zhao Yi was bored and opened the scroll in his hand. Teleportation. Feel the breath of others, and then use the breath as a coordinate to break through the space to reach the breath position. This guy can't learn this thing without any strength. No wonder only a few dozen of the tens of thousands of Adarat people can teleport. As a magical skill, teleportation is not something that can be learned by just one person. According to the description inside, Zhao Yi roughly guessed that it would take at least 1,000 combat power points to learn this skill. And the stronger the strength, the farther the place can go. It's as simple as one. Zhao Yi learned it almost in an instant, which is why he was a little surprised. Although it was very simple after knowing the principle, it seemed a bit excessive in an instant. Seeing that the body of the god of destruction has undergone a qualitative change after I crossed over. 2,000 years ago, when I was learning combat skills, it was very laborious, but it was definitely not as simple as it is now to learn a skill at a glance. Ha ha ha, there are benefits to seeing people who have passed through. No wonder most people who have passed through can become dragons and phoenixes among people. A smile appeared on the corner of Zhao Yi's mouth. Ho ho ho, did the god of destruction see anything funny? Why do you laugh so happily? Of course, the most dissonant thing was Wes's motherly voice. Forget it, practice hard, and try to beat Weiss, mother first. This time, Zhao Yi woke up and suddenly found that Wes's combat power had actually risen. Although it was not as terrifying as he was, it was still twice as high. However, Zhao Yi knew that as long as he understood the second level of Zizai Jigong, the white god mode, he would be able to instantly rub Wes on the ground. Chapter 14, Time Reverse. Victory is just around the corner. It seems that we can't be lazy anymore. Let's do our best to beat Wes. After Zhao Yi sighed, he began to look at other superpowers. Imprisoned. It's not as perfect as I have mastered it, don't. Manipulation. Is it equivalent to puppet art? Yes, I learned it. Mind power. Oh, you are tall, you have learned it. The telepathy is not bad, but I don't know if I can predict what Weiss is thinking. Zhao Yi learned all the superpowers after he glanced at them. What Zhao Yi likes most is change and great prophecy. But that's not the most important thing right now. Weiss, you have the guts to grab my cake again. At this time, Zhao Yi, whose mouth was already stuffed with something, roared angrily at Weiss, whose stomach was like a bottomless pit. No, god of destruction obviously eats more than I do. Weiss also muttered to Zhao Yi with a look of contempt. You eat every day, I haven't eaten for 2,000 years, so you dare to rob me. Immediately, the two were quarreling again. On the other hand, the wise man and the tall Adrat star were serving dishes all the time. As a race that can teleport, the adroit people teleported directly to a planet tens of thousands of light years away to find these food for Zhao Yi. Almost all the most delicious food within hundreds of thousands of light years nearby. Weiss, you give me back my chicken legs. Zhao Yi finally couldn't bear it anymore. It's not good to grab his own chicken legs. Weiss is doing something, a big thing. Sir, God of Destruction, this is not a chicken leg, this is the leg of an ice fire bird, which can only be eaten once in hundreds of years. Weiss hurriedly flew into the sky holding a huge chicken leg, for fear that Zhao Yi would snatch it away. Okay, you have a seed. Zhao Yi spat, and the whole person disappeared with a swipe. Ah, what about people? Weiss was stunned for a moment, suddenly felt his hand light, and looked down to see that the chicken leg in his hand had disappeared. And Zhao Yi actually smiled at himself with Ice Fire Bird's leg not far away. Lord God of Destruction, you are fooling yourself, and you can grab the chicken legs with your free will, and you can do it too. Weiss looked aggrievedly at Zhao Yi, who radiated white light. With a single round of strength, Weiss is simply inferior to Zhao Yi. However, under Zhao Yi's use of Zizai Ji Gong, Weiss didn't even have the ability to react at all. After all, it's impossible for Weiss to be using the ultimate inspiration technique all the time. And Zhao Yi didn't bother about Reeves, so he took a bite. Crack! The sound of teeth crashing made Zhao Yi's face darken instantly. Wes! Zhao Yi let out a furious rage, emitting a terrifying purple light all over his body, and in an instant, the entire Adrat star began to vibrate. Countless space cracks appeared around, and the planet began to crack inch by inch. Lord God of Destruction, calm down, you have received the magical power. God forgive me. At this moment, the wise man in the tall Adrat can't wait to slap himself a few times. Why only prepare a thigh of the ice and fire bird? It's a pity that after a whole purple light flashed, the entire Adrat star disappeared into the starry sky in an instant. And Zhao Yi didn't pay attention to this at all, and the golden hole of his whole body instantly turned white. Huge white arrogance spewed out from the body. Whis, who had just grabbed the chicken leg and turned it into a streak of light, felt a pain in his hand for a moment. Subconsciously, he put down the chicken leg in his hand. Humph! A cold hum came from behind, and Weiss turned to look. My God, God of Destruction, are you trying to grab a chicken leg? You even broke through the Zizai Ji Yi Gong. Weiss smiled wryly, and in order not to be beaten, Weiss quickly put on a serious look. Master God of Destruction, hurry up and disperse Zizai Extreme Intention skill. You haven't fully mastered it yet. In this case, your God of Destruction will be consumed very quickly. Weiss, words made Zhao Yi smile with disdain. I don't know what your kid is thinking. Don't you just want to grab my chicken legs after I'm relieved of the ultimate freedom? Don't even think about it. At this time, Zhao Yi's telepathy technique immediately guessed Weiss's careful thoughts. After speaking, Zhao Yi ate the big chicken leg of the ice fire bird in a few bites under Weiss' resentful eyes. Well, not bad, I'll have a chance to eat it later. Licking his mouth, Zhao Yi enjoyed his full stomach. By the way, give me a few minutes back in time, I seem to have accidentally destroyed the Adlat star just now. Zhao Yi put his hands behind his back and glanced at Weiss lightly. HMPH, Lord God of Destruction is right, even if you don't give people food to eat, you still treat them as coolies every day. My life is really pitiful, eh? The appearance of Weiss covering his face and crying made Zhao Yi a pain in the ass. However, under Zhao Yi's lewd power, Weiss still came to the sky above the Adrat star. After a little bit of the scepter in his hand, a green light instantly enveloped the starry sky. Zhao Yi frowned slightly when he saw the green light. It's such a profound energy that I can't interpret it at all. Zhao Yi originally thought that his current talent might be a little inspirational. Ho ho ho, Lord God of Destruction, don't look at it, as the God of Destruction, you control the energy of destruction, and I, the priest, control the energy of time. It is impossible for you to learn both energies at the same time, unless you want to give up your energy. Destructive energy. Weiss, words made Zhao Yi suddenly realize that these two energies seem to be the same as the laws described in the novels in the previous life. But it's not impossible. Weiss smiled. Chapter 15. Does anyone play time travel? Weiss said with a smile. I'm a chicken, how can I feel unreliable looking at the smiling face of this turtle son? Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes and stared at Weiss. How about you talk about it? Zhao Yi's eyes stared at Weiss for a while, and he was still a little scared. Lord God of Destruction seems to be getting more and more irritable recently. No, I've been hiding and cultivating for 2,000 years just to avoid being beaten. I can't let Lord God of Destruction surpass me. Weiss didn't know what Zhao Yi wanted to do when he looked at him with weird eyes. Ho ho ho, if the God of Destruction wants to comprehend time energy, you only need to spend 10,000 times more time than me. Well, our priests began to comprehend time energy from birth. Sure enough, what Weiss said instantly made Zhao Yi's face darken. As far as I know, your age is probably billions of years. You told me that you have 10,000 times more time than you. Zhao Yi asked with a sneer. That's right, as a priest, the birthday of Whis and the seventh universe are the same day. So he's more than 1 billion years old. Oh, the Loon family is not that old. I am the youngest among the priests. Weiss looked embarrassed. Zhao Yi just rolled his eyes and didn't say a word. And just after the two of them had a conversation, the surrounding scene began to change rapidly. The ruins that had burst open were slowly recovered from a distant place. Countless flying stones slowly merged together and finally turned into a khaki planet. The law of time is really terrifying. If I master the time suspension in it, people who are several times stronger than me are not my opponents. At this moment, Zhao Yi once again felt the gap between himself and Weiss. It can be said that if Weiss wanted to kill him, it only took a moment for his cat head to fall to the ground. It has been decided that I must learn the law of time, it is impossible not to learn it. Zhao Yi's firm eyes. Weiss did not see it. If he saw it, he would definitely complain that he had less time to rest. Countless people from the Adalat star who died in Zhao Yi's rage just now were all resurrected. And Zhao Yi didn't go any further, after all, he was full. Come on, go around somewhere else. After speaking, Zhao Yi and Weiss turned into a ray of light and disappeared above the Adrat star. And the memory of the wise man and the big man on the ground still remained in the fight between Zhao Yi and Weiss 3 minutes ago. Lord Wise, where is the God of Destruction? The big man asked the wise man suspiciously. The wise man rolled his eyes at him. I know prophecy, but I'm not Baidu. How can I know everything? You can't make up your own mind. However, in order to maintain his tall image, the wise man sighed incomprehensibly. Alas, the gods are far away. Seeing that humans and gods are not destined to have much interaction, it may bring disaster to us. The words of the wise have been passed down to later generations, and the later generations of the Adrat people would stay away from the Protoss after encountering them, and eventually missed many opportunities to hug their thighs. What's more, after his death, he was elected by the Realm King to the Great Realm King to cultivate, and he strictly refused. The wise man waited for countless years on the Great Realm King star, but he did not wait for his own clan, and when he finally learned the truth, he was so angry that he lost his mind. Of course, Zhao Yi has no time to pay attention to these things. Weiss, is there a race called Saiyans in this universe? Zhao Yi and Weiss were flying at high speed in the universe at this time. Oh, God of Destruction is interested in this race. Of course, the Saiyan race is very interesting. Weiss said to Zhao Yi with a smile. Interesting, what's the point? Ho 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 ho, the God of Destruction will know when he sees him. Weiss knew that since Zhao Yi had asked the question, he would definitely go and have a look, and directly adjusted the direction and flew towards the Saiyan planet. A few minutes later, Zhao Yi came to a planet full of craters. This planet is planted with sparse vegetation, and at the same time, it is many times larger than the Earth. However, Zhao Yi could only feel a rare breath from above. There is only one race. Don't they have other animals? It is hard to imagine that there are no other creatures besides humans on a planet, and of course the sparse vegetation does not count. As the god of destruction has seen, all other creatures on this planet have been eaten up by the Saiyans, even the original inhabitants. Now they only survive on the last vegetation. Weiss, explanation immediately confused Zhao Yi. Eat up. So terrifying. A planet has been eaten up. Zhao Yi thought that he was a big foodie. He never thought that there were people who were more foodies than himself, and they were still a race. Looking at the original book, Wukong's food intake is completely inherited, and maybe it has become smaller. At this moment, Weiss, who was still smiling, suddenly frowned. What's wrong with you? Zhao Yi asked in a deep voice. It is definitely not an easy thing to make Weiss frown. Someone broke the time barrier and traveled from the distant future. Weiss, words made Zhao Yi frown. Do you know that it came from a few years ago? A flash of inspiration appeared in Zhao Yi's mind, and a domineering figure appeared in his mind. I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure at least 800 or 900 years. Weiss, words made Zhao Yi more sure of the other party's identity. Well, know where he is, go and see. Yes, god of destruction. Weiss also swept the scepter in his hand, and the two flew tens of millions of light years away again. Chapter 16. Bardock. In a dry cave, a muscular man was lying in the innermost part of the cave. The man wears a red scarf on his head and has a scar on his face with a cross. Suddenly, the man's eyes suddenly opened. Where is this place? Am I not dead? The man remembered that fiery red light ball, and it was impossible for him to be alive under the shroud of that light ball. You're awake. Just then, a child's voice came from the entrance of the cave. The man suddenly looked towards the entrance of the cave. I saw a little thing that looked like a pink frog standing at the door at this time. This little thing looks delicious, but it's a little smaller. The little thing that was stared at by the man's eyes was instantly frightened. What a terrible person, wouldn't it be the legendary chrysanthemum monster that Dad said? The little thing subconsciously covered his butt. Where is this place? How could I be here? This man is Wukong's father, Bardock. Bardock stood up slowly and walked towards the little thing, but the back of his hand was ready to kill the little thing after a meal. It seemed to feel a strong sense of malice. The little thing said while covering his butt and walking towards the back. This is Plant Star, my name is Bailey. Bardock was stunned by the small things. Plant Star, isn't that the original name of Prince Planet? Bardock strode towards the outside of the cave. Everything is so familiar. This child really looks like a planter. Am I going back to the past? Bardock also lost the desire to eat at this time, and fell into contemplation. You're awake, it's really good. Just then, a voice came from behind him. Bardock frowned and turned his head, only to see a bigger Plant Star walking in from the other side of Shandong. Little Bailey saw his father hurriedly ran behind his father to hide. Hello, I'm Bailey's father. Your injury is not healed yet. Don't move yet. Bailey's father came over with a smile and took out a bottle of blue liquid. Slowly fell on Bardock's arm. This feeling is actually the same as the medicinal liquid in the treatment cabin. Am I really going back to the past? Bardock became more and more suspicious of the matter. Okay, this bottle is for you, you can fully recover after you use it. Bailey's father said to Bardock with a smile. Bardock picked up the medicinal liquid unceremoniously, but he also disappeared from the thoughts of wanting to wash the two father and son. Oh, by the way, you haven't eaten for a long time, this is our little intention, look. Bailey's father smiled and pointed to the fruit on the table not far away and asked Bardock. Bardock didn't say a word, picked up the food and walked outside. No matter how much Bailey's father shouted, he didn't look back. Dad, forget it, this person probably doesn't want to trouble us. Little Bailey persuaded his father. What do you know, there are only 2 baskets at home, and he took one away, shit. Bailey was speechless when he listened to his father's complaints, and his feelings were for the basket. In the days that followed, Bailey's father sent his son to deliver food every day in order to get back his beloved basket. It is a pity that the timid Bailey took the food and ran away after putting down the food, and the basket with the food was left in the cave that Bardock found. Dad, I don't dare, that man is so fierce, I was scared back when I saw it. This day, little Bailey came back with an empty basket, and cried when he saw his father, little Bailey. Useless things, your father, I'll show you what it means to steal a beam and change a column. After Bailey's father snorted coldly, he took the basket and food and left. When Bailey's father arrived, he saw Bardock, who wanted to change his taste because of eating fruit every day, grilling frogs. Of course, he was not a planter. But it still made Bailey's father pale with fright. A few minutes later, Bailey was sitting at the door of the house and saw his father stumbling back. Hoo, it's too scary, Bailey will be yours to deliver food in the future. Now he has cut off the idea of getting the basket back. The simple-minded little Bailey didn't know that if his father was so scared that he urinated when he saw someone eating a frog, it would definitely ruin his 3 views. In the next few days, little Bailey was delivering food to Bardock. Of course, Bardock also began to talk to him slowly, and things in the universe. Of course, during these times, Bardock finally confirmed that he was really thrown from the future world to the past. Although I don't know how many years I have come back, Bardock knows that it will never be 100 or 200 years. Boom! At this moment, a huge roar came from a distance. Bardock rushed out quickly, only to see a few aliens in battle suits in the distance wreaking havoc. Countless planters died. After seeing the spaceship coming from the other side, Bardock was angry. Frieza's ship, damn it. As the most powerful existence among the lower-level warriors, Bardock has a combat power of more than 18,000, and after crossing over from the past, his combat power has once again soared to 30,000. In an instant, Bardock appeared in front of several cosmic beings. After a devastating battle, all the cosmic beings were wiped out. At this moment, Bardock became the hero of the plant stars. But Bardock knew that these people were just the vanguard, and according to Frieza's urination, he would definitely send more people. And just when Bardock just returned to the cave, 2 figures suddenly fell from the sky. Chapter 17. Yes, the gods can do whatever they want. You're a time traveler. The 2 figures just fell to the ground. I heard the mighty cat in front of me say to me, "Damn it, cats can talk these days." Bardock looked at Zhao Yi curiously, but he was most shocked by what the other party said. What, did I really go back in time? The spaceship Bardock, who had seen Frieza, thought that he had just been sent to a planet very similar to the previous Prince planet. However, he had just overturned his guess, and someone told him that his guess was actually true. Who are you? Why do you know I'm from the future? Bardock looked at Zhao Yi and Weiss with a wary expression. Don't tell me. Weiss, search his memory. Zhao Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, because he also knew that Bardock didn't know anything, and it would be a ghost if he could really ask. Yes, God of Destruction. Weiss smiled slightly. On the other hand, Bardock looked at Zhao Yi, who didn't take them seriously at all, and their self-esteem couldn't take it anymore. I'm a dignified lower-level warrior leader. If you say ignore it, ignore it. Even if Frieza comes, you don't dare to do it to yourself. You are the little cookie. Bardock wanted to resist, but suddenly his eyes flashed, and Wes, who was just a few meters away, had appeared in front of him at some point. And his own body couldn't move for some reason. Damn, what the hell is going on? Bardock grinned and looked at Weiss, who had put the scepter on his head. Hey, there's nothing at all, it's impossible. Weiss was stunned for a moment. He actually didn't find anything in Bardock's mind. Just know that a newborn baby has something to look at. Huh, is there such a thing? Zhao Yi was also stunned for a moment, but then Zhao Yi's face suddenly became solemn. Even if Whis couldn't check the opponent's consciousness, it meant that Bardock was sent over by no means by accident. It seems that the water in Dragon Ball world is very deep. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Whis slowly took his hand off Bardock's head, and then returned to Zhao Yi's back. Of course, Zhao Yi knew that at this time, Whis was already contacting the Grand Priest to report the matter. Zhao Yi, on the other hand, smiled at Bardock who couldn't move. You are a Saiyan. Zhao Yi's words surprised Bardock. That's right, who are you and why can't I move? Bardock said to Zhao Yi with a slight anger. After Zhao Yi listened, his fingertips slightly touched, and after a click, Bardock suddenly felt that his body could move. Humph, come on, what the hell are you doing here? Bardock also saw that his strength was not the opponent's opponent, but his own Saiyan pride was not something that the opponent could trample on either. The God of Destruction is the highest God in this universe, and you have already committed the sin of time travel in the universe by coming from the future, so you have two choices. Whis said to Bardock with a smile. What a choice. Quote. Bardock was secretly frightened, the supreme God of the universe. It sounds so tall and rushing, no wonder it is so powerful. But for Bardock's words, Whis just smiled without saying a word, nudging his mouth to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yi was stunned in an instant, and he was a chicken, how did he know the choice of this Lao Shizi? And Zhao Yi learned from memory that the punishment was inconclusive at all. Under Wes's signal, Bardock quickly turned his attention to Zhao Yi. Ahem, the choice is simple, one is that I will destroy you, and then all traces of your presence in this world will disappear. Of course, Zhao Yi can't say that he doesn't know what the punishment is, he can only arrange the punishment himself. What? Destruction? Are you playing with me? The Supreme God is amazing, and the Supreme God can do whatever he wants. Bardock was instantly angry, and he almost got angry at Zhao Yi. Huh. Seeing Bardock's attitude, Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Immediately, Zhao Yi smiled happily. Yes, the Supreme God is amazing, the Supreme God can do whatever he wants. After Zhao Yi smiled, he glanced at Wes, who was smiling and said, we not only want to destroy your body, we also want to destroy your soul, so that you know that God can do whatever he wants. Zhao Yi's words suddenly made Bardock choked and speechless. He knew that what Zhao Yi said was true. Mummy, where are these two gods? They are obviously local gangsters, they are simply unreasonable. Bardock clenched his fists tightly, but in the end there was no impulse. Tell me, what's the second option? Bardock spat, the situation is stronger than people, as long as the other party does not insult him, it is not impossible to promise the other party. Zhao Yi was immediately stunned. Mao Xian thought of teasing the other party, and now he doesn't know what to do after teasing. Hey, there is. Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. There is a clan of frozen demons making trouble in this universe. I will give you a choice to kill King Chilled, who is in their current hand, and then I will ignore you. Zhao Yi's words made Whis beside him stunned. Why is the God of Destruction thinking about looking for trouble with the frozen demon clan every day? Is it because the God of Destruction wants to see the transformation show and didn't see it? The God of Destruction is too stingy. Of course, Whis didn't dare to say these words casually, otherwise it would be bad for Zhao Yi to get angry and duel with him. Beating Zhao Yi with a little effort is a trivial matter. The key is to touch up makeup afterwards. The Frozen Demon Clan. What is that? Huh, isn't it just killing someone? I Bardock have killed a few. Chapter 18. King Chilled the Bull. On a mountain peak in Plant Star, a dusty man sat on the top of the mountain. The man stared at the sky with a pair of dead fish eyes. It's been 3 days, my mother has been here for 3 days, why hasn't this damn Chilled come here? The man was Bardock, who was trapped by Zhao Yi. As for why it is being pitted, it is very simple. After Bardock patted his chest and assured him that he would kill Chilled, Zhao Yi took him to this mountain and said that Chilled would fly over from the sky here. HMPH, don't worry, I'm waiting here, and I will never leave here. Bardak's foreign appearance made Zhao Yi unhappy for a while, and then our god of destruction, with a slight fingertip, instantly froze Bardak. Nani, what are you doing to stop me? Bardak roared furiously. Don't worry, I'm just afraid that you will run away. After all, what do you think? We just met, and you didn't give me a deposit or anything. When you run away, it means that my work has not been completed. What should I do if I am criticized by my superiors? Zhao Yi's bitter words made Bardak nodded slightly. Yes, you are right. In this way, after being put up by Zhao Yi to look up to the sky, Bardak left. Wow, Lord Bardak is so hardworking. For our planet star, we don't eat or drink for 3 days. I must be a hero like Lord Bardak in the future. That's right, I'm me too. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. What made Bardak collapse the most was that the group of little brats under him actually came to him every day to point at him. Although it means that he wants to make himself an idol, but he, Bardak, is a proud Saiyan, how could he need the heroic title of this Roshi? Child, if you don't come here again, I'm going to shit. And just when Bardak was about to collapse, suddenly there was a glimmer of light in the corner of his eyes. Come on, come on, come on. Bardak excitedly stared at the circular spaceship flying towards him in the sky. Bardak, who was originally very excited, changed a bit after seeing the flight direction of the spaceship. I'm going to date you. Can you drive a spaceship? I didn't see a mountain here. Bardak looked in horror at the spaceship that was getting closer and closer to him. Boom. After a final sound of impact, the entire mountain peak was cut off. And the spaceship is also inserted in the mountains. And Bardak also flew upside down covered in blood, and finally landed in the gravel. Cough, cough, child of the grass mud horse, I'm going to turn you over if I don't have a chicken. In the rubble, Bardak smeared the healing liquid he carried on his body. Soon his injuries recovered quickly. At this moment, the cabin door of the spacecraft inserted in the mountain opened. A preschooler walked out of the room with a coda. There are also a few dead running tricks behind him. Ha 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 ha, how is my braking technique, sir? It's handsome. The immature Chilled laughed with his hands on his hips. King Zilda's happy. King Zilda's happy. A few salted fish who only called 666 quickly followed suit. Do you know what this technology is called? Chilled smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, the runners hurriedly shook their heads in coordination. Ha ha ha, I knew you didn't know, this trick is called the Iron Head Baby hitting the wall breaking technique. Oh hoo hoo hoo. Child's magical smile spread thousands of meters away. King Chilled is awesome. King Chilled is awesome. At this moment, the accident happened. Child, who was still laughing wildly, suddenly felt that he was being choke-pointed. After a while, Chilled was smashed to the ground by the sudden appearance of Bardak, who fell over his shoulder. Then he kicked his head wildly. The surrounding salted fish have been stunned. Isn't the iron-headed baby? Is it hitting the wall? Is it cool? Huh? Bardak kicked and cursed at the same time. Boom. Ellipsis 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 quote. At this moment, waves of vibrations came from the ground, and Bardak's expression changed. He quickly flew into the distance. Boom. After a loud roar, a terrifying mushroom cloud emerged from the place where Bardak had kicked the pupil angrily. Chilled burst out from the ground with a red light. Seeing that their adults were all right, a group of salted fish laughed happily. King Chilled is awesome, King Chilled is awesome. Quote. Hearing this sentence, Chilled's face darkened instantly. A streak of red energy condensed from his palm, and slammed into the middle of Shanyu's men with a bewildered face. After an explosion, countless stumps flew everywhere. Niu, you are so numb, where did you die when Lao Tzu was beaten? After spitting at the dead people, Chilled looked angrily at Big Bardak not far away. Only at this time did Bardock see clearly the appearance of the child in front of him. Frieza, it's you. Chapter 19, Super Saiyan Bardock. Frieza, who is Frieza? I'm King Chilled, you kid, take a good look at it. The fiery red arrogance on Chilled's body became more and more violent, as if it would burn soon. If you look closely, it really doesn't look like you. Frieza is so ugly as you are, but you are a frozen demon family. Bardock said, hiding his right hand behind his back, and a ball of light condensed. Ho ho ho, you still know that our frozen clan has a bit of culture. Chilled smiled arrogantly with his hands on his hips. Bang! Suddenly, a flash of light in the sky shook Chilled's eyes with pain. What the hell? Chilled, who rubbed his eyes, hurriedly looked into the sky. I saw a ball of light floating in the sky at this time. Damn, there's something wrong with turning on the lights during the day. Chilled spat. Roar. After a huge beast roar. A huge foot was stepped down in the sky. Even after dozens of Misel's face turned green. What a big kick. Chilled also sensed the terrifying aura of the giant palm. Immediately, he flashed to the side. HMPH, Chilled, right. I am 10 times as powerful as I was before. No matter how powerful you are no match for me. Bardock, who was transformed into a giant ape, laughed wildly and stepped on Chilled one by one. Chilled could only flee in embarrassment. Damn, who the hell are you? Chilled has never seen such a terrifying race yet, and he can still transform. Ha ha ha, remember, the one who killed you was a Saiyan, and my name is Bardock. Bardock laughed wildly and shot a huge ball of light from his mouth. Damn, dare to underestimate me. Chilled was furious, his muscles suddenly bursting out. The whole person became taller like an inflatable doll. That is, the combat power has been increased from the original 200,000 to 400,000. Do you think it's just you that will transform? Chilled roared and charged towards Bardock. The situation immediately reversed. Later, by chance, Chilled cut off Bardock's tail in one fell swoop. The wilted Bardock was completely defeated. Just when Chilled laughed wildly and was about to kill Bardock, Bailey's father and son ran over and sent 2 heads from 1,000 miles away. Bardock, who was already furious, instantly burst into flames. The arrogance slowly dyed Bardock's hair yellow. Grass, what hair dye is so awesome? After leaving this last game, Chilled was kicked into the universe by the Super Saiyan Bardock. Of course, Chilled did not die immediately, but was rescued by his own clan a few days later. Without the healing liquid, they could only watch Chilled die. Chilled's eyes widened suddenly before he died. Tell the junior, be careful, beware of killing Matsians with blonde hair. After that, Chilled ended his short acting career. The other side. Bardock, who had just defeated Chilled, came to the seriously injured Bailey and his son. Under the treatment of therapeutic liquid, the 2 father and son slowly recovered. And at this moment, 2 figures with the momentum of destroying the sky and the earth slowly floated down from the sky. Master God of Destruction, would it be better to pretend to be realistic like this? Whis whispered to the God of Destruction. Enla, these mortals just want to scare them, they will know that you are a god. This is the general outline of the pretense summed up by the God of Destruction based on the experience of his previous life. Wow, what a terrible person, the cat demon is here, the cat demon is here. When little Bailey saw the God of Destruction, his face turned blue with fright, and he shouted and hid behind his father. Don't be afraid, we have, Lord Bardock. Bailey's father's legs were already weak with fright. The conversation between the 2 instantly made the God of Destruction pale. Hey, kid. The indifferent voice of the God of Destruction reached Bailey's ears, causing him to scream. Ho 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 ho, God of Destruction, you are too scary, look at scaring other people's children. The God of Destruction rolled his eyes at Wes's schadenfreude. Okay, Bardock, our deal is done. I'll ignore you as long as you don't do things in the universe. The god of destruction spoke to Bardock with a blank expression. However, Bardock looked at the god of destruction at this time, but something was wrong. The god of destruction couldn't guess what Bardock was thinking, so he raised his right hand slightly to make it empty. A terrifying purple light blasted towards Bardock. What? Bardock hurriedly condensed a golden gas bomb and smashed it towards the god of destruction's purple light. However, Zigwang rushed through the golden air bullet like a broken bamboo and then stopped on Bardock's forehead. Bardock broke out in a big cold sweat, and the strong breath of death almost suffocated Bardock. Damn, why are you so strong? I'm already a Super Saiyan. Bardock said with an ugly expression. If you want to compete with me, you must first understand the realm of God, or you will never touch my finger. The god of destruction glanced at Bardock lightly. If Bardock could comprehend the realm of God, he might have a chance to compete with him. By the way, to give you a sentient reminder, not far from this planet, the Saiyan gathering place is there. After finishing speaking, the god of destruction gave him a coordinate. Bardock couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Thank you. In Bardock's sincere thanks, the god of destruction took Wes away from planet. There are actually Saiyans nearby, ha ha ha, let's see what the Saiyans are like in this era. After saying goodbye to Bailey and his son, Bardock flew towards Saiyan Star in Child's spaceship. Chapter 20. I want to learn the law of time. Wes, do you know the Super Saiyan that Bardock said just now? Wes and the god of destruction are flying towards the god of destruction at this time. On the way, Zhao Yi asked Wes. Super Saiyan, I really heard that there is a legend that a Super Saiyan will appear among the Saiyans in 1,000 years. Weiss smiled and slowly explained to the god of destruction. Super Saiyans have been around since the race of Saiyans began to appear, and after every 1,000 years, a Saiyan with exceptionally powerful natural strength will appear. Even if you don't practice this Saiyan's strength growth rate is hundreds of times that of ordinary Saiyans, this Saiyan has the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan when he is an adult. After the transformation, the strength has skyrocketed. Generally, the Kaiwang god can't beat the adult Super Saiyan, but the legendary Super Saiyan died before the Kaiwang god found it. Whis' last words made Koken, the god of destruction, shrink violently. Dead, what the hell is going on? The god of destruction asked solemnly. The reasons are complicated, let's put it this way, the legendary Super Saiyan was born with a bad temper. Generally, after each birth, there will be a major disaster on the Saiyan planet, either the genocide or the destruction of the planet. This also led to the fact that although Saiyans are a race that has been handed down from ancient times, there is no reason for any development. Weiss' explanation reminded Zhao Yi that the destruction of the Prince planet in the original book was not long after Broly was born. But since the planet has been destroyed, how can there still be Saiyans handed down? Zhao Yi doesn't believe that the surly legendary Super Saiyan will stay alive. This is going to start with the Bardock you just met. Speaking of which, I was shocked to see that Bardock would transform into a Super Saiyan, because among the Saiyans, there will be royalty every 1,000 years. Through training, become an ordinary golden Super Saiyan. Although this type of Super Saiyan is not very strong, it can become extremely powerful in the showdown with the legendary Super Saiyan. History: almost all the legendary Super Saiyans above were killed by normal Saiyans. Quote. It's a big secret. It's a big secret. The legendary Super Saiyans who were sought after in their previous lives actually did not survive to the end. All of them were killed by ordinary Super Saiyans. That's not right. You said that ordinary Super Saiyans will only come from the royal family, so Bardock is the royal family. The god of destruction clearly remembered that Bardock was just an ordinary lower-level Saiyan. I don't know about this. All the Saiyans in my memory are descendants of the royal family to become Super Saiyans. Weiss smiled and shook his head. The god of destruction also fell into contemplation. After a few minutes, the two returned to Destruction God realm. Okay, god of destruction, what are you trying to cultivate this time? Your current strength can be said to be that all the other gods of destruction combined are not your opponents. On the edge of the pond, Weiss asked the god of destruction with a smile. To be honest, this powerful god of destruction has never been seen by Weiss since the birth of Universe 7. Perhaps this god of destruction would only appear before the 7th universe was born. However, is the god of destruction enough just to be able to defeat other gods of destruction? No, absolutely impossible. I'm going to punch the old man and the great priest in the future, and kick the existence of Quan Wang elementary school students. Will such a little strength be enough? Of course, the god of destruction couldn't say this sentence, and if he said it, he would be invited to tea by the high priest. Even King Quan would find himself to play the game of god of destruction. Weiss, you have to have a dream. There is no difference between a dream and a salted fish. I really don't know how you got into the priesthood. The god of destruction looked at Weiss with contempt, which made Weiss actually feel like a salted fish. Yeah, what happened to the god of destruction? You think about cultivating every day. Is a punch like Master Pa really so effective? Weiss just wanted to beat the elephant for a while now, and the good-looking baby god of destruction was broken by one punch. Stop talking nonsense. Starting today, I will learn the manipulation of time and energy. The god of destruction ordered Weiss with his hands behind his back. Studying time energy. Lord god of destruction, are you ill? Weiss hurriedly came to the god of destruction and tested his forehead with his hands. I don't have a fever. What nonsense are you talking about? Weiss's action made the god of destruction speechless for a while. Are you looking down on Lao Tzu's talent? There's no reason why you can't learn anything from the god of destruction theology. Did you forget that I won the championship in the god of destruction IQ test? The god of destruction said proudly. Although the previous god of destruction is delicious and lazy, his IQ really has nothing to say. No, Lord God of Destruction, I told you that you already have destructive energy. If you want to learn time energy, it will cost 10,000 times that of a normal person. Are you sure you want to learn it? Wei Wei's bitter expression made Zhao Yi narrow his eyes again. And he stared silently at Weiss, which made Weiss feel more and more frightened. Okay, God of Destruction, don't stare at people like this, it's really annoying, can't I teach you? Weiss groaned. The god of destruction took a deep breath and forcibly held back his rage. No, you can't get mad, and you must not get mad in order to beat this kid better in the future. The god of destruction forced himself to comfort himself in his heart. Dragon Ball Lao Tzu is the god of destruction. Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21. Start cultivation, time and space energy. Weiss looked serious at the determined god of destruction. Since the god of destruction wants to learn the control of time energy, it will have to suffer a bit, because the law of time is not so easy to learn. There was nothing in Weiss' serious words that frightened the god of destruction. Let's go to another dimension. After finishing speaking, Weiss knocked the scepter against the void. Ding! After a crisp sound, the space in the void suddenly collapsed. A white alien dimension appeared in front of the god of destruction. This god of space destruction is very familiar. When he was not very strong hundreds of thousands of years ago, he would often accidentally smash the space. At this time, Weiss will restore him. However, the god of destruction has also entered this different dimension many times. In fact, these different dimensions are the kind of rooms in the spiritual time room. The flow rate inside is also different. If the god of destruction wants to understand the energy of time and space, the best way is to practice in different time and space, so that you can have more understanding of time and space. However, there are also some very dangerous places in these different dimensions. I will try my best to avoid the god of destruction. Weiss rarely spoke to the god of destruction with a solemn expression, which let the god of destruction know that Weiss was not joking now. I know, do you see me as such a timid person? Zhao Yi spat at Weiss. No, god of destruction is the most powerful in my eyes. Weiss quickly complimented. In that case, let's get started. Then the two stepped into the alien space one after the other. As soon as the two arrived, the space crack behind them slowly closed. This alien dimension is the most suitable space for the current Lord God of Destruction to cultivate from the tens of millions closest to us. The time difference between him is 10 days here and 1 day outside. After Weiss finished speaking, he came to an open space in front of him and used his cane to mark an area. The God of Destruction was staring at the pure white space around him in a daze. Where does his energy come from in such a hot climate? According to the law of conservation of energy. Anyway, there is no source of light and heat. But Zhao Yi is not thinking about these now. What are you doing, Weiss? Seeing that not far away, the God of Destruction, Weiss, who was writhing in circles with his scepter, asked aloud in doubt. However, Weiss ignored the God of Destruction and continued to draw circles, watching him turn a distance of 1 centimeter in a minute, making the God of Destruction a pain in the ass. But he didn't bother him either. Huh, I've finally drawn it. The time-space formation is really troublesome. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, Weiss smiled and looked towards the God of Destruction. Lord God of Destruction, this is my own original space-time formation. If you use it to understand the energy of space-time, you can get twice the result with half the effort. The arrogant words of Weiss made the God of Destruction puzzled for a while. You're the only one who will study the formation technique. Is it reliable? Seeing the suspicious gaze of the God of Destruction, Weiss was rarely angry. Master God of Destruction, no matter how I say it, I am a genius of the angel family. Is it easy to spend hundreds of millions of years to come up with a formation? You still doubt others. As he spoke, Weiss burst into tears. Damn it, I'm just asking, where did Weiss come from so fragile? Looking at Weiss crying, God of Destruction could only fly over and pat him on the shoulder. Okay, I'm just talking for fun, I don't mean that. After hearing the God of Destruction, Weiss slowly raised his head. Unexpectedly, this kid didn't cry at all. Ho 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 ho, Lord God of Destruction actually coaxes people. Looking at the grinning whisper God of Destruction, he instantly felt like a stupid donkey. Bum, I'm about to practice, hurry up and tell me how to comprehend. The God of Destruction, who kicked Weiss away with 1 foot, walked to the so-called space-time formation and sat down cross-legged. Weiss, who rubbed his ass, walked up to the God of Destruction and started talking to the God of Destruction. The only way to understand the energy of time and space is to feel the passage of time yourself, during which you can't have any distractions. Another advantage of practicing in this way is that you can simultaneously practice the ultimate mind power. After Weiss finished speaking, the God of Destruction closed his eyes and started his journey of understanding. And Weiss also sat next to the God of Destruction and watched the progress of the God of Destruction. Hundreds of years have passed in a blink of an eye. The God of Destruction, who had been sitting for hundreds of years, suddenly frowned one day. Weiss also reacted from the stealing. This feeling is time and space energy. The God of Destruction is so talented, and it took me hundreds of years to get started. It took me hundreds of thousands of years. Weiss put down the cake in his hand in surprise and walked to the God of Destruction. At this moment, the God of Destruction slowly opened his eyes. Master God of Destruction, you finally woke up. The Loon family thinks you are going crazy. Before Weiss could finish speaking, he saw a fist with white light hitting him in the face. Again. Weiss looked at the silver-white hole of the God of Destruction. He didn't know where he was. After several hundred years of meditating, the God of Destruction had completely mastered the second-order free-spirited skill. Not only that, but the God of Destruction's combat power has increased again in the past few hundred years. To sum up, Weiss found that he was going to be beaten. Time and space imprisoned. It's a pity that Weiss still has the ultimate move in hand. As soon as the space-time energy is used, time stops instantly. What caused Whis to break into a cold sweat was that the fist of the god of destruction had come to his eyes, which meant that as long as Whis' speed was a little slower, he would be slapped in the face. The god of destruction is too terrifying, I can't mess with him after watching it. Whis hurriedly ran behind the god of destruction and made a gesture of his own. Time and space flow. Boom. Just after the time-space confinement was released, this alien dimension was suddenly shattered by a punch from the god of destruction. Chapter 22. 1,000 years ago, the legendary Super Saiyan. Looking at the shattered alien dimension in front of him, the god of destruction pouted in disdain. The thief Whis has even used the energy of time and space. It seems that he can't take my attack with the ultimate free will. Thinking of this, the god of destruction smiled. The god of destruction is really violent. It seems that they have to redraw a space-time formation. Whis rubbed his forehead helplessly. Don't be busy yet, how much time did I spend meditating? The god of destruction stopped Whis, who was about to open the second dimension. Whis was stunned for a moment, then thought seriously. The god of destruction has brought about 240 years in the alien dimension just now. Converted to the real world, it seems to be about 24 years. Whis was stunned when he said that. Nani, god of destruction took only 24 years to realize the energy of time and space. At this moment, Whis realized that the god of destruction already possesses the existence of destructive energy. It stands to reason that the god of destruction is 10,000 times more talented than himself, and his comprehension speed will only be the same as himself. But it took him tens of millions of years to realize the energy of time and space. In this way, isn't the talent of the god of destruction tens of billions times higher than his own? Humph! With your scumbag talent, you still want to compare yourself with my god of destruction. Whis, you are so naive. The god of destruction proudly raised his arrogant head. God of destruction, your nose is up in the sky, don't be too happy too early, the training after this is the key. According to the speed of god of destruction, if you want to truly understand the laws of time and space like me, at least it will also take 1,000,000 years, because I am already 1,000,000,000,000 years old, I am so sorry. Quote. The way Whis covered his mouth and snickered made the god of destruction want to hit someone again. It doesn't matter how old you are, I'm going to starve to death, hurry up and prepare something for me. The god of destruction, who opened the space and returned to the destruction god realm, clutched his stomach and yelled at Whis. Okay, I'll be here soon. Whis trotted over quickly, and with a swipe of the scepter in his hand, a large table with a diameter of 100 meters appeared on the open space. The table is filled with all kinds of food, and there are tens of thousands of dishes at a rough calculation. What? That's all, petty Whis. After complaining, god of destruction finally had his first meal in hundreds of years. By the way, what happened to the smuggler? Is he dead? Of course, the god of destruction is talking about Bardock, and I don't know if Bardock will do anything earth-shattering as a person who travels through time and space. Bardock, he is living a good life now, he is the king of Saiyans, and let him return the Saiyans from Saiyan star to planet and live with the current planet. Non-aggression. Quote. Saying that, Whis adjusted a picture. The plant star on the screen is not what it used to be. The current plant star has developed into a technological planet in just a few decades. High-rise buildings are everywhere. It's developing so fast, and seeing them get a lot of benefits from child's spaceship. God of Destruction wiped his mouth with a tissue. By the way, Lord Destruction, there is something you might be interested in. Whis smiled and nodded at the picture in the void. Immediately, the picture shifted to a high-rise building, and a small baby with red lips and white teeth was lying on a small bed in a magnificent room in the high-rise building. This is... Looking at the tail behind the child's butt, Berus frowned slightly. Isn't this an ordinary Saiyan child? Master God of Destruction, this child is Bardock's son. When he was just born, his combat power reached more than 10,000. Now he has a combat power of 50,000 at 1.5 years old. Whis' words made Koken, the god of destruction, shrink back. The legendary Super Saiyan, he's actually Bardock's son. In other words, he's Gukong's younger brother. Interesting. The god of destruction pulled a smile from the corner of his mouth. But god of destruction, there is one thing that puzzles me, that is, the legendary Super Saiyans from ancient times are descendants of commoner Saiyans, while ordinary Super Saiyans are from royal Saiyans. This kid is a little bit unique. Quote. Oh, that means he's an outlier. Haha, it's fun, let's go and see this kid. When the myth destruction was finished, the tens of thousands of meals in front of him had already been eaten up. I want to go see it too, let's go, god of destruction. After speaking, the two of them turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the god of destruction realm. Bardock, what are you going to do about your son? A long-haired female Saiyan stood by the crib of the legendary Super Saiyan and asked Bardock, who was also standing beside him. At this time, Bardock is no longer the idiot he was 40 years ago. Now he is the king of Saiyans, but he is very beautiful. Not only has his strength reached the second level of Super Saiyans, but he has also started Super Saiyans. After that, the combat power soared directly to billions. Even my wife got another one. At this time, the legendary Super Saiyan was born to him and Gukong's stepmother. I don't know if Gukong and Raditz will vomit blood after they find out. Florence is a Super Saiyan that has been circulated among my Saiyans for thousands of years. According to the records, the time when the Super Saiyans appeared was when the earth-shaking changes occurred in my Saiyans. I think he will definitely bring me Saiyan to glory. But Bardock has had one ambition since he was a child, that is, his children must be high-level soldiers, even super soldiers, and he must not let his tragic experience fall on his son. That's why he was so angry when Kakarot and Raditz were born. Although it came 1,000 years ago, after the battle with Childe, his ambition was gone. But at the moment of Florence's birth, this desire was rekindled. Another day has passed, and I feel like I haven't had the cheek to ask Wawa and reward for a long time, so I decided, 2000 Wawa plus 1 chapter, 500 comments plus 1 chapter, and 5 people's reward plus 1 chapter. Don't cherish salted fish, the liver of salted fish can stand it. Chapter 23, Florence. That means you're going to let him go on like this. The female Saiyan frowned slightly. Florence is just over a year old, and she has already surpassed her own mother, the entire Saiyan race to the heaven, and the only one who can defeat the current Florence is Bardock. But if Bardock was just taking care of Florence, it was inevitable that Florence would go berserk. There is only one result of the runaway, and that is the loss of life. Of course, they are not afraid of Florence killing people at will, but they are afraid of killing themselves. You don't have to worry about this. I have already thought about it. Florence, I will take it to other planets, and then I will teach him until he reaches adulthood, and the planet will be handed over to you. After Bardock finished speaking, he stretched out his arms and hugged Florence, and strode towards the outside. A few minutes later, a spaceship crashed into the sky. The moment Bardock with the child just flew out of the planet, the spaceship suddenly vibrated violently. Boom! After a loud noise accompanied by a violent vibration, the entire spaceship fell silent. What happened? Bardock frowned and said to the spaceship's brain. DDD, the spaceship has reached its destination. DDD, the spaceship has reached its destination. DDD, the spaceship has reached its destination. A rapid prompt sound made Bardock look ugly. What the hell happened? Looking at Florence, who was still sleeping in the compartment, Bardock came to the skylight. What caught the eye was a huge crater. On the other hand, in the operation room, it was shown that he had arrived at his destination. Bardock, long time no see. At this moment, there was a calm, but Bardock's unforgettable voice came from behind. He hurriedly turned around, and what caught his eye was the god of destruction and Wes, whom he had just seen when he arrived on this planet decades ago. So it's you who did it. At this time, Bardock did not know where the matter started and the end. But when he thought that the god of destruction in front of him could allow him to come here in an instant from hundreds of thousands of light years away, Bardock felt vigilant in his heart. You won't think about destroying me again. Bardock sneered, his muscles tense, and he only had a chance to explode with all his strength. You are still so violent. The god of destruction gave a hiss and then walked towards the compartment. Stop, you can't. When Bardock saw the god of destruction's actions, he immediately became angry and was about to explode, but something terrifying happened to him. I can't move anymore. Still the same despair, still the same unable to move. Damn it, I have been practicing hard for decades in order to defeat this so-called god of destruction, why am I still getting the same result? Bardock angrily looked out of the corner of his eye and looked at the god of destruction who walked out with Florence's tail in the compartment. This kid is too good at sleeping. He slept better than me, let the slacker be reincarnated. The god of destruction carried Florence to Whis and said speechlessly. Ho ho ho, the god of destruction thinks too much, who would like to sleep like you? This kid just ransacked because he couldn't control his strength 2 days ago, and now he has no strength, so he is so sleepy. As for you, if you fall asleep, let alone pulling your tail, you won't wake up even if you slap you on the face. Whis' words made the god of destruction blush, is he exaggerating? Whis, wake up this kid. God of destruction is not in the mood to wait for this kid to wake up slowly. With a direct flick of his hand, he threw Florence into Wes's arms, causing Wes to be in a hurry. The god of destruction is not gentle, such a small child is littering. Whis looked at the god of destruction with contempt. Don't talk too much, just do whatever you want, there's a lot of nonsense. The god of destruction found that since he started cultivating Whis, he has been attacking himself every day, making him want to hit him more and more. Master god of destruction, I won't dare to slap you after your strength surpasses mine. I will slap you more while you can. According to the growth rate of the god of destruction, Wes knew that the god of destruction might surpass himself within tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years is the time to take a beauty sleep. Amidst the curses of the god of destruction, Wes hurriedly pointed his fingertips to the forehead of the child in his arms. After a flash of green light, Florence in Wes' arms slowly opened her eyes. A green light flashed through his young body. However, after encountering the divine power of Wes, the green light slowly fell silent. Huh, where is this place? Hey, who are you guys? Wow, Daddy has a big cat here. Florence opened her eyes and looked at the god of destruction in front of her with bright eyes, and shouted in surprise to the father standing next to him. In an instant, Bardock's expression changed. Damn it, little ancestor, haven't I seen your father and I'm playing with a wooden man here? If you anger the other party, your kid's life won't be enough to kill. Regardless of Bardock's cold sweat, the god of destruction on the side had turned black, and a trace of black lines appeared on his forehead. Oh hoo hoo, god of destruction, this kid is so cute, let's kidnap him away. Wes looked at Florence, who looked like a porcelain doll in his arms. Hey, eldest sister, you are so beautiful, you are a little worse than your mother. Only then did Florence see Wes hugging her. His words immediately brought a smile to Wes' face. Children have vision, but I'm a man. Wes said with a smile. It's a motherfucker, Wes, I heard others say that he is beautiful, you look at the tail up. Seeing Wes looked at Florence with a smile on his face, the god of destruction spat secretly. Boy, your father thinks that you are too bearish and accidentally smashes the building every day, so he decides to give me as a pet, and you will be mine from now on. Chapter 24, Chuan Chao, Women's Clothing Boss. The god of destruction said not only Bardock and the brat Florence, but also Wes's was stunned. Wes threw off Florence and hurriedly ran to the god of destruction and reached out to touch the god of destruction's forehead. Ah, I'm not sick, how can a person who is good-natured be stupid? Wes mumbled suspiciously. Crack. You are stupid, your whole family is stupid. The god of destruction slapped Phoebus's hand with a slap, and set it out of breath. After scolding, the god of destruction looked at Florence, who got up from the ground with a confused look and said, "You don't have to think it's strange. You see your father nods his head, don't you think so, Mr. Bardock?" As soon as the god of destruction's voice fell, Florence looked at her father with tears in her eyes, while Bardock nodded with an ugly expression. Of course, his nodding was entirely caused by the god of destruction using the power of imprisonment to force him. If he resists again, his head will be broken by the god of destruction. Wow! Florence burst into tears immediately. He didn't know how the innate intelligence was higher than that of a normal child. What Bardock meant was that he didn't want to be himself. "Sir, god of destruction, you are so nasty, you seem to frighten other children." Weiss put his mouth to the ear of the god of destruction and whispered, "What do you know? It's good for them both, father and son." Of course, the god of destruction has his own considerations, but he wants to see if the legendary Super Saiyan he taught will still be defeated by the so-called Royal Super Saiyan. The talent is countless times greater than others, there is no reason to be inferior to others. Bardock, since you have agreed, Florence will be taken away by us. By the way, I advise you to not go back to Saiyan Star, otherwise we won't take the blame when your wife asks. Quote. The god of destruction gave an evil laugh, picked up the tearful Florence, who was crying on the ground, and disappeared into the spaceship with a teleportation. "Mr. Bardock, then we will have an appointment in the future." After Whis nodded to Bardock, he disappeared into the spaceship in an instant. Crack! Just after the few people disappeared, a sound of broken shackles reached Bardock's ears. "God of destruction, I want you to die." After a roar of rage, the entire planet suddenly flashed a golden light, and then the planet suddenly turned into fireworks in the universe. A spaceship flashed through the fireworks. Brush! Destroying the god realm, 3 figures instantly appeared on the lake. "Yeah, hurry up and let me go, I'm the Prince of Saiyans, let go." Florence, who was held by the god of destruction by his tail, kicked his little feet and wanted to kick the god of destruction. Unfortunately, even if his short legs were straight, he was still a leg away from the god of destruction. "Boy, that's enough, I'll throw you down to feed the fish if there is any more trouble." The god of destruction slowly lowered, scaring Florence. Looking at the lake that is getting closer and closer, Florence's little feet are kicking desperately, for fear that the god of destruction will really throw him down. "Boy, listen up, starting from today, you are the hired child laborer who destroys the god realm. As a reward, you can practice with Weiss, do you understand?" After the god of destruction finished speaking, he threw Florence in the direction of Weiss. Florence, who was imprisoned with all her strength, screamed and fell into Weiss's arms. "He'll leave it to you, and I'll be back in 30 years. The god of destruction glanced at Florence, who was hiding in Weiss's arms and didn't dare to look at the vicious cat. "Sir, god of destruction, you're too much. I'll keep you so big. You want me to raise another one. But angels are priests, not babysitters, okay?" Unfortunately, Weiss's words did not make the god of destruction fluctuate a little. After the god of destruction opened a space, the whole person instantly disappeared in the god of destruction realm. "Nani, Lord God of Destruction, are you serious?" Weiss touched his forehead in desperation. "Don't be afraid, big sister, when I grow up, I will defeat the big cat and vent my anger to my sister." Florence waved her small fists and looked majestic. Sure enough, Weiss' eyes lit up when he heard those words. "Shaolin is so good, brother Lai Weiss will give you a lollipop." After touching Florence's hair, a bold idea appeared in Weiss' mind. If you train Florence well and let him defeat the god of destruction, the god of destruction will definitely be shocked. Oh well, I am so genius. Of course, the mission assigned before the god of destruction left should not be forgotten. Weiss put his hand on little Florence's head, and a ray of light flashed. Florence's clothes were instantly changed into a maid outfit. Kawaii. Quote. Weiss played with Florence's hair happily, and a couple of ponytails appeared on Florence's head a few minutes later. What is this? Sister Weiss, you look so awkward. Florence said to Weiss with a puzzled look, and there was a bit of disgust on her little face. This is your work clothes, remember not to take it off, he won't get dirty. Weiss looked at Florence in front of him lovingly. If Bardock knew that his precious son had been turned into a women's boss by Weiss, he would definitely be furious and directly turn on Super 3, Super 4, Super 5, Super 1000, and then rubbed on the ground against Wes's face. Even if the god of destruction finds out at that time, he is afraid that he will vomit blood. Okay, this is your work tool, remember to sweep the entire destruction god realm clean. After Weiss smiled and handed Florence a broom, he touched Florence's small head with a smile and disappeared. Only a confused Florence was left. Chapter 25. Who is this girl? In the endless alien space, a space filled with dimensional turbulence. The god of destruction was sitting cross-legged in a circular formation at this time. This formation is something that Weiss has studied for billions of years, and its only function is to greatly reduce the time when comprehending the energy of time and space. After all, time is life. And the god of destruction has also noticed something in the hundreds of years of researching space-time energy. That is, if you initially comprehend the laws of time and space, so that time can be reversed, then your lifespan can reach eternity. It seems that if I want to break free from the shackles of the priesthood, it depends on whether I can comprehend the laws of time and space. Perhaps this will also be the basis for me to surpass the Grand Priest of the Quan Wang in the future. The god of destruction has divided his space-time energy into a level. If you can reverse the time and space, it is equivalent to comprehending 100% of the laws of time and space. And Weiss is comprehending 300%. And myself, after calculating, it should be at 0.001%. That's right, it's so miserable. But the god of destruction was not discouraged. I've only been cultivating for a few decades, and that old fellow, Weiss, has been cultivating for 1 trillion years. If I were me, I would be able to sit on the throne of Quan Wang. But it's best to try to comprehend the energy of time and space to the realm of a great priest before the original power conference begins, otherwise, if the 7th universe is defeated, then I will die. So far, the god of destruction is not sure whether the Grand Priest is stronger than King Quan. After all, who knows how this old bird is set up? This alien dimension is no longer suitable for me. It seems that a strong medicine is going to be prescribed. God of destruction stood up slowly, and then punched towards the void. Boom boom boom. Tens of thousands of layered space cracks appeared in front of the god of destruction. If Gukong in the later stage saw it, he would not be directly scared to death. You must know that breaking one space barrier and breaking two space barriers are not the same nature at all. Gukong's Super Saiyan can only barely break a space barrier at the 3rd level. The god of destruction, on the other hand, hit tens of thousands with a single blow. According to the calculation of combat power, Gokong, who is Super 3, is hundreds of millions of times stronger and is not an opponent that god of destruction can punch. Cut, I only broke so many. The god of destruction spat, but Weiss used the power of time and space to find a suitable space for himself from hundreds of millions of spaces. The space crack began to slowly heal after the god of destruction did not make another move. And the god of destruction didn't care, because the dimension in this direction didn't have the kind of alien dimension he wanted. Boom boom boom. It was another punch, and tens of thousands of spaces were shattered. However, the god of destruction still hadn't found the alien dimension he wanted. After smashing millions of different dimension spaces in a row, the god of destruction suddenly stopped his constantly attacking hand. Finally found it. The god of destruction smiled slightly, and then opened the space and came to a different dimension that shone with dazzling light. It's a good flow rate. I've been here for 10 years, and the outside world will only pass one day. This kind of terrifying space is already rare in these nearby spaces. It has reached a flow rate of more than 3,000 times. The most important thing is that the god of destruction does not have any time limit for cultivating here. After drawing Wes's magic circle on the ground, the god of destruction sat down cross-legged and began his never-ending practice. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years have passed. The god of destruction, who woke up, looked at Wes standing in front of him, and suddenly the chrysanthemum tightened. "Fuck, why are you here?" The god of destruction hurriedly touched his chrysanthemum and found that it was still intact. "Sir, god of destruction, why are you looking at people like this? People are afraid." Wes patted his heart. "Get out of here, hurry up, what are you doing here?" The god of destruction doesn't want to eat Wes. This kid does things for himself every day. "Master god of destruction forgot. Didn't Ning promise to let me pick you up after 30 years? It's been 30 years now." Wes said angrily to the god of destruction. "Oh, forgot, I've been here for 100,000 years, how can I still remember this?" After explaining it to himself, the god of destruction moved his thoughts behind his back, and instantly countless spaces were shattered. In one step, the god of destruction stepped out of the alien dimension. Wes hurriedly ran after him. Of course, the first thing god of destruction did when he came out was to eat. "Wes, hurry up and serve the food, what are you doing so long?" The god of destruction, who was sitting in front of the oversized dining table, cursed when he looked at Weston, who was unmoved not far away. "Sir, god of destruction, the task of preparing food this time is not mine." Wes smiled mysteriously. Immediately under the suspicious gaze of the god of destruction, Wes pointed his finger at the back of the god of destruction. The god of destruction looked over suspiciously. Suddenly, the god of destruction was stunned. "I saw a girl with long hair reaching her waist and red lips and eyebrows came over with a large plate of vegetables. The most important thing is that the other party is still wearing a maid costume." "Wes, who is she? So she's destroying the god realm." The god of destruction looked suspiciously at the maid who kept serving dishes, and said to Wes curiously. "Could it be that this kid Wes has turned sexual? He actually knows how to pick up girls." Chapter 26, Lao Tzu's backhand is to lift the skirt. Thinking that Wes might have turned into a god of destruction was so excited that he didn't even want to eat it. If that's the case, then you don't have to worry about being blown away. Huh, is the god of destruction so forgetful? Haven't you met him? You brought him to the god of destruction realm, why did you ask me? The god of destruction choked up at Wes, doubtful words. Feeling deep malice, he hurriedly teleported and appeared behind the maid. Suddenly, under Wes' stunned gaze, the god of destruction lifted the maid's skirt up. Ah! A scream spread throughout the destruction god realm. The god of destruction walked to the table with a dark face and sat down. "Wes, I want an explanation." The god of destruction spoke to Wes angrily. When the skirt was lifted by him, a fluffy tail appeared in front of the god of destruction. At this moment, the god of destruction did not know that this so-called beautiful maid was Florence. HMPH, Lord God of Destruction is really audacious. You, a man, can lift the skirt of the little girl. Look at how scary you are. Wes hurriedly coaxed Florence, who was crying in his arms. Damn, it seems that this time the feud with Bardock is completely forged. To turn a good Saiyan prince into a big boss in women's clothing, not to mention Bardock who blesses Florence with great hope, even the god of destruction wants to beat Wes. But the matter has come to this point, the god of destruction has nothing to do, besides, the god of destruction is still afraid of a little Bardock. By the way, Wes, how is this kid's strength? The god of destruction asked Wes vaguely while eating. After comforting Florence, Wes gestured to Florence with a smile. After resisting for a while, the other party gave in. Ha! A coquettish shout made god of destruction go numb, but the thought of it being a voice from a big boss in women's clothing made god of destruction feel a chill. Boom! In Florence's coquettish voice, the entire destruction god realm actually shook. At this moment, the god of destruction frowned. It's actually reaching the realm of a god. Weiss, what the hell are you doing? The god of destruction felt this familiar energy, and frowned slightly. Drink. Endless green arrogance erupted from Florence's body. At the same time, the endless green arrogance slowly turned into black. An aura belonging to God slowly emanated from Florence's body. God of destruction, this is the legendary Super Saiyan God. I call him Super Saiyan Black. Ooh. Weiss smiled proudly. In order to create a terrifying powerhouse like Florence, Weiss has been exhausted to death in the past 30 years. Super Saiyan Black. Interesting. The god of destruction smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, and it seemed that things were going to be fun. Boom. Suddenly, the momentum that burst out from Florence suddenly increased several times, and the originally black arrogance suddenly turned green. Roar. A huge roar erupted from Florence's mouth. Have you lost your mind? Even Weiss can't solve this problem. The only downside of Chuan Chao is that he will completely lose his mind when his strength explodes. It is simply that the 6 relatives do not recognize, and the strength will continue to skyrocket. The more the strength rises, the greater the chance of runaway will be. That is to say, if no one pays attention, Chuan Chao's ultimate fate will be completely reduced to a killing machine. And what is terrifying is that Chuan Chao has the strength to survive in the universe. That is to say, apart from Quan Wang God and God of Destruction, no one can stop him. There is one thing, that is, the legendary Super Saiyan will unconsciously find the ordinary Super Saiyan, and then send him on your precious head. Boom. Just as the God of Destruction was thinking to himself, there was a knock on the door. I saw that Florence was already unconscious on the ground at this time. And there is also a huge mass above his head. Oops, there's a mistake, it's all to blame for the God of Destruction. Weiss blew his fist and looked at the God of Destruction angrily. Damn, what's the matter with Lao Tzu? You let him perform well. The God of Destruction saw that Weiss was actually leaning on his head, and immediately cursed. You're so embarrassed, it's okay, what are you doing with people's skirts? Look at scaring people's little girls. The God of Destruction choked on Weiss's words. Go on, it's okay to be a pseudo-mother yourself, and you have ruined other people's children. Look, is this what a Saiyan prince should look like? God of Destruction spat. By the way, Bardock seems to have promised to bring this kid back to show him when he grows up. What are you going to do? Although the God of Destruction is not afraid of Bardock, he is not good at dealing with his good son being brought into this deadly virtue. Ho ho ho, I've already thought about this. I'll send Shaolun back when the time comes, and let him explain it to his parents by himself. The way Weiss covered his mouth and smiled made the God of Destruction secretly startled. This kid Weiss is so vicious. If he goes back, Bardock won't be righteous and kill his relatives. For the peace of the world and the stability of the universe, the God of Destruction has decided. Good idea, just do as you say. After speaking, the God of Destruction hurriedly pretended to be about to eat. And Weiss, who was holding up the maid costume, gleamed from Florence and disappeared into the Destruction God realm. A few minutes later, a light carried Weiss back to the God of Destruction. Chapter 27. The legendary Super Saiyan God. By the lake in Destruction God realm, Destruction God and Weiss sneakily looked at the picture in Weiss' crystal ball. Lord God of Destruction, do you think the father and son will fight? Weiss looked at Florence, who was flying towards the house, and couldn't help swallowing. I don't know, you forgot how we lied to Florence. He is now afraid of hating Bardock who didn't want him. God of Destruction certainly won't forget the good things he did. I almost forgot, isn't this what you did, God of Destruction? Why do you still want to pull me into the water? Weiss gave the God of Destruction a contemptuous look. Stop chattering, look at him in. The God of Destruction let out an angry roar and then excitedly pointed to Florence, who had walked into his castle that had not changed for decades. The two initiators just watched the show without taking it too seriously. A few minutes later, with the sound of an explosion, a golden figure flew out from the ruins of the castle holding a female Saiyan. This man is the old Bardock. Florence, I'm your father, listen to me. Bardock looked helplessly at Florence, who was standing in the ruins with a green glow all over his body. When you gave me away, did you ever think that you were my father? Florence roared softly. If Florence was normal, Bardock wouldn't be so angry. Look at Florence now, with lipstick on, skirts on, and high heels on. The appearance of a proper lady sitting on the stage, he is a dignified Saiyan king. If there is such a son who is known, he will not be laughed at. However, out of guilt, Bardock did not scold the other party, but he would never give a good face. Of course he didn't bother to explain what happened back then. Yo-Yo, Lord God of Destruction, you can see it, this is the so-called dignity of Saiyans, it makes our little family angry. Whis angrily pointed at Bardock in the shadows and cursed angrily. What do you know, Bardock is here to clear our name again. Look at how angry this kid Florence is, so he won't notice that we lied to him in the first place. Seeing such a good assist by Bardock, the god of destruction smiled happily. Yeah, hoo, Bardock doesn't have any advantages. Weiss nodded in agreement. But Bardock didn't explain, and the two father and son didn't like each other, so there was only one ending. After abandoning his wife, Bardock and Florence fought together in an instant. Chuan Chao's strength is very terrifying, and it is dozens of times stronger than when a group of people besieged Brawley in the original Gukong Tragedy Tower. Of course, Bardock is not a vegetarian either. Decades of practice allowed him to break through the limit again and reach the third level of the legendary Super Saiyan. The golden hair is dazzling. This made the hairless god of destruction gasp for a while. Florence, fuck him, pull his hair, plug his eyes. The god of destruction's irritable words made Whis break into a cold sweat. It seems that the god of destruction has such a big complaint about the long hair. No wonder he thinks of hitting me every day. It turns out that he is jealous of my hair. Weiss stroked his sky-high hair and thought proudly. And the battle in the picture has also reached a fevered level. The older Bardock is much stronger in terms of combat experience and pure combat power than Florence, who just turned on the ordinary legendary Super Saiyan mode. Boom! After a terrifying crash, the two were separated by dozens of miles. Ha 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 ha, as expected of my son, the fighting power is really strong. Bardock laughed wildly. His son 60 or 70 years younger than him could surpass him, and the legendary Super Saiyan was indeed tyrannical. Who is your son? The old lady is a woman, and, do you think my fighting power is only that little? Florence smiled disdainfully. Bardock frowned, feeling that things were going to be difficult. Florence slowly closed her eyes, and a blazing black flame began to appear on her body. The originally violent aura unexpectedly subsided. What's going on? Bardock was stunned. Drink. After a coquettish drink, Florence's eyes suddenly turned into pure black. I am afraid the Black God mode is almost the same as the dark blue of the Tragedy Tower. The God of Destruction secretly compared. The combat power of the Black God has reached the alternate level of the ordinary God of Destruction. It is the same evaluation as the God of Destruction in the original book describing the Deep Blue Tragedy Tower. Suffer to death. After Florence became the Black God, she was obviously a lot more violent. In an instant, he appeared behind Bardock and pulled his long hair up. This scene made God of Destruction feel relieved. Let you show your long hair, good Florence, fuck your father. And Florence in the picture did not let me be the God of Destruction. Even Bardock, who has opened the Super 3 realm, is still far inferior to Florence in the Black God mode. A journey of abuse begins. A trick comparable to the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty was used by Florence on his father's body. It didn't take long for Bardock to be bruised and out of Super Saiyan mode. Ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. The old Bardock leaned on the gravel, panting, and looked at his proud son in front of him with relief. I have seen this scene for a long time, but I didn't know it at the beginning. The terrifying girl in my mind is actually you. My son, the future of the Saiyans is handed over to you. I am proud of you. After saying this, the old Bardock slowly fell to the ground. Florence, on the other hand, stayed on the spot and did not attack again. Che, what Sister Weiss said is true. Men are people who like to tell lies. How could Florence believe what Bardock said before he fell? Raising his hand is about to hit Bardock with a fatal blow. And the god of destruction, billions of light years away, suddenly remembered something. Weiss, do you know anything about the Brut's light wave? With that said, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of the god of destruction's mouth. P.S. Ha 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 ha, I am very happy today. I have 2,000 flowers, that is to say, I will add more tomorrow. In addition, there are 500 evaluation tickets, and another chapter will be added, so today I will add 2 more chapters. Do what you say, never break your promise. Everyone will give a lot of flowers, plus it is more affirmative, so is the evaluation ticket. Also, as long as there are 5 people to give a reward, it will be added, and 100 VIP points are also counted. Chapter 28, Super Saiyan Tier 4. Bruised light waves. Isn't that the reflected light from the moon that Saiyans need to receive when they become gorillas? Weiss grew up taking care of Florence, and of course he knew what bruised light waves were. It's good to know. If you know it, then irradiate the current Bardock with 100 million times the bruised light wave for me. That's right, God of Destruction just wanted to see if the 4th tier of Super Saiyans in Dragon Ball GT really exists. If it existed, with Bardock's current strength, he would definitely be able to transform. Lord God of Destruction wants to see the gorilla transform. But isn't doubling it enough? Wouldn't it be a bit too much to use 100 million times? You must know that the bruised light wave is also a kind of ray. If it hits Bardock, who is now dying, it will kill people. You bastard, just shoot him, you'll die if you don't shoot him. Looking at Florence, who was about to kill his father to preach, the god of destruction cursed. Weiss did not force any more, but a teleportation came to the sky above the Prantiel star. Immediately, a light invisible to the naked eye burst onto the ground. Florence felt a cold breath and rushed to the side. But nothing happened in front of him, but he knew that there was something terrifying near his dead ghost father. And when Weiss withdrew the bruised light wave, the icy aura disappeared. Just when Florence breathed a sigh of relief. Dong dong. Suddenly, a violent heartbeat sounded in Florence's ears. Florence's complexion changed slightly, because he saw the dramatic changes in his father's body. In just a few seconds, his body swelled several times. Fortunately, the clothes on his body are specially made, and they are still strong and not broken even under the skyrocketing figure. Dong 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 dong. The beating of the heart is getting louder and louder. Giant ape, humph, does it work? Florence snorted, quietly watching Bardock's rapid changes. Roar. After a loud roar, a huge golden ape appeared in the eyes of Florence and the god of destruction. Yellow shit. That's right, ha ha ha, Super 4 really exists. It seems that there are a lot more things that can be played in the future. The god of destruction smiled with satisfaction. After all, before Dragon Ball Beyond came, Dragon Ball GT has always been the original work in the heart of the god of destruction. Yeah, god of destruction, do you feel it? Bardock seems to have changed a lot. Weiss was as happy as seeing something new. The whole person excitedly pulled the god of destruction and pointed at the golden giant ape in the picture. Don't bother, I can see it. By the way, you haven't seen a Saiyan in this form. God of Destruction slapped Whis' hand and asked in confusion. No, since ancient times, Saiyans have only 2 forms of short golden hair and long golden hair. This is the second time I have seen long hair, but the first time I have seen a golden gorilla. The God of Destruction nodded slightly at Whis' words. The golden apes in GT are the products of accident. It is not a simple thing to become a Super 4. After all, if you want to become a gorilla, you need two elements. First, the strength of the Saiyans must reach Super 3. And the second condition is that the Super Saiyan has no resistance, otherwise the Super Saiyan's strength can resist turning into a gorilla. After all, the savage form of gorillas really doesn't fit their image for the super strong. Of course, there is an exception to that, is the use of ultra-high-speed bruised light waves to directly force people to transform into Super 4. Of course, the strength of the irradiated cannot be too weak, at least it must be beyond the second peak. Haha, it's the first time you see it, then you'll be blessed, and this change will continue. The god of destruction smiled and said mysteriously. Oh, will it change? Can it still be transformed into a god mode? Weiss was surprised, and hurriedly stared at the golden ape in the picture carefully. Roar! A roar erupted from Bardock's mouth. At the same time, the strength of the whole body is still growing. Of course, the black god Florence, opposite him, did not fluctuate at all. After all, the God mode has surpassed the Super 3 mode by tens of thousands of times, and even the current Great Ape is not much scary. And just when Florence wanted to end this farce, the wild gorilla suddenly stopped. Have you regained consciousness? Hey, it's time to play. The god of destruction smiled and looked at the gorilla in the picture. At the same time, the figure flashed. In an instant, it came to the sky above the plant star. You still have to watch the live version when you watch a play. In the starry sky, the god of destruction looked at the father and daughter, son, who were killing each other with their hands behind their backs. On the ground, Florence slowly frowned. From the moment Bardock regained consciousness in front of him, he felt that something was wrong. Florence, your strength is really good, but how long can you maintain your current form? The golden ape opened his mouth and smiled, and at the same time, endless white smoke came out of his body. After a moment, his body contracted violently. But what surprised Florence was that Bardock's strength, which had been increased tenfold, actually began to grow infinitely again. In just 10 seconds, Bardock's strength increased hundreds of times. In addition, the golden gorilla is 10 times stronger than the normal form, so Chao's strength is already thousands of times that of the normal form. Saiyan, there is still such a change. Florence, Mei wrinkled slightly. Very good power. The appearance of Bardock at this time is exactly the same as the appearance of Sun Wukong Super 4 in the original book. Fiery red hair, scarlet eyeshadow, thick tail and body. The shawl's long hair makes him feel like a beast. HMPH, what if you're strong? Do you think you were strong first? Florence smiled disdainfully. The district is over 4, so what? Florence clenched her right fist, and void punched it. Boom. The domineering Bardock, who was standing in the same place, suddenly seemed to be hit by a truck, and flew out for hundreds of miles, and finally slammed into the mountain, and the mountain was like paper paste. Chapter 29. Both die. Hoo-hoo, although this new form is powerful, it doesn't seem to have any effect on God mode. Weiss smiled and flew to the god of destruction, and said to the god of destruction with a smile. However, Weiss looked a little puzzled by the god of destruction. Could it be that the god of destruction has been practicing prophecy for 100,000 years in the alien dimension? Why does he even know this kind of thing? The god of destruction has become more and more mysterious recently, and even Weiss wondered if the god of destruction had secretly trained him behind his back. Indeed, the bonus of God mode is indeed much stronger than that of this form. However, this form seems to be only the initial stage of this form, and there may be improvements. The god of destruction was a little excited when he thought about the Super 5, Super 6, etc. in the previous life's fan works. However, if you want to study these things, there is another premise, that is, your own strength must meet the standard. If you don't meet the standard, if you are surpassed by the Saiyans, it will be a shame. Anyway, Lao Tzu is also a god of destruction, how can he be surpassed by these scumbags? The god of destruction has decided that this time, after returning home, he will challenge the cultivation of higher difficulty. And Florence on the ground once again started a journey of abusing her father. But what puzzled Florence this time was that Bardock's attack was not that violent. On the contrary, Bardock's attack is still very soft. What do you mean? He thought I'd show mercy to him. Florence instantly felt insulted. Suddenly the attack intensified again. And Bardock is unspeakable of suffering. Grass, why is this kid so energetic? It stands to reason that he is about to go crazy. Judging from the situation of Florence when she was a child, such a violent attack has already made Florence go wild. Is it because I'm not angry enough? Bardock felt the force of Florence's fist hitting his face suddenly heavier, and decided to take a gamble in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Bardock laughed without warning. Let Florence frown. What are you laughing at? Florence asked suspiciously. Ha ha ha, I laugh at you sad, I threw you away, and you got it back again. I just don't know why I, Bardock, the king of Saiyans, have such a cheap one as you. Son. Bardock spit out a mouthful of saliva from his swollen mouth that looked like a pig's head, right on Florence's face. Immediately, Florence's face darkened. How dare you? Florence raised her fist angrily and hit Bardock hard in the face. The breath, which was not felt at all, suddenly flew away. How dare you? There was another questioning, and then Florence stepped on Bardock lying on the ground with a big foot. The eyes slowly turned pure white, and Florence, whose arrogance slowly turned green, slowly raised his right hand. A green ball of light condensed in Florence's big palm. However, Bardock was not at all afraid, but was slightly excited. That's it, go berserk, you can't control your body after you go berserk. That's what Bardock wanted. At this time, he secretly admired his eloquence, and actually drove his son crazy with a few words. Although I was beaten for more than 10 minutes, one word is worth it. However, Florence's next sentence made Bardock almost vomit blood. How dare you spoil my makeup? After listening to Florence's roar, the whole person completely went berserk. However, the strength of the body is rapidly declining. He who only passed the super mode was not Bardock's opponent at all. Go to hell, 10 times the cannon. Bardock lay on the ground and shot a scarlet beam of light with his hands. Florence, who had already entered the rampage, had no room to react. The whole person flew upside down and rushed towards a star in the sky that was very close to the plant star. Suddenly, the entire star, which is far larger than the sun, exploded and turned into pieces. Florence, on the other hand, turned into fly ash at the moment when the star exploded. On the ground, Bardock glanced at the star that turned into fly ash, and his heart suddenly hurt, but he didn't show it. Suddenly, a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, instantly staining the ground red. At the age of 80 or 90, he has entered the old age of a Saiyan, and this time he was forcibly promoted to the Super 4 realm by the god of destruction. His body has completely collapsed. Before he died, he recalled the picture he predicted a day earlier in his mind. In the picture, Florence was blasted into the sun and turned to ashes. And the second picture is actually the picture of Florence and Kakarot together. Ha ha ha, I was curious about who this girl is. It turned out to be the kid Florence, but that's all Dad can do for you. After a tragic smile, Bardock slowly closed his eyes. The hair that originally appeared on the surface of the body slowly retracted into the body. In the starry sky. Lord God of Destruction, my little sister is dead, what should I do? Weiss pretended to be sad and cried to the God of Destruction. But the God of Destruction just gave the other party a blank look. You angels still have such feelings. Don't make fun of me, okay? Equivalent to the infinite lifespan of Weiss, Florence is like an ant he accidentally picked up. Now that the ant has been played to death, it is impossible for people to be sad. I hate it. She is a little sister who was raised with great difficulty. How could she let him die? Whis! With one move, a ghost of the soul was forcibly pulled out of the underworld by him. Asking the king of hell would not dare to say a word even if he knew about it, he would simply not be able to offend anyone with such means. Unfortunately, it takes at least 1,000 years of the main universe to recreate the physique of God. It seems that I have to be busy again. After a helpless sigh, Weiss took back his little sister's soul into the scepter. Chapter 30. The God of Destruction Convention. Che, do you still have this kind of consciousness? Well, it's almost time to start working. The God of Destruction despised Weiss's words. The God of Destruction frowned slightly after seeing Bardock's death. Who was this Bardock who was so bored and brought him over? Unfortunately, the God of Destruction can't use the time-space ring to travel through time and space. Otherwise, you can go directly to 1,000 years later to see if you can see anything. After the God of Destruction sighed, he and Weiss turned into a streamer. Disappeared into the sky. The work of the God of Destruction is to destroy some old planets, or some planets inhabited by vicious people. In this way, the peace of the universe can be guaranteed, and secondly, after destroying the planet, Kaiwang Shen can reassemble its fragments into a new planet full of vitality. Doing so would make the universe more complete, which is why King Quan would scare the God of Destruction into disappearing when he knew that the God of Destruction was lazy. Sir, God of Destruction, you have accumulated for thousands of years. This time, you will have to work continuously for more than 10 years to complete these tasks. After talking about the scepter of Weiss, a list of several hundred meters long appeared in Weiss's hand. It's so tragic that I'm a God of Destruction, and I still have to work hard for my work. The God of Destruction became more and more certain that he must beat King Quan like a pupil. Let's go, this time we will directly destroy, not looking for anything delicious. In order to finish all his work as soon as possible, the God of Destruction resolutely gave up his favorite food. Nani, Lord God of Destruction, you can't do this, just do it for a few more years, but people still want to buy some cosmetics. When Weiss heard the God of Destruction's words, his face changed dramatically, and the pink on his face fell down layer by layer with excitement. Fuck you, I have practiced for so many years, do you still go shopping less? You still have the face to say that you want to buy cosmetics. Don't even think about it. After being scolded by the God of Destruction, Weiss turned his head away in anger. Let's go, time is running out. God of Destruction urged Travis angrily. Humph. It's a pity that Weiss just glanced at the God of Destruction and ignored him. I've served you, it's fine, just by a little bit, that's it. The God of Destruction had no choice but to compromise. It wasn't that he couldn't go by himself without Weiss. The main reason was that Weiss was someone who raised himself and grew up without credit and hard work. Sure enough, as soon as the God of Destruction's words came out, Weston burst into laughter. The God of Destruction is the best, I promise, just by a little bit. Weiss smiled and checked his hands. I hope you remember this sentence. No way, even though I felt that I would be deceived by Weiss, the God of Destruction still recognized it. Time passed very fast. It has been thousands of years since the God of Destruction came to this world. During these thousands of years, only the God of Destruction has been awake for less than 100 years, and the rest of the time is either sleeping or cultivating. Fortunately, the current God of Destruction has fully comprehended the second stage of Zizai Jigong. And the recovery speed is greatly improved. Therefore, even if the God of Destruction is fully used for cultivation, the destructive energy of the God of Destruction will not be exhausted. Weiss, you big liar, you agreed to buy only a little bit. Look at you, the entire Destruction God realm is your cosmetic, can you use it all alone? 100 years have passed since the start of work. The work that could have ended in decades was literally taken several times of time by Weiss shopping. At this time, the world of Destruction God was half occupied by Weiss, cosmetics. The God of Destruction is too embarrassed to talk to me. Look, the other half of the God of Destruction is still full of your delicious food. If I hadn't blessed the god of destruction with a fresh keeping device, your food would have gone sour long ago. Quote. Weiss made a face at the god of destruction. The god of destruction blushed after hearing this. Although it was true, the god of destruction still felt that Weiss did not give him face. Okay, I'm going to practice, pack all my food, I'm going to pack it up and take it with me. God of destruction hurriedly changed the subject, and he didn't have time to wrestle with Weiss. It's only been more than 800 years since the original book started. Yes, I know the god of destruction. Weiss said angrily to the god of destruction, and then waved the scepter, and instantly the food that was covered in the world of the king of gods turned into a ring. Here, god of destruction, this is what you eat. After that, Weiss threw the ring to the god of destruction. Storage ring. A storage ring that can fit a galaxy is indeed an existence that can destroy the universe. The god of destruction gave a slight sigh, and the ring was stuck in his hand. Drip drip. At this moment, Weiss' scepter suddenly lit up, and Weiss' face suddenly became serious. Suddenly a ray of light shot out from the scepter. The light suddenly turned into a small blue figure. This man, like Weiss, has blue skin and white hair. I have seen the great priest. Weiss smiled and saluted the grand priest. The god of destruction frowned. It was actually a great priest. Lord Grand Priest, long time no see. The god of destruction also said hello. Haha, the god of destruction has grown so big, it's been a long time since I saw him. The great priest's smile was very contagious, and even the god of destruction couldn't help but have a strong affection for him in his heart. But it is precisely because of this that the god of destruction is more and more vigilant. Why does the great priest have time to chat with me? Do you have something to explain? The god of destruction didn't talk nonsense, and asked the great priest directly. After all, if you have something to do with Weiss, you won't wait until you and Weiss are together before contacting Weiss. Well, there is indeed something. Lord Quan Wang feels as if the God of Destruction conference has not been held for a long time, and decided to hold the God of Destruction conference tomorrow in the Temple of the King of Destruction. Please be sure to participate. The great priest explained his purpose, while the God of Destruction changed his face drastically. The King of Quan wants to hold a God of Destruction conference. Damn, this little thing is moody. If he is accidentally wiped out, who can he reason with? But God of Destruction couldn't help but go. If you don't go, you'll just die. Well, see you then. Chapter 31. The King of Primary School Students. Weiss, what the hell do you think King Quan is doing this time? Bruce said to Weiss with a solemn expression. Lord Quan Wang, maybe you're bored. You want to play games with you, Lord God of Destruction. Weiss remembered how the previous God of Destruction died, and looked at the God of Destruction with a sad face. Grass, don't look at me like this, okay? Weiss's eyes instantly made the God of Destruction angry. The strongest God of Destruction in his history, how can he still be defeated by a child like King Quan? Looks like it's going to be some killer trick. The God of Destruction touched his chin and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. On the second cosmic day, the God of Destruction put on his clothes early in the morning, rode a cube with Weiss, and flew towards the king's realm. Along the way, God of Destruction used the void creation to create a lot of discs, as well as some toys. Sir, God of Destruction, are you going to give these childish children's toys to King Quan? Weiss looked at the toys in disbelief. What do you know? King Quan is not a child. Look, as long as he wants us to play with him, as long as I sacrifice these things, hee hee. Speaking of which, the God of Destruction gave an evil laugh. However, Weiss does not believe that King Jaeon, who has existed since his birth, will be captured by these little things. But he didn't say anything, and he couldn't get involved in what the God of Destruction decided. God of Destruction, here we are. At this time, Weiss also found that he had come to the whole king realm. Boom! After a short roar, the two landed not far from the Quan Wang Palace. Yo-yo, who is this? Isn't this the god of destruction? So you didn't come with your fat brother this time. Just when the god of destruction just landed, a voice that was countless times more annoying than Xiangpa came over. Damn, get out. The god of destruction didn't even turn his head, he casually hit a purple ball of light towards the source of the sound, and his whole turned white the moment he attacked. Not far from the god of destruction, there is a god of destruction in the shape of a mouse, and his priest is standing there. Ha ha ha, god of destruction, you are dead, aren't you afraid of being punished by King Quan? Seeing that the god of destruction actually attacked him, the magical rat of destruction laughed and stretched out his hand to block the attack of the god of destruction. The priest beside him smiled slightly, as if he had noticed something and nodded to Wes. Boom! After an explosion, Katai Mouse was instantly enveloped in purple light. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground. After the smoke dissipated, there was no damage in the entire King realm, while the Katai Mouse was lying on the ground with serious injuries. HMPH, how dare you come and yell at me at this level? The god of destruction smiled disdainfully. At this time, he was already in the same rank as the god of destruction. Even if the priest does not use the time power, only the great priest can defeat him. Damn, god of destruction, I want you to die. Boom. The Katai Mouse roared and burst into a terrifying aura, and the purple light shone on the entire King realm. Lord Katai Mouse, this is where the use of force is prohibited in the entire King realm. At this moment, an infectious voice came from a distance. I saw the great priest slowly descend from the sky. The god of destruction saw this scene, and the whole shrank violently. I don't know when it came, but the strength of the great priest is really terrifying. The god of destruction was secretly vigilant. However, the god of destruction did not show any expression. I have seen the great priest. Both Weiss and the priests of the fourth universe greeted the great priest respectfully. Katai Mouse dissipated the destructive energy around his body unwillingly. I have seen the great priest. Katai Mouse greeted the great priest. Master Quan Wang doesn't like to make noise, this is the first and last time. The great priest smiled and said something to Katai Mouse, which immediately made his complexion purple. Did Lao Tzu do it first? It's obviously the god of destruction, okay. You can't be reasonable. Katai Mouse scolded furiously in his heart, but on the surface he could only nod his head in suffocation. Okay, the other gods of destruction have arrived, let's go in together. After the great priest smiled, he ignored him, turned his body and flew towards the palace of the whole king. And at the moment of turning around, his eyes glanced at the god of destruction. The god of destruction frowned slightly, but without saying much, he strode towards the Quan Wang palace. Damn, how can the god of destruction become so powerful, can Conic see his strength? Katai Mouse asked unwillingly to his priest, the big man Conic. Do you really want to know? I don't want to hit you, you're afraid you won't be able to catch his punch now. Conic said that he didn't want to strike, but his mouth was very sarcastic. What, so powerful? Is the god of destruction serious about cultivating? Katai Mouse, with an ugly face, the god of destruction, who was similar to himself, was far ahead of him, which he couldn't accept. No, it seems there is only one way. Katai Mouse sneered, the god of destruction just gave him such a slap in the face of two people's Laozi is settled. Thinking about dealing with the god of destruction like this, he hurriedly walked towards the Hall of the Kings. God of Destruction and Weiss walked through a hall and came to a large round table. At the top of the big round table sits a little kid with a football head. The two characters Quan Wang on his body identify his identity. The little brat stared at the god of destruction who walked in, and the empty eyes made the god of destruction wonder if the kid was asleep. Hey, god of destruction, you've become amazing, you seem to be more powerful than everyone else. At this moment, King Quan's surprised words made all the gods of destruction sitting at the head of the big round table stunned. What? God of destruction is better than all of us. How is that possible? Isn't he and Xiangpa the youngest? How can they be better than us? Lord Quan Wang's words will not be false. It seems that the god of destruction has really become stronger. Each god of destruction looked at the god of destruction with a solemn expression. Ha ha, the whole king has won the prize, it's nothing. Chapter 32, Peppa Pig. The rambling words of the god of destruction shocked everyone. Even Whis, who has always been light-hearted, hurriedly abducted the god of destruction. However, the god of destruction did not respond in the slightest. Hey, god of destruction, what's in the ring in your hand? Just when everyone thought that King Quan was going to lose his temper, King Quan asked the god of destruction with shining eyes as if he had discovered a new continent. Huh, what's going on? The god of destruction is holding something to make King Quan show such an expression. It must be some unusual treasure or something. Maybe it's a pet, maybe. Numerous gods of destruction began to whisper. Hey, Vados, what the hell are you talking about, the god of destruction? Xiangpa asked Vados, who was standing behind him, suspiciously. I don't know either. The god of destruction seems to be very mysterious recently. Even this guy Weiss said that he can't see through the god of destruction. Vados' words made Xiangpa's eyes widen. And at this moment, the god of destruction spoke up. I don't know what Lord Quan Wang said. I have a lot of things here. The god of destruction with a slight smile on his lips shook his ring. And the golden light in King Quan's eyes became stronger and stronger. It's that pink thing, what is that? King Quan happily flew to the god of destruction and circled around the god of destruction. 2 ballpoint pen-like guards rushed over to guard the safety of King Jaeon. Oh, you said this, Nuo. The god of destruction gave a wicked smile. Then he took out a stuffed toy from the ring. And the plush toy looks impressive even if Peppa Pig says, Peppa Pig. Wow, kawaii. King Quan hugged Peppa Pig with glowing eyes and smiled happily. At this moment, not only all the god of destruction angels. The 2 guards and the great priest on the side were all stunned. This. It's incredible that such a small thing can make Lord Quan Wang so happy. Where the hell did god of destruction find this pink thing? Is there some magic that can't be done? The gods of destruction were so annoyed that it was just cheating to make Lord Quan Wang laugh so easily. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen Lord Quan Wang so happy for a long time. God of destruction, you did a great job. The great priest also smiled and nodded at the god of destruction. The great priest has won the prize, it's just some gadgets. God of destruction shook his head. By the way, Lord Quan Wang, there are also matching CDs here, you can take a look. With that said, the god of destruction took out a CD, and then took out a monitor at the same time. In fact, god of destruction can directly adjust the screen to play in the void, but in order to attract the curiosity of children, he chose to use the player. Huh, what is this? Why is there a picture of this doll printed? King Quan pointed to the CD with a cute face and asked the god of destruction. Haha, this doll is called Peppa Pig. This is the story of Peppa Pig. I'll show it to you. With that said, the god of destruction inserted the disc, and the Peppa Pig cartoon started to play on the screen. Hello everyone, I'm Paige. Peppa Pig with slanted eyes in the picture just came out. The king's eyes were attracted. And 1 episode of animation is over. Everyone, including the high priest, looked very dark. Lord Quan Wang actually enjoys watching this kind of fucking thing. Yeah, what's the mud, what's the devilish pig's cry, how did the god of destruction come up with these things? Be quiet, you've watched Lord Quan Wang for the 2nd time. Over and over again, the same episode of Peppa Pig. Quan Wang watched the same episode more than 10 times in a row before turning his eyes away. It's so fun, it's as fun as destroying a few universes. God of destruction, is this still there? King Quan looked at the god of destruction eagerly, his small eyes full of desire. Yes, there are, but it will take 1,000 years for the 2nd episode to come out, but I have a tattoo sticker, do you want it? Speaking of which, the god of destruction took out a piece of paper with Peppa Pig printed on it from the ring. Hearing that it would take 1,000 years to wait, King Quan, who looked a little lost, was instantly happy when he saw this sticker. Huh, what's this for? There's a picture of Peppa Pig. King Jaeon's impatient appearance made everyone around him completely convinced of the god of destruction. There is only one god of destruction who can make Lord Quan Wang like this. The great priest sighed slightly. Yeah, father, maybe even you don't have this ability. Weiss said to the high priest with a smile. Ha, Weiss, it's not that you don't know your father's deadly temper. You can suffocate him if you can tell a joke. Vados came over, covered his mouth and laughed at the great priest. You, how old are you and still the same? The great priest glanced at Vados helplessly. The only thing he could talk to him like this was the universe that had not been destroyed, so Vados dared to speak to himself like this. Father, you are too used to the two of them. Look at Weiss, even women are afraid of the makeup. The serious-looking big-backed Karen walked over with a dignified expression and taught his brother Weiss. In response, Weiss just grimaced. And just when the great priest family was exchanging feelings, an action of the god of destruction caused the two guards to explode. God of destruction, can you also pull the sleeves of Lord Quan Wang's hand? I saw that the god of destruction at this time was holding King Quan's little hand and rolling up his sleeves. After hearing the words of the two guards, the god of destruction flashed a cold light. Stop, did you tell me? Go back and stand, the god of destruction won't hurt me. The original smiling face of King Quan was gone, and the calm little face exuded infinite majesty. Yes. The expressions of the two guards suddenly changed drastically. He hurriedly ran to King Jaeon's chair and stood like an iron pillar. Two cowards. The god of destruction smiled disdainfully, then tore off the tattoo sticker and pressed it against the arm of Quan Wang. P.S. Ha, I did the 5 chapters yesterday. All readers, please hurry up and reward the flowers for evaluation. If the flowers reach 10,000, if the evaluation reaches 2,000, I will add 2 more chapters. There are also 3 more rewards to add. Salted fish does what it says. Chapter 33. Social people. King of all. Everyone held their breath after the tattoo sticker had just been attached to King Quan's small arm. Stab. When God of Destruction ripped off the tattoo stickers again. There is a brand new Peppa Pig tattoo on the arm of Quan Wang. Wow, kawaii. King Quan smiled happily while holding his arms. King Quan, there is a saying in Peppa Pig's hometown, Peppa Pig gets tattooed, and applause is given to people in society. Posting this Peppa Pig, you are a person in society, King Quan. Quote. The god of destruction, with his hands behind his back, said mysteriously. Social people. Everyone was stunned. What species is this? Yes, it is a social person. A social person is a person standing at the top of the world, like a person like King Quan. So I think about it, only King Quan can be called a social person. The words of the god of destruction shocked everyone. I didn't expect that there is such a statement, it is a long experience. Yeah, a social person, it feels so domineering. On the other hand, King Xiaochuan raised his hands excitedly and shouted, from today onwards, I am a social person, haha, I am really happy. The god of destruction stood by and forced himself not to laugh. By the way, there is another characteristic of social people's words, that is, when he shows his tattoo, everyone who sees it should applaud. After the god of destruction finished speaking, he hurriedly puffed up his hands. When the others heard it, they immediately began to applaud violently like the god of destruction. Clap 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 clap. Clap 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 clap. The applause spread throughout the entire Quan Wang temple, and Quan Wang felt an unprecedented joy at this moment. He, who was extremely deficient in the spiritual world, was immediately moved by these little things of the god of destruction. Ha, Very good, I am very happy. By the way, God of Destruction, thanks to you, you can tell me directly after you want anything, and Peppa Pig's second episode will come out as soon as possible, but I can't wait, underscore. King Jaeon's words made all the gods of destruction look at the god of destruction with jealousy. The Kitai mouse was ugly. If the god of destruction lets King Quan destroy him at this time, he believes that the King Quan who is on the rise at this time will definitely not be merciful. Thank you for the reward of King Quan. I really have a request, I don't know if you can agree. The god of destruction smiled slightly at King Quan. Sure enough, the god of destruction came prepared this time. I don't know what he wants. But if you say that, someone will suffer, but I heard someone scolding the god of destruction just now. After talking about all the gods of destruction, the angel's eyes turned to Kitai Mouse. Ha ha ha, if the god of destruction wants you to disappear, I will raise both hands. Xiangpa's happy appearance caused everyone to shake their heads slightly. Indeed, in the early years, Kitai Mouse used to bully Xiangpa and the god of destruction because of his age. It seems that this time the Kitai Mouse is going to get cold. I want to practice for a period of time in the different dimensions around the king's realm, but I can't open these spaces with my strength, so I hope you can find someone to help me. The god of destruction has cultivated for 100,000 years in the alien dimension around the god of destruction, and finally found that his strength has grown very slowly. Because simply speeding up time doesn't do much good, because the strength of the different dimension is so great that it can't be used with one's own strength. But when he came to the king's realm, he found that the different dimension of the king's realm was so powerful that his full blow didn't even cause the space to fluctuate. Ah, god of destruction, do you like to practice? Well, no problem, great priest, I'll leave the request of the god of destruction to you. King Quan was happy at this time, and the request of the god of destruction was not too much. Yes, Lord Quan Wang. The great priest smiled and nodded. Hey, by the way, I forgot about the business, it's a meeting, it's a meeting. Only then did King Quan remember that he had called them to a meeting this time. The god of destruction walked over to Xiangpa and sat down, looking at the envious eyes of the god of destruction around him. The god of destruction sneered. A child can't be coaxed well, so many years in vain. At this moment, King Xiaochuan suddenly raised his arm, revealing the dazzling Peppa Pig. The god of destruction's expression changed drastically, and he quickly applauded frantically. Wow, god of destruction, you didn't lie to me, you really applauded. King Quan saw everyone applauding crazily, and laughed even more happily. Nonsense, I said that, if anyone dares not to applaud, it's not their own death. And just when the god of destruction was thinking wildly, the great priest spoke. I called everyone here this time because there is something to announce. After a pause, the great priest continued. Master Quan Wang feels that many gods of destruction are a little slack in their work, so he decided that this time Quan Wang will count the number of planets in each universe that have reached the goal of destruction but have not been destroyed, and then finally compare the universe with the largest number. Lord Quan Wang will take action to destroy him. As soon as the words of the great priest came out, the expressions of the god of destruction and the priest changed greatly. Only god of destruction looked at Whis with a meaningful look after hearing it. As the son of the great priest, Whis suddenly forced himself to destroy all the planets in the near future. It seems that he got wind. Sure enough, it's cool to have a backstage relationship anywhere. The god of destruction sighed with emotion. Wow Kaka, my thousands of years of losing weight have finally paid off. Vados, I will definitely not be destroyed this time, ha ha ha. Xiangpa on the side laughed proudly. Since being beaten by the god of destruction, Xiangpa has been forced by Vados to lose weight. Although it was not useful in the slightest, the work was done anyway. And just when Xiangpa smiled happily, the expressions of the other gods of destruction on the side were ugly. Okay, Lord Quan Wang is going to start counting. Chapter 34, The Ninth Universe. Destroy. Okay, start counting now. The great priest is not in the mood to care about the lives of others, even if it is a priest, as long as it is not his own child, he doesn't care. As soon as the great priest finished speaking, a picture appeared in the center of the big round table. In the picture are 12 huge light balls. The sphere of light is enclosed in a circle. I will show the remaining uncorrupted planets in each universe on their respective universes, and then you will have a number in your own mind. The words of the great priest made everyone sweat slightly. After all, no one knows if the other gods of destruction are working hard. In the anxious eyes of everyone, numbers were displayed on each cosmic light sphere. The god of destruction was slightly relieved when he saw that the 7th universe in front of him showed 58. I can't believe that so many planets have grown in just one day. Isn't the profession of god of destruction so easy to do? However, the god of destruction can say with certainty that if he admits to being second, I am afraid that no god of destruction would dare to admit that he is number one. Ha ha ha, I only have 1,000 planets, just ask who of you to compare with me. At this moment, the elephant on the side laughed loudly, pointing to the 1086 written on the 6th universe of his own and said with a laugh. The god of destruction in the 1st universe, the 12th universe, and the 11th universe looked at him with contempt, and then sneered at the hundreds of planets displayed above his own universe. Elephant Pa, who was just trying to pretend, was slapped in the face, but he wasn't afraid, because he deliberately glanced at Chitara's 4th universe. The large string of numbers shown above is probably in the tens of millions. At this time, Chitara was already in a cold sweat. Alas, it seems that this time, I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. At this moment, the god of destruction of Universe 9 sighed. Everyone turned their heads and watched the billions of numbers displayed on the 9th universe go silent. Billions of planets are almost negligible for a universe. But if all these are planets that have reached the level of destruction but have not been destroyed, it will be a bit too much. Sidera, you. The deliciousness on the side. He knew best why Sidera didn't destroy these planets. One of them can't tolerate any evil, and the other can't bear to hurt any kindness. If the thinking is the same, it stands to reason that the working ability of the two people should be similar. But the way the two did it was very different. In the universe where Waymeda is located, as long as there is an evil person on a planet that needs to be destroyed, it will be destroyed by him immediately. Even some planets that don't need to be destroyed, as long as the number of evil people is too large, he will also destroy them. Because of this, he often clashes with the king of the 11th universe. And the 9th universe is 6, and all these planets that still exist are because there are kind people on them. It is because there are some kind people that he will let this planet go. Over time, these planets have accumulated hundreds of thousands of years, and they have become so much. HMPH, I told you a long time ago that your indecision will eventually harm the 9th universe. The priest of the 9th universe is a proud person. Seeing that he is now being dragged to death by this indecisive god of destruction, his face is also ugly. Alas, I thought that as long as I was punished, I didn't expect that it would drag down the entire 9th universe. Bearded Sidera sighed, and her lonely expression silenced all the gods of destruction. If the other gods of destruction were to be eliminated, it would be too late for them to be happy, but Sidera, many gods of destruction still respect them. Of course, some people think he is pedantic, and Chitara is one of them. As two opposite universes, Chitara has always regarded Sidera as the biggest obstacle to her growth. HMPH, when Sidera dies, my 4th universe will grow rapidly. I just don't know how this kind of waste can sit on the seat of the god of destruction. Chitara didn't show it, after all, she seemed to be second to last. If King Quan got angry and brought him along, there would be nothing to deal with at that time. Yeah, have you been selected? That's Sidera's 9th universe. King Quan also recovered from the daze at this time. Looking at his innocent appearance, the god of destruction was slightly speechless. Maybe this kid doesn't even know what the destruction of the 9th universe means to others, maybe it's just fun for him. Yes, Lord Quan Wang, this time it is indeed Sidera who has been slack in work. The Grand Priest responded with a smile. Then the 9th universe disappears. King Quan stood up with his little hands behind his back. The 12 gods of destruction also stood up with solemn faces. King Quan raised his right hand, his fingertips flashing with dazzling white light. The white light instantly spread from the Quan Wang temple to the Quan Wang realm, and then to the 12 universes. At the same time, the light ball representing the 9th universe on the big round table slowly became transparent. After a long time, it completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone, farewell. Sidera smiled and said something to the crowd, then slowly disappeared in front of the crowd. Lord Grand Priest, I'm going back. The priest of the 9th universe glanced coldly at the place where Sidera disappeared, and then said to the great priest. Well, you go. The great priest smiled slightly, and then the priest of the 9th universe disappeared. But the god of destruction frowned. Weiss, the priest of the 9th universe doesn't seem to be dead. Where did he go? The god of destruction asked suspiciously. The god of destruction does not know that if the universe under our priest's jurisdiction disappears, we will return to the place where the priest came from, until a new universe is born, or the universe is resurrected. Weiss explained to the god of destruction with a smile. No wonder the priests of other universes that were destroyed in earlier years have never appeared. The god of destruction nodded slightly. Okay, that's it for today's meeting, everyone go back. By the way, remember to work hard. Chapter 35, Black Cat Sheriff. Although the meeting was brief, it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Watching Vula run aside and start watching the first episode of Peppa Pig, King Jaeon, the god of destruction spat. Paralyzed, the fate of Lao Tzu should be decided by such a mentally retarded little brat, it's just fucked up. When Sidera disappeared, the god of destruction became more and more obsessed with becoming stronger. God of destruction, I'll go first, come and play when I have time, but remember to bring something delicious. Xiangpa said hello to the god of destruction and hurriedly walked out of this place of right and wrong. Ho ho ho, it's a strange story that Master Xiangpa even greets the god of destruction. Weiss said with a smile. HMPH, I'm not afraid of being beaten, this kid seems to finally recognize the reality. God of destruction smiled dismissively. God of destruction, come and play when you have time. The god of destruction, like Cleopatra, suddenly came to the god of destruction and blew a kiss at the god of destruction. Makes god of destruction uncomfortable. Not only her, but many gods of destruction came to the god of destruction to say hello before leaving. It seems that in their eyes, the god of destruction who made King Quan happy is already a big celebrity. Well, it will. The god of destruction is perfunctory, and the god of destruction has few people he wants to associate with, all of them are savages. But there is one exception, and that is Chitara. Before Chitara left, she gave the god of destruction a sinister look. Originally, his plan to destroy the gods had died before he started to implement it. Do you still want to jump? Cats and mice have been around since ancient times. You, a little mouse, think you can do whatever you want just because you are old. Hey, I'll kill you in the next second. The god of destruction glanced at Chitara's back lightly, sneered, and walked over to the elementary school student King Quan who was still watching cartoons. Hey, god of destruction, haven't you left yet? Would you like to watch Peppa Pig with me? Humph. After Quan Wang finished speaking, he did not forget to learn the pig's feet twice. Immediately, the faces of the two guards turned dark, and their own King Quan was actually damaged. If the people behind King Quan found out, they wouldn't kill themselves directly. But now the god of destruction is the king of all kings. If the two of them dare to say anything at will, they must be the two brothers who will die. Looks like it's going to beat the god of destruction. The two looked at each other and both had this idea. I won't watch it. By the way, this is another cartoon. There were a lot of people just now. Now I'll give it to you together. The god of destruction laughed evilly, took out a CD, and handed it to King Quan Wang. "Wow, God of Destruction, you're so nice, what's this name?" King Quan excitedly held the CD in his hand and asked the God of Destruction excitedly. "Ah, it's called Sheriff Black Cat. This is a limited edition cartoon." In the eyes of the great priest and Weiss, who had a strange expression on the side of the God of Destruction, they immediately knew that some people might be unlucky. "Black Cat Sheriff, hurry up and let me see it." Quan Wang's small eyes were rolling. "Soon, the animation will start broadcasting. Lord Grand Priest, please help me open the alien dimension recently." The God of Destruction looked at the fascinated King Quan Wang and knew that his goal had been achieved, and then turned around and said to the High Priest. "Master God of Destruction, are you going to abandon the Loon family?" Weiss's bitter appearance as a dead father made the great priest beside him speechless. "I am a dignified priest, how can I have such a son?" The great priest, who felt disgraced, sent Weiss back to the 7th universe with a wave of his hand. "Ha ha ha, thank you the great priest, otherwise I don't know what to do if Weiss wants me to take him with me." The God of Destruction laughed. "It's okay, let's go, God of Destruction." The great priest smiled slightly, and then broke open a void, revealing the dark alien space inside. As soon as the God of Destruction stepped in, he felt the enormous pressure and almost crushed himself to the ground. The different dimensional space around the king's realm is generally not suitable for cultivation because the gravity is too huge. Even among the priests, there are not many other than me who can stand up straight here. The great priest looked at the God of Destruction in front of him. Although his legs were trembling slightly, the God of Destruction, who was still standing tall and straight, nodded slightly. "Well, good gravity, there is a great priest." The God of Destruction learned from Weiss that there is one xenodimensional space around the entire king realm. But this is different from the different dimensional space of the 7th universe, and the size of this different dimensional space is infinite. That is, the great priest, the father of Weiss, spent hundreds of millions of years without exploring to the end. Weiss should have already told you that your range of activities should not be too large, otherwise you will have to work hard to find you. This is a communicator. If you want to come out, just contact me. After the great priest finished speaking, he dropped a small button, and after walking out of the alien space, he waved his hand to close the space crack. "Hey, the time ratio is 10,000 to 1. I still can't open this space within 1,000 years, so I can live and eat." The God of Destruction smashed the button in his hand after laughing at himself, and was still on the ground. Immediately came to an open space, began a long practice. Temple of all kings. The great priest who just closed the space crack seemed to sense something, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "God of Destruction, you have really changed, I just don't know if you can break through this cage." The great priest glanced deeply at King Quan and the two guards who were still watching cartoons. "P.S. There is one more update today at 11 o'clock. According to the agreement, for every 2,000 flowers, one more chapter, 500 evaluation votes, one more chapter, 5 rewards, one more chapter, don't ask me why I say that, that's it capricious. Explode the data, wait until there are 14,000 flowers, and add more when there are 3,000 evaluation votes." Chapter 36. 1 year, Katara. In the 9th universe, in the starry sky, Chitara was destroying the starry sky in the universe with a look of anger. "Lord Chitara, if you destroy like this at will, if Lord Quan Wang finds out, you will be punished." The priest of the 4th universe is a big man with a cool hairstyle. "Damn, it's King Quan again, King Tiantian, King Quan is just a child, Chitara said with a big mouth, but the action stopped and continued to destroy. "Okay, don't make trouble anymore, Lord Chitara, should your work be completed soon, you know that you still have tens of millions of planets waiting to be destroyed." The priest immediately took out a list that was hundreds of meters longer than the original list of the God of Destruction. "So much. When am I going to do it?" Chitara shuddered with fright. Not much time, just a few hundred years. Well, the slower you go, the more work you will have to do. The big Han priest urged. At this moment, a cone-shaped object suddenly slid across the starry sky, and hit his ear with a slap when the Kitai mouse was so defenseless. Kitai mouse only felt a sharp pain, and when he touched his ears, he found that one of his ears was missing. The most terrible thing is that he actually found that his divine power could not repair his ears. What's going on? What happened to Konik? Frightened and angry, he could only ask the priest Konik aloud. I didn't see it either. Konik's expression was also solemn, and he had already vaguely guessed who moved the hand. What? Even you didn't see it? How could this be possible? Chitara was stunned. It was normal to say that she didn't see it. After all, she was a rookie, but even Konik didn't see it, so the matter was serious. At the same time, in the Quan Wang palace, Quan Wang was holding what looked like a pistol in one direction. Ha ha ha, hit, I hit the damn ear. King Quan jumped happily, and the picture beside him just happened to freeze on the ear where the black cat sheriff shot off one ear. Master Quan Wang is really good at shooting, he hits with one shot. The grand priest smiled beside him. Being praised by the great priest, King Quan raised his right hand domineeringly, revealing his little pig Peppa. Clap clap clap. The two guards and the great priest all quickly applauded. At this moment, King Jaeon felt more respected than being King Jaeon. But after doing all this, King Jaeon starts to look like the remaining black cat sheriff again. And this time, King Quan saw his mother-in-law with one ear, rushed into the police station, and killed the white cat sheriff. Suddenly, King Quan, who had already substituted himself into the role of the black cat sheriff, was completely angry. One ear is really hateful. If that's the case, let him disappear. King Quan made the two guards and the high priest speechless with the appearance of righteousness. This god of destruction is really terrifying. Just such a small video made Lord Quan Wang so excited. It seems that Katara is doomed this time. The three of them thought so at the same time. And far in the fourth universe's destruction god realm, Chitara, who was still expending her power of destruction to expel the remaining power on her ears so that she could grow ears, suddenly felt that the god of destruction in her body had actually cracked. Immediately, all the souls of Chitara were taken, and the god of destruction was bestowed upon him by the king of destruction when he was chosen as the god of destruction. If the godhead of destruction is completely broken, it means that his long lifespan has reached the limit. And the consequence of reaching the limit is to turn into double Lois. Konik, hurry up and help. Terrified, he hurriedly called Konik for help. However, this time Konik seemed to have received some order, and was unmoved by Chitara's call for help. Crack! A shattering sound reached Chitara's ears, and then his feet began to turn into dust under Chitara's terrified eyes. People who don't understand the energy of time can't resist the erosion of time after all. Lord Chitara, this time you've provoked someone you shouldn't provoke. Konik's sighing words reached Chitara's ears, and then Chitara turned into ashes unwillingly. At the same time, the World King God of the Fourth Universe also looked at his slowly disappearing body with a bewildered expression. Lord Chitara is actually dead. He couldn't believe that Chitara, who stood on the top of the universe, was actually dead. But no matter how unbelievable he was, he and Chitara turned into Lois together. As for the destruction of the god realm, the figure of the great priest also flew down from the sky after Chitara died. I have seen the great priest. Konik respectfully said to the high priest. Excuse the courtesy, this time I'm here to talk about the selection of the next god of destruction. Lord Quan Wang doesn't have any good candidates right now, and you don't have any talented people in the fourth universe, so the position of god of destruction will be temporary. Vacancy until the king has a new candidate. Quote. The great priest said slowly. Well, I understand, since I will take over the work of the god of destruction during this period, and I will personally go to Xingrenxing to find the god of realm. After Konik finished speaking, the high priest nodded slightly, and then disappeared. At the same time, the news of Chitara's death also reached the ears of the god of destruction. Everyone is right, god of destruction is listed as the number one person who can't be messed with. And time quickly passed hundreds of years. Chapter 37. I just don't like you. Oh, god of destruction is really true. It's been hundreds of years, and I don't know how to come back to see people. People are getting old waiting here. Weiss sat by the small lake boredly playing with his scepter. HMPH, you still miss me. At this moment, a cold voice appeared behind Weiss. Weiss was shocked, and he didn't notice the arrival of the other party at all. But hearing the familiar voice, Weston got excited and turned around quickly. Ho ho ho, it's the god of destruction. I thought you didn't want me anymore. You look at people waiting for you here every day, and they have wrinkles. Weiss started to cry while talking. You start for Lao Tzu. I didn't say I want you, just go as far as you want. The god of destruction kicked Weiss with a speechless kick. Weiss, who originally wanted to escape, suddenly found himself unable to move, and was immediately kicked in the ass by the god of destruction. Oh, god of destruction, what are you kicking people for? Weiss rubbed his butt and looked at the god of destruction in front of him resentfully. But his heart was very shocked. Because god of destruction didn't even use a single bit of Zizai Jigong, he kicked himself, and he didn't even react at all. Even the space-time energy is useless. This means that the time-space energy of the god of destruction has been understood much higher than himself. Ha ha ha, it's just not pleasing to the eyes of you. The god of destruction laughed. He has wanted to kick Weiss for a long time, but unfortunately, this dog started using the ultimate free will power, and when he finally understood the second-order free extreme power, then he started to use the space-time energy. This time he successfully walked out from the different dimension of the whole king realm relying on his own strength. This kid Weiss is no longer his opponent. I am very comfortable today. I decided to destroy 2 planets for fun. The god of destruction smiled slightly. He had planned it, and this time happened to be when Frieza was born. As a colleague who also likes to break things, how could the god of destruction not meet the king? Yes, the god of destruction has changed. You didn't know how to hit people before, but now you don't show mercy. Weiss rubbed his butt, said a grudge, and then took his scepter. Well, Weiss, you misunderstood me. The god of destruction sighed. Weiss's eyes lit up. Hey, is the god of destruction trying to coax people? No, I have to be reserved and not be deceived by the rhetoric of the god of destruction. Just when Weiss secretly rejoiced in his heart, the voice of the god of destruction came again. You really misunderstood me. My motherfucker didn't show mercy before. Okay, wow kakaka. God of destruction's cunning joke finally made Weiss, who had never been angry for the first time, angry for the first time. You, god of destruction, you are too bullying, ying ying ying. Weiss covered his face and cried. Fuck you, don't talk too much, don't cry, go and work. The god of destruction is one big and too big. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't tease him. Unfortunately, this time Weiss still did not recover. Okay, don't cry, let's find something delicious, okay. Helpless, god of destruction can only really coax Weiss. It seems that he heard the delicious food, and Weston paused, but he seemed to think that this delicious food was not enough, and cried again. Seeing this situation, the god of destruction broke down in cold sweat. Okay, the big deal is to grab the cosmetics for 2 planets for you, okay. The god of destruction deliberately said the words, cosmetics, loudly, for fear that Weiss couldn't hear him. Sure enough, Weiss's cries suddenly subsided. 3 planets. Weiss' cries were a little quieter. Damn, 10 planets, grab any more by yourself. The god of destruction was angry and said his final bottom line. Immediately, Weiss put his hand down, and rushed towards the god of destruction in surprise, trying to pick up the god of destruction. Fortunately, the god of destruction reacted quickly, and came to Weiss's back in an instant. Ho 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 ho, God of Destruction is what you say, but I remembered it, let's go shopping. Saying that, Whis pulled up the God of Destruction and instantly turned into a light and left the God of Destruction realm. In the void, there was only the wrath of the God of Destruction. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. In the endless starry sky, on an eternally frozen planet, a tall man with long horns was anxiously looking at a huge iceberg ahead. Beside him stood a young child. Dad, when will my brother come out? I've been waiting for 100 years and I'm still inside. The child said to his father curiously. P.S. If you have a monthly pass, remember to send a few to Shanyu. Shanyu is grateful, King Frieza is coming out, please look forward to it. Chapter 38, Frieza. Crack. At this moment, the sound of an ice cube breaking came from the huge iceberg in front of the two father and son. Kurd's expression suddenly became very excited. Because he felt the breath of the mutant frozen demon family from the iceberg. This is the breath that only he and his eldest son Beulah have. Ha ha ha, it is indeed my seed. My Kurdish family is going to add another powerful child. No one knows the power of the mutant frozen demon family better than him. He is different from ordinary frozen demons. The mutants have infinite potential. As long as they practice, they can continue to become stronger. The ordinary frozen demon family is limited by the potential of birth. Is my brother coming out? I'm really curious, what will my brother look like? The young Beulah didn't have the life and death of Frieza in the later period, so now he is still relatively happy that his younger brother was born. Boom. At this moment, the iceberg shattered, and a thin figure rose into the sky. My old man came out. After a few somersaults in the air, Frieza charged towards the ground like a meteorite. Ha ha ha, my child's son is really amazing, he will fly as soon as he is born. Chilled laughed and looked at Frieza who was falling straight in front of him. Brother is amazing. Beulah also clapped her palm happily. And the Cosmic Emperor in the sky slammed into the ground at a high speed. Both father and son were laughing happily, boasting that the Emperor of the Universe was talented. The laughter ended abruptly after a roar. I saw the Emperor of the Universe inserted directly into the ground, leaving only one tail exposed. The two Kurds were stunned. Mass, if you say that you are talented, you will fly when you are born. What is the situation? Kurd's mouth twitched. Wow! A loud cry suddenly woke Kurd and Beulah. The two hurriedly ran over to scrape the bruised-faced Cosmic Emperor out of the ice. Looking at the dying Cosmic Emperor, the two big men Kurd and Beulah scratched their heads and smiled awkwardly. Dad, why don't you take my brother to the treatment cabin for treatment first? Beulah followed Kurd, who was holding the Cosmic Emperor giggling and didn't speak for a long time, and couldn't help reminding him. Almost forgot. Kurd quickly took out the controller and summoned the spaceship hovering in the sky. After placing the Cosmic Emperor in the nutrition compartment, Kurd quickly took out the combat effectiveness tester and tested it. Combat power, 50,000 inches. After seeing the data, Kurd was silent. This is the level of the babies of the ordinary frozen family. Not much difference. Wow, my brother is so weak. Beulah's words made Kurd's face a little ugly. It seems to be a failure, I can't think of being happy for nothing. Kurd looked at the Cosmic Emperor like a little old man and spat in disdain. There is no excitement at all. Combat power 100,000 inches. Suddenly, the combat effectiveness tester suddenly rang, causing Kurd to be stunned for a moment. 100,000. What's going on? Could it be that the Emperor of the Universe has the ability to hide his breath? Kurd frowned slightly. Combat power, 130,000 inches. Suddenly there was another siren. It's still going up. A smile appeared at the corner of Kurd's mouth. A beeping sound reached Kurt's ears, and it didn't take long for the Cosmic Emperor's combat power to reach 200,000. At this moment, the Emperor of the Universe suddenly emitted a dazzling light. After the light passed, a Cosmic Emperor who was slightly larger than the beginning appeared in front of the two father and son to show grace. And this is the final form of the Emperor of the Universe. Transformation. You can master a form at such a young age. No wonder the strength is so low. It turned out to be hidden. Kurd was excited, knowing that his ancestors had researched several generations of talents in order to study the function of transformation. And if Kurd knew that the reason why his ancestors studied transformation was only because the god of destruction wanted to see transformation at that time, in order to please the god of destruction in the future, they have been researching transformation since thousands of years ago. In the end, it was researched that such a nondescript transformation has no effect on improving strength at all. Instead, he sealed his own power. Chapter 39. The bear boy was kicked in the head by a man who fell violently in front of the iceberg. What are you? While Kurd was still secretly happy, little Jungtai Frieza pointed to Kurd and Beulah and asked. Immediately, Kurd and Beulah were stunned, only to see Frieza with his hands on his hips, looking at his brother with a tugging look. Dad, how did my brother say we are things? We are not things. Beulah asked innocently. Damn, what do you mean by me is not a thing? We are a thing. No bah, your brother just needs to be beaten to know. Kurd was instantly angry, and he was actually scolded by this little brat in front of him, and beating himself was the Emperor of the Universe. And Beulah, who was beside him, also remembered the fact that Frieza owed a beating to the bottom of his heart. Played Frieza a lot after that. Brush. Suddenly, Kurd appeared behind Frieza's bar and lifted his tail. Wow, let go of this uncle, are you courting death? Frieza's little feet kicked wildly. Beulah saw this scene and ran over happily, but Foley suddenly sneered. The little foot swept away, and it was a foot according to Beulah's face. In an instant, Beulah flew upside down towards the iceberg behind with a grim expression. Boom. Wow, Kaka, you still want to touch me? Frieza smugly looked at Beulah, who was slowly walking out of the iceberg, with her little hands on her hips. You kid is very angry. Suddenly, Frieza's chrysanthemum tightened, and suddenly he felt the big man who was holding his tail talking behind his back. Forgive the brave man, I am young and ignorant, and the chrysanthemum is still very loose. You see, the chrysanthemum that I just knocked out must be pretty good. Frieza's flattering look left Kurd speechless. Paralyzed, are all children so lewd these days? He couldn't say these blatant words. No, there's something wrong. This kid didn't drink Mengpo soup when he was reincarnated. Kurd finally found out that he was abnormal. This kid was just born. Even if he was talented, he couldn't be so smart. Boy, say, who the hell are you? How can a newborn child be so smart? The Kurdish words surprised Frieza. Paralyzed, I can't be smart by nature. Look at you guys. You are big and three rough. At first glance, you are a person with a simple mind and developed limbs. Mrs. Frieza sneered, saying that Kurd felt that his IQ was really not enough. No, I'm the first mutant in the history of the Frozen Demon Clan. How could I not have enough IQ? The only possibility is. With that, Kurd hurriedly put Frieza down. Ha ha ha, as expected of my son, his IQ is high. From now on, you can follow your father and I will conquer the world. Remember, your name is Frieza. Kurd felt that his genes must be too good to give birth to such a child with extraordinary IQ. And looking at Kurd's appearance, Frieza smiled disdainfully. What a stupid person, how can I have such a father? Little Jung's wife, Frieza, looked at the arrogant Kurd and smiled disdainfully. Damn, Frieza, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Beulah ran over from the iceberg and charged towards Frieza with his fists clenched. Mom, is this brother so fierce? Frieza was startled and quickly hid behind Kurd. Okay, Beulah, how old are you? And you don't practice well, look at you, even your brother can mention you. Kurd waved his hand and stopped Beulah, who wanted to bully him. Beulah was immediately unhappy and looked at Frieza angrily, but because of Kurd's majesty, Beulah didn't say anything. A little bit. Quote. Frieza made a face as she looked at Beulah, whose face was green with anger. Beulah, who was so angry with this action, almost fainted. And Frieza looked at Beulah, who didn't dare to move, and even died. With 2 hands on Kurd's thigh. 1 foot was raised towards Beulah and kicked. This cheap look made Kurd frown. Beulah looked down at Frieza, who was kicking at his leg, trembling more and more all over. And Frieza was still kicking. Frieza, I want you to die. Beulah exploded in an instant, turning into a purple light and shadow, and instantly appeared in front of Frieza, and fell over his shoulder, knocking Frieza to the ground. Then there was a mad kick to Frieza's head. Boom boom boom. A roar spread throughout the entire frozen star. We agreed to add 2 chapters. Today is the 5th watch, and now it is the 3rd watch. There are still 2 more. Everyone, please give the flower tickets to Shanyu, thank you very much. Chapter 40, Do you think this service will work? In the endless starry sky, a stream of light flashed, and the figures of the god of destruction and Wes appeared in the starry sky, and the 2 of them saw Frieza on the ground being kicked wildly. Aiya, this frozen demon clan is so violent, even children are not spared, it's just. Weiss smiled and covered his mouth. What is it? The god of destruction looked at Weiss's smiling face and knew that this fellow must not be grieved for Frieza. It's so cute, look at the kid who was beaten, is it the same as the god of destruction when he was a child? He's the kind of person who wants to beat him, hoo. Weiss covered his mouth with a smirk. Immediately, the god of destruction's face darkened. Weiss, do you also want to try the taste of shoulder smashing? Maybe the millennium killing is also good, I think you are very suitable for this. God of destruction said to Wes with a smile. And his gloomy face suddenly changed Weiss' face. God of destruction, you can't do this, I'm just joking, the millennium kill is definitely not suitable for me. Saying that, Weiss hurriedly slipped into the distance while clutching his chrysanthemum. Okay, stop talking nonsense, let's go and see if the frozen demon clan has really grown a bit. After a cold snort, the god of destruction flew down toward the ground with his hands behind his back. Weiss breathed a sigh of relief and dived toward the ground. And Beulah finally lifted his foot without any thought after kicking dozens of feet wildly. Bah, scum. After spitting at Frieza, who looked like a dead dog, Beulah walked over to Kurd and stood. There was a huge pothole ahead, and Frieza lying on the ground pretending to be a dead dog. Hey, if your brother is so good, kill him, otherwise it would be a waste of food to keep it. Looking at Frieza Kurd, who still wanted to touch porcelain, he sneered. Brush. In an instant, Frieza came to the edge of the big pit and looked around in confusion. Ah, who is your younger brother, bro, you are so handsome, is your younger brother also handsome and suave? Of course, you are definitely more handsome than your younger brother, but we are all brothers, so why kill each other, right? Quote. Frieza's flattering look doesn't look like the charismatic emperor of the universe hundreds of years later. He is completely a bully and fear of hardship. Humph. Beulah, who originally thought she would have a lovely younger brother, is now completely disappointed. After a cold snort, Beulah did not speak anymore, but turned her head away and ignored Frieza. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly and slowly floated down from the sky. Kurd discovered their arrival only when he saw 2 figures. Suddenly Kurd's brows furrowed. However, Kurd frowned after seeing the image of the god of destruction. Meow mi image, golden hole, followed by a pseudo-mother entourage. Thinking of the information written on his ancestral home, Kurd broke out in cold sweat. You are the god of destruction. Kurd's scream made little Frieza stunned, and he looked up quickly, only to see Whis and the god of destruction floating above his head. Nani, dare to stand on the head of my uncle Frieza? Look at my chrysanthemum fist. Frieza jumped up and punched Weiss, chrysanthemum. Immediately, Weiss' face turned purple. Are other people's chrysanthemums so attractive? Everyone wants to hug me chrysanthemums. Of course Weiss couldn't be hit, and of course he didn't need to shoot. Just as Frieza saw Weiss's ass close in front of him, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a flower appeared in front of his eyes, and a white figure suddenly blocked in front of him. At the same time, he pinched his head. After feeling a huge force, Frieza felt a sharp pain all over her body. I saw that Frieza was being kicked around by Beulah and Kurd as a ball. The strength of his feet was not at all merciful because he was his own son. Lord God of Destruction, look, can this strength work? Kurd also smiled at the God of Destruction with a flattering face, and that expression was exactly the same as Frieza's expression just now. At this moment, Beulah finally knew why his younger brother was so wretched, and his feelings were inherited. Well, it's not bad, it's even better if you focus on it. P.S. Chapter 4, there is one more, and more will be added when there is a flower, and it will continue to explode tomorrow. Dragon Ball Lao Tzu is the God of Destruction. Chapter 41-60. Chapter 41, such a cheap Frieza. Well, it's not bad, it's even better if you focus on it. The God of Destruction gave a wicked smile, ignoring Frieza's terrified little eyes, who had been beaten like a real dead dog. Okay, Beulah, the afterburner starts. Kurd nodded at Beulah, and the two immediately accelerated their attack. In an instant, the two kicked Frieza hundreds of times. Mom, save me, I'm dying. Frieza cried and shouted. Originally he didn't care, but the two dogs, Kurd and Beulah, seemed to be kicking harder and harder, and both of them were getting harder and harder. And Beulah Gong reported his personal revenge, and every kick was kicked with his toes. The toes of the Frozen clan are simply alls. Haha, my stupid brother, our mother and father are the same person. While Beulah was talking, he secretly increased his strength, and Kurd on the other side also sensed the increase in strength, and he couldn't help but increase his strength on his feet. Okay, kick this kid again and he'll die. The God of Destruction looked at Frieza, who was foaming at the mouth, and knew that the king couldn't hold it any longer. It seemed that the fact that the frozen demons didn't have many family values should be true. One's own life can do this kind of abuse. Yes, yes, yes. God of Destruction is what you say. After speaking, Kurd did not forget to lift Frieza, who was really a dead dog on the ground. I don't know why the God of Destruction came to my Frozen clan this time. Kurd couldn't help swallowing, knowing that the last time the God of Destruction came, the entire Frozen demon family had changed from a large race of hundreds of people to a rare race that now only has its own family. This time, if I give my family one more visit, it may be the extinction of the family. Well, I just heard that you are claiming to be the overlord of the universe in the universe recently. The God of Destruction, with his hands behind his back, said to Kurd with a smile. Suddenly, Kurd's cold sweat flowed down. Lord God of Destruction, I have never said this sentence, someone must have slandered me, but I have always been under the banner of only one God of Destruction. Besides, look at the villain, no matter how ugly he looks, so stupid wouldn't be the material to be the overlord of the universe. Kurds don't hesitate to devalue what they think is the most perfect face in order to survive. Oh, is it? The God of Destruction smiled slightly and stared at Kurd, so scared that Kurd's face changed drastically. I testify that everything my father said is true. He respects your old man very much. At this moment, Frieza, who was lifted by Kurdish in his hand, opened his eyes above the pig's head and said weakly. Kurd's body was shocked, looking at Beulah, who was frightened like a stupid dog, and then looking at the disabled Jujian, Frieza, who was beaten to death by himself and had to defend himself. Kurd's heart trembled slightly. Good son, be sure to treat him well in the future. The God of Destruction also glanced at Frieza, who was being lifted up in the air in surprise. Tell me how your father respects me. The God of Destruction asked indifferently. At this time, Kurd also put down Frieza. Frieza, who landed on the ground, patted the dust on his body and slowly walked towards the god of destruction with his little hands behind his back. My father, but every day he puts the name of the god of destruction on his mouth. Every day, he uses a special liquid to rub the name of the god of destruction. Frieza's words surprised everyone. But even an idiot could tell that Frieza was trying to praise his father, and he was going to do something at this time. Sure enough, when the god of destruction asked what kind of liquid Kurd was rubbing with. What else could it be? Of course it's peeing. After saying that, Frieza rushed behind the god of destruction and hid. Damn Frieza, you have the seeds for me to come out, I'm going to kill you. Kurd roared at Frieza, who was hiding behind the god of destruction. Lord God of Destruction, look, this kid wants to kill and kill, his heart can be punished, there must be a ghost in his heart, hurry up and kill him. Frieza's mean-looking appearance makes it impossible to imagine that this is a child who has just been born. P.S. Today's 5 chapters are finally over. Report the data. The current flowers say 14,700. When it reaches 17,000, a new chapter will be added. The reward has reached 5 and another chapter will be added tomorrow. Time to add another chapter. Just look at tomorrow morning. There is a big boss who is the first to order from Marvel and salted fish can only rely on you guys. Chapter 42. Who else is worse than me? Come here. Looking at Frieza, who was pouting and hooking his fingers at himself, Kurd was so angry that he wanted to go back to the moment Frieza was born and pinched him to death. And just when Frieza was complacent, Whis, who was behind the god of destruction, suddenly laughed evilly at Frieza's pouting little butt. Immediately, his hand was empty, and a wooden stick appeared in his hand. Ha ha ha, the dog by Kurd, there is something to beat me, and you dare to use Lao Tzu as a ball, you are tired of life. Suddenly, Frieza's proud face changed dramatically. Tremblingly, he turned his head, which was swollen like a pig's head, to the back. Just happened to see this guy Weiss holding a stick and sticking it on his chrysanthemum. Immediately, Frieza burst into tears. I'm just a cute little kid, why is everyone targeting me? Frieza burst into tears in an instant. From being smashed into a dog just after being born, to being beaten up by the elder brother, and then to the mixed doubles of father and son, and finally Chrysanthemum was also exploded. Who else is worse than me? It's alright, Weiss, what are you doing? You don't let a child go, and Kurd, are you courting death? I like this kid, and whoever dares to beat him will have a hard time with me. At this moment, a sound of heavenly sounds came from the side of the Emperor of the Universe. The Emperor of the Universe raised his head to face the sunlight and just saw the God of Destruction standing beside him yelling at the others. This is the Savior, the great Savior, I don't need to be beaten. The Emperor of the Universe suddenly felt that he had found a support and a support. At this moment, he had the urge to provoke Kurd again. The face of Kurd on the opposite side changed suddenly, and he hurriedly said flatteringly towards the God of Destruction. Yes, the God of Destruction taught me a lesson, but how could we beat the Emperor of the Universe? He is my little treasure. If Kurd is sincere, others will definitely spit if they see it. The paralyzed one who had the most fun just now was you, and now you say that the Emperor of the Universe is your baby. Dad, didn't you say your brother deserves a beating? Beulah on the side said suspiciously, and suddenly Kurd's smiling face stiffened. Paralyzed, why did Lao Tzu give birth to such two heartless things? This is to kill Lao Tzu. Kurd regretted a lot, wouldn't it be good to live his own life alone? Why did you want your brain to get hot in the first place and jerk yourself off? Okay, I'm not in the mood to listen to your family's nonsense. This kid will take good care of him and don't let him die. After kicking the Cosmic Emperor who was lying on the ground and pouting his ass, the God of Destruction didn't think it was any fun. I don't know why he is so skinny at such a young age, he is simply a bare child alive. Yes, I will take good care of him. Kurd wiped a cold sweat. By the way, I need your help with something. Suddenly, the God of Destruction seemed to have thought of something. Although the adults say it, the villains will definitely do it. Kurd patted his chest assuring. Well, it's just helping me get my makeup for a few weeks, and all the planets on this list for me to destroy. The god of destruction smiled and took out a long list, making Kurd pale. Fuck, so much, I don't know how many years it will take to destroy it. Kurd suddenly felt that the world was spinning. If he really went to work, what would he do with his huge universe? What? It's inconvenient. Forget it, I'll find someone else. The god of destruction said to Kurd with a smile, but these calm words made Kurd break into a cold sweat all of a sudden. No, how could it be inconvenient? I can do things for the god of destruction, I am too happy. After receiving Kurd's assurance, the god of destruction nodded slightly and then soared into the sky, disappearing in front of Kurd's spaceship. I squeezed, and finally left. Lord Destruction God is really strong, and I shivered a little when I saw him. Kurd sighed and said, striding towards the spaceship. Ah, my hand. Suddenly, Kurd felt that he had stepped on something, and then he looked down, and the hand of the Emperor of the Universe was at his feet. At first glance, there was a black and thick wooden stick stuck on the Cosmic Emperor's butt. Damn, I almost forgot about you. Kurd raised his foot quickly, then grabbed the black stick with one hand and pulled it out with force. Ah! After another shrill scream, the Emperor of the Universe rolled on the ground holding the chrysanthemum. Dad, the Emperor of the Universe is so miserable. Do you want to send her to the medical cabin first? Beulah saw that Kurd was still in a daze, and quickly reminded. Also too. Kurd reacted and hurriedly picked up the Cosmic Emperor and rushed into the spaceship, and threw it into the medical cabin. And Kurd ordered the spacecraft to fly to the nearest planet on the list given by the god of destruction. Since then, Kurd has lived the life of a wage earner, and it is still the kind of life without wages. And Beulah and the Emperor of the Universe gradually grew up, and the two of them inherited half of the Kurdish territory. The remaining small piece was occupied by a Namekian named Slagu who started to clock in and work in Kurd, while the two brothers of the Universe Emperor were still young. Time passed quickly, until one day a relatively powerful race entered the vision of the Emperor of the Universe. This is a race known as a fighting nation. And the description of this race is exactly the same as the Saiyan described in the ancestral home of the Emperor of the Universe. Whoa, stuffed gums. Interesting. Chapter 43, Be My Woman. Since Bardock died 1,000 years ago, Bardock's wife, Florence's mother, took Florence's younger brother to re-establish a small tribe of Saiyans. However, the Saiyans were killed because of the battle between Bardock and Florence overnight, and the civilization was also destroyed. To make matters worse, an alien species, the Ziffel, arrives. Destroyed the original inhabited planet Plant overnight, and the Saiyans survived because of desperate resistance. However, they can only be reduced to slaves and savages. This period lasted for 100 years. During this period, the temper of the Saiyans became more and more violent. It was not until 100 years later that the number of Saiyans increased again, and finally completely destroyed the Ziffer star on the night of a full moon. And by virtue of the powerful technology of the Ziffers, the universe traveled, and he never stayed in this asteroid again. After that, the scope of Saiyan's conquest has become larger and larger. Later, the grandson of Florence's younger brother, the self-proclaimed prince, and named Prantiel as the Prince Planet. Each generation of princes is called a prince, and this supreme royal family rules the entire Saiyan race. It wasn't until this day, hundreds of years later, that the prince's father, Prince Wang, finally ascended the throne of the Saiyan king after the death of the old king. Just when he wanted to continue to expand the battle circle, a man who changed the fate of the Saiyans came to the Prince Planet. Weiss, why is this Saiyan so irritable? Look at you and see what happened to the originally beautiful plant star by them. On the street of the Saiyans, the god of destruction and Wes were strolling on the street, and the surrounding shops were all sold by aliens, and they were all food or weapons. It is better to count on Saiyans to do business than to count on Wes to become a real man. Ho ho ho, god of destruction, the lifespan of this planet is not long. It will be destroyed in a few decades. Would you like to take action earlier? Weiss said to the god of destruction with a smile. Forget it, I'm a good man. Didn't you see that I haven't killed anyone at will in the past few hundred years? I'm a person who wants to be a model of morality. The god of destruction gave Wes a disdainful smile. Ho ho ho, the god of destruction still has the face to say, look, you've exhausted the Kurds. For hundreds of years, you've been busy destroying planets everywhere. Even the people of the universe have forgotten the true universe overlord back then. Whis, words made the god of destruction blushed. I don't know how to dominate when he is idle every day. Look at how fulfilling his life is now. The god of destruction laughed evilly, and then his eyes suddenly caught a familiar figure. Yo, Weiss, look, isn't that kid Bardock? Whis looked back, and sure enough, he saw Bardock, a young man who was still buying battle clothes, at the door of a shop where he was shopping. Oh, Xiaolunlin's father, isn't he dead? And why is he so young? Whis' cute face just happened to be seen by Bardock, who was shopping from a distance. I saw Bardock quickly walked in front of Weiss. Woman, be my wife. For a moment, the air suddenly stopped. Wow ka. Weiss called you a woman, ha 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 ha, I laughed so hard, ha 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 ha. The hilarious laughter of the god of destruction instantly spread throughout the entire Prince planet. And Weiss' face turned into a pig's liver color. Although he was a bit of a fake mother, his sexual orientation was still very positive, otherwise the god of destruction would have kicked him long ago. Suddenly, Weiss lifted Bardock and punched Bardock in the chest with his small fist. Boom boom boom. A loud roar echoed throughout the street. Bardock spat out a big mouthful of blood. The old lady is a man, you actually confessed to me, I will kill you. Weiss exploded with anger, and of course he was a bit measured and didn't get so angry that he wanted to kill Bardock. Finally, he looked at the dying Bardock and snorted coldly, then threw him to the ground. Oh, it's so miserable. The god of destruction beside him laughed until his snot bubbles almost came out. Seeing Weiss' puffed up appearance, the god of destruction thought of Florence. At this moment, he was a little suspicious whether Weiss knew about such a scene 1,000 years ago, so he took Florence out of the little girl. Sure enough, there is a cycle of heaven. After sighing with emotion, the god of destruction still asked Weiss to rescue the dying Bardock. Bardock, who slowly opened his eyes, saw that Weiss was saving him. Sure enough, the goddess didn't reject me, so let me just say, I am Bardock, a jade tree facing the wind, suave, how could I be rejected, the only possibility is. Thinking of this, Bardock looked at the god of destruction with hatred. Dead meow, grab a woman with me, go to hell. Chapter 44, Strength is King. Looking at Bardock who was rushing towards him, the god of destruction immediately looked as ugly as eating a fly. To think that Lao Tzu likes Weiss is blinding your dog's eyes. The god of destruction smirked evilly at the corner of Bardock's mouth, who had no scars. Immediately, a trace of energy emerged from the fingertips. Crack! There was a sudden pain in the face of the furious Bardock, and his pupils contracted violently. What? Bardock touched his cheek in disbelief, and found that there was blood. Leaving you a scar and giving you a little memory, not everyone can mess with it. The god of destruction's faint words struck Bardock's heart heavily. What a strong man, damn it, what is going on, when did Prince Planet have such a strong man? At this time, Bardock was only 17 or 18 years old, and his strength could be said to be the lowest in the entire Prince Planet. Even when the god of destruction first saw him, he never thought that Bardock would be so rude at this time. HMPH, god of destruction, let's go. This planet doesn't exist. Weiss' icy face looked really angry, even the god of destruction was a little scared. Calm down, this planet is so dead, I've already thought about it, don't remember it at this moment. The god of destruction hurriedly comforted Weiss, and with the assurance of the god of destruction, Whis slowly calmed down. And Bardock clenched his fists tightly, listening to how the two discussed how to destroy the prince planet. Damn, I'm going to tell the prince that I can't let these two succeed. Bardock wiped the blood on his face with his hand and glanced coldly at Whis and the god of destruction. Then he ran towards the prince's palace. His purpose is obvious, that is, to report the two gods of destruction. At this time, he was just an ordinary lower-level warrior. When he met the king, the result was predictable. Bardock clamored for someone to destroy the prince planet, and directly let the guards of the king's palace arrest him. Bardock was tortured in prison, and was finally released because the Saiyan population was small. And since it was released, it was sent to the front line to start endless battles. After wandering about life and death again and again, Bardock finally woke up. In this world, everything is empty, only strength is king. Although he didn't understand why those two people didn't destroy Prince Planet, he was in no mood to pay attention to it. His battles became more and more frantic, and every time he died frequently and was rescued. So many life and death battles made his combat power skyrocket, and in just 5 years, he had reached 10,000 combat power. Countless lower fighters have emulated Bardock's near-suicidal style of fighting. And there are only two results. Either give up early because they can't bear it, or die in battle. Of course, there are also people who have grown rapidly in this way and come to Bardock's subordinates to accompany him. And their team name is called Bardock Squad. The prestige of this squad on the Prince Planet is like the Genuit team under the Cosmic Emperor, and it belongs to the Ace Troop. Every victory of the Bardock team will not only not make the prince happy, but will be jealous. But now he is not in the mood to pay attention to Bardock. Are you the Emperor of the Universe? In the prince's palace. The prince with a bloody mouth came out of the wreckage with an ugly expression and looked at the little old man sitting on the floating chair in front of him. After the Kurdish king retired to work as a coolie, the reputation of the Emperor of the Universe slowly spread throughout the universe. But at first, as a Saiyan, he just thought that the Emperor of the Universe was at most similar to himself, but he lived a little longer. But just now, just a pink fat man under the Cosmic Emperor beat himself to the point of powerlessness. At this moment, he completely understood the huge gap between the Emperor of the Universe and himself. Ho ha ho ho, Mr. Dodoria, are you hitting too hard? Look at how impolite it is to beat the prince and king. The Emperor of the Universe smiled and joked at Dodoria. Yes, I was a little heavy, but I didn't expect the Saiyans, who are known as the first fighting nation in the universe, to be so weak. Although Dodoria was embarrassed, she was very disdainful in her actions. Dare to insult me? Damn, you wait for me. When did the young and vigorous prince suffer such grievances? After a roar, the prince broke through the roof in an instant and flew into the sky, leaving Dodoria Chambo with a confused look. Wow! Ellipsis 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 quote. After a beast roar, a huge soul quickly broke open the roof and stepped on the three of them. In the last few photos the author is laying the groundwork for the later stage. Everything happens for a reason. I just exaggerated his performance a bit. You may not like it a bit, but the foreshadowing has been completed. From the next chapter, it will be our most favorite Dragon Ball. Chapter 45. I, King Vegeta, will not yield even if I die. Dee boom. Dodoria originally wanted to see the combat effectiveness of this giant leg, but the combat effectiveness tester above the eyes exploded directly. What? This is the latest instrument that can test 30,000 combat power. Dodoria's face became ugly. It was Chambo, who didn't feel much at first, but his face was cold after seeing Dodoria's combat effectiveness tester explode. Damn, it's going to be that ugly look again. King Frieza, I'll go meet him. Shangbo looked at the giant legs that he stepped on, his face turned cold, and he rose into the sky. In an instant, he changed from a beautiful man to a monster with a frog mouth. However, the speed of the huge soul suddenly accelerated, and Xiangpa was caught off guard and his entire body was imprinted on the soles of the huge feet. Boom! After a roar, Xiangpa was stepped on the ground dozens of meters. Dodoria, who was watching from the side, shuddered. Can't even Chambos take a blow. What the hell is going on with the Saiyan wild monkey? And the cosmic emperor on the side is bright. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? No, it shouldn't be. The ancestral home says a golden-haired Saiyan, not such a gorilla. However, although it is not a Super Saiyan, this combat power of more than 100,000 can also reach the top level in the universe. Ho 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 ho, good Saiyan, you can work under me in the future. If the god of destruction heard the demonic laughter of the universe emperor, he would definitely hear it. It was exactly the same as Whis. It seems that the stab of that year still has a big shadow on the heart of the emperor of the universe. Ha ha ha, my Saiyan king is your subordinate. You're not Shilezi. The prince sneered, and then the huge soles of his feet lifted high and stepped on the emperor of the universe. The violent air wave instantly impacted the prince's palace to the ground. The Cosmos Emperor just raised his hand, his index finger stretched out toward the front, and a ray of light instantly crossed the sky. Boom! Roar! After a huge roar, accompanied by a scream, the prince fell to the ground with his bloody right leg. Ho ho ho, Prince Wang, your feet don't seem to be strong enough. While speaking, the Emperor of the Universe flew up from the throne. He smiled coldly at Prince Wang, who was lying on the ground with his right leg completely crippled. But the Cosmic Emperor seemed to have a small stature, but a huge momentum erupted. This momentum made the prince unable to move. Damn, what the hell is going on? The prince was roaring unwillingly, he slammed the ground, and his whole body burst into blue veins, but it was useless. Whoa, whoa, do you remember? All right, get up. The Emperor of the Universe smiled slightly, dissipating the terrifying aura from his body. For a moment, the prince's eyes showed a fierce light, but when he remembered that the Emperor of the Universe could not move himself without even moving his hands, he immediately persuaded. After the complexion changed, the prince slowly regained his momentum. You said to let me be your subordinate, so what's the benefit of me? The prince knows that he can't beat the opponent. Even if there are more people, it will still be the same. Ho 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 ho, the benefits. There are only a few benefits. With King Frieza, you can enjoy the supreme treatment anywhere in the universe, and the most advanced technological power in the universe. These technologies can make you compete the demihumans leave this small galaxy and go to the wider universe. Quote. Dodoria, who was on the side, saw that the prince's clothes were soft, and quickly introduced it proudly. What? Get out of this galaxy. Dodoria's words made the prince's eyes shine, and the Saiyans just fell into a bottleneck period at this time. Because the speed of technological development is too slow. The expansion of Saiyans has almost stopped within a light-year radius in recent years. With such a small range, the vast universe is nothing like gravel. Haha, not only going out of this galaxy, that is, as long as you are strong in the entire universe, you will knock down the other two universes, and King Frieza will not say anything about you. Dodoria's sneer did not arouse the anger of the prince, on the contrary, he was moved now. Okay, as long as you promise to give us enough technological power, I will be at your disposal on behalf of the Saiyans. The prince said that he dispersed the artificial moon floating in the sky. Ho ho ho, Prince, you will be glad for your decision. Frieza nodded with a big smile. He likes people who know current affairs the most. Back then, he suffered the loss of not being aware of current affairs. Let's go, Mr. Dodoria. By the way, take Mr. Champo with me. Frieza smiled and flew back to his throne, letting him fly towards the starry sky. And as soon as the prince's decision came out, the Saiyans of the entire Prince planet were angry. The group came to the demonstration in the prince's palace under construction. And the prince's words made everyone shut up. Stupid guy, will my Saiyan king succumb to a space pirate? This is an opportunity for my Saiyans, an opportunity to go to the universe, and Frieza, at most, is just a stepping stone. Chapter 46. This thigh is so easy to hold. Since the Saiyan hugged Frieza's thigh, he began to expand rapidly. Of course, at this time, they had already been assigned to the Saiyan troops in Frieza's army. This force quickly spread throughout the universe in just a few years. And it was from this time that the Saiyans started the tradition of sending the newly born lower-level warriors to the deserted planet to fight. On the one hand, more resources can be shared with the new middle-level and upper-level warriors, and on the other hand, the population pressure can be relieved. After all, the current Saiyans are crazy to have children. The more Frieza knew about the Saiyans, the more disdainful he felt towards the Super Saiyans. Maybe it's just a fantasy after the old ancestors were not strong enough to be abused by the Gorilla Saiyan. Frieza's thinking didn't change slightly until a baby was born. In the most advanced nursery room on Prince Planet, Prince Wang anxiously walked around the door of the delivery room. Whoa whoa whoa, quote. After a baby's cry, a strange-looking alien came out of the delivery room with a little fart child with a tail on its buttocks. Congratulations to the prince, it's the prince. The doctor's words did not make the prince happy, and the prince pressed the combat effectiveness tester above his eyes. DDD, Combat Power 1314. Suddenly, the air in the whole nursery room was quiet. What? 1003, how is this possible? Wang Ziwang held back his excitement and pressed the combat effectiveness tester in front of his eyes again. DDD, Combat Power 1314. Sure enough, Prince Wang took over the Tower of Tragedy from the doctor with ecstasy. In the history of my Saiyans, there is no one with a combat power of 1000 at birth. That's right, my son is definitely the legendary Super Saiyan. Prince Wang laughed, and at this moment he was shaking with excitement. And just when he laughed, the door of the delivery room next door was also opened. An obstetrician came out with a tiny baby with incredibly dense hair. Mr. Bardock, congratulations, it's a son. Patriarchal thinking is present in many places, especially among Saiyan races. Only male Saiyans are real fighters, women are generally just playing soy sauce, and there are few strong ones. Humph, I'll take a look first. Bardock pressed the combat effectiveness tester in his hand with a livid face. Because just now he had heard the prince's laughter. As representatives of the rich, handsome and DOC class, Prince Wang and Bardock dislike each other, but neither of them has the absolute strength to kill each other. And now I can only rely on my son. DDDD, Combat Power, 45 inches. Suddenly, Bardock's face darkened. Hey, this kid doesn't look like you, Bardock, has he been cuckolded? I'll take a look. The prince proudly walked to Bardock's side, looked at Raditz with waist-length hair in the doctor's arms, and immediately laughed. What? Combat Power 45, what a formidable combat power. It's like an elite of lower-level warriors, ha 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 ha. Prince Wang Chunfang laughed proudly, but he didn't care about Bardock, whose face was ashen. Humph. Send him to an alien planet to fight, whether he survives depends on his life. After Bardock snorted coldly, he issued an order to the doctor. The prince, on the other hand, sneered as Bardock walked away angrily. A lowly inferior warrior dares to fight me. I really don't know how you have such courage. The prince took a sip and left the nursery with the little prince in his arms. A few years later, the 5-year-old prince's strength reached 5,000. This growth rate finally made Frieza feel a little jealous. But more want to see what the legendary Super Saiyan is. And the Saiyans were very helpful to him in expanding his territory, so he had no idea of destroying the Saiyans. And just one day, two figures that made Frieza's chrysanthemum close together suddenly descended on the Frieza planet. Long time no see Frieza. Still drinking a small wine in the bedroom, Frieza, who was enjoying the scenery, suddenly heard a calm voice. Crack! The wine glass shattered under Frieza's excitement. Frieza turned his head stiffly to the place where the sound came out. I saw two figures that he would never forget in his life appeared in front of him. Lord God of Destruction, Why are you here? Frieza's whole contracted violently, and then flew down from the throne. However, when he saw was behind the god of destruction, he took a few steps back without a trace. I'm here to report to you. The god of destruction glanced at Frieza lightly, and Frieza was so frightened that he said no. Okay, I came to you this time for one thing. I want your help, that is, I don't like the Saiyans recently, so please help me destroy the Prince planet. The god of destruction didn't talk nonsense either, and directly stated the purpose. Originally, he wanted to wait for Frieza to go by himself, but it seemed that Frieza wanted to use the Saiyans for a few more years. From the analysis of God of Destruction, today is when Kakarot was born. Chapter 47. Kill Frieza's sacrifice flag. What? Destroy Prince Planet? The Emperor of the Universe was stunned for a moment. If this is the case, his Super Saiyan development plan will be in vain. I only want the Prince Planet to be destroyed, and what else you want to keep is up to you. The God of Destruction's words made the Emperor of the Universe heave a sigh of relief. How could he just give up before his great cause of death was completed? No problem, I will definitely do things for the God of Destruction. I don't know when the God of Destruction needs the Prince Planet to be destroyed. The Emperor of the Universe patted his chest and assured. 3 days. After 3 days, I don't want to see the Prince Planet again. You should know what to say when someone asks. The God of Destruction said calmly, but he didn't want to be regarded as his father's enemy by the Prince and the Saiyans in the later period. I know, these wild monkeys are too jumpy. In order to maintain the peace of the universe, I will personally kill them. The Cosmic Emperor's righteous and awe-inspiring appearance makes the God of Destruction speechless. This kid's acting skills have been so excellent since childhood. By the way, that Bardock, remember to beat him up. Whis, who was on the side, suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly said to the Emperor of the Universe. No problem, absolutely no problem, ho 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 ho, what the priest says is what he says. The Emperor of the Universe saw that the great god he was most afraid of came to trouble him, and there was no reason to refuse. The two who reached a consensus couldn't help laughing. The God of Destruction on the side got goosebumps. Okay, Weiss, don't you have something to do? Hurry up. Under the urging of Weiss swiped the scepter slightly, and the two suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared in the Cosmic Emperor's bedroom. After the God of Destruction left, the Emperor of the Universe breathed a sigh of relief, but his face was also cold. Use Lao Tzu as a gun, and one day I will make you pay. The Emperor of the Universe snorted coldly. However, he still had no idea of cultivation. Back then, before his father went to work as a coolie, he instructed him to practice hard and try to save him from the devil in the future. Of course, the Emperor of the Universe will not pay attention to the poor kurd, and will forget to go to Java in the next second. Cultivation is impossible. Cultivation is impossible in this life. If you can't beat him, you have to learn to talk to others to maintain your current life. In the endless starry sky. Sir, God of Destruction, why do you want the Prince Planet to be destroyed? Or do you want the Emperor of the Universe to do it? Weiss asked the God of Destruction suspiciously. Ha ha ha, you don't know this. I, as a God of Destruction, will not destroy 1,008,000,000 planets in any year. What if a planet has a genius and come to me every day to harass me? What if I have strengths and weaknesses? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you were strong? The word of the God of Destruction is of course fart. The limit of this universe is the God of Destruction. It is already difficult to reach the realm of God, let alone the God of Destruction. And the God of Destruction is the strongest among the gods of destruction. His current strength is second only to the great priest. No matter how many geniuses come, they are all hanging and beating. Ho 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 ho, the God of Destruction is really good at joking. Where did Wes not know that God of Destruction was just prevaricates himself? But he didn't care. After all, the character of the angel decided that he would not fight for more. Okay, let's get to the point. Is your little fangirl coming back to life? The God of Destruction then remembered Florence, Berus was so devastated. Ho ho ho, of course, I've been working hard for 1,000 years to recast his soul. When she is resurrected, she must cook for me every day. The god of destruction was taken aback by wife's words. Cooking. Could it be that she made all the delicious food I ate when I retreated? The god of destruction widened his eyes. Of course, how do you think I've trained people in the 30 years you've been here? The smug look of Whis made the god of destruction almost punch him again. Stop talking nonsense. Even if it is really resurrected, we have to wait until the Prince planet is destroyed. By the way, this 1,000 years have passed, and the new generation of legendary Super Saiyans have also come out. Are you giving your little one Fanmei get a brother or sister? God of Destruction felt excited when he thought of Brawly in women's clothing. Ah, why didn't I think of it? It's a good idea. Whis' eyes lit up, and thoughts of harming the good youth took shape in his mind. Okay, stop imagining, you see the Emperor of the Universe is here. At this moment, a large number of troops have slowly surrounded the entire Prince planet. And the Prince looked at the army in the sky and trembled with anger. Damn, what is the Emperor of the Universe doing? Do you want us to break up? The Prince's words aroused the unanimous approval of the senior officials of the Saiyan planet. Prince King, I think the time has come for my Saiyans to dominate the universe. The Emperor of the Universe can be thrown away after using it. Yes, the Emperor of the Universe is too deceiving. This time we will destroy his fleet to see if he is still arrogant. Don't say it's a fleet, even the Emperor of the Universe will be killed. Seeing the high level of enthusiasm among his subordinates, he suddenly didn't know what his surname was. Yoshi, today we are going to kill the Cosmic Emperor sacrificial flag. Chapter 48, the Chapter of Bardock. The Emperor of the Universe. In the endless starry sky, in the round spaceship, the prince screamed and died tragically in the spaceship of the Cosmic Emperor. Just a few minutes ago, the prince, who had a fever and forgot his surname, rushed into the palace of the Emperor of the Universe with his minions. The king who intends to assassinate us, of course, in such a small space, the ending can be imagined. Cut, you didn't kill me when you turned into a gorilla, but now you want to kill me with your body. The Emperor of the Universe sneered disdainfully. In another room where the Universe Emperor killed the prince, a young Saiyan was locked on the wall. This person is the prince who was taken hostage by the Emperor of the Universe not long ago. At this time, the prince's mind was responding to what his father said to him before sending him here. Prince, you are the prince of the Saiyans, and you have to take some responsibilities. This time I sent you to the Emperor of the Universe, in fact, to keep the last trace of fire. Don't be angry when you find out that the Prince planet has been destroyed, because the Prince planets are not as important as you alone. As long as you live, the Emperor of the Universe will eventually be killed. Prince Wang's firm face was always turning over in the prince's heart, but there was no superfluous expression on the prince's face. Squeaky. Suddenly, a mouse saw the locked prince and wanted to come over and bite. Suddenly, a silvery white light flashed. Boom. After the roar, only one roasted mouse remained. Beyond your own power. The prince's disdainful expression didn't know whether he was referring to the dead mouse or the prince who gave the head next door. Everything is in the prince's plan. Using the destruction of Prince Planet to save his son's life is a big gamble, but as long as he wins, in his eyes, it is a bloody profit. Even if you lose, so what? Saiyans never give up. Ho ho ho, I was still thinking, what should I do if the prince and the king beg me for mercy? I didn't expect this kid to come to the door by himself. The Emperor of the Universe smiled and said to Shangbo, who had just killed the prince and avenged his revenge. What the King of the Universe said is very true, but these Saiyans are really stupid. They didn't even understand the difference in strength and came up to offend the Lord of the Universe. Before Chambo spoke, Dodoria, who was on the side, spoke first. And the joke he thought was funny did not resonate with Dodoria and Chambo, and only disdainful eyes greeted him. Ho ho ho, since the prince made this bet with the Prince Planet, How could we let him lose? Well, let's go and enjoy the most beautiful fireworks. The king of the universe is of course the way of the king of the universe. The king of the universe knows his own strength. Such poor acting skills are not even a trick in front of the king of the universe. Then the emperor of the universe took Dodoria and flew out of the starry sky. Chambord and Dodoria have a glass cover on their heads. The emperor of the universe is naked in the starry sky. The fireworks from the explosion of the planet are very beautiful. Ho ha ho ha ho. Quote. Under the sound of demonic laughter, a fiery red ball of light emerged from the fingertips of the emperor of the universe. At the same time, on the prince planet, Bardock, who was punched by the magic demon, witnessed the destruction of the prince planet in his hallucinations, and he was mocked after intending to remind everyone of this. He hurried to the nursery. A child with a tail with an explosive head like Bardock was still sleeping in the nursery. Kakarot, remember, you are my son of Bardock, now and forever. There was a smile on the corner of Bardock's mouth, and then he immediately cooled down. Send him to the Earth at this coordinate. This planet does not have much strength and is far away. In normal times, the doctor would definitely think that Bardock had given up on Kakarot. But looking at the army in the sky, the doctor also knew that there was no escape, and after a while of operation, this small spaceship representing hope rushed into the sky. And Bardock rushed forward. Go to hell, you rubbish! Bardock roared and knocked down the flying spaceships one by one. Countless cosmic emperor legions were bombarded by Bardock. One after another devastating attack will be wiped out as long as it is wiped a little. Countless dead people and their stumps fell to the ground from the roar of the sky. And his actions were also noticed by the Emperor of the Universe. Yo, this monkey with stuffed teeth is not bad, it's so powerful. Dodoria sneered and clicked the combat effectiveness tester above his eyes. DDDD, combat power, 19,000 inches. Chapter 49, Planet Vegeta is destroyed. Bardock's combat power has already surpassed that of the Prince and King, but it is useless against the Emperor of the Universe and Chambord. King Frieza, go and teach him a lesson. Dodoria grinned and was about to go up to take the lead. No, Mr. Dodoria, this time I'll do it myself. The moment the Emperor of the Universe saw Bardock's appearance, his pupils shrank slightly. The words of the Cosmic Emperor made Chambodoria's complexion change. The Emperor of the Universe actually wants to take action himself. Is this person so powerful? The two looked at each other suspiciously. At this time, the Cosmic Emperor has broken through the atmosphere, turned into a fireball, and rushed towards Bardock, who was fighting in the stratosphere with countless Cosmic Emperor legions. Bardock, who was still fighting, suddenly felt a chill. Bardock turned his head quickly, and saw a three-toed soul at a glance. In an instant, Bardock felt the soul of his face stepping on it. Under the terrifying force, Bardock crashed toward the ground like a missile. Boom! With an earth-shattering loud noise, the Prince planet was smashed into a crater that was several miles deep and several kilometers in diameter. After the endless dust dissipated, the Emperor of the Universe stepped on Bardock, whose face had been deformed, with a grinning smile on his face. You are Bardock. You should be thankful that you were entrusted with beating you up before you died. The Emperor of the Universe spat in disdain. Of course, at this time, Bardock no longer had the strength to speak, and he had already used up his energy after fighting for so long. Moreover, being smashed down by the Emperor of the Universe from a height of tens of thousands of meters, it is already very lucky not to die. Of course, the Emperor of the Universe will not pity Bardock, who will pity him if he has pity on others. The Emperor of the Universe slowly raised his legs. Boom boom boom. His legs turned into a phantom, and the thick soles of the phantom trampled Bardock mercilessly. PFF'd. A big mouthful of blood spit out from Bardock's mouth. It wasn't until a few minutes later, looking at Bardock, who was about to die, that the Emperor of the Universe raised his feet in disdain. If it wasn't for the promise of maiming you and destroying you with this planet, you'd be dead. The Emperor of the Universe smiled slightly, then flew into the air. Every now and then, it comes out of the atmosphere. The wild monkeys that like to jump off, it's good, it saves me spending time all day watching whether these wild monkeys will rebel. The Emperor of the Universe sneered, and then his fingers rose slightly, and then a ball of light instantly appeared in his hand. Ho 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 ho, go to hell, wild monkeys. The huge ball of light swooped down towards the ground like a small sun. The ball of light was submerged in the earth in an instant. At the same time, a spherical aircraft flew out from the ground, rubbing the side of the Emperor of the Universe and flew towards the universe. Ho ho ho, it's actually Bardock's son. I just don't know if this kid will be better than his father. The Emperor of the Universe looked at the flying spaceship with cold eyes and did not destroy it. Boom! After a huge roar, the Prince planet turned into dust in the universe. A green ball of light escaped from the planet in an instant, and flew towards the universe. Ha ha ha, the Emperor of the Universe, the Saiyans are extinct this time. Dodoria, laughing wildly, flew in front of the Emperor of the Universe. No, there are still many Saiyans who have survived in the universe, the King of the Universe, do we want it? Mr. Chambo made a gesture of wiping his neck. No no no, we are good citizens in the universe, how could we do such a thing? In addition, the Saiyans are not necessarily useless. The Emperor of the Universe smiled inscrutable, his purpose is of course to train a Super Saiyan to play. At that time, he can tell the younger generation that the legend of the Super Saiyan who has made the frozen demons fear for thousands of years is a joke in his eyes. And no one knows what the Emperor of the Universe has done. In the endless starry sky, Whis was holding a Saiyan kid in his hand, and the kid looked at the god of destruction with melancholy eyes. Whis, are you saying this kid is too sentimental? The god of destruction looked at Brawly with the tail in Whis's hand, sweating slightly. Who knows, this kid is probably too troubled. You don't even have to drink milk, and the family just born is gone. Can you not worry about it? Whis rubbed his chin and looked at it. Alas, it's a pity. Whis shook his head helplessly. Why, this kid has no potential to be a pseudo-girl. The god of destruction rolled his eyes at Whis. Ho ho ho, the god of destruction guessed right, this kid is still too rough to dress up, and he has no potential. If Brawly understood what Whis said, he would definitely yell at him. I'm a real man, Brawly, who the fuck is going to be a fake mother? But at this time, Brawly was just using his tail to make a swing, and he kept wagging and laughing. No potential, then let him fend for himself. The god of destruction took Brawly, aimed at his little butt, and kicked it. Immediately, the energy in Brawly detected the danger and automatically emerged and turned into a ball of light to protect Brawly. Brawly, like a ball, flew like a star in the sky when the god of destruction deliberately used ingenuity. It's time to ask for flowers again in the day, I hope you can give me more flowers. Chapter 50, Time and Space Teleportation. After tossing Brawly away, the god of destruction slowly turned solemn as he watched the just destroyed Prince planet. Whis, do you feel it? The god of destruction shook his head helplessly. The reason why he had such a leisurely interest was to see if the person who sent Bardock into the millennium would take action. Unfortunately, with his strength, he didn't see how Bardock disappeared. Master Destruction, I found Mr. Bardock in the underworld, and he seems to be dead. The god of destruction frowned at Wes' smiling words. Dead, that means Bardock didn't cross. The god of destruction sat cross-legged on the ground, frowning and analyzing. If Bardock died, who was Bardock from 1,000 years ago? Could it be Bardock from other parallel worlds? The god of destruction remembered the setting of the light in the space-time ring in the original book. No, this Bardock and the Bardock I feel are definitely the same person, even the parallel world soul is not the same, there must be something wrong. The god of destruction thought of this and slowly stood up. Suddenly, he stretched out a finger. Immediately, his fingertips moved slightly into the void. A burst of blue-purple light instantly enveloped Wes and him inside. Yo, time and space energy, does the god of destruction want to go back in time? Weiss looked surprised at the time and space power surrounding him, slightly surprised. It has been an hour since Bardock died. Does God of Destruction want to go back to that time? Sure enough, in Wiss's conjecture, the surrounding time began to pass rapidly, and I saw a green light ball flying back not far away, and then the light ball turned into a child. Everything is so natural. As time goes by, the broken flying sand and rocks in the starry sky also gather together in an instant. Everything was restored to before the destruction of the Prince Planet. Ho 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 ho, Bardock, become a smoke with the Prince Planet. The Emperor of the Universe stood in the starry sky and laughed and sent out the ball of light at the tip of his finger. Damn it, the Emperor of the Universe. Bardock, who struggled to get up from the ground, looked unwillingly at the huge ball of light shot down from the starry sky. Countless people from the Cosmic Emperor Legion, as well as the Saiyans, were stunned. With the submersion of the light ball, the entire Prince Planet instantly turned into a light ball, then exploded and disappeared into the universe. No, what the hell is going on? The god of destruction stood at the center of the explosion with a cold face and said suspiciously. Unwilling, he once again used the time and space energy to wrap Whis and himself in it. Master God of Destruction, why are you so impatient? Isn't that someone who accidentally traveled through 1,000 years? Didn't they all die? Weiss urged the god of destruction bitterly. Stop giving me nonsense, don't you just remember to go back and put on the mask? What kind of mask are you wearing as an old man? The god of destruction cursed angrily, and then disappeared from the resentful Whis. Time and space returned to the moment when the ball of light was smashed into the sky. Damn it, the Emperor of the Universe. Boom. Planet destruction. Back in time again. Time and time again, the god of destruction broke out in cold sweat, but every time the result was the same. Is the direction wrong, or is it because I'm here that I don't dare to come? It's also because my current strength is more than 1,000 times stronger than 1,000 years ago. The other party must not dare to come. Destroy God's narcissistic thoughts. But at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. I am 1,000 times stronger now than I was 1,000 years ago. This message suddenly appeared in the mind of God of Destruction. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. I can do such a boring thing. God of Destruction laughed evilly. Wes, where did you die? The god of destruction suddenly shouted to Whis in the starry sky. A few seconds later, Whis came to the god of destruction like a ray of light. There is still a large skewer of meat in his mouth, and there is still a pile of delicious food in the scepter. You fucking know how to eat, don't you see that Lao Tzu is busy now? The god of destruction snatched the delicious food from Whis's hand, and also transferred all the edible food from his scepter to his ring, leaving nothing for Whis. You. Weiss was still stunned at first, but after a few minutes, his face all turned black. What are you? I need to replenish your physical strength, you go find something more. Under the urging of the god of destruction, Weiss could only leave the ruins in resentment and go to other planets for food. After 10 hours of hard work in Wes, the god of destruction finally filled his stomach. You look good on me, this time I'm going to play a little bigger. God of destruction laughed evilly. Boom. Suddenly, infinite destructive energy burst out from the body of the god of destruction, and the sky-high purple light dyed the entire starry sky red. All living beings in the universe could not help but kneel down. Temple of all kings. Such a powerful breath. The Grand Priest frowned, and seemed to sense that you were dignified. Wow, God of Destruction is so powerful that he trembled to destroy the 7th universe. Xiaochuan Wang said with a happy smile. What Lord Quan Wang said is very true, but the God of Destruction cannot destroy the universe. Chapter 51. The Gate of Time and Space, a journey that spans thousands of years. Obviously, the strength of the God of Destruction has reached the point where even the great priests have to take it seriously. I don't know if the god of destruction has become more powerful and the speed of making Peppa Pig will be faster. I have been waiting for the third episode for 1,000 years. King Quan's depressed words made the Grand Priest smile helplessly. Of course he knew that the god of destruction was fooling King Quan, but he couldn't say it. After all, King Quan didn't ask if he was wrong. Old ancestor, is the god of destruction so powerful? Then I've been cultivating for 1,000 years, isn't it useless? God Jabbit knelt on the ground and shivered, looking at the god of destruction who exuded terrifying power from the crystal ball in the hands of the old Quan Wang god with a look of disbelief. On the other hand, the old Quan Wang god looked at the god Jeb in front of him with disappointment. Hey, the mud can't support the wall. After practicing for 1,000 years, not only did I not have the dick that I cultivated, but the original strength has dropped a lot. I really don't know how the core tree gave birth to this realm god. The figure of the Western king god flashed in the mind of the old King Kai, who had already despaired of the god of Jabe. Sigh, Layla has enough talent and temperament, but the last time seems to have hit her too much. I don't know if it can be eased this time. At this time, the seventh universe slowly calmed down after shaking for a few minutes. The arrogance on the god of destruction who turned into a purple ball of light slowly turned green. Oh my god, the god of destruction actually possesses such a powerful space-time energy, but what is the god of destruction going to do? Whis was surprised to see the time and space energy in the god of destruction that was hundreds of times stronger than himself. The little cat that was playing under his hands had grown up. Well, how awesome is it? You'll know what I'm going to do right away. The god of destruction laughed evilly, and then waved his hand. Boom! A space-time crack suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The god of destruction waved his hand and grabbed a figure from inside. Did Bardock catch this time period more than an hour ago? What is the god of destruction trying to do? Whis looked at the unconscious Bardock with disgust and asked the god of destruction. Look at it. The god of destruction smiled slightly, and then pressed his right hand on Bardock's head, erasing all the memories of himself and Wes in Bardock's mind in an instant. At the same time, all his origins are sealed. After doing all this, Whis seemed to have guessed what the god of destruction was going to do. What? It turned out to be like this. No wonder my father looked at me and smiled strangely after searching for Bardock's memory. And as soon as Weiss' voice fell, the god of destruction clenched his fist in his right hand, and all the time and space energy in his body emerged onto the fist of his right hand. The gate of time and space. Open. God of destruction suddenly punched. Boom. After a muffled sound, the space-time crack that was originally just a small opening shattered into a huge opening. Countless violent energies vented out, and the energy hit any star, and these planets either began to collapse, or they were reborn and turned green. Crack. Suddenly, a huge portal was propped up in the cracks of the starry sky, blocking countless space-time cracks inside, without a trace of venting. Hey, it's done, Bardock, go back to your king's life. The god of destruction glanced at the gate of time and space that he had created with satisfaction, and immediately picked up Bardock and threw it into the gate of time and space with a flick of his hand. Boom! The gate of time and space slowly closed, and then disappeared into the starry sky. The god of destruction also showed a trace of tiredness on his face. Ho 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 ho, god of destruction, why are you tired like a dead dog? It's been a long time since I saw you like this. Weiss came to the god of destruction with a mocking expression on his face. Damn, are you bothered? Do you think it's easy to send someone back 1,000 years ago? Try it. The god of destruction cursed at Weiss. Although sending people back to the past does not consume power, but before sending it 1,000 years ago, even a great priest would have to spend a lot of power to do it. Oh, the Loon family can't do it. Since the god of destruction can go home and rest, I don't think you can hold it anymore. After that, Weiss was about to leave. Wait, take me to this place, hide my identity when I get there, I'll rest there for a while. The god of destruction fell asleep after speaking. Oops, god of destruction is true, he sleeps when he says he sleeps, and he doesn't even brush his teeth. Weiss reluctantly set up the red light, then turned into a ray of light, and flew towards the planet that the god of destruction had promised before he fell asleep. Earth. Western capital. In an ordinary small building, Weiss was staring at a small ball of light in front of him in a daze. Crack. Suddenly, after a cracking sound, the ball of light split directly. A little girl emerges from within. Ho 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 ho, finally came out. After 1,000 years you finally woke up. Weiss smiled and looked at the little Lolita, who was only 4 or 5 years old. Sister Weiss, how did you get so big? Florence, who had just woken up, was still confused and couldn't understand the situation. Under the introduction of Weiss, Florence accepted the fact that she had become a child. Chapter 52. Are you a woman? At the entrance of Exedu No. 1 kindergarten, a blue-haired little girl was jumping up and down happily, and at the same time, she kept humming a nursery rhyme. Behind him, a middle-aged and elderly man with a white beard and a white coat smiled and reminded the little girl to be careful while smoking a cigarette butt. I found a penny on the side of the road and gave it to the police uncle. Uncle. Suddenly, she stopped when she just came to the door. Baba, look at that young lady over there, is so pretty. Suddenly, the little girl pointed at the gate of the kindergarten and shouted at Weiss, who brought a little girl into the kindergarten. Well, yes, Abu saw eat everything. Cliff smiled perfunctorily at Abu. A little kid knows what is beautiful or not. Feeling perfunctory, Abu ran into the school angrily. After Abu came to school, he realized that he had one more classmate from today, and he was still at the same table. What makes Abu most happy is that the meals he brings every day are delicious that he has never eaten before. And it was actually made by the same table. It can be said that the 2 years in kindergarten were the happiest 2 years after Abu was born, and of course the most was because of the delicious food. Another part of the reason is that Abu's IQ far exceeds that of his peers. In kindergarten, only Florence can communicate with her well and say things she doesn't know. Finally, the good days are over. After the kindergarten, the two schools separated. Abu looked at the food in her lunchbox, although it looked good, but the taste was a mess. She looked around at the classmates who were yelling and picking their noses while eating, and finally she decided. She is changing schools. After using Bribe's strong interpersonal relationship, Abu found his good friend, Florence, and eventually the two got together again. Time passed slowly, and 10 years passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, the god of destruction, who had just regained his strength, suddenly felt that someone was pulling his ears. And also vaguely heard that someone wanted to hug him. Wow, Xiaolun's family still has a big cat. But it's so heavy, how does Xiaolun usually move it? The giant tugging finally woke the god of destruction. Mummy, why are you pulling my ears early in the morning? The god of destruction opened his hazy eyes and cursed loudly. And just wanted to hug the god of destruction, Abu was taken aback. Mummy, this cat has become a sperm. Xiaolun, Sister Weiss, your cat has spoken. God of destruction. Looking at Abu yelling and running out, the god of destruction was speechless. Isn't it normal for animals to speak in this Dragon Ball world? No, I'm the god of destruction. How could it be a creature like Meow that only eats, sleeps, and eats? The god of destruction shook his head, then changed into his god of destruction suit. He walked out of the room with haste. Ho 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 ho, god of destruction, you finally woke up, but you miss the dead family. As soon as he went out, the god of destruction was hugged by Weiss, who was guarding the door. Weiss also wanted to wipe his oily and powdered face towards the god of destruction. Damn, you are eating shit. The god of destruction felt a chill, and then quickly pushed his hand, which escaped the clutches of Weiss. Immediately, Weiss' face turned bitter. God of destruction, you have changed again, you. Stop, if you do this again, I'll really take action. The god of destruction turned black and hurriedly threatened. Sure enough, Whis stopped chattering when he heard the god of destruction's intimidation. Wow, Shaolun, your cat is so fierce, look at women. At this moment, Abu, who was hiding and did not dare to come out, hurriedly said to Florence who was beside him. What, you said they were women? The god of destruction was immediately stunned. You won't look at it, such a beautiful young lady is of course a woman. Abu glanced at the god of destruction with contempt. At this time, the god of destruction took a closer look at Weiss and Florence. My day, I overdid you too. The god of destruction looked at the two Weiss and Florence, who were wearing dresses, with their hair thrown back and light makeup on their faces. Women's clothing bosses are always women's clothing bosses. You're a chicken, and you're still so beautiful after dressing up. The god of destruction couldn't help but feel the chills, and he mixed with these two every day. If he was infected as a pseudo-mother that day, it would not be worth the loss. No, we have to find someone for the two of them to marry, or I will be the one who will be unlucky sooner or later. The god of destruction, who had made up his mind, gave an evil laugh. The god of destruction is laughing so wickedly, he doesn't care about obscenity, he hates it to death, oh ho ho ho. Whis' magical smile gave Abu, who was hiding, goosebumps. Just you two old men. I think you are afraid of corns. When the disdainful voice of the god of destruction reached the ears of the three, the expressions of the three of them suddenly changed. Especially Abu, because she has been with Florence since she was a child, and she often has a bigger butt than anyone with bigger breasts. Florence, who has no breasts at all, has been laughed at by Abu since she was a child. You, Shaolun, are you male? Abu finally reacted, pointing to Florence and asking in disbelief. Chapter 53, Call me Berus-sama. Hey, it looks like I'm in trouble. The god of destruction looked at the wonderful faces of the three, and immediately smiled happily. Master god of destruction, you are too good at speaking. Although I am a man, I think I must have just given the wrong child. When I have time, I will definitely settle the account with the old man of the king of hell. Florence looked angry. Of course, this anger was directed at Hades. I'm rubbing it. Why did you choose the wrong child? You kid is with the wrong person. The god of destruction wiped a cold sweat and observed a 30-second silence for Hades. Just at this time, Whis, whose face changed slightly, suddenly took out a scepter that he had not used for many years from the void. Is this magic? Abu stared at Wes in disbelief with wide eyes. She had seen Wes many times, but the appearance of the god of destruction today instantly changed her three views. Amnestic. Weiss glared at the god of destruction, and then tapped Abu on the head with his scepter. Boom! With the crisp voice, a scream came. Ah, it hurts, who is beating my head? Abu held his head and looked at the people around him with tears in his eyes. It's all right, Abu, you just accidentally hit your head on the table, you forgot. It's not stupid, right? Ha ha ha. Florence covered her mouth mockingly and said to Abu. You're stupid, I'm fine. Hey. This big cat is so cute, is it your pet? Abu was washed away by the words of destruction god just now by Whis, and he only remembered that he had just arrived at the Florence house. The god of destruction was stunned for a moment when he heard that the girl was Abu, but when he heard the latter sentence, it exploded. What? I'm a pet. You are the pet. Your whole family is a pet. Let me tell you, I am the suave god of destruction. The god of destruction put his hands on his hips arrogantly, puffing out his scrawny chest. Ha ha ha, this cat is so funny, it can talk. Abu didn't have the initial fear, he just ran over quickly and filled up a large number of strangely dressed gods of destruction. What are you looking at? Go and walk away. You have to pay to see Lao Tzu. He waved his hand like chasing flies and told Abu to stay away from him. Then the god of destruction walked over to the refrigerator and started looking for food. Oh, this cat is really not cute. Abu sighed helplessly. By the way, Abu, what are you doing with me? Florence, who was on the side, saw that the god of destruction was not angry, wiped a cold sweat, and quickly changed the subject, for fear that Abu would anger the god of destruction again. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. This time I came to see you on a big business. Look at this. With that said, Abu took out a book from his small bag, turned to one of the pages, and handed it to Wes and Florence. The god of destruction, with his mouth full of chicken legs, looked over his head curiously. And it records the news of Dragon Ball. A long time ago, a god made 7 Dragon Balls and spread them to the world to save mankind in crisis. After mankind has survived the crisis, Dragon Balls have been used by many people as a blessing. For this reason, God will Dragon Balls have spread to all parts of the universe. As long as you collect all 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon Shenlong, and Shenlong will help you realize any wish. Quote. Abu looks imaginatively looking forward to the day when he finds the Dragon Ball and gets the real Son of Heaven. Che, that's all, do you need to look for it? I'm not interested. God of Destruction arrogantly hissed and ate. Having said that, he can achieve almost everything that Dragon Ball can achieve now, whether it is resurrecting people or what. Of course, he would still be interested in Super Dragon Ball, but if he remembered that there were even Super 4 in this world, there would definitely be evil dragons. When the evil dragon of the earth comes out, it will be nothing. Accidentally, the super dragon has been turned into a super evil dragon, let alone yourself, even the king of the whole is not necessarily an opponent. Ho ha ho, the god of destruction doesn't seem to like anything. What I like most is to cultivate and eat delicious food. It seems that this Dragon Ball is really useless to you. Weiss smiled helplessly. Hey, you all call me Meow Mistress God of Destruction. Do you have an honorary title at this time? Abu wondered that a cat was actually called an adult. Ah, Abu, you don't need to ask this, you can call him this in the future. Florence wiped her cold sweat, for fear that the god of destruction would be angry. Fortunately, the god of destruction didn't bother to care whether a little girl respected him or not. Oh, okay, but the purpose of my visit today is to ask you to accompany me to find Dragon Ball. If you have any wishes, you can say it first. Abu's generous appearance moved Florence slightly, because he knew that Abu was serious. Ho ha ho, Shaolun, you have made a good friend. Weiss touched Florence's little head with relief, and the two of them looked so beautiful as good sisters. PFF'd. The god of destruction couldn't help but squirted the chicken legs out of his mouth and sprayed Weiss directly. Sir, god of destruction, what are you doing? I hate it. Weiss looked at the god of destruction with a resentful look on his face. Ah, mistakes, a little emotional. It's on the shelves, and the salted fish is on the shelves. After that, the plot will return to the main line. Everyone knows that there is not much practice to write, so we return to the original funny line, the character design will not collapse, and you can read it with confidence. If it's on the shelf, ask for a subscription. There is also automatic subscription, which is also very important. If you like it, please support Shanyu. Shanyu is very grateful here. Chapter 54. Bardock, you are still alive. Really, God of Destruction is so annoying, huh? In fact, Weiss didn't care if he vomited all over his body, and it was a big deal to change his clothes. But the most important thing was his makeup, which was unbearable. Hey, can't help it. The God of Destruction smiled awkwardly. HMPH, ignore you. Weiss rolled his eyes at the God of Destruction again, and then said to Abu and the two. Okay, if you want to find Dragon Ball, go ahead, but if you wish, you can discuss it later. The important thing is that you know the process. Florence, who agreed with Weiss, nodded. He didn't know what Weiss meant. Hey, by the way, can we bring the big cat? I think if he is alone at home with Sister Weiss, I think Sister Weiss will be bullied. At this moment, Abu's words came. When the God of Destruction heard this, his face suddenly turned dark. I'm bullying Weiss. You still need to think about it. That's for sure, but isn't it too disrespectful for me to say it like that? The god of destruction complained to Abu, which immediately made Abu smile awkwardly. Meow mi, you're too direct, you can't even cover it up. When Abu heard the words of the god of destruction, he decided even more that he must let the god of destruction follow him, otherwise the weak sister wife would be too pitiful. I still use cover up. But you said let me follow. This is absolutely impossible. My hobby is to bask in the sun every day, tease Weiss and the others, and then eat delicious food. You let me and you go to the wind sun exposure. Don't even think about it. Quote. The god of destruction, who was an old otaku in his previous life, would never walk out of his kennel. Ho ho ho, god of destruction, you may be disappointed this time. Your work has not been done for a long time. You either go to work, or I will go to work for you. Just change your makeup, and you are the only one people eat instant noodles at home, because Florence is the one who can cook, and he has nothing to eat when he leaves. Quote. Wei's mean smile instantly made the god of destruction look ugly. Where's Curd? Where did this kid die? God of destruction asked with a dark face, is Curd being lazy? Ho ho ho, of course this kid doesn't dare to be lazy, but just last year, Curd accidentally met that kid Brawly and was beaten to death. If it's better, it will take decades. The most important thing is this. No one can stop me once I go to buy cosmetics. Quote. Whis' words made the god of destruction vomit blood, and there is actually such an operation. You're a chicken, you're going to eat me. Go, don't you just look for Dragon Ball. Anyway, if you are idle, you are idle. The god of destruction took a sip, then took 8 character steps and walked out towards the gate step by step. Hey, big cat, you can leave as you like, don't you bring anything. Abu shook his head speechlessly as he watched the bachelor of the god of destruction take him out and set off alone. Bring something, I still use it, I can get you anything you want. Let's go, don't waste your time. The god of destruction opened the door and walked out. Let's go too, don't let the god of destruction wait too long. Otherwise, something big will happen. Florence smiled helplessly, then took the bewildered Abu's hand and ran outside. The 3 of them scribbled into the journey to find Dragon Ball vacation. Abu's family originally had a Dragon Ball, so he thought that Dragon Ball really existed, so he embarked on the journey. Their first stop was a valley in the north, just over 100 kilometers away from Exedu. Only on the first day, they came to the valley. Hey, birds don't shit here, how can there be Dragon Balls? For the first time, Miss Abu walked so far out of the house, looking at the dust and garbage everywhere in the valley, her face suddenly turned ugly. Yeah. Just as Abu had just finished speaking, a crow screamed across his head. Bah! Suddenly, Abu felt something fell on his head and quickly grabbed it with his hands. Ah, it's bird shit. A few hours later, Abu, who had just washed his hair, drove his car on the road angrily. It's abominable, dead crow, just pooped on me. Abu drove again and again while Tu held a small roast chicken and nibbled hard. You've eaten all the special meows, you're still not angry, just bear with it. The god of destruction looked at the crow that was still being gnawed with only bones and a shred of flesh left, and couldn't help but mourn for a few seconds of silence for it. Under Abu's resentment, the 3 set off again. The god of destruction sat in the co-pilot, opened the window and looked at the scenery outside the window, and couldn't help falling into contemplation. It feels like a previous life, but if it's not, it's always not. No matter how similar it is, it's still not. The strangeness in the eyebrows of the god of destruction made Abu beside him puzzled for a while. Meow mi, don't you miss Sister Weiss? Did you adopt her and grow up? Abu asked suspiciously while driving. The god of destruction was taken aback by her words. Ha ha ha, you really guessed it right. I think I was really raised by Weiss. The god of destruction smiled helplessly. From the memory, the god of destruction saw all the memories from his birth to the time he passed through. And the first person I saw when I opened my eyes was Wes, and even Xiangpa only saw his own brother during his first God of Destruction meeting. At that time, the God of Destruction was relatively thin, and Xiangpa robbed his beloved lollipop. So in general, Whis can be said to be the closest person to the God of Destruction in this world. No matter what the other party's purpose is, or what orders are given by the great priest or the king, there is no doubt about that. I can't believe that the God of Destruction would say such a thing by himself. I wonder if Sister Weiss will be very happy to hear it. Florence also just found out about it. That's right, Sister Weiss is so hospitable to you, and you still bully her, it's really bad. The words of Abu and Florence made the God of Destruction roll his eyes. Where did you see that I was bullying Wes? I'm very good to Wes. If you talk nonsense again, be careful, I will sue you for slander. Of course the God of Destruction could not admit it. Of course, the two of them just responded with blank eyes. The time was spent in the chat of several people. And the God of Destruction, who has been cultivating, sleeping, and working since he came to this world, has not been so relaxed for a long time. After all, there was always a gap between himself and Weiss because of the defensive mentality of the God of Destruction. It seems that I can relax a lot in the future, and there may be some unexpected gains. With such thoughts in mind, the three continued to drive on the road. A week later, at the foot of a mountain that looked like a steamed bun, Abu smiled happily as he looked at the Dragon Ball mark that was only a few hundred meters away from him on the Dragon Ball radar. Wow Kaka, we found the third one so quickly, and we can summon the Dragon Ball with 4 more, so I can get the handsome guy, a lot of handsome guys. Abu thought about it and saliva came out. Monster, let go of my grandpa. No, get out of the way. At this moment, a young voice spoke to Abu, who was laughing wildly in the car. The God of Destruction, who was still taking a nap, opened his eyes a little, and at a glance, he saw a miniature version of Bardock carrying a big fish standing not far away and pointing at his car with a little fear. Is this Sun Wukong? He really looks like Bardock. Bardock, you are still alive. At this moment, a furious voice came from the seat behind the car. Chapter 55, Is this cat delicious? First order. Bardock, what, can I eat it? Xiao Wukong dropped the big fish he was holding, scratched his head, and asked suspiciously. Boom. Suddenly, Xiao Wukong's eyes flashed, and a fist the size of a casserole had appeared in front of his eyes. In an instant, Xiao Wukong was so frightened that he took a step back. Well, you've got the wrong person, he's not Bardock. A faint voice reached Xiao Wukong's ears, and Xiao Wukong, who was so frightened that he was about to fight back, hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a beautiful human being bigger than him looking at him angrily at this time, and the hideous expression made Xiao Wukong kicked an uneasy in his heart. At this moment, a purple cat came over, grabbed Florence's hand, and let him put it down. Wow, big cat, it looks delicious. Of course, the foodie Wukong didn't know what Tong Yan Wuji was, so he directly said something that he regretted. Immediately, the God of Destruction's face darkened. This kid is Bardock's son, fight him, don't kill him. Immediately, the God of Destruction laughed evilly, then turned around and walked directly into the car and started humming a song. And Florence didn't hesitate for a second, and when Wukong licked his mouth, he began to bombard. Ah, hit someone, damn, I want revenge, don't slap in the face, ah. I was wrong, don't pull your tail. Grandpa, help, I'm dying. The God of Destruction above the car listened to the screams of Xiao Wukong, and his heart was extraordinarily comfortable. Oh common people today, I'm so happy. Abu, on the side, looked at Xiao Wukong, who was abused to the point of death, and silently mourned in his heart. In the past few days of getting along, she already knew that the cat next to her had a lot of background, because one day they saw a super large Tyrannosaurus Rex. When he thought that several of his people were dead, the God of Destruction took it easy. The oversized Tyrannosaurus Rex screamed and turned into ashes. Lord God of Destruction, this child seems to be dying, can you please stop Shaolun? Looking at the little Wukong who had already rushed to the street, Abu was also afraid of dying, and she had never seen her friend when she was so violent, and she felt a little guilty in her heart. And Shaolun is measured. The god of destruction lifted his eyelids, glanced slightly, and then closed his eyes again. And after Abu heard it, 10,000 Sao were boiling in his heart. Oh my god, do you think this is proportionate? Look at Shaolun's sense of proportion. How can the ground crack with proportions, and how can this child vomit blood with proportions? But just when Abu thought that Xiao Wukong was finished, Xiao Wukong, who was lying still on the ground, suddenly clenched his fists. Under Florence's surprised gaze, Xiao Wukong rose into the air and punched Florence on the cheek. Crack! A crisp sound caused the god of destruction, who had closed his eyes, to frown slightly, and then stretched out again. Interesting, it turned out to be testing the other party. It seems that you should generally know the truth of what happened back then. The god of destruction opened his eyes with interest and looked at Florence, who had a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Humph, you've punched me so many times, it's time for me to fight back. Xiao Wukong, whose face was swollen and looked like a pig's head, smiled brightly. This smile caused Florence, who turned back, to be slightly stunned. You don't look like him at all. Florence snorted coldly, making Wukong tense all over, but the beating he imagined did not appear. On the contrary, a green light popped out from the fingertips of the terrifying human being in front of him, instantly wrapping Wukong inside. Green light quickly repaired Xiao Wukong's body. Ah, I'm okay, I'm really okay. Xiao Wukong was jumping on the spot excitedly, and his strength was only a little bit higher than the original after such a torment. HMPH, do it yourself. Florence ignored Xiao Wukong, but strode into the back of the car and sat in. Wow, monsters eat people, monsters eat people. Wukong was very puzzled that such a terrifying person was actually sent into the mouth of the monster by himself. Boy, did you come from deep in the mountains. You don't even know the car. Abu immediately cursed at Wukong speechlessly. Huh, how did you know that? Wukong Chunmeng's appearance made the three people in the car speechless. After that, Abu and Wukong were discussing what is the difference between a man and a woman and what a car is. And Wukong's low IQ also successfully refreshed the lower limit of God of Destruction's cognition. Come on, I'll be exhausted if I teach such a kid. The God of Destruction groaned, while Florence, who was beside him, hesitated several times. You want to ask about your father? The God of Destruction yawned boredly and asked Florence. Well, that's right, because I saw the tears in Bardock's eyes 1,000 years ago before he died, and I've been wondering why he was crying for me. Florence knew that she was absolutely right. What, is this kid still crying? The God of Destruction was slightly taken aback. Why didn't he know about this? Immediately, the God of Destruction recalled the situation back then in his mind. Watching the movie-like scenes in my memory flow one by one, the God of Destruction fixed it a few seconds before Florence died. In the picture, Bardock, you roared and fired a cannon, which just hit Florence, who had gone berserk. Suddenly it was here, the ground was shaken by Bardock's shock wave, and the dust flying all over the sky slowly fell after Florence rushed to the sky. And the undead Bardock is just below the dust. Ah, squinting. Bardock's words instantly made God of Destruction speechless. Damn, it's actually really sand in my eyes. Looking at Florence with a look of anticipation in front of him, the God of Destruction is not good at attacking the other party. Well, yes, he was crying because you had to die, definitely not because the sand flew up and squinted his eyes or something. The God of Destruction's words gave Florence a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Bardock was forced to leave me back then. He said, did you do it, Lord God of Destruction? PFF'd. Florence's words made the God of Destruction spurt out a mouthful of old blood. This is all associated with the truth of the matter, and he is convinced. It seems that it should be, but for the sake of seeing Sister Weiss, let me find the meaning of life. I won't care about you anymore. Florence's words made the god of destruction almost laugh while holding her stomach. Find the meaning of life. Your meaning is to be a women's clothing boss. God of destruction thought wickedly. It's just that I want this kid to grow up healthy in the future. The god of destruction doesn't know the meaning of Florence's words, that is, to let him not harm his brother. I'm not in the mood to argue with this kid. Lower my IQ. The god of destruction smiled disdainfully. He couldn't communicate with a preschooler like Wukong. Shaolun, Big Niao am I know the whereabouts of the third Dragon Ball. It's in this kid's house. At this moment, Abu's surprised voice came from the car. Chapter 56. Are you a man? A few minutes later, several people have come to Xiao Wukong's house and successfully got the 4 planets. In order to let Xiao Wukong give her the 4 planets, then under Abu's flickering, Xiao Wukong got into the car of the god of destruction. Sitting right next to Florence. Will this person hit me again if he doesn't like me? Xiao Wukong looked at Florence, whose complexion was a little cold since he saw him, and couldn't help swallowing. The car started off again soon after. Xiao Wukong looked at the picture of the roadside speeding backwards with novelty, and felt extremely novel. After scanning everywhere, Wukong looked suspiciously at Florence, who was sitting beside him. Then, this strong man, are you a man or a woman? Xiao Wukong's words suddenly calmed the air. You, no, yes, myself, look. Florence said this word by word with a cold face. Ha 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 ha, Wukong is really interesting, he can even ask this question. Abu smiled happily, and she had a deep understanding of Xiao Wukong regardless of gender. The god of destruction on the side thought of something, and his face suddenly became a little exciting. Sure enough, in the divine consciousness that the god of destruction was surreptitiously checking. In Florence's liver-colored eyes. Yeah, you're a man. As soon as these words came out, the god of destruction couldn't help it. Ha 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 ha, Goku ah Goku, you are so fucking talented. Not only was the god of destruction laughing so happy that he couldn't stand upright, but Abu's laughter was trembling uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, Wukong, didn't I tell you just now that the people below are men like you, and the ones with nothing are women? Abu smiled and reminded kindly. Yes, it's the same as me down there. I'm not mistaken. At this moment, Xiao Wukong spoke very stubbornly. On the side, Florence silently stretched out her hand and lifted Wukong's back collar. Ah, Shaolun, what are you doing? Little Goku has not sensed the danger coming. As soon as his words came out, he felt like the whole day was spinning. I saw that Florence opened the car door and threw Xiao Wukong into the sky. Then his own figure disappeared into the car. Hey, what is Shaolun doing? Abu asked the god of destruction suspiciously. Oh, it's okay, it's just domestic violence against the bear child. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Xiao Wukong's shrill screams to be heard in the sky. A few minutes later, Florence returned to the car with Goku unscathed. If it weren't for the screams just now, Abu suspects that Florence didn't do anything to Xiao Wukong at all. But Goku was very excited. Because he was beaten, and after repairing his body, Xiao Wukong's strength actually increased a lot. Hey, if I do this a few times a day, will I be able to defeat the gorilla monster soon? Goku almost drooled. In the next few days, Wukong went to provoke Florence, intentionally or unintentionally. The look of death made Abu and the god of destruction go head to head. After a few times, they didn't know what Xiao Wukong was thinking, and more often, even Florence was tired of it. After he beat Wukong for the last time, Wukong, who was lying on the ground and moaning constantly, was very happy. Hey, this time I'll be stronger again. But his wishful thinking failed this time. Florence directly mentioned the little Goku who was seriously injured and couldn't move, and threw it into the trunk. Wukong was immediately stunned. That, Shaolun, did you forget to do something? Goku weakly reminded Florence. What? I didn't kick you down today, don't you think it's fun? Florence's faint voice suddenly made Xiao Wukong shut his mouth. Xiao Wukong, who knew that his plan was shattered, could only hide in the trunk to give himself medicine. Thorn. Suddenly, the car braked sharply, instantly throwing Wukong, who was hiding behind the wound, flying backwards. Goku, who fell to the ground and rolled a few times, stood up in pain. What's the matter? The dizzy little Wukong rubbed his aching head and looked at the car beside him, only to see that the people in the car didn't seem to see him falling out of the car. What a big rock, fortunately I brake fast. Abu's happy voice came over. It turns out that there are stones, so that's fine. Wukong rubbed his head happily, and then walked towards the car. Boom! Just as Xiao Wukong was about to walk to the car roared and disappeared in front of him. In the wind, only the seriously injured little Wukong was left in a mess. After a few seconds, Goku finally reacted. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Xiao Wukong hurriedly dragged his limping feet and chased the car that had gone far ahead. I saw a black spot chasing a small jeep in the endless desert. Hours passed in the blink of an eye. The injured, hungry little Wukong walked slower and slower, and finally ended up dead in the desert. Don't chase, it's too bullying, I'm starving. Xiao Wukong had already given up on himself, lying directly on the ground and fell into a drowsy sleep. Countless sandstorms slowly covered up Xiao Wukong. After an unknown time, Xiao Wukong heard a familiar sound of a car. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a car slowly driving towards him. It's Abu and the others, they're so good to be saved. There was a smile on the corner of Xiao Wukong's mouth. He had already thought about what to eat later. The god of destruction must get me a big fish, no, I want to. And just when Xiao Wukong was still imagining, the car had come to him, and just when he wanted to call Abu, the car rolled over him without stopping. Hey, Xiaolun, didn't you say that Xiao Wukong is nearby? Why haven't you seen him yet? Abu asked suspiciously while driving the car. Ah! At this time, a scream that was familiar to the three came over. Abu quickly stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. It's Goku, he should be nearby. Abu hurriedly opened the door in excitement. Oh, Abu B. The god of destruction wanted to stop it, but found it was too late. Little Wukong, who was pressed by the wheels on the ground, struggled in pain. Just when he wanted to call Abu for help, the door opened. Before Xiao Wukong was happy for a long time, he saw a shoe sole getting closer and closer to his face. I saw that Abu's foot stepped on Xiao Wukong's face to the ground. Huh, why is there no sound? Abu asked suspiciously. The god of destruction and Florence in the car were already dark. Hey, Xiaolun, save Wukong. God of destruction sighed. A few minutes later, Wukong, who had recovered completely, ate his meals with a suffocated expression on his face. After Abu's constant apology, Xiao Wukong forgave her. 2 days later, a few people came to a valley and picked up the old turtle, and then Xiao Wukong decided to send him back to the sea. After that, Turtle called Turtle Immortal in order to thank Wukong. Hello everyone, I'm Turtle Immortal. The Turtle Immortal stepped on the sea turtle and landed on the shore, and his eyes were instantly attracted by the beautifully dressed Florence. Chapter 57, Dragon Ball Gathering. The dragon is here. Miss, I don't know if I can know your name. The Turtle Immortal, who had been on the tortoise shell a second ago, came to Florence in an instant, with a wretched expression that made the god of destruction in the car roll his eyes helplessly. Is this old man the Turtle Immortal you said? Abu glanced contemptuously at the Turtle Fairy, who had ignored him, and asked the old turtle in confusion. Ah, although the Turtle Fairy looks a little unreliable, it's still very good. The old turtle could only helplessly defend. If you keep staring at me like this, be careful I poke your eyes out. Florence's words made the Turtle Immortal tremble, because he had already felt the slightest aura leaked out by Florence at will. Miss is the real murderer. A mortal turtle could only look away from what he thought was profound. By the way, it's you who saved the old turtle, very good boy. If that's the case, I'll give you a present. A mortal turtle straightened his back, forcing the appearance of a worldly master. Gift? What gift? Xiao Wukong asked suspiciously. Haha, of course it's a good thing. A mortal turtle smiled mysteriously, then came to the beach and raised the crutches in his hand and shouted at the sky. Come here, Phoenix. The shouting of the immortal turtle made Abu Xiao Wukong very excited. Phoenix, it sounds awesome, okay. However, a few minutes passed, and there was still no movement in the sky. Ah, Turtle Immortal, didn't that Phoenix guy die from food poisoning a year ago? The old turtle's words suddenly made the turtle fairy smile awkwardly. Haha, why did I forget about this one? Mistakes and mistakes. Turtle Immortal touched his head. Didn't you say Phoenix? How can it still die? Abu complained. Hey, I just gave him this name because I hoped he wouldn't die. If that's the case, I'll give you something else. Having said that, the turtle fairy shouted again, somersault cloud. Then a marshmallow flew from the sky. And the god of destruction with Heish in the car saw at a glance that the cotton candy was the yellow cloud above the snake road in the underworld. After the turtle immortal showed everyone how to lose his face more thoroughly, his original image that was not very tall completely collapsed. Okay, the things are given to you, you can go too. A mortal turtle knew that his face was almost lost, and he hurriedly issued an expulsion order. At this moment, the Dragon Ball hanging on his neck caught Abu's attention. What? Do you want this bead? Talking. The turtle fairy sunglasses flashed a ray of light. Yes, we also saved this old turtle. No firm no, you still want to make me into soup. Abu's bold words were instantly pierced by the old turtle. Well, then there is no way. Turtle Immortal's words made Abu lost for a while. But, suddenly, a lewd smile flashed on the corner of Immortal Turtle's mouth. Unless what? Abu asked excitedly. Unless either of you two show me the fat times, just a glance, a small glance will do. Turtle Immortal said with a blushing face. What? Just when Turtle Immortal had just finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly shocked Turtle Immortal. After seeing Florence's cold eyes, the Turtle Immortal was cowardly. I'm joking, there's no such thing at all. The Turtle Immortal wisely took off the Dragon Ball on his neck and hurriedly stuffed it into Florence's hand. Give it to you, the old man will leave first if he has something to do. After speaking, the turtle fairy sat on the old turtle and left the place in a hurry. It's still interesting. After Florence snorted coldly, they set off again after getting the 2-star Dragon Ball. A few months later, they met the beautiful Oolong. After being beaten by Florence, Oolong was almost washed by Xiao Wukong. They successfully collected the 7 Dragon Balls according to the route in the original book. But this time it was a lot different. Oolong did not join the team. Yucha fell in love with this beautiful women's clothing boss the first second he saw Florence. However, Chi-Chi was still attacked by Xiao Wukong and vowed to marry each other. Abu's words still wanted to find a handsome guy, because drinking tea to see the pig brother in Florence is really ugly. Roar. After a huge roar of the dragon, a huge dragon circled and rushed into the sky. People who have collected Dragon Balls, what is your wish? Any wish can come true, but there is only one. The mighty and domineering appearance of Shenlong made the following Xiao Wukong stunned. A bunch of scumbags, aren't intimidated by Benlong's mighty and domineering appearance, alas, an invincible life, lonely as snow. The dragon in the sky was bored and looked around from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a figure made him stunned. I saw the god of destruction with his hands behind his back, staring at himself with golden eyes. Shenlong, who knows almost everything in the universe, doesn't know who the person in front of him is. Bibi, the god of destruction. Why are you here? Shenlong's stammering words stunned the people on the ground who were still discussing who said their wishes. Nani, even Shenlong is calling the god of destruction, what the hell is going on? Xiaolun, who the hell is the god of destruction? Questions were asked one by one from a booze-drinking coffee table. Shenlong, who thought he was like a god, nodded to the god of destruction. This god of destruction, who usually doesn't talk much, but everyone obeys his words, has such a high background. Of course they didn't know that the god of destruction was much higher than they thought. Quote, "Why don't you care about me here? I'll ask you now, what is the seal in your body?" The light golden hole of the god of destruction exudes a great deterrent power. Under his gaze, Shenlong trembled and did not dare to hide. Returning to the god of destruction, these are all demons from the ancient times. The arrival of each generation of Shenlong means that several demons sealed in Shenlong realm are transferred to Shenlong's body as an energy source. Each of these demons is very powerful, and as long as the wish made by the person who wishes with the Dragon Ball is not positive, it will generate enormous negative energy to corrode the seal in the dragon, and finally release these demons. The god of destruction frowned slightly at Shenlong's stammering explanation. This divine dragon above the earth can be said to be the most rubbish among the divine dragons, but that's it, the most powerful demons sealed in him have reached about a gigabyte in the god of destruction's inspection. Ho 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 ho, is the god of destruction frightened? At this moment, Whis' voice reached the ears of the god of destruction. The next step may be a bit of foreshadowing, that is, adding some authors themselves an online analysis of ancient times. On to Dragon Ball Z. Chapter 58, haven't you already been killed by him once? I saw Whis, who had recovered to the appearance of a priest, flew down from the sky. Didn't you go shopping for cosmetics? You're back like this. The god of destruction raised his eyelids and said to Whis, who flew down. Ho ho ho, of course people have something to do, let's go, Lord Destruction God, there is still something to deal with in Destruction God realm. Whis said to the god of destruction with a smile. Alright, it's almost enough to relax. The god of destruction gave a wicked smile, and then a burst of purple light burst out from his body. After the light dissipated, the original god of destruction's casual clothes instantly transformed into a god of destruction suit. And the power exuded at this moment instantly made the gods in the heavens who did not know that a big man was coming almost fell to the ground in fright. What a powerful breath, Mr. Bobo, do you know the identity of this god of destruction? God originally observed the lower realm around the heavenly realm when the dragon appeared. God, from the words of this person who just appeared, it can be heard that this god of destruction should be the highest god of the universe, the god of destruction. Bobo's face has always been calm, but now he can't calm down anymore. God of destruction, this is a god that is several levels higher than the god of heaven, and there is no god more advanced than this in this universe. God of destruction, I don't know if he is stronger than Lord Kai. The solemn words of the gods made Bobo on the side break into a cold sweat. Compared with the Realm King, God, you are afraid that it is not Shilezi, and even the Realm King can be compared with the god of destruction. But Bobo didn't remind the god of God, after all, sometimes ignorance is also a blessing. Let's go, Whis, this suit is more comfortable to wear. God of destruction Haitian came to Whis with his hands behind his back. Sister Whis, what are you doing? Abu widened his eyes. She's not a fool, Whis can tell at a glance that he is a man. Ho ho ho, little Abu, we're leaving. Xiaolun's words will be taken care of by you. Maybe we'll be back in a few years. After Whis finished speaking, he nodded to Florence. Yes, I will take good care of Xiaolun. Abu, who was still confused, could only nod his head in confusion. On the other hand, Xiao Wukong is the real fool. Because it was only during this time that he learned to distinguish between men and women in this way, and now the appearance of Whis has made him stunned again. He originally thought that Whis was a man, but Abu actually called him sister. Looks like it's going to be a good test. Xiao Wukong touched his chin, and then sneakily bypassed the dragon and came to the back of Weiss. Little devil, what are you doing? When Shenlong saw Wukong's actions, he didn't know that the other party wanted to do something bad. He quickly stopped him. If this angered the priest, he would destroy himself and the earth. Who would he turn to reason with? Shenlong's words immediately made everyone turn their attention to Goku behind Whis. Hey, it was discovered. Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment. Wukong, what are you doing there? Come back to me quickly. Abu quickly ran over and brought Wukong over. Ho 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 ho, this kid is quite interesting. Weiss smiled slightly. Yeah, very interesting, this kid is going to attack your big cock. God of Destruction, evil thoughts. Okay, stop talking nonsense. We're leaving, we'll see you again later. Let's go, Weiss. After speaking, the two instantly turned into a light and disappeared into the air. Seeing the God of Destruction disappearing out of thin air, the people at the coffee table widened their eyes in disbelief. Okay, what's your wish? I'm leaving after you say it. The magnificent voice of Shenlong woke people up at this moment. I almost forgot, Shaolun, what is your wish? Abu has now given up looking for his Prince Charming. As for the reason, I will explain it later. My wish. Well, I'll just ask a question. Florence's eyes flashed and she took a slight step forward. Shenlong, I want to know if my father really wanted to kill me back then. Florence has been struggling with this issue, and asked Whis, because of the God of Destruction. Whis did not say anything. Florence's words made the people around them stunned. The red light in the eyes of the dragon in the sky flickered slightly. Hasn't he already killed you once? Shenlong's words shocked everyone. Abu's face suddenly turned pale. Little Shaolun, are you a ghost? Not to mention Abu, even a big man who was drinking tea took a step back in fright. I actually fell in love with ghosts. Yucha swallowed slightly. Of course, Florence ignored these people. Shenlong's words made his face darken. However, Bardock has foreseen your death, and your fate has been doomed. Shenlong's sudden speech made Florence frown slightly. My destiny, what destiny? Florence asked suspiciously. After that, Shenlong talked about the conflict between the legendary Super Saiyan and the ordinary Super Saiyan. When he heard that the ordinary Super Saiyan was destined to kill Xuanchao, Florence's face became serious. And Bardock predicted that you would be with Kakarot after 1,000 years, so he decided to perish with you according to what he predicted, so that your curse could be lifted. After Shenlong finished speaking, Florence fell silent. Humph, who wants him to save me? I'm being amorous. Florence smiled disdainfully, but Abu and the others on the side could see the sadness between his brows. Okay, I have fulfilled your wish for you, and there will be a period in the future. After Shenlong finished speaking, he instantly turned into 7 rays of light and disappeared into the starry sky. Ah, Grandpa flew away. Xiao Wukong was immediately stunned, and suddenly a feeling of being deceived came to his mind. Abu, didn't you say that you will return it to my grandpa after the end? Now grandpa is flying away. Xiao Wukong is narcissistic and complaining to Abu cutely. Ah, I didn't know it would be like this. By the way, I remember that it was recorded in the book that after a year, Dragon Ball will regain its splendor, and then you can go back to Dragon Ball again. Abu smiled awkwardly. Master Yucha, this Abu is really a deceitful person. He even knows that Dragon Ball will recover in a year. How could he not know that Dragon Ball will be scattered after the wish is over? Pu'er looked at Abu with contempt, fooling Wukong there. The disappearance of Shenlong means that this Dragon Ball journey has come to an end. Xiao Wukong separated a few people and came to the Turtle Immortal house to practice together with Kaylin, who had just arrived. Florence and Abu returned to Exedu to go to school. After all, this was explained by Weiss before he left. Yucha is a full-time bodyguard in Florence who spent a lot of money inserting herself into their school. In the Destruction God realm in the depths of the endless starry sky, the Destruction God encountered a headache. Chapter 59, A maddening decision. Weiss, are you saying that King Quan is doing something wrong? What do you mean my overall strength in the 7th universe is not up to the standard? This time, Wes hurriedly called himself back and gave him an emergency notice. The general meaning is the same as in the original work, because the overall strength of the 7th universe is not up to the standard, so King Quan means that if after 50 years, if the standard is still not up to standard, the 7th universe will be destroyed. Of course, there are other universes within this range. Ho ho ho, the god of destruction is so pitiful, it seems that there is only 50 years to enjoy. Weiss looked at the frowning god of destruction and couldn't stop laughing. Fuck off, your sister, you know every day to gloat in misfortune, and if I die, I will drag you down with me. God of destruction spat at Wes. It seems that this matter needs to be discussed with the Kaiwangshan and the others. The god of destruction touched his chin. After all, these things are not something he can decide alone. Let's go to the realm of the king of the gods. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. In the realm, a red-skinned man with long hair and a shawl was doing push-ups with difficulty on an open space. 108, 109, 110. Come on, you kid can't do it with 1,000 times the gravity. It's too rubbish. Next to the god of Jabe, sat an old man, who was watching happily with a small yellow book. From time to time, he also hits the god of Jabet. In the original work, the strength of the god of Jabe has reached the Super 2 realm of the Prince of Kuwu and the others, and his situation is different from that of the prince and the others. The prince and the others have to transform to have this strength, and the real-world king has this strength in normal state. Therefore, the current Jabet god can move freely under 1,000 times the gravity. After all, the prince in the original book could only hover below 500 times when he was Super 2. Ancestor, I am a noble realm god, why do I have to practice like this arrogant man? God Jabet said to the old Kaiwang god unwillingly. However, the hand did not dare to stop. Are you too embarrassed to say it? Do you know that although the Kaiwang god dozens of generations ago did not say that he was at the same level as the god of destruction, he wouldn't be so weak, right? Look at you, you were actually killed by a demon whose strength has not recovered at all. There is only one Boo left to kill, and there is still a face to complain. Today, the penalty will be increased tenfold, and if you say more, it will double. The old Kaiwang god scolded the complaining god Jibei and then looked at his little yellow book. Oh, was the Kaiwangshan so powerful from dozens of generations ago? At this moment, the voice of the god of destruction descended from the sky, scaring the old god of the realm to hide his little yellow book in a hurry. Huh, god of destruction, why are you here? The old realm king hurriedly ran over and bowed to the god of destruction. I have seen the god of destruction. Jabet stood up sweating profusely, and bowed to the god of destruction. Yo, the strength has soared, it seems that there has been no practice in vain for thousands of years. The god of destruction glanced at the god of destruction, whose strength had already reached Super 3, and said. Looking at the potential of Kaiwangshan is still good, but it is too lazy. Also, this race has good strength from birth, and it can become very strong even without cultivation. If it is such a good thing, why do you have to work hard to cultivate? The god of destruction is joking. If this kid wasn't urged every day, he would still be hovering at the previous level. The old Kaiwang deity glared at the god of destruction, who was triumphant under the praise of the god of destruction. Okay, this time I have something to say. The god of destruction interrupted the old Kaiwang god. Oh, god of destruction, please tell me. The old realm king said suspiciously. Afterwards, the god of destruction forwarded the words of King Quan to the old Kaiwang god. What, doesn't this mean that we only have 50 years to live? Then I'm still practicing wool, so I won't do it. After hearing that he only had 50 years to live, the god Jabit simply quit. Nani, you quit at this critical time. You forgot how the great realm king god and the others sacrificed their lives to save you. The old Quan Wang god hated the iron and knocked on the head of the god of Jabit. Oh, I'm just talking about it. Don't be so serious. Jabit rubbed his head and grinned. That's the way it is. Speaking of which, you realm gods are really too lazy. The previous great realm gods were like this, and you are still like this now. The task assigned by King Quan has been made clear long ago. The responsibility of the Quan Wang god is not only to protect the stability of the universe, but also to undertake the growth of the universe. God of Destruction's indifferent words embarrassed God Jabit slightly. After all, he can't even imagine how lazy he is. In the past, I knew that I ate, slept, and ate, and those who worked were too lazy to do it. Even the Kurds are too lazy to move a finger to destroy others in the universe. The degree of laziness can be imagined. Yes, what the God of Destruction said is, I will definitely teach this kid well in the future. The old realm god hurriedly came out to round up the field. You still have the guts to say it. You're not too young. Is it interesting to read this kind of book every day? Without saying anything, he glanced at the old realm king, and then a little empty, the little yellow book hidden by the old realm was found. Immediately, the face of the old realm king turned red. I've decided that from today onwards, you will let the realm kings in various places issue orders throughout the universe. That is to say, from now on, I will conduct a power assessment of each planet and each force every year. As long as the annual growth rate is less than 50%, it will be destroyed. The icy words of the god of destruction made the old Quan Wang and Jabit startled, and the two looked at each other in disbelief. Even Weiss gave the god of destruction a surprised look. Bibibi, god of destruction, are you mistaken? The old Quan Wang stammered. If he really followed the words of the god of destruction, he could be sure that after a year, 99% of the planet would be destroyed. You think I'm joking, but one thing I haven't said yet, the people who are evaluated are only adult intelligent races of various races. The god of destruction also knows that if all races are evaluated, some races with low IQs who do not understand their own words will face direct cleansing. And the races with many young people will be destroyed due to the drag of the young population, so the god of destruction made this decision. Cuckoo. The two realm gods looked at each other and swallowed their saliva in resignation. It seemed that the god of destruction was serious. What? I wasn't clear enough. The god of destruction snorted coldly as he looked at the two kiting gods who were still in a daze. Yes, we'll go and do it right away. God of destruction, please wait a moment. The realm king was so frightened that he hurriedly teleported and disappeared in the realm of the realm king. Whether it can reach the standard of not being destroyed within 50 years depends on your fortune. The god of destruction looked at the sky with a cold expression. Chapter 60, Demon King God Realm. God of destruction, are you sure you want to do this? The consequences are very serious. Weiss smiled and said to the god of destruction. He seemed calm, but he was also slightly anxious. After all, if the seventh universe was destroyed, he would have to return to the place where the angel was born and wait for the birth of the next universe. At least it will take billions of years. Humph, I know very well what I'm doing. People have a kind of inertia, which can never be changed. Only when there is infinite pressure, will power be generated. The god of destruction snorted coldly, then ignored it and teleported directly to the All-King realm. Yeah, god of destruction, here you come. Bring me the next episode of Peppa Pig. The god of destruction had just arrived in the Quan Wang realm when he saw Quan Wang rolling in the mud, and a drop of cold sweat the size of a bean dripped down his forehead. Ah, I'm here, but Peppa Pig is gone. This is a gourd baby, you look at it first. He felt that he had to teach the little boy King Quan well, and he would give him Peppa Pig again. Hulu baby, what is this? Quan Wang looked at the CD in his hand curiously. Okay, this time, I'm just passing by the Quan Wang Ji, you have a good time, I'll go first. The god of destruction looked at King Jaeon, who was excitedly watching TV with the CD-ROM, and said something to his back. Ah, god of destruction, aren't you talking about the cosmic power assessment? King Quan looked at the god of destruction dumbly. If you don't want to take the assessment, I can directly exclude the 7th universe, so that you don't have to worry about being eliminated. King Quan's words are very clear, that is, he is going to open the back door. After all, if he really wants to destroy these 12 universes, he will destroy them all, and no one will say anything. Anyway, everything is under his control. This is not necessary, let's talk about it later. The god of destruction waved his hand and directly declined the kindness of King Quan. How could the god of destruction accept alms from others? If the big deal is still not up to the standard, I will come back to King Quan to speak. Isn't it really necessary? That's fine. King Quan tilted his head in confusion. Well, that's it. I'm going to the demon world, and I'll talk about it later. After the god of destruction and King Quan said a word, they disappeared in a teleport. He came to the Quan Wang realm to find out what Quan Wang said. After all, he was still a little worried that the people in the 7th universe would not live up to their expectations, and in the end did not meet the requirements of Quan Wang. Among the 12 universes, each universe has a corresponding demon world. In the demon world, there are not only powerful demons, but also demon kings and demon kings who have defected from the universe. Demon kings and demon kings are both the original kings or kings of kings who were invaded by darkness, or new demons born after their inner blackness. Of course, there are also some Kai-no gods and Kai-os who are pursuing power and are automatically blackened. Because after blackening, their strength will increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. However, these demon kings and demon king gods have high self-esteem, and they simply disdain to be in the company of people from the demon world. Therefore, a demon king god realm has been opened in the demon world to live in it. Lord Demon King God, our spies in the human world have sent a message that the god of destruction, seems to have issued a cosmic statement in the universe. As long as the strength does not increase by 50% every year, the planet will face destruction. In a tall shrine in the demon realm god realm, a burly man was sitting on the throne listening to the report of a man with tentacles above his head. If you look closely, you will find that this god called the Demon King of the Great Realm looks almost the same as the King of the King, and there is not much difference at all except that he is taller and has jet black hair. Master God of Destruction really said that. It seems that something big has happened in the human world. The Demon King God frowned, because he knew that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Yeah, something did happen in the human world. At this moment, a figure that destroyed the sky and the earth slowly fell from the sky, and the originally peaceful realm of the realm couldn't stop shaking, as if it would be destroyed in the next second. What happened? What happened to the Demon King God realm? What a powerful power, have you felt it? The source of the power seems to be in the temple of the King of the Great Realm. So familiar power, yes, it is the breath of the God of Destruction. In the Demon King God realm, some of the Demon King gods worked together with the God of Destruction, but after being demonized, they were replaced by other people. In just an instant, the aura of the God of Destruction was recognized by them. I don't know why the God of Destruction came to the Demon King God realm. Alas, I hope it's not a bad thing. More than a dozen demon realm kings and gods teleported towards the demon realm king temple with all the demon realm kings under him in an uneasy mood. The blackening of the demon king god is actually just a different method, or, except for the king of the realm who will investigate this matter, the whole king will not pay attention to it. Swipe. Figures appeared in the temple of the demon king, and after they arrived, they saw the god of destruction sitting on the main seat board and drinking a little wine. The demon realm king god respectfully stood aside. I have seen the god of destruction. The trembling gods of the demon realm hurriedly saluted the god of destruction. It's really the god of destruction. What exactly is the god of destruction going to do? Isn't the god of destruction generally not going to enter the devil world? Did someone offend the god of destruction? Looking at the silent god of destruction above, the people below fell into panic. The god of destruction has a problem that bothers him at this time. The wine here doesn't taste like alcohol. What's the situation? It's obviously the juice. And the demon king god below saw the god of destruction frown more and more tightly, and their hearts beat faster and faster. Quack! Suddenly, an old realm king who was over 10,000 years old fell to the ground slowly, clutching his heart. After all, realm kings are different from realm king gods, and they have a lifespan limit. It's not good to throw it out quickly, don't spoil the pleasure of the god of destruction. The demon realm king god hurriedly waved his hand and sent the old realm king, who was frightened to death by the tense atmosphere, out of the demon realm king god realm. The god of destruction looked at this scene coldly, and was actually quite stunned. Damn, is I so scary? Is it necessary to be scared to death? Do you want to touch porcelain? But god of destruction also knew that the pressure he put on them was a little too big. Okay, since everyone's here, I'll start talking. The indifferent words of the god of destruction made everyone straighten their backs and listen intently. Starting today, I will take over the demon world of the 7th universe. There was a cold aura in the eyes of the god of destruction today. Dragon Ball Lao Tzu is the god of destruction. Chapter 61-80. Chapter 61. The demon world attacks the human world. Starting today, I will take over the demon world of the 7th universe. There was a cold aura in the eyes of the god of destruction today. Immediately, all the demon kings and gods widened their eyes. God of destruction, are you serious? The cold sweat slowly flowed from the forehead of the demon king god. One of the reasons why he became a demon is because of his powerful strength, and the second is that he is not willing to lose his supremacy after stepping down as the great realm god, and he has to return to the core star to contribute to the cultivation of the next generation of the realm god. If the god of destruction is serious, the one who loses the most rights and interests in the scene is him, the ruler of the demon king god realm. What? Do you have an opinion? The god of destruction looked at the wine glass in his hand with a wicked smile, and tapped his fingertips lightly. In an instant, the entire wine glass turned into dust and scattered on the ground. This scene made the demon world king Shen, who was standing on the side, frown slightly, because he didn't feel any breath. But he didn't care too much, after all, he could do it this way. However, the next move of the god of destruction made all the surrounding demon kings turn pale. I saw the right hand of the god of destruction spread out, and the dust on the ground flew back to the god of destruction as if it was upside down, and slowly formed the wine glass that was just broken. Hey! All the demon kings took a deep breath. Space-time energy. This is actually the unique time-space energy of angels. They all know that the most noble existence in this universe is Whis, and the reason why Whis is noble is that he comprehends the energy of time and space. The god of destruction is joking. You want to take over our demon king god realm, and we are too happy. How can there be any opinions? Yes, the god of destruction is so powerful that you are covering us. We are extremely honored. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. A compliment came from the mouths of the demon realm kings, of course, and the demon realm king next to the god of destruction had turned into a pig liver color. Why, are you a little unconvinced? Mr. Daji Wangshan before the 14th generation. The god of destruction squinted his golden eyes, and said lightly to the demon king god, whose body was trembling slightly beside him. The demon world king god trembled slightly, but calmed down. Don't dare, what the god of destruction says is what he says, but I just don't know. The god of destruction does this, does Master Weiss know? The indifferent words of the demon king god caused the expression of the demon king god below to change slightly. They all know that although Whis supports the god of destruction on the bright side, he mainly monitors the god of destruction. If the god of destruction does things behind the priest's back, the priest has the right to punish the god of destruction. The demon king god looked at the god of destruction silently, thinking that the other party was afraid, and couldn't help sneering. It seems that I have to go. Shin killed this kid, so the god of destruction will disappear. If you want to grab my dominance in the demon world, it's just killing yourself. The god of destruction on the side suddenly lifted his eyelids, and his pale golden pupils suddenly made the heart of the king of demons fall to the bottom of the valley. Your words are too much. The icy words of the god of destruction will cause the souls of the demon king god to escape. No, run away. The demon king god teleported and appeared tens of billions of light years away. Feeling unsafe, he hurriedly opened the channel of the demon realm and wanted to leave the demon realm. Unfortunately, a flower suddenly flashed before his eyes. He has come back to his senses again, and he has returned to the temple of the demon king. Aren't you too naive to try to run away from me? The voice of the god of destruction came from behind him, making the king of the great realm icy cold. Crack! Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. The demon king god just felt a little pain, and instantly lost consciousness. And the demon realm king god below looked at the demon realm king god, who instantly turned into flying ashes, and his face was all pale with fright. After doing all this, the god of destruction slowly walked back to the central throne with his hands behind his back. You don't have to worry. I'm a good talker. If you are obedient and do things well, I won't touch you. The god of destruction said casually with Erlang's legs crossed. Of course, where do the following Kaiwang gods believe in the ghosts of the god of destruction? You killed the supreme ruler of the devil world just after we met. You told me that you were easy to talk to. Go to hell. But they didn't dare to say anything. Since that's the case, I'll talk about the purpose of my visit this time. After today, all of you will bring the demons to the human world for me, and then arrange the demons for me on every living planet. Your purpose is to force the human race to grow up quickly. Of course, it is up to you to deal with those who are not motivated and cannot support the wall with mud. The word of the god of destruction is that these Kato gods who have fallen into darkness are all terrified and chilled. As god of destruction going to destroy the human world. The demons are extremely powerful. If it wasn't for the god of destruction, the king of gods would have occupied the human world. Wouldn't the lord of god of destruction be afraid that Lord Wesses would cause him trouble? Although the realm gods here have fallen into darkness, they are still very concerned about the human world. Otherwise, if they all joined the demon camp, the realm gods would have been destroyed long ago, and the corresponding gods of destruction would not be able to escape death. But they just watched the war of a demon in the human world with a cold eye, always standing on a neutral point of view. Of course, god of destruction doesn't care what these people are thinking. You don't have to worry about anything. This decision is also supported by the kid Weiss, but he is not in the mood to pay attention to these trivial matters. From today onwards, you will start. I hope that in 2 years, you will be able to see the shadows of the demons around the universe, otherwise you will know the consequences. After speaking, the god of destruction exuded a purple arrogance, and instantly suppressed the trembling demon king god to the ground. Okay, work starts, take my word for it. Suddenly, all the demon kings and gods felt that the pressure on their bodies completely disappeared. When they looked up, all they saw was the empty throne. The god of destruction has long since disappeared. What shall we do? A bewildered voice came. What else can you do? Unless you want to die, then start doing what the god of destruction says. Yes, it looks like this universe is about to change. After the demon realm king god discussed it, he had no choice but to decide to join forces to attack the human realm. And the demons of the demon world, as the vanguard, were sent by the demon king and god to the various planets in the human world using teleportation. Of course, during this period, he was strongly blocked by the king of demons. However, under the terrifying power of the demon king god, Dapra, the king of the demon realm, was no longer able to survive after being infiltrated into the core of the demon star. And his vassals came to rescue him after the demon king god conquered the human world, but no trace of Dapra could be found. Chapter 62, destroyed from the beginning of the entire universe. God of destruction, did you really decide to do this? In the endless starry sky, Wisan the god of destruction stood in the starry sky and looked at a planet below that had been slaughtered by the demons to the point of sparse hatred, and said solemnly to the god of destruction, HMPH, I have my plan, so you don't have to worry about it. What? You think I'm being too cruel? The god of destruction glanced at Whis, who looked a little unsightly. It's a little bit, but I still remember that when the god of destruction first destroyed the planet, he didn't do anything, and now it has changed so much. There was no longer the previous smile on Wes's face, but this time the god of destruction had gone too far, even he couldn't stand it any longer. The god of destruction is too abominable. He actually destroyed so many planets. It's hard to buy cosmetics in the future. Of course, the god of destruction couldn't figure it out, and the god of destruction thought that Whis, the dog, had discovered it better than his conscience. People will always change. If you have an opinion, put it up. Don't keep it in your heart. I don't have the heart to play charades with you. The god of destruction smiled disdainfully, but there was still a hint of contradiction in the depths of his hole. Ho ho ho, the god of destruction is joking. I unconditionally agree with the decision you made. In this case, can the god of destruction also count those planets that did not meet the standard this year? Weiss swept away the silence before, and a bright smile appeared on his face again. Weiss's sudden change of face caused the god of destruction to twitch slightly. Well, the Rome King has already informed everything. Help me analyze how the overall level has improved this year. It has been a year since the last time the god of destruction and the god of Jabbat issued an order. Over the past year, Quan Wang kept broadcasting orders from the god of destruction within the range he belonged to, but the effect was actually not very good. It can be said that among the planets in the entire universe, no more than 100 million planets have begun to practice cultivation. HMPH, I also know that they will perfunctory things. I can't think that so many planets will ignore my words as a deaf ear. In this case, it's too early to take advantage of the time to give all the planets a little punishment this time. The god of destruction also expected this to happen, so he had already prepared a solution. Ho ho ho, the charisma of the god of destruction doesn't seem to be enough. If you look at the people in the human world, it seems that no one cares about the king's notice. I don't know what you should do. Weiss said gloatingly again. Destroy a quarter of each planet first, or you won't be able to play if it's all destroyed. The god of destruction smiled slightly, emitting purple-black destructive energy all over his body. Boom! After an earth-shattering loud noise, a purple ball of light started from the place where the god of destruction stood, and instantly spread into the starry sky with a diameter of millions of kilometers. Bang! Suddenly, the entire ball of light burst open, and countless purple light beams spread toward the universe like rain. The speed of the purple point of light is completely billions of times faster than the speed of light, covering all living planets in just one day. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Grandpa, look at my 8th level collapse fist. On a sea blue planet, there is this small island in a piece of Wangyang. A young child on the island was excitedly calling out to his grandfather not far away. Ha ha ha, yes, as expected of the grandson of my great Heaven Do Emperor, he has mastered the 4th trick of Do technique so quickly. Grandpa taught you the 108 fighting skills. You should study hard, but it contains the essence of my Sky Star's fighting skills for countless years. The celestial star old man with his hands behind his back said inscrutable. Wow, Grandpa, can you show me the 5th skill? The child excitedly asked his grandfather. Ha ha ha, okay, Grandpa will show you what is the stunt of the great Heaven Dodi, the supreme fighting skill. With that said, the old man undid the bandage wrapped around his hand, revealing a blood-red arm. The old man's eyes were like torches, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The fifth technique of the supreme fighting technique, the flame splitting the wave palm. After a lightning flashed across the sky and the earth, the blue sea ahead was instantly split with a deep invisible trace. You see, this is one of the 108 fighting skills that my sky star has regarded as a treasure for countless years. The old man looked up at the sky, revealing an extremely desolate feeling. Just as the child couldn't help clapping his hands, a purple light suddenly flashed across the sky in the distance. The light instantly shook the eyes of the two grandfathers and grandsons, unable to open them. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the old man's mouth in the purple light. After the purple light dissipated, the scene in front of him was so frightening that the child sat on the ground. What's going on? The child couldn't believe it when he saw that the endless ocean in front of him actually started from his feet and turned into an abyss with no bottom at all. What is terrifying is that although they are only separated by a line, the side of the abyss remains unchanged. Even the water in the sea seems to be blocked by an invisible energy on this side of the abyss. This day is an unforgettable day for the stars in the sky. Because on this day, a quarter of the stars in the sky disappeared into the starry sky, and the only Dodi had one arm amputated and lost his former grace. And the same thing happens everywhere in the universe. Countless people disappeared without a trace in this purple light rain, and at the same time, countless people lost their homes. Of course, because of the power of destructive energy, none of these planets have changed much, just a quarter of their size has disappeared. It is still operating in a way that does not conform to the laws of nature. Of course, only a few of these planets did not suffer any losses. For example, the Earth, under the rapid promotion of the gods, and the wave of martial arts set off by Florence and the Turtle Immortals, who are the disciples and sisters of Weiss, almost half of the people on Earth can become stronger after training. The idea of the remaining people also has a kind of doubt. The world's #1 martial arts tournament has truly become the biggest competitive show that the whole world pays great attention to. Although the per capita level is not much, it still meets the requirements of the god of destruction. Another planet is the god of destruction that is more familiar. That is Frozen Heart. The base camp of the most frozen demon family. After the current frozen demon family just received the god of destruction, Kurd immediately persuaded. He hurriedly called his 3 fathers and sons back to their home planet. Back here, Kurd dragged his severely injured body and started frantic training. Under his persecution, the 2 brothers Cosmic Emperor and Beulah could only begin to cultivate perfunctorily. However, the talent of the Cosmos Emperor is too high, except for the first day of training. After a good increase in strength, he gave up the practice, and Beulah Kurd is a hard practice. But the strength of the 2 did not increase. Ho 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 ho, how can I have such a stupid father? Chapter 63, The Terrible Brawly. A year ago. Above the frozen star, Frieza smiled disdainfully at the corners of their mouths as Beulah and Kurd were still frozen in ice. After a day of training, his strength has doubled. Although it is not too powerful, it has far exceeded the target set by the god of destruction. 2 scumbags, if you don't reach your goals, I will watch you get destroyed by the god of destruction. Frieza spat and then summoned his spaceship to leave the frozen star. DD, report to King Frieza that the spacecraft has found the breath of the mysterious man who crippled the Kurdish king a few years ago. Suddenly, a rushing sound came from Frieza's planetary headquarters, which made Frieza stunned for a moment. Mysterious man. The strength of someone who can injure Kurd is at least 500 million. If you don't go, ask me to send you to death. Frieza turned off the sound and then started the spacecraft to fly towards Frieza planet. What Frieza didn't know was that the direction he was heading happened to be near the planet where Brawly was. Just as Frieza's spaceship crossed a barren planet in an instant, a green light shot up from the planet and charged straight towards Frieza's spaceship. Something's wrong. Frieza frowned suddenly, and he felt a trace of unease in his heart. Boom. At this moment, Frieza's spaceship turned into a firework in the universe and exploded. In the fireworks, Frieza flew out from the inside with an ugly expression. At that moment, he felt a deep breath of death. If he hadn't always been in his ultimate form, he would have died with the blow just now. Damn, what the hell is going on? Who dares to attack me? Frieza can't find death. Frieza furiously searched the starry sky, and then he turned his gaze to the desolate star that had just passed by. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Frieza sneered, and then a crimson ball of light condensed from his fingernails. The ball of light is getting bigger and bigger. Ho ha ho ho, go die, destroy the ball of light. Frieza laughed wildly and threw the ball of light in his hand towards the planet. The crimson ball of light turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the planet. Just as it was about to hit, another terrifying green light shot up from the planet and instantly destroyed Frieza's light ball with 1/10 of its power. Not only that, but this green light exploded into hundreds of millions of green threads when it destroyed the crimson ball of light, enveloping Frieza in it. It's a big loss to underestimate me, King Frieza. Frieza pointed his index finger forward, and his arms suddenly moved around. Boom boom boom. Countless explosions came from the void, and fireworks all over the sky appeared in the starry sky. Ho ha ho ho, want to snipe me King Frieza with just this little power? I'm laughing to death. In the smoke, Frieza laughed wildly, but what he didn't notice was that a green light and shadow also rushed into the smoke in the starry sky when he laughed wildly. Crack. There was a loud slap in the face. Fuck, who the fuck hit me in the face? Frieza's angry voice came from the smoke. It is a pity that no one recovered his words and responded to his endless attacks afterward. Boom boom boom. Fuck, don't hit the bottom, there is a kind of one-on-one fight. What kind of hero is a hero who hides and hits people? Countless attacks fell on Frieza's body like raindrops, and every blow made him spit out blood. Damn it, the king is a blood cow. Go to hell. Frieza couldn't help it, a white light gushed out from his body. In an instant, the smoke that had spread for hundreds of miles dissipated. Ha! As soon as the smoke dissipated, Frieza heard a roar like a grief-stricken woman, so frightened that he had goosebumps. Frieza hurriedly looked at the source of the voice. I saw a muscular boy of about 2 meters standing near him at this time. A green ball of light tightly wrapped him in it, isolating any rays and sealing the air in it. Boy, who are you? Looking at the muscular man's tall body, Frieza immediately became jealous. The paralyzed one is taller than the king, even more handsome than the king. I can't forgive him. At this time, Frieza had already given Broly the death penalty in his heart. At this time, Broly, who was melancholy, watched Frieza without speaking. He hasn't turned into Xuanchao yet, he hasn't lost consciousness, but he remembered the feeling of being almost killed by Frieza when he was a child, so when Frieza passed by, he shot and destroyed Frieza's body. Spaceship. If you don't speak, then go to die. Frieza roared angrily, and the breath all over his body suddenly skyrocketed several times. The combat power that originally only played 10 million instantly reached 50% of the 120 million, reaching the peak level in the original book when he faced off against Wukong. Death Ray. Frieza's 10 fingers blasted out 10 astonishingly powerful rays, charging towards Broly. It seemed that he felt the terrifying power of Frieza. The green energy on Broly's body kept surging, and his eyes slowly turned white. Roar. A roar erupted from Broly's mouth. The terrifying fluctuations in the sound instantly shattered Frieza's death ray. What? Frieza's face changed drastically. Destroying one's own stunt with sound must be at least 2 or 3 times stronger than himself. Roar. Broly, who was almost unconscious, grinned, appeared beside Frieza in an instant, and pinched Frieza's head. Kill. The ever-increasing strength in his hands made Frieza's face grim, and the fear of death at this moment made Frieza almost crazy. Damn it, go to hell. As Frieza was pinched in the air like a ragdoll, a ball of light erupted from both hands, hitting Broly's chest instantly. Boom. After a violent vibration of the starry sky, Frieza's figure rushed out of the explosion range and flew towards the endless starry sky. Roar. Frieza heard a roar not far from flying out, and then a green light instantly enveloped Frieza in it. Damn it! Frieza roared angrily and was hit by the green Qigong and flew upside down into the depths of the starry sky. The rampant Broly, who flew out of the smoke slowly, took a look at the starry sky and slowly flew back to the original barren planet. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. A year later. Kurdish Star. In a laboratory, the Kurdish king looked at Frieza, who had been completely transformed, and smiled. My child, wake up. Chapter 64. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Wake up my child. With Kurd's call, Frieza in the treatment cabin suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. After an explosion, the medical warehouse burst open, and countless fragments tied all the surrounding medical personnel into a hornet's nest. Hee hee, you are still so irritable. Kurd sneered and shook his head. HMPH, you've been stuck in such a little thing for a year trying. Mecha Frieza snorted coldly at Kurd. Okay, I have something to tell you. While Frieza was still adjusting to his new body, the Kurdish king spoke up. What's the matter? I'm not interested in listening to you. I just want to know where the little bastard who made me like this is. Frieza clenched his fists gloomily. The momentum on his body made the entire Kurdish planet tremble slightly. Hee hee, that's a coincidence. It just so happened that what I was going to tell you was the information about the person who hurt me and you, but you actually went to him to avenge me, which also surprised me. To be honest, the reason why Kurd spared no effort to save Frieza is because Frieza actually went behind his back to avenge himself. Although he failed, the Kurdish king was still very moved. PFF'd. Frieza nearly choked to death. Paralyzed, why did I want to avenge you? Do you want to be so narcissistic? Frieza, who was selling the batch in his heart, didn't say it, and now he is most concerned about the information of this mysterious man. In Frieza's expectant eyes, Kurd pressed a button beside him. Immediately, a green figure appeared on the display on the side. Crack. Frieza saw that the strength under the figure's feet had involuntarily increased a lot, and the floor instantly cracked countless holes. He is the one who hurt our father and son. You know that, but you may be very concerned about one thing. With that said, Kurd zoomed in on the picture, and after zooming in, the tail behind Broly stood out. Saya wins. This kid is Saya wins. Frieza's eyes widened, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Yeah, he's a Saiyan and he was born the day before you destroyed the prince's planet. His name is Broly, and he is the son of Paragus, a captain of Saiyan monkeys. After the destruction of the prince planet, it stands to reason that they should disappear into the dust of the universe. Kurd didn't finish his words, but it made Frieza's eyes widen. Is he the legendary Super Saiyan? There was a hint of fear in Frieza's icy voice. This fear is not his own fear but the fear carried from the depths of his blood. Yes, although it is a little different from the description of his ancestry, he is indeed a Super Saiyan, but it can be seen from the strength and changes. Kurd's words made Frieza nod in agreement. Where is he now? Frieza asked in a low voice. I don't know this is the last picture we see of him. This Super Saiyan seems to have the power to survive in the universe. The Kurdish words instantly made Frieza's face cold. HMPH, if you don't have any coordinates, you're going to hang up. I'm going to retreat. I don't have time to argue with you. When Frieza heard that little information, he turned around and left, leaving behind the stunned Kurdish king. Paralyzed, I kindly found so much information for you. I have been doing PPT for half a year. What the hell is it that you turn around and leave if you don't thank you? Kurd angrily smashed the player in his hand. After what happened to Broly, Frieza finally started to think about cultivation. In a secret room, Frieza practiced for more than 10 days at a time. The strength has directly impacted from the original 200 million to 2 billion combat power. In fact, Frieza's talent is not so terrifying, but Frieza has accumulated enough potential in the freezing for hundreds of years. But these potentials are all hidden in his body and have not been developed. Frieza will develop a part of it every time he practices. And the Golden Frieza in Dragon Ball Super is the product of his full potential release, and it can also be said to be the ultimate form of Frieza. After these 10 days of practice, Frieza finally couldn't bear it any longer. He broke through the training room and got on the spaceship back to his planet Frieza. From this day on, the planet Frieza has only one goal, and that is to find the trail of Broly. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Prince, who do you think Frieza is looking for as this Saiyan? On a barren planet, Nappa, the big bald man, was asking a little Jungtai suspiciously. How many times have you said, "Call me Prince Prince, are you courting death?" Xiao Jungtai gave Nappa a warning with a cold face. Yes, my brain is not good, I just forgot. Nappa's cold sweat broke down, and he quickly apologized to the prince. But the question you mentioned is to be investigated carefully. I think there must be something strange about this matter. Prince Xiao Jungtai touched his chin and thought. I've seen this guy. At this moment, the long-haired boy who was burning a huge monster suddenly spoke. HMPH, Raditz, do you have anything to say here? Roast your meat well. When Nappa heard Raditz's words, he thought that it was worth it. If you really knew this important news, wouldn't he fall out of favor? Shut up Nappa, did you speak? It's a pity that Nappa didn't dare to shout again after the prince's words, so he could only look at Raditz angrily and lowered his head unwillingly. Raditz, tell me, who is this man? The prince asked Raditz with great interest. To be honest, what he has always been curious about is Raditz's hair. In the history of Saiyans, except for women, there has never been a male warrior with such long hair. Of course, there are a lot of people without hair. Under the prince's inquiry, Raditz told the prince and them all about seeing Broly when he went to the baby cabin to see Kakarot when he was a child. Because the Saiyans are hardly different when they are children and when they grow up, the prince doesn't doubt Raditz's words. Looks like it's time for us to find this fellow Saiyan. The prince was immediately happy when he heard that the other party's identity was actually the son of a senior soldier. I am the Prince of Saiyans, the man my father called the legendary Super Saiyan, and Broly will definitely be one of my generals in the future. The prince had already imagined the picture of his tiger body shaking, and Broly rushing over to kneel and lick. From this day on, the prince has not been so active in occupying other planets, but embarked on a journey to find Broly. On the 4th day of the prince's quest to find Broly, countless purple rays of light flew from the universe, and at the same time, the words of the god of destruction were ignored, or there were so many people who couldn't support the wall in the universe that the planet instantly destroyed a quarter of the planet. After this day, the entire universe fell into the crazy Great Leap Forward era. Chapter 65, Destroy the Earth. A street on Earth. Two figures suddenly appeared on the street where people came and went. In addition to the nickname, the 21st World's #1 Martial Arts Conference, the world's largest event, will be held tomorrow. At that time, our Valkyrie, Lord Florence, will appear at the venue as a judge. Outside the nickname, the streets of the Western capital were filled with brochures about the world's #1 Martial Arts Conference. It is foreseeable that this time the world's #1 Martial Arts Conference will be unprecedented. Ho ho ho, God of Destruction, I've been here for decades, and this is the first time I've seen martial arts so prosperous. It seems that Shaolin is still working hard to improve the strength of the earth. These two figures are the god of destruction and Weiss after the catastrophe was launched. Can he do this alone? I think it's because of the influence of the Abu family. The god of destruction sneered, He didn't believe that Florence could do this in a year's time without relying on Abu. Oops, how can the god of destruction belittle his own people so much? Weiss said helplessly. Maybe, let's go and see how they're doing now. The god of destruction had a smile on his face. Although this earth is not the earth in its own reality, its plate tectonics are all the same, and the only difference is the government and the people who live there. Many cultures are still the same. For example, Chinese civilization also exists in this world, and European civilization also exists. Of course, what makes God of Destruction happiest is that the ingredients in this world are all the same, and looking at these familiar ingredients greatly increases God of Destruction's appetite. Okay, this time we'll eat the earth before we go. Weiss was also happy to take out a small wallet from his scepter, and then drag the God of Destruction into a restaurant. Boss, bring me all the dishes you have here. Weiss shouted as soon as he entered the door, and immediately made the diners inside look sideways. At first, the store owner thought he was here to smash the game, but when Weiss took out a card from his wallet, the owner's face suddenly changed. It's actually the man with the red ribbon. Please wait a moment, sir, and I'll serve the food right away. The boss hurriedly rushed into the kitchen and quickly gave orders to the dozen or so chefs inside. I said, Weiss, when did you boy become the man with the red ribbon of Rausch? How could the god of destruction not know who the red ribbon is? But there is a power that can be created by artificial humans who are close to the realm of God. As this, didn't Shaolun tell the god of destruction? The Red Ribbon Army was established when I was idle and bored. By the way, there is a guy named Gallo who is very good. I gave him some the artificial human technology of the universe. I don't know how far he has researched. Quote. While waiting for his big meal, Weiss smiled and said what he did with the god of destruction on his back. And the god of destruction who heard his words suddenly turned black. I just said that Gallo, an ordinary earthling, is no matter how developed his brain is, how could he have created a powerhouse like number 17 and number 18? It turns out that Weiss did a good thing behind my back. But this is the end of the matter, and the god of destruction is not interested in taking care of these chores anymore. The most important thing now is to eat. But time passed by and the food never came. Hey, boss, why hasn't the food come yet? Do you want to keep driving? After more than an hour, the god of destruction finally couldn't wait any longer, and an angry scolding spread throughout the western capital. It's the voice of the god of destruction. Florence, far away in the center of the western capital, wrinkled every day, and then a teleport disappeared into Abu's house. When he reappeared, he saw the owner of the restaurant who was apologizing to the god of destruction in the middle of the hotel. My lord, I'm really embarrassed. Your food has already been served to the disciples of the Valkyrie who just arrived. If they want it, I can't afford to offend you. The restaurant owner can't tell how hard it is now. After all, both sides are big forces. One holds more than half of the world's military power, and the other holds the world's most high-end combat power. In this world that was ordered to develop military force, the warrior alliance represented by Florence had the supreme status. You mean we're out of food? The god of destruction suddenly turned dark. And the boss was sweating profusely after hearing this. I talked about feelings for a long time, and you only noticed that your food was gone. Of course, what happened at this time was that Wisto became cold, and being robbed of his own meals was a big deal for the god of destruction and Wiss. 2 guest officers, do you think this will work? The small shop is already doing its best to cook for you. I have invited you to this meal, and I will give you 2 more opportunities to eat and drink for free. I don't know what you think. The boss's cold sweat caused the envious eyes of the diners around him to straighten. And the boss is very painful, but there is no way. The current Red Ribbon Legion force is not a soldier who is hot on his own. HMPH, don't worry about it. Since this is the case, this hemisphere doesn't need to exist. How could the god of destruction accept such a small thing? His ruthless face has become frosty. In the end, a small gangster rushed out and said that he was with so-and-so, and he stole his wife halfway, not to mention his own house and car. In the end, I will give you some money with Shi Lao, and this is the same as that. Not good. Quote. Florence's face paled when she heard the god of destruction's words. He hurriedly rushed towards the place where the god of destruction was. Sir, god of destruction, we have something to say. There should be some misunderstanding. Florence's anxious words didn't dampen the god of destruction. A small ball of light suddenly appeared from his fingertips. The ball of light instantly disappeared into the ground. Boom! Suddenly the earth began to tremble, and the entire planet was shaking violently. What's the matter, Mr. Bobo? In the heavens, the gods felt the shock with a look of astonishment that the heavens could feel. He had never encountered such a thorny problem after becoming a god for so many years. Lord Tenjin, the earth is going to change a lot this time. At this moment, Mr. Bobo's originally calm face finally turned to fear. What the hell is going on, Mr. Bobo? I feel like my divine power is passing by rapidly. The power of the gods depends entirely on the strength of the planet. Of course, this power is not combat power, but the realm of gods. If a god's divine power is completely drained, he is no longer a god. For example, the god of destruction, if his divine power is exhausted before he realizes the energy of time and space, he will lose his long lifespan and eventually turn into ashes. God, the earth is about to shatter. Just as Mr. Bobo finished speaking, half of the earth burst open in an instant, and the cities and mountains of the entire planet starting from the west disappeared in this instant. Chapter 66. Will Berus eat you for nothing? Nani, you didn't bring any money. Boom. An earth-shattering bang echoed across the entire earth. When the artificial satellites of some countries look down from the sky, they can see that half of the planet north of the equator has disappeared without a trace. However, under the magical destructive energy of the god of destruction, even if there is only the other half of the planet, he still operates stably. God of destruction, have you gone too far? Florence stood at the door of the store, looking at a straight dividing line starting from the center of the store, and the earth on the other side had completely disappeared in front of his eyes. This scene made Florence tremble. I do things, do I still need you to point my fingers? God of Destruction's pale golden pupils looked at Florence indifferently. This time even Weiss didn't speak to Florence. Although the two of them were smiling, their expressions were solemn, which reminded Florence of their identities. One is the supreme god of destruction, and the other is a god born at the same time as the universe. Thinking of this, Florence actually felt a trace of happiness in her heart. Thank you, Lord God of Destruction, for not destroying all the earth. I was just reckless. The diners around who were already frightened were shocked when they saw that the Valkyrie they admired actually thanked each other. After seeing this scene, the restaurant owner dared to neglect any more, and hurriedly urged the chef to bring the dishes one by one. No, how could the Valkyrie Lord thank the other party? The other party is a devil. Yeah, this big pit was made by the other party, why should the Valkyrie Lord thank the other party? Are they a gang? A voice of doubt spread from the hotel, and the people around who knew that the perpetrator was here came to the door of the hotel to denounce the two culprits, the god of destruction and Wes. Florence listened to the voices outside getting louder and louder, and her face became more and more ugly. Sir, god of destruction, they are all things that they don't know, you don't have the same knowledge as them. Florence explained anxiously, after all, she has great feelings for this planet. It's alright, they won't say anything else soon. While eating, the god of destruction popped a purple energy ball with his fingertips. Florence's face changed drastically, but she didn't dare to step forward to stop it, because if it angered the god of destruction, let alone these people now, the entire earth would be buried with him. Boom boom boom. Ah! Help, the devil is going to kill again. Run! Countless muffled bombings and screams came from outside to the restaurant, while the god of destruction and Wes were still sparring and eating. Don't care about what you're doing. As if they were not the ones who killed hundreds of millions of people at will. The surrounding diners also stopped chattering, and they hurried out of the restaurant looking terrified. They didn't know that they didn't die because the god of destruction was merciful, but because they didn't want to destroy the restaurant and they didn't have a place to eat. Florence, who was on the side, remembered that the initiator of this incident was the disciple under his own door. Furious, she dodged directly to the second floor. Because the geography and sound insulation system of this compartment is very good, the people inside don't know what's going on outside. Boom! After a loud bang, the door of the compartment burst open. The people inside were about to scold, when the eyes darkened in an instant, and they all lost consciousness. HMPH, if you don't do business all day, you know how to swindle and deceive in my name. It seems that I really did something wrong. Florence finally understands why God of Destruction wants to destroy half of the planet. He is reminding himself and the people on Earth that there are existences in this world that they cannot afford to offend. Of course, most of it is because he is a god of destruction. He was robbed of things on such a small planet. Even destroying this galaxy is a trivial matter. And to kill so many people, it was people who insulted him first. Returning to Florence below the restaurant, I found that God of Destruction and Wes did not know when they had finished their meal. Boss, this dish of yours is not bad. I will take care of it next time. The God of Destruction smiled with satisfaction and said to the trembling boss. Yes, thank you for your compliment. You can come as soon as you want in the future. The store is completely free. Dad is also a courageous person, so he didn't faint from fright. You're wrong, am I the kind of person who doesn't pay for food? Wes pays and the restaurant's losses are covered. While picking his teeth, the God of Destruction instructed Wes next to him. But Weiss' face suddenly became embarrassed. This, God of Destruction, I didn't bring any money. As soon as Weiss' words came out, the God of Destruction's face turned green. Damn, are you kidding me? You asked me to eat without even having money. Destroyer cursed at Weiss in exasperation. If someone knew that he was a God of Destruction and still ate the Overlord meal, no one would laugh at him to death. Oh, God of Destruction, don't I have a card, but I don't seem to have any money in it, but my subordinate said that I can eat for free all over the world. Weiss took out his card in embarrassment and smiled. It's over, what's the difference between this and eating Bawang's meal? Are you kidding me? God of Destruction spat. Florence, who was on the side, saw this scene and her eyes lit up. Master God of Destruction, I'm here to help you set up the line. Having said that, Florence quickly took out her wallet and asked the boss to swipe the card. Of course Florence wouldn't dare to say anything like a treat. It would be bad if the God of Destruction thought he had insulted him. This time, the God of Destruction was a little embarrassed. Well, it's time for you. Wes and I will go out for a walk first, and we'll pay you back then. The blushing God of Destruction hurriedly took Wes out of the hotel. Oh, by the way, I don't have Dragon Ball, so he will be destroyed. If you need it, find it yourself. Just when the God of Destruction was about to leave the hotel, he turned his head and said something to Florence, and then walked away without looking back. Florence, who heard this sentence, was stunned for a moment, and then her face showed ecstasy. Seeing the God of Destruction walking away, she couldn't help but bow to the back of the God of Destruction. Thank you, God of Destruction. Florence then teleported back to Abu's home. By the way, Lord God of Destruction, why did you tell Shaolun that he could use Dragon Balls, so aren't you in vain to shock the Earthlings? On the street, Weiss asked the God of Destruction suspiciously while eating the ice cream he had packed away. What do you know? Lao Tzu is the kind of unreasonable person. Those who should be shocked will naturally be shocked. If I can't be shocked, he is not afraid even if I kill him once. Chapter 67. Human Egg Broken. What do you know? Lao Tzu is the kind of unreasonable person. Those who should be shocked will naturally be shocked. If I can't be shocked, he is not afraid even if I kill him once. The God of Destruction smiled disdainfully. He knew the inferiority of human beings very well from his previous life. Ho 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 ho, then kill a few more times. I don't believe they will be so tough. Weiss covered his mouth and started laughing. All right, your kid looks smiling, but I didn't expect that your heart is so broken. Forget it. Go to a jewelry store first and get some money. Otherwise, if I still owe money, I will be talking about the King of Heaven. There's no way to talk about it there. After finishing speaking, the god of destruction and the two found the largest jewelry store and randomly used their divine power to create a little jewelry. In the eyes of the boss who looked at his grandfather, he spent a tenth of the price to win the gem in the hands of the god of destruction. Walking out of the jewelry store, the god of destruction casually tossed the bank card in his hand. Lord God of Destruction, this amount of money should be enough. Weiss asked worriedly. If it wasn't enough, his priest's face would be lost. How do I know that it is enough to buy more than a dozen restaurants like that? Let him go and pay back the money first. The god of destruction said angrily, and then the two of them teleported and disappeared on the street. In the next second, the two of them appeared at Abu's house. As soon as I saw it, I saw Abu and a few people in the yard ready to go looking for Dragon Balls. Among them, Xiao Wukong was also called over, and Kaylin was also pulled by Wukong to help. It's just that the tea is not there, and I don't know where to make the little girl. Yo, there are quite a lot of people. The god of destruction greeted everyone with a smile, without any sense of the culprit. Hey, god of destruction. Why did you come here? Goku, who was closest and had nothing to do, saw the god of destruction at a glance. What? God of destruction. He still has the face. Just after Xiao Wukong finished speaking, a furious voice came from the plane, and then, Abu's figure rushed out of the plane's cockpit and ran to the god of destruction. Okay, god of destruction, we haven't looked for you yet. You're better, you've brought it to the door yourself. Abu spit out the god of destruction without hesitation. Florence, who had just taken something out of the room, suddenly changed her expression. Abu, what are you talking about? Hurry up and apologize. Florence's words made Abu snort coldly, unmoved. Ha, are you finished? Hurry up and find your Dragon Balls when you're finished. By the way, this is your money back, so I'll take it. God of Destruction threw a card to Florence after a Haitian didn't respond at all to Abu's offense. Florence quickly took the card and put it away. Okay, hurry up if you want to find Dragon Balls. Tomorrow I want to watch the world's #1 martial arts conference on time. The arrogant god of destruction urged the others to dare not neglect them. Florence picked up the Dragon Ball radar and disappeared in front of them with a teleport. And Xiao Wukong also took another Dragon Ball radar and flew towards the nearest Dragon Ball shown above, driving a somersault cloud. Hey, god of destruction, we haven't finished talking yet, okay. Seeing that all the backers around him had left, Abu felt a little scared. Ho ho ho, Bulma, the god of destruction is very gentle. You don't have to worry about it. In fact, the god of destruction did this for the sake of the earth. Weiss smiled and circled the field. HMPH, you've destroyed half of the earth and still say you're kind. Abu snorted coldly. What? The earth was destroyed by this big cat. Well, it seems to me to eliminate the devil. At this moment, Klein suddenly jumped up and kicked the god of destruction because he was not familiar with the words. Hey, it's time for me to work hard for a year to show off my skills. Krillin sneered. Ah, this person is not a fool. Even Abudu was stunned, watching Klein, who was rushing towards the god of destruction, couldn't help closing his eyes. Yo, the little bald head is not too brave. The god of destruction gave an evil laugh, then grabbed the foot he kicked over with his right hand. What? The expression of Keelan, who was unable to move, changed, and he wanted to kick the other foot. Suddenly, the god of destruction strikes. I saw his right hand clenched his fist and punched Krillin's lower body. Crack! The sound of a broken egg suddenly reached Abu's ears. Curious, She opened her eyes and saw that Krillin had fallen asleep to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Wow, God of Destruction, aren't you too ruthless, you've knocked people out. Abu's words made Weiss cover his mouth and forcibly hold back his hilarious laughter. Okay, I'm hungry, hurry up and get me something to eat. The God of Destruction rubbed his stomach, not realizing that he had just eaten a big meal. I see, I really don't know if you and Wukong are two brothers, they know how to eat every day. Abu glared at the God of Destruction angrily, and then hurriedly called an ambulance robot for Krillin, and then ordered the robot chef to cook. Poor Krillin was twitching on the stretcher of several icy robots. In the middle of the courtyard, Florence's figure appeared again and again from time to time, put down the Dragon Balls and left. When Xiao Wukong went through countless hardships, he finally returned to the backyard of Abu's house unkempt. Ha ha ha, I got a planet. Little Wukong jumped out of the sky, happily holding the planet in his hand and laughing. Oh, Xiaolun is over long ago, just waiting for you alone. It's a pity that no one cheered for it, and when he looked closely, he found that the other 6 Dragon Balls were already glittering on the ground. Wow, Grandpa's here too, that's great. Xiao Wukong left the next planet and ran towards the 4 planets. Seeing that the situation was not good, Abu hurriedly shouted at Dragon Ball, "Come out, Shenlong, and realize my wish." Little Wukong didn't notice that the 7 Dragon Balls began to glow violently, and still happily ran towards his grandfather. Boom! A huge roar spread across half the globe. Roar! What followed was the huge roar of the dragon, and Xiao Wukong, who was caught off guard, was directly taken into the sky by the rising dragon. The dragon in the sky seemed to feel something on his head, and then he shook his head, and Xiao Wukong rushed into the sky like a meteor. After Shenlong finished this, he smiled evilly and then revealed most of his body that was sealed in the Dragon Ball. People who collect Dragon Balls, say your wish. Any wish can come true. The sound of Shenlong's arrogant roar spread all over the western capital. And when his stern eyes swept to the ground above the God of Destruction who was eating happily in a pavilion, Shenlong's cold sweat suddenly flowed down. Hama approved, Lao Long, how can I be so unlucky? I meet the God of Destruction every day. Chapter 68, Boomer's Airport. Master God of Destruction, you have been doing well recently. I'll give you my best regards. Shenlong's original mighty and domineering expression suddenly disappeared, replaced by a flattering and wretched smile. Fortunately, Abu and the others are no longer surprised, and Shenlong has already fixed a wretched image in their eyes. Of course, Shenlong wouldn't care about the opinions of Abu and the others. He was still wondering if he could win the favor of the God of Destruction if he was so humble. Stop chattering, why didn't you see Lao Tzu eating? What should I do? Who knows, the goodwill is not won, only the abuse of the God of Destruction is obtained. Shenlong's face froze immediately, but how dare he say anything, unless his boss Super Shenlong has the confidence to act as a God of Destruction or even a priest. Yes, Xiaolong will work here. Shenlong moved his head in front of Abu and the others, and then whispered again what he said at the beginning. Dragon, let the earth return to the way it was 3 days ago. Because there is only one wish, Abu and the others can only play word games. Shenlong raised his head with a flash of red light in his eyes, and then messages passed through his mind. Instantly his expression became a little embarrassed. Your wish is to ask the God of Destruction if I want to do this, otherwise, even if I restore the earth, it will still be destroyed by the God of Destruction, and even I will be implicated. Shenlong is indeed cowardly, because the destruction of the God of Destruction is different from the killing of Piccolo. After being destroyed by the God of Destruction, he truly disappeared, and even if he resurrected his soul, he was no longer his current self. Nani, do you want to ask him? Dare he say no? Just do it if you tell me to do it. Don't worry, I'm covering you. Abu glanced at the God of Destruction who was eating happily, and patted his airport chest to assure. As the saying goes, there is no flesh on the chest, and the work is not firm. How can Shenlong believe Abu's words? Do as she says. Just when Shenlong was entangled, the god of destruction did not know when he had finished eating, and stood beside Abu. His voice scared Abu, almost jumping up. Little dragon, follow orders. Shenlong, who got the consent of the god of destruction, breathed a sigh of relief, and then his figure rose into the sky, hovering in the starry sky. A streak of brilliance spread over the earth, and the other half of the earth that had been destroyed by the god of destruction swelled up like a fermented steamed bun. Every few seconds, the whole earth recovers the cause, and the human beings who died originally grew out of the soil on the ground just as Nua created human beings. After doing all this, the dragon circled and flew back to the home of Exadu Abu. Your wish is fulfilled, then I will leave. Shenlong said something to calm Abu. But after speaking, the face that was pretending to be forced suddenly became wretched. That, god of destruction, Xiao Xiao is leaving now. Please be here. If you need anything in the future, just call Xiao Xiao. The appearance of Shenlong instantly turned into a wretched appearance, instantly destroyed the noble atmosphere that he had created at the beginning. After speaking, the dragon turned into 7 rays of light and disappeared into the sky. Finally over. Abu smiled slightly. At this time, she can be said to be the savior of the earth. After all, she made the Dragon Ball radar. If it wasn't for the Dragon Ball radar, Florence might not be able to find the 7 Dragon Balls even if it took a year. Time will not be able to resurrect these earthlings. Ha, I want to sleep when I'm full. Thank you for your hospitality, Wes, we're going home. When the Shenlong disappeared, the destruction god keenly discovered that the seal on the Shenlong seems to have dissipated a large layer. Hey, god of destruction, aren't you here waiting for us to watch this martial arts conference tomorrow? Abu asked suspiciously. Ho ho ho, the god of destruction is going to sleep in a different dimension, otherwise, when he wakes up, you will all be old and dead. Wes explained with a smile on the side, but if Abu looked at it himself, he would find that Wes still had a large piece of cake hidden in his hand. Well, Sister Weiss, you all go first, just leave the matter here to me. Florence and Weiss looked at each other and nodded. Afterwards, the god of destruction and Weiss turned into a light and disappeared above the ground. Very good, in this way we can deal with other martial Taoists well tomorrow. Florence smiled slightly. She didn't care about other martial arts masters, but his disciples and Wukong were the first to participate in this kind of martial arts competition. Suddenly, Florence was stunned. Didn't Wukong fly just now? Where did he go now? Florence's words instantly stunned Abu. And Krillin's gone anyway. Another question from Florence made Abu even more embarrassed. At this moment, a figure in the sky smashed towards the ground like a meteorite. Frightened, Abu quickly moved aside. Boom! After a loud bang, Wukong smashed a huge pothole into the ground. At the bottom of the pit is Goku with only one tail left. No, Wukong is here. As for Krillin, it seems that he wants to defeat the god of destruction, and he is knocked out by the god of destruction. Abu spread his hands. These two are really looking for trouble. Florence shook her head helplessly, and after pulling out her brother Kakarot from the pit, Florence came to the infirmary. When she heard the diagnosis of the medical robot, her whole face turned ugly. Pulverized testicular fragmentation that cannot be repaired with current medical care. Florence and Abu fell into contemplation, and then they looked at each other, both seeing the strangeness in each other's eyes. I can't believe that the god of destruction has such a hobby, alas. Poor baby. After instructing the medical robot to do its best to heal, the two sighed and walked out of the medical room shaking their heads. On the other hand, the god of destruction, who originally said that he was going to sleep, was of course not going to sleep. God of destruction, where are you going to play this time? Weiss understood the mind of the god of destruction, and of course knew that he wasn't really going back to sleep. Let's let this go. Weiss, how do I usually treat you? The god of destruction suddenly stared at Weiss, making Weiss a little scared. Of course, what's wrong? God of Destruction. Although I have a bad premonition in my heart, can Weiss say something bad? That's good. In that case, shouldn't the milkshake cake you stole from Abu's house be divided? The God of Destruction's pale golden pupils stared at the hand that Weiss had been hiding behind his back. What? I don't understand what the God of Destruction is talking about. Where can I get it? What is a milkshake cake? I don't know anything. Weiss quickly shook his head in denial. Since this is the case, I will start to grab it. The God of Destruction sneered, causing Weiss' face to change dramatically. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he took the cake out of his back in an instant, then stuck out his tongue and quickly licked it around. Immediately, the God of Destruction's expression changed wildly. Weiss, you are courting death. In the universe, the two of them were suddenly confused. And on a green planet far away from the Earth. Nilu, run, I'll stop them. Chapter 69, The Ultimate Profound Truth. Assimilation. Namek. A planet full of hope and love. Hundreds of years ago, due to the over-exploitation of the Nameks, the environment of Namek has undergone tremendous changes. Finally, one day, a disaster happened, and the Nameks died in that catastrophe, leaving only the current Great Elder alive. The Elder looked at the messed up Namek, and with a heavy heart, summoned the divine dragon Purunga, restoring the environment of Namek. Because of the characteristics of Purunga, he can only revive one person at a time. The Great Elder finally chose not to revive any one person, leaving him to suffer endless grief alone. Under his unremitting efforts for hundreds of years, Namek has recovered to the best stage. However, just a few days ago, another catastrophe struck. The Great Elder, who was resting on the Elder Rock, suddenly felt an incomparably noble aura. This breath is countless times nobler than the Namek celestial god who fell in the last catastrophe he had ever seen. Just when he thought God favored Namek, God brought a group of demons from hell. The strength of the demon is not very strong, but it corresponds to the average strength of the Nameks. But the most terrible thing is that the number of demons is not only several times that of the Nameks, but it is as if they have not eaten for tens of thousands of years. Eat whatever you see, every attack is fatal, and there is no scruples at all. In just a few days, the Nameks suffered heavy casualties. In a village of Namek, a group of strange-shaped demons is wanton massacre of Namekians. The Nameks in battle will die if they are not careful. And those Namekian children were surrounded by the dead, and the demons were not allowed to come in. Suddenly, an adult Namekian was slapped on the head by a demon due to lack of physical strength. Hills. With the death of this Namekian, the Namekians, who were still struggling to support them, suddenly became a mess. Run, run with the kids, I'll stop them. A tall Namekian threw a punch in his hand, instantly hitting all the Namekian children dozens of meters away. Damn monsters, all die. The big man roared, rushed over and hugged one of the more powerful demons. No. Hurry up and stop. It seemed that he had guessed what the big man wanted to do, and all the Nameks in the back shouted anxiously. Boom. Unfortunately, the big man didn't have time to listen to their shouts, and instantly turned into a huge light that enveloped the hundreds of demons around him. Countless screams came from the explosion range. Not only the demons, but also other Nameks were injured to varying degrees. Damn brat, actually killed so many of us. At this moment, a tall demon with a height of more than 20 meters suddenly flew over from a distance, looking at the huge pothole in front of him with a cold face. Damn, it's all you, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, a Namekian child rushed out of the crowd and charged towards the tall demon. Although the child is young, his strength has reached the level of an ordinary Namekian. It's a pity that the giant demon in front of him is the chief leader of the battle against Namek this time. Hey, is there still such a hot-blooded child? The giant demon sneered, and a small finger-sized energy bomb popped out of his finger, breaking one of the child's arms in an instant. At the same time, the figure was also beaten upside down and flew back to the group of children. Damn, Nelu, come back soon. The adult Namekians who were entangled around looked at Naru's arm with a splitting gaze. But the stubborn Naru just stared at the giant demon in front of him with hatred on his face. Nice eyes, if you are a devil, maybe I will accept you as a foster child, it's a pity. The giant demon shook his head helplessly, and then a larger ball of light condensed in his hand. Guys, I need your help. Nilu's tender eyes were full of determination. Nelu, do you want to use that trick? But the elders said. Some children hesitated. It's time to take care of the elders. Besides, it's time for us to live and die. Naru didn't behave like a child of a few years old at all. Okay, we support you. Well, so do we. I will join too. The Namekian children reached a consensus and put their arms on Naru's shoulders. Guys, we will fight together in the future. Naru smiled slightly, and what he didn't see was that the children behind him all exchanged glances. Ha ha ha, a group of children still want to change the situation, it's so naive, all die. The giant demon sneered, and the light ball condensed in his hand flicked, and the light ball suddenly swung towards the group of children. It's now, assimilation. Nelu shouted with red eyes, and then all the dozens of children turned into a dazzling light. When the light was generated, almost the entire planet's Namex looked in this direction. The ball of light shot by the giant demon was like a rock sinking into the sea into this dazzling light. What? The giant demon looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Damn, it's all useless for us, otherwise Nilu and the others don't need to. Damn the devil, die for me. The surrounding adult Namex had red eyes, and they used all their strength to charge at the demons. Unfortunately, as time goes on, they will be defeated. But the giant demon is not happy now, because the dazzling light ball in front of him has shrunk to the size of a person. And no matter what kind of power he used, he was eventually absorbed by the big light ball. Thorn. Suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning shot out from the ball of light and hit the giant demon's feet at once. The giant demon hurried back in fright. Boom boom boom. Afterwards, countless thunderbolts erupted again, all of them hitting the giant demon. Under the embarrassed escape, the subordinates of the giant demon were blown to ashes by the lightning strike one by one. What the hell is going on? All the boys come out to me, there is a kind of one-on-one fight with me. The giant demon angrily cursed at the light ball that was still in place. And after smashing him and scolding, the light ball suddenly shrank violently. Bang! The ball of light exploded suddenly, and countless fragments of the ball of light shot towards the giant demon. Look at me, go to hell. The giant demon scolded angrily and hit a qigong in his hand, instantly dissolving the fragments of light. Yo, the strength is not bad, it's all right. At this moment, a playful voice reached the ears of the giant demon. Chapter 70, The Strongest Namekian in History. What? The sudden sound made the giant creature's complexion change greatly. He even erected a shield to protect himself. Die. Boom. However, after he heard such an icy voice, his entire consciousness instantly fell into darkness. The giant demon's body really exploded into countless pieces and disappeared into the human world. In the second after it exploded into countless pieces, a green light penetrated the demons one by one like a thread, connecting them into one piece. When the last demon was penetrated, a young Namekian suddenly appeared in front of all the Namex. Disappear. After the young Namekian said lightly, a series of explosions reached everyone's ears. In an instant, the demons that made all the Namex feared disappeared on the ground. Are you Naru, or who? The seriously injured Namekian said with a slightly sad voice while holding his arms. Assimilation means that other clansmen have disappeared forever in the human world. Not only the body in the pure sense has disappeared, but even the soul has disappeared. I am Naru, and they have concentrated all their power on me. The young Nilu's expression was also a little bad. The combat power of the giant demon has reached 10,000, which has far exceeded the average level of the Namex, and the combat power before his assimilation was only 2,000. But the combat power after assimilation is as high as 1 million or more. However, every time he thought that this combat power was achieved by consuming the lives of his compatriots, Nelu felt a heavy heart. Oh, that's all, their sacrifices are valuable, at least, we don't have to worry about these demons killing other clansmen. So far they have nothing to say. In this case, I will kill the other demons first, and then we will rebuild our home. After he finished speaking, Naru was about to fly. I advise you not to do this. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. Nelu's whole contracted violently, and quickly looked towards the source of the figure. The other Namaks are also on the verge of enemies. I saw a purple figure and a man with white hair and blue face falling from the sky. What made Nelu's face dignified was that he couldn't tell how much fighting strength the two had. Your Excellency is suitable for human beings, what's the point of coming to my Namek? Why do you say that you can't kill all the demons? Nelu did not act rashly. The assimilation of a group of people not only gave him great strength, but also gave him an unparalleled IQ. Ho ho ho, this is the God of Destruction, Lord God of Destruction. We came to see it when we were bored. As for saying that we can't kill all the demons, you are stupid, they were sent here, and you killed them all. I will send you another batch of stronger ones, and you will end up dying even worse. Quote. The God of Destruction didn't bother to explain this. After all, this time he came here to find Farunga, not to see these Namaks to play at home. What? Is there such a thing? Everyone automatically ignored what the God of Destruction was, but it was reasonable. After all, the news about life and death was in front of people's eyes. Okay, I've told you everything, I just want to ask if you can give us the Dragon Balls. We have something to ask Palenga. The God of Destruction directly interrupted a group of Namaks who wanted to ask more. What? Do you want Dragon Balls? Who the hell are you, and what is your purpose? Sure enough, as soon as the God of Destruction's words came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically. After all, sometimes the preciousness of Dragon Balls is much more precious than their lives. Oops, God of Destruction, look at you, you don't have any speaking skills, you're scaring these little guys. Weiss glanced at the God of Destruction with contempt. Let's put it this way, we want to ask Dragon Ball a few questions, and we'll end after asking, and there's nothing else. Weiss explained with a smile. It's impossible, we will never give you Dragon Ball if you don't identify yourself. However, Naru's words suddenly choked Weiss to the point of being speechless. Wow, I'm talking to you, are you going to make trouble? We all said that this is the God of Destruction, and I am the priest who serves him. Weiss was furious. No, we don't know whether your identities are true or false, so we can only be embarrassed. However, Naru once again rejected the glass-hearted Weiss. Master God of Destruction, I want to hit someone, do you agree? The words of Vespi's twitching face but not smiling instantly made the Namaks alert. Fight if you want, trouble, isn't it better to just destroy it? The God of Destruction snorted coldly, but did not intervene. Ho 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 ho, forget it, I'm a civilized person. Weiss pointed out that Sang's words of scolding Weiss suddenly made the God of Destruction black. However, he was not good at fighting with Weiss in front of people. He raised his finger and flicked the tip of his finger a little. An invisible energy spread throughout the entire Namek planet. In the terrified eyes of all the Namaks in different parts of the world, the Dragon Balls soared into the sky and all gathered towards the place where the God of Destruction was. The Namekians, who felt that something was wrong, could not protect themselves at this time, otherwise they would definitely follow. But there were also some demons who wanted to come and see what happened. Boom boom boom. After 7 roars, 7 huge Dragon Balls fell in front of the God of Destruction and the others. What? This is Dragon Ball. Impossible, Dragon Ball can't be carried with superpowers at all, how can such a long distance chi extend so far? The wounded Namaks around have returned to normal under the treatment of the medical Namaks. Your Excellency, please put down the Dragon Ball, otherwise we can only take action. With a cold face, Naru threatened the god of destruction and Whis. But how could the two of them be in the mood to pay attention to him as a little kid? Wes, do you speak Namek language? Of course, it's easy to meet them in such simple language. Weiss said proudly. The arrogant appearance of the two directly made the self-proclaimed arrogant Namekite look ugly. If that's the case, then we can only fight. Boom. Before Naru's words were finished, a huge force came from his face. He was known as the strongest Namekian in history, and he flew out in an instant, his mouth full of teeth flying around. Nilu. Naru, are you all right? A cry of exclamation reached Nelu's dizzy ears, and it was only then that he realized that he had been beaten. Immediately his eyes were red, and he was about to get up and take revenge when he was angry. Not far away, the god of destruction waved indifferently. Boom. Chapter 71, The Ancient Demon in the Dragon's Body. PFF'd. Nilu spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out like a broken sack for dozens of meters and smashed on the ground. The god of destruction yawned after finishing this. Sure enough, it's still the most fun to play with children. God of destruction laughed evilly. Having said that, a god of destruction is such a coercion. After coming to this world, he often bullies 3- or 4-year-old children, and his attacks are more ruthless each time. In front of him, Nay, who had taken hormones, was only 4 or 5 years old. But because the Nameks mature early and have a relatively high IQ, Naru looks very mature. Since that's the case, I'll call Palengar first. After Whis smiled and glanced at a few Dragon Balls in the distance, he began to speak a strange language. Come out and bring Shenlong Poranga, and fulfill my wish. Namek language. Boom. As soon as Weiss finished speaking, the 7 Dragon Balls burst into powerful bursts of light. Roar. After a huge roar, a divine dragon like Aladdin's lamp rose into the sky from among the 7 Dragon Balls. Hovering in the sky. Looking at Poranga, who couldn't get down from jumping in the sky, the god of destruction sweated helplessly. Finally, a minute later, Poranga finally finished playing, and he slowly fell in front of a group of Nameks and the god of destruction. Little mortals, what are your wishes? Any wish can be granted 3. Poranga's arrogant words made the Nameks on the ground extremely excited. It's the patron saint Porangar. Great god, save us Nameks. Yes, Porangar, please banish the demons from our planet. Yes, our wish is to expel the demons. One by one Namekians hurriedly began to make wishes. Okay, I see. Palenga raised his head when he heard the wish, and the red light in his eyes flashed slightly. At the same time, all the demons who were still fighting with others on Namek disappeared in an instant. Well, your first wish has come true, let's say your second wish. Such a wish is simply too easy for Porangar. As long as these people are sent to other planets, it will be over. No, there are still 2 demons, Poranga, have you forgotten? Yes, and the 2 of them. The Nameks who heard Porangar's words suddenly realized that the god of destruction and Whis were still standing there. At this time, the pale golden pupils of the god of destruction were staring at Porangar in the sky. Huh, and demons. Poranga was stunned for a moment, and slowly moved his eyes to the 2 gods of destruction pointed at by the Namekians. In an instant, a large amount of sweat flowed down from Poranga's forehead. Bibibi, Lord God of Destruction, why are you here? Palenga's original mighty and domineering look suddenly withered. Poranga's flattering expression was exactly the same as that of the dragon on earth, and the Namekians on the ground were stunned. They had never heard of the dragon Porangar doing this to anyone. You must know that it was the great elder of Namek, the maker of Poranga. When he saw Poranga, Poranga had a disdainful expression. Why, I came to see you specially, are you still not happy? The god of destruction's indifferent words caused the complexion of divine dragon Poranga to change dramatically. No, Xiaolong definitely doesn't mean that, you said it. Porangar shook his head again and again, afraid that the god of destruction would be really angry. Well, I have something to do with you. The god of destruction suddenly flew up slowly and came to a row in Puranga. Gudong. Pulanga swallowed and asked cautiously, is there anything the god of destruction wants Xiaolong to do? That humble appearance disappointed the Namaks for a while. But how can Shenlong pay attention to the thoughts of these ants? Hey, nothing, I just want to play in your body. The god of destruction suddenly laughed evilly. Immediately, he held a void in the terrified eyes of divine dragon Pulanga. Chang. After a sound of confinement, Pulangar found that he was unable to move. Want to enter my body? Could it be that god of destruction is gay? Damn it, how can that be? Pulangar wanted to twist his body, but unfortunately his strength was not even an ant in front of the god of destruction. No, I'm a serious dragon. In Pulanga's desperate eyes, the god of destruction turned into a light and rushed towards him. Puranga closed his eyes in despair, but after a few seconds, the chrysanthemum pain he imagined did not come. But Puranga felt a big hole in the seal in his body. Damn it, the god of destruction has entered the seal. If I accidentally let the devil out, I'll be finished. Puranga is even more anxious than being blasted, knowing that the meaning of his existence is to seal the demon in his body. These demons are real ancient demons, and each of them is extremely powerful. Of course, that's not what worries him the most. If these ancient demons are released, they will disappear into the sky. Not wanting to die, he could only pray that the god of destruction would be merciful not to kill these ancient demons or let them out. Ho, are you worried about your own life? At this moment, Whis on the ground suddenly spoke with a smile. You don't have to worry, no demons can escape without me, but there are some things you may have to accept. Whis' smiling words made Purangar feel a bit wrong. May I ask what the priest said? Pulanga swallowed. Ho, the god of destruction likes fighting the most. If he fights with the people inside, you can't blame us if it affects you. Whis' wicked laugh made Pulangar go to hell. It's coming, it looks like I'm doomed. In despair, he closed his eyes. On the other hand, the god of destruction, who destroyed the seal and entered Pulanga's body, had an insight into the structure of the seal in Shenlong's body as soon as he came in. Bah! After a landing sound, the god of destruction landed in the sealed space. The sealed space is a different dimension similar to the spiritual time house, and its size is the size of a sun. The conditions here are extremely severe, and of course they have no impact on the god of destruction. In the distance, a few iron chains that reach the sky stand in this purgatory-like space. These chains seal off huge cocoons. 7 cocoons should be 7 ancient demons. Feeling the powerful strength inside, the god of destruction smiled slightly. Immediately before reaching one of the cocoons with a relatively hidden breath, the god of destruction raised his right hand and slashed the cocoon from the chain. Dong 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 dong. Suddenly, the giant cocoon that fell to the ground began to beat violently like a heart. Boom! After an explosion, the entire cocoon burst open. Chapter 72, Puranga, who feels hollowed out. After the light cocoon exploded, a birdman with a pair of huge wings behind his back appeared in front of the god of destruction. Ah, isn't this the legendary angel? It's just too ugly. The god of destruction couldn't help but complain when he looked at the fake angel with distorted facial features. However, the strength of this angel is not said, it has reached the level of Tengai. If it really follows the development of Dragon Ball GT, Kakarot will have to kneel in the end. God of destruction. The moment the other party saw the god of destruction, his expression changed drastically. The god of destruction still has pure combat power of 200 or 300 Gai, plus the destructive energy. Even if the strongest sealed in Pulangar comes out, it will be a death. The god of destruction, I don't know why you asked me to come out. Knowing that he was defeated, the fake angel hurriedly bowed his head to the god of destruction, and at the same time, he was glad that he didn't get dizzy and collide with the opponent. Do you still know that I am the god of destruction? It seems that you still have some knowledge. This sentence of the God of Destruction is not an arrogant statement, but that the existence of the God of Destruction is sometimes even known to the God of Destruction. Of course, this is only because the idiot of the God of Destruction does not know anything. Although the other party has an extraordinary origin, it is still a bit difficult to get in touch with the God of Destruction at this stage. The God of Destruction is joking. In fact, our demon clan used to be the subordinates of the God of Destruction. We just went the wrong way and made some mistakes with the old devil, so we were sealed. The fake angel smiled awkwardly, but the God of Destruction just smiled contemptuously if he avoided the important. He won't believe the other party's nonsense. These ancient demons were killed thousands of years ago under the leadership of the ancient demon king. I don't know how many gods of destruction. The universes that were destroyed by the whole king were occupied by the ancient demons before the whole king shot. Erase it all. In the end, the dragon god came forward and sealed all the ancient demons in the super dragon. And every time a new set of Dragon Balls is created, the demons inside will be divided into a part of these dragons as an energy source. I called you out this time because my men are short of manpower now, and I need your help. I don't know if you mean that. The God of Destruction directly expressed his thoughts. Although these demons are not enough to slap them with one hand, each of them is the best in the universe. For example, at the power conference, the fake angel in front of him can definitely fuck 95% of the people. To be your subordinate, this. The fake angel was stunned when he heard the God of Destruction. What? You don't want to? The God of Destruction narrowed his eyes slightly, and the trace of aura emanating from his body directly caused the fake angel to shiver. No, how could I be unwilling? I don't want to hide in this ghost place anymore, but Lord God of Destruction, if you do this, the priest and the people above you will be held accountable. If the fake angel seems to care, it is actually to test whether the God of Destruction in front of him is really strong enough to even ignore the priest. Ha ha ha, the priest you said is right next to Purunga. Do you think he would let me in if he had any objections? God of Destruction smiled dismissively. His words made the fake angel slightly relieved. In that case. Having said that, the fake angel knelt down on one knee with a solemn expression, the wings on his back fluttered slightly, and pieces of wagwang radiated from his body. Immediately, a golden feather fell from his wings. My angel, the king of the dead, Lucifer pays respect to the God of Destruction. From now on, the glory of the God of Destruction will be with me. Lucifer's solemn appearance made the God of Destruction nodded slightly. The golden feathers of the angel family are equivalent to a person's soul, and offering golden feathers means that the other party has offered their loyalty for life. Very good, you will be grateful for your choice today. I will help you restore the former glory of your angel family. Since the other party has expressed his attitude, the God of Destruction will of course not treat the other party badly. By the way, as far as I know, the angels are eventful and beautiful people. Why are you so ugly? The God of Destruction, who was solemn 1 second ago, said something that made Lucifer extremely embarrassing the next. This is actually my father is not the angel clan, but the leader of the fallen angel clan. Although I belong to the bright angel, but... Lucifer's words made God of Destruction understand at once. It seems that not all hybrids are good. However, the God of Destruction did not bother with this issue anymore. After that, the God of Destruction cut the light cocoons one by one from the iron chain. The reborn demons are worried about whether they will be killed by the God of Destruction after they go out. However, there are two small tricks in it. These two people were directly blocked by the God of Destruction in the sealed space of Porangar with dozens of iron chains in the sky, as a source of energy for Porangar. This hand frightened the other demons to tremble slightly. After all, being sealed inside will suffer from powerful pain every moment, and these pains will intensify as the number of chains increases. Since you are determined to follow me, then remember, don't make small moves behind me, or you will come back here at any time and be imprisoned forever. After the God of Destruction gave a warning, he directly broke the sealed space and came to Palengar. As the 5 figures of the god of destruction just came out, Palenga, who was imprisoned behind him, wilted like a deflated ball. The body shrunk directly. Palenga, you can go, nothing to do with you. After dismantling Porangar, the god of destruction let him go. Poranga, who felt that his body was hollowed out, could only helplessly rush to the sky, and then turned into 7 lights and disappeared in front of the god of destruction and the others. Who are these people? They have such a terrifying aura. They came out of Poranga's body. Are they the gods who control Poranga? The Namics, who were shocked by the slightest traces of energy unintentionally radiated by several demons, were making wild guesses there. God of destruction, are you finished? Weiss smiled at the god of destruction and the demons behind him. Because of the absorption of Dragon Balls, these demons have something similar to Dragon Balls attached to their heads. Ah, it's over. I will send these people to coordinate the work of other demons and the Demon King God. Of course, the most important thing is to brand them the cosmic logo of the 7th universe and pull the overall level of the universe. The idea of God of destruction is very simple. If all these people are made into the 7th universe, the overall strength will increase. After all, the number of strong people is crucial to the assessment of the universe. Leave these things to me, and I will explain everything. Isn't the god of destruction going to see the world's first martial arts conference on Earth? You should go first. Weiss said, waved the 5 ancient demons into his scepter, and began to use the origin of the universe to brand it. Yeah, the first world's #1 martial arts conference in the anime. If you don't go to see it, it's simply unreasonable. The god of destruction smiled slightly, and a teleport disappeared above the starry sky Namek. Chapter 73. The era of all staff fighting the 5 scumbags. Earth. Western capital. As the most prosperous metropolis now, Exedu has become the economic and trade center of the world. In this era of martial arts ordered by God, the Temple of Martial Artists in the Western capital has become a temple in the dream of Earth martial artists. There are not only the legendary teacher Wu Tian who has lived for hundreds of years as the chief coach, but also the famous martial arts masters from all over the world as special coaches. The 21st World's #1 Martial Arts Conference was also successfully held at the martial arts field of the Goddess of Martial Arts. On this day, the streets that were already crowded with people were even more crowded. Wow hoo hoo, this little girl's waist is really thin. Wow, this little girl's legs are so long and white. I can't stand it anymore. Wow 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 wow, this young woman's big boobs, it's just. In the crowded street, a short and wretched old man with peach eyes shuttled through the crowd. Every time he saw a beautiful girl, the old man would stare at each other's thighs. Suddenly, the old man who was watching happily suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ear. Okay, old man say, I'll tell you, where did your old boy die? No wonder you're so happy here. Just when the old man wanted to scold, a cold girl's voice suddenly wilted. Langy, you can't blame me for this, these little girls are so beautiful. Turtle Immortal said that even if he died, he could not give up his voyeuristic hegemony. What? You mean you've got a point? Let's see if I won't kill you, a rotten old man today. Blonde Lanchi immediately became furious when she heard the sophistry of the Turtle Immortal. A handful of Gatling came out of nowhere. Ah, someone with a gun. In an instant, the whole street was boiling, and the already chaotic street became even more chaotic. Da da da. It's a pity, how could Lanchi care about this? Pull the trigger directly, and Gatling instantly burst out with countless bullets that don't cost money. Ha ha ha, go to hell, old man. Lanchi laughed wildly and pointed the gun at the turtle fairy. So frightened, the Turtle Immortal could only flee in embarrassment. Brush. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the middle of the two, so frightened Lanchi directly swept Gatling towards the figure that just appeared. Ding 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 ding. A series of metal collision sounds came from the person who just appeared. The deflated bullet fell to the ground. The god of destruction, who just came from Namek, felt bad. As soon as he arrived, he was beaten by a mad woman with a blue-fired Gatling, and even the Tintin below was shot. Fortunately, this kind of hot weapon doesn't even bother to move his sensory nerves. Hey, crazy woman, are you finished? Looking at Lanchi Destruction God, who was startled and then shot at him, his face darkened. Damn, stinky cat, scaring the old lady. Blonde Lanchi took out another bazooka from somewhere, and seemed to be willing to kill the God of Destruction. HMPH, a mad woman is shameless, so you can just stay inside and don't have to come out. At this moment, God of Destruction finally felt that the other party was a little too much. The blonde Lanchi in the original book is the kind of person who doesn't like to take care of others. She takes out a gun anytime, anywhere and swipes at random. If the people she met were ordinary people, not Wukong, they would have been killed many times. The God of Destruction's finger was empty, and an invisible light passed through the air, hitting the blonde Lanchi's forehead in an instant. Ah! Suddenly a sneeze came, and Lanchi's blonde hair turned blue in an instant. The wavy hair has a strange charm, and the blue-haired Lanchi's cute little expression also makes the turtle immortal behind the God of Destruction see straight eyes. It's amazing, the blue-haired Lanchi is better. Turtle immortal said tisk tisk loudly. Ah, where is this? How am I here? Blue-haired Lanchi hurriedly threw Gatling in his hand, completely unaware of what had just happened. And her performance left the God of Destruction speechless. They've been doing things like this since I was a child. Isn't it normal to suddenly be in an unfamiliar environment? Is it necessary to be so surprised? The God of Destruction is powerless to complain about this setting, but he didn't come to this place to pay attention to it. Blonde Lanchi has been imprisoned in his body for a few months and will not come out again. Huh, are you the God of Destruction that Abu and the others said? At this moment, the turtle immortal behind the God of Destruction finally saw the identity of the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction turned his head and nodded indifferently. Hey, old man Wushan, nicknamed Turtle Immortal, we have seen it before, although your old man may have forgotten it, please give us more advice from the God of Destruction in the future. Turtle Immortal smiled meanly. How could this old boy not know that there is a great God in front of him? If you hug someone else's thigh, you can peek at whatever you want in the future, even if the King of Heaven is here, he won't dare to say anything more. Damn, why is the Turtle Immortal laughing so vulgarly, which hot-blooded old man in the original book? God of Destruction rolled his eyes. Oh, that's right, Abu and the others are already waiting at the martial arts conference. Old Turtle, I'll take you there. The Turtle Immortal said, leaning on a cane, and asked Shang Lanchi to walk towards the venue with the God of Destruction. Under the leadership of the chief coach Wu Tian, the road was unimpeded and came directly to the martial arts field of this conference. Master God of Destruction, you must know that the current Earth is much stronger than in the past few years. Under the leadership of Shaolun, the status of my old bones is getting lower and lower. Turtle Immortal said proudly and did not forget to laugh at himself. However, the God of Destruction was just watching around boredly. At this time, the Earth was no longer the planet that was just fighting with guns. After all, the current Earth can be said to be a planet without guns. Isn't your strength several times stronger than last year? You still deserve the title of Teacher Wu Tian. God of Destruction teased the Turtle Immortal when he saw that the Turtle Immortal had reached a combat power of 800. Ah, Lord God of Destruction, don't kill me. With my fighting power, can't you blow it to death in one breath? Turtle Immortal said embarrassedly. Hee, maybe. God of Destruction noncommittal, one breath. Does it work? Even the super god, Florence, might not be able to catch his breath in front of the God of Destruction. The cute Lanchi glanced curiously at the God of Destruction and wondered why the Turtle Immortal, who was very powerful in her eyes, was so afraid of the cat in front of her. I really want to rub the big cat's head. Lanchi looked at the little stars in the eyes of the God of Destruction. Ah, what is this girl doing looking at me like this? Wouldn't it be so heavy, even the cat doesn't want to let go. The God of Destruction couldn't feel the eager eyes behind him, and a drop of sweat the size of a bean slowly flowed down. Chapter 74. Underpants Thief. Piccolo. Old man, stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. Under Lan Chi's gaze, the god of destruction broke out in cold sweat, but he had no choice but to urge a mortal turtle to hurry up. Yes, yes, yes. A mortal turtle didn't know why, thinking that the other party was impatient, so he quickly stepped up and walked towards the guest room. After settling in the god of destruction, Fairy Turtle wiped away cold sweat and left. This year's world's #1 martial arts tournament actually has so many more people participating than in the original book. It seems that my purpose has been achieved at least on this planet. In the guest room, the god of destruction, sitting cross-legged on the bed, used his divine power to probe the entire planet. But at this time, the god of destruction saw something more interesting. I saw a deep sea in the Atlantic Ocean. A submarine was diving non-stop. King Pilaf, is the big demon King Piccolo you're looking for really in this place? I think it's a bit gloomy here. Xiao Wu couldn't help swallowing while looking at the dark seabed. Of course, I bought the information from a fisherman not far away for 10 yuan. How could I go wrong? After looking for Pilaf, who had no news for a day, he told his secret in a frenzy. What, King Pilaf, are you kidding us? The information you bought with the fisherman is still 10 yuan. Axiu on the side said angrily to Pilaf. And his tone suddenly made Pilaf feel that his dignity was damaged. Axiu, are you kidding me? I'm looking for a fight. Pilaf waved his fist and was about to hit Axiu. Ashu was so frightened that he ran away with his tail between his tails. The two of you chased me in the submarine, and Xiao Wu shook her head helplessly. Even the god of destruction, who is thousands of miles away, lamented that Pilaf was indeed the stupidest villain in Dragon Ball. As it looks, it will take at least a few years for these three to find Vic, which seems to give them a little speed. The god of destruction is looking forward to what the current Piccolo will think when he sees so many strong men on Earth. Xiao Wu was bored and looked around to see if there were any wrecks left behind. At this moment, an area with abnormal signal suddenly appeared on the display screen. This is... Looking at the constantly fluctuating signal area above the display, Xiao Wu quickly turned on the high-definition display. Then a rice cooker appeared in front of her. What? It's actually a rice cooker. It's a new rice cooker, what a pity. In order to save money for Pilaf, Xiao Wu brought a new electric rice cooker from the sea to the cabin. Hey, Lord Pilaf, please stop making trouble. Look at the pot here, look at the new one, I don't know if it can still be used. Xiao Wu stopped the two Pilafs who were constantly fighting. Hey, why is there a seal? It can't be stolen goods. Pilaf stretched out his hand suspiciously and touched the rice cooker. Wait, Mr. Pilaf, look, this seal looks a bit like a seal from a movie. There won't be a zombie in it, right? Xiao Wu hurriedly stopped and wanted to see what was inside. Pilaf retracted his arm in fright. But after Pilaf stabilized again, he said it suddenly. Oh, you guys are too sensitive. Even if there are really zombies in such a small place, you can't put them down. What are you anxious about? Glancing at the two incompetent subordinates with contempt, Pilaf sighed with emotion that he was surrounded by the wind and suave. King Pilaf, who saw flowers blooming, actually had such two subordinates. Tear. Pilaf carefully tore off the seal on the rice cooker. But after a few seconds, nothing happened. I'll just say it. Zombies must be deceitful. How could I, King Pilaf, be frightened by such deceitful things? Pilaf, who was relieved, suddenly sighed that his wit was extraordinary. Yes, King Pilaf is the smartest, and we really underestimate you. The two dogs quickly complimented Pilaf. Suddenly, at this moment, a trace of green gas began to diffuse out of the rice cooker. The faces of the two subordinates who saw this scene also turned green. Pippi, King Pilaf. Xiao Wu's trembling voice surprised Pilaf. What's the matter? Didn't you say it all? Don't be so surprised, just be calm, it's just such a trivial matter. Pilaf, who was still educating Xiaowu, suddenly felt a figure on the deck shrouding him. The tall figure of the other party made Pilaf swallow his saliva, and then slowly turned his stiff head. What caught my eye was a green figure, and the clothes on the figure reminded Pilaf of an Oriental horror movie. Fuck, oh my god, there are really zombies. Pilaf fell to his knees with a plop, and then a yellow liquid flowed out from under him. Humans are really lowly. Of course, the green figure is Piccolo. He, who has always had strong complaints against humans, looked at the three Pilafs who were shrunk in the corner with disdain. You are the great demon King Piccolo. Suddenly, Pilaf remembered why he was here, and the man in front of him had a magic word embroidered on his clothes. HMPH, the three of you still have some knowledge. It seems that although I, the great demon King Piccolo, have disappeared for hundreds of years, there are still stories passed down. Big Demon King Bic said with a little pride, after all, people remember that they have left a deep impression on mankind. No, I saw your story on a comic strip, and Pilaf hurriedly searched for the comic strip he read from the side. Curious Piccolo looked at the book, The Brave Teaches the Devil, and opened the contents. After seeing that the Piccolo Demon King described in it is actually a perverted demon who likes to steal people's underwear, Piccolo's face completely darkened. Damn, who wrote this book? I want to destroy his whole family. The angry Piccolo tore up the book at once, and at the same time, the powerful aura that erupted from his body directly caused the entire ocean to vibrate. Sir Big Demon King, calm down, we will be your little brothers in the future, and I hope Lord Big Demon King Piccolo can accept us. Suddenly, Pilaf hurriedly knelt down and begged Piccolo, hoping to join Piccolo's panty-stealing alliance. Humph, since you said so, I will accept you reluctantly. Remember that from today onwards, you are my acceptance. Saying that, Piccolo's neck suddenly thickened, and a huge egg suddenly spewed out of his mouth. Huh, so disgusting. The funny trio almost vomited. Crack, kick. The sound of broken eggshells reached everyone's ears, and a few seconds later, a demon with green wings and a large sausage mouth appeared in front of several people. From today your name will be Dambalin. Chapter 75, Die Before You Start Your Career. In a small coastal village, children sweating profusely on a newly built martial arts field or sweating profusely under the leadership of a strong-haired man with thick eyebrows. Youth, let's fight, youth is infinite, only sweat can baptize our youth. The big man was wearing a green one-piece bodysuit, and the enthusiasm made the children work harder. I must become a strong instructor like an instructor, and then grow up and marry Ruhua from the village as a wife. I am the strongest man in this village, I want to defeat Xiaoming and revive my family. I must be the man who wants to become the village chief, and no one can stop me. One by one, the children were roaring, and they kept doing the hard training for them. However, at this moment, the coach's thick eyebrows suddenly wrinkled together. Just as he raised his head, he saw a green-winged man flying down from the sky. Yo, it's actually a fellow man. Brother, where did you buy your green bat suit? I'll go get a set too. The thick-browed man showed his big white teeth to the flying Dambalin. Crap, I met an idiot the first time I made a move, it seems that it's not good to be a teacher. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Dambalin's forehead. Stop talking nonsense, I will ask you, are you a martial artist? Dambalin asked directly. However, just after Dambalin's words were asked, the expression of Frogskin on the opposite side suddenly changed suddenly. Martial Taoist. Ha 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 ha, you are asking the right person. Bro, listen carefully, I'm the #1 physique practitioner in this village, the so-called blue beast Matekai. Matkay's proud words made Dambalin break down in a cold sweat again. It seems that I really found a fool, too naive, it seems that I still have to go to the big city to find it. Dambalin didn't even bother to pay attention to the frog skin in front of him, and fluttered his wings to leave. Hey, brother, aren't you looking for a martial artist? Me too, don't go, I really am. It's hard to say in front of people other than the children in the village that he is a martial artist, how could he let him go? HMPH, get away. Dambalin snorted coldly and then flapped his wings, and a gust of wind instantly blew the frog's skin upside down and flew out dozens of meters and fell to the ground. Oh my mother. After some somersaults, Matkay rubbed his head and stood up. Humph, garbage. Dambalin snorted disdainfully and then fluttered his wings to leave. Ha! At this moment, Matkay suddenly roared. The sudden voice startled Dambalin. You kid eating shit, what the hell is it called? Dambalin cursed angrily, and then a gas bomb condensed in his hand that was about to kill Matkay. If you dare to underestimate me, then I will show you the ultimate meaning of taijutsu, the 8 gates of Dunjia. Matkay suddenly took a stance, and a low roar came out of his mouth. What the hell? Dambalin was stunned, what's the situation? The 5th gate of the 8 gates Dunjia, the Jingmun is open. A blue arrogance suddenly burst out from Matkay's body. On the opposite side, Dambalin felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly wanted to do something. Suddenly, he felt a flower in front of him, and a blue figure had appeared behind him. Beauty Lotus. What? Matkay's icy figure reached Dambalin's ears, and bandages suddenly wrapped around Dambalin. Immediately after Matkay kicked, the two immediately rose into the sky and came to an altitude of several hundred meters. Look at me, go to hell, witness your youth. Matkay shouted excitedly, carrying Dambalin and smashed down to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! After an earth-shattering loud noise, the entire village returned to silence. And the great demon King Piccolo, who was on the helicarrier dozens of kilometers away, suddenly changed his face. Dambalin, he's actually dead. The cup in his hand shattered instantly. He couldn't believe that his first child died so quickly. It stands to reason that no matter how bad he was, Dambalin's fighting power of more than 100 would not die so quickly. HMPH, you guys, do you know which direction Dambalin is heading? Big Devil Piccolo said coldly to the trembling Pilafs below. I know, we'll rush over immediately. Pilaf's eyesight was very strong, and he hurriedly operated the helicarrier to fly in the direction of Dambalin's death. A few minutes later, the helicarrier came to a stop above a large crater. Looking at the big pit below several hundred meters in diameter, Pilaf swallowed. I feel the breath of Dambalin, and I'm here. Big Demon King Vic stood up with a gloomy expression, and then flew towards the ground. The Pilaf trio breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Piccolo leave. Your Majesty Pilaf, do you really say that we have a future with the great demon Lord Piccolo? Xiao Wu wiped her cold sweat and said to Pilaf uncertainly. So what if there is a future, what can we do, it's not the only way. Pilaf gave Xiao Wu an angry look, at this time they had no way to go back. However, King Pilaf, why don't we run away? Go back and be your king safely, isn't it good for us to be your son-in-law? Pilaf was taken aback by the words of the big yellow dog Axiu. His heart was a little shaken, but when he thought of the horror of the great demon King Piccolo, he didn't dare to gamble. It would be hard if he was caught and died. Well, let's see first, if only someone could kill him. Pilaf said helplessly. But as soon as these words came out, the three of them suddenly froze. Immediately, a purple figure appeared in their minds. Immediately, the three looked at each other with sinister smiles on their faces. On the other side, the great demon King Piccolo also came to the ground. In the pit, a man in frog skin was poking at the unrecognizable Dambalin at the bottom of the pit with a stick. A group of children were still chattering by the side. Mr. Kai, aren't you going too far? Aren't they just making you angry? Look at how you fell them to death. That's right, Mr. Kai is too cruel. The complaints of the children made Kai want to cry without tears. How did he know that this person was so unbeaten? At this time, the great demon King Piccolo in the sky did not know that his child was killed by Kai in front of him. It was you who killed my child. An icy voice came out of the mouth of the great demon King Piccolo, causing the air to condense a little. The furious Piccolo didn't rush to take action because he didn't know the opponent's strength. Ah, it's not good, the parents have come to the door. Mr. Kai, take care, let's go first. Yes, we are young and don't know anything. The surrounding children all scurried away, leaving a stunned Matekai looking at the angry big demon King Piccolo. Chapter 76. 8 Gates of Dunjia. Dead door. Open. This brother, I accidentally killed Ling Lang. You can kill me and give my life to it. This is the case, okay. Matekai's determined look made Piccolo's eyes narrow. Life for life. Ha 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 ha, laughing to death, is your low life as good as my child's life? HMPH, I want you and your entire village to pay for my child's life. Big Demon King Piccolo didn't shy away from making the face of Matekai on the opposite side change. Can't we negotiate? Kai wanted to say it again. HMPH, stop talking nonsense, let's do it. Big Devil Piccolo sneered and put his cloak on the ground, and his whole body suddenly turned into a green light and rushed towards Matekai. If you can't agree, you'll be offended. Matekai instantly burst into the 7th gate of the 8th dungeons. The dark blue light shot straight into the sky. The great demon King Bick smiled disdainfully. Crack. After a bone crack, Kai's arm twisted instantly. Fortunately, Kai's fighting experience was strong, and his body was slightly staggered, avoiding the fist that was hitting his chest. Not only that, Kai's backhand punch hit the back of the great demon King Piccolo. Boom. After a violent roar, the old body of the great demon King Bick flew backwards in front of him. Stab. A trace hundreds of meters long was formed on the ground under the drag of the great demon King Piccolo. Cough cough. A sound of coughing came from his mouth, and at the same time there was a trace of horror in his eyes. Why is there such a powerful person on Earth? The great demon King Piccolo couldn't believe it, knowing that before he was sealed, when he was fighting with the strongest Wutato in the world, he crushed the opponent. It's just that after the other party escaped from death, he didn't know where to get a magic seal wave, and directly sealed himself in the rice cooker. I agree with you based on this anger. No one who has played against me in 100 years can be yours. I, Piccolo, would like to call you the strongest. Standing up tremblingly, Piccolo said solemnly to Kai in front of him. If that's the case, don't blame my men for being ruthless. His cold words made Kai frown slightly. Devil's secret skills, demonization. Immediately, Piccolo stomped under his feet, and a black-purple arrogance suddenly slowly emerged from his body. When the magic energy on Piccolo just came out, a purple figure suddenly appeared in the sky above them. Demon Chi. No wonder the Demon King God didn't bring the demon race to this planet. It turned out to be an arrangement. The God of Destruction looked indifferently at Piccolo, who had been transformed by the demonic energy below. He knew that Kai, who had opened 7 doors this time, was about to kneel. After all, Kai's original strength was only more than 20 combat power. He opened 7 doors and reached about 300 in front of him. But it looks like you have broken through 8 doors in 1 year. Looking at the infinite power hidden in Kai's body, the God of Destruction smiled slightly. In order to try the Baman Dunjia developed by myself in this world, I went back to a year ago directly with God of Destruction, and found a big man who yearned for martial arts, but because his qualifications were so poor, the big man was always ordinary. People. The God of Destruction directly burned the 8 gates Dunjia into his soul, allowing him to use it directly, and then return to the original time, which is now. HMPH, it seems that person didn't lie to me, he is really amazing after being completely enchanted. Ha 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 ha. Bike smiled and couldn't help laughing as he watched his rapidly recovering body. Not only did his body begin to recover towards its heyday, but even the wrinkles on his body were rapidly fading away. All of a sudden, the strength has tripled. It seems that Kai can't do it anymore. Let's do it, Kai, and let me see if Bamandungia can really exist in this world. The god of destruction stared at the battle on the ground expectantly. Boy, I recognize your strength, but now you only have one choice and that is death. Under the erosion of demonic energy, Piccolo's eyes have become extremely dark. Stop talking nonsense, come on. Kai roared and charged towards Piccolo. Piccolo also stomped abruptly, and his whole body turned into a black light and rushed towards Kai. Kai, who had broken his right hand, couldn't directly fight against Piccolo. He jumped up suddenly, and a big whirlwind kicked toward Piccolo. The force is more than twice as strong as before. However, Piccolo sneered at the corner of his mouth, and his right hand grabbed towards Kai's foot without hesitation. At the same time, he held a ball of light in his left hand. Piccolo, whose strength has soared, knows that if he hits with this set of attacks, Kai will definitely die. Suddenly Kai, who was flying in the air at this moment, suddenly sneered. The eighth gate of the eight gates of Dungia. The gate of death, open. This roar spread all over the planet, and then a huge roar echoed in a radius of hundreds of kilometers. A huge mushroom cloud floats in the air. The powerhouses in the whole world looked solemnly in this direction. People with 2,000 fighting strength. I never thought that such a character would appear on the earth, it's a pity. Florence, who was preparing for the world's #1 martial arts conference thousands of miles away, glanced in that direction with emotion, but did not go to check. Successful, and sure enough, the laws of each world are still the same. Looking at Kai, who was slowly falling on the ground, with a smile in the mushroom cloud, the god of destruction nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, the god of destruction teleported to the fallen Kai, and saw a green light shot out. After the light enveloped Kai, his half-burned body slowly returned to normal. However, the god of destruction immediately grabbed Kai's head with his hand, and grabbed all the memories and cultivation experience of the 8 gates of Dungia formation in his mind. If you're not willing to be ordinary, just work hard. Now your talent is many times higher than before. Buggy technique like Bamandungia in the mind of such a rookie. But in return, the god of destruction gave him the conditions to become a strong man. After doing all this, the god of destruction disappeared again in the ruins with a teleport. After a few minutes, Kai slowly opened his eyes. Having forgotten what he had just done, he looked around in confusion, and finally returned to the village quickly, but all the villagers in the village who had been watching the whole process actually forgot what just happened. But this is just an episode. The village once again returned to its former calm. And in the deep pit on the other side, a mass of flesh like a heart was squirming rapidly, and every time he squirmed, his volume became much larger. However, as the black air above him continued to erode, his squirming speed became faster and faster, and in just 2 hours he became the size of a normal person. After another change, the young Piccolo Demon King was covered in mucus and got up from the ground panting. Damn, such a powerful person, why does the earth have such a powerful person? Piccolo roared unwillingly, but he didn't dare to trouble Kai again. This time it was luck, the next time he might be dead. HMPH, it seems that we must first take a good look at the strength of the people in this world. Chapter 77, A Different World's #1 Fighting Tournament. By the way, it seems that I heard from Pilaf and a few people that the world's first martial arts conference will be held tomorrow. It seems that to understand the combat effectiveness of this era, we still have to go to this kind of occasion. The King Piccolo, who had escaped from death, thought of this and flew into the sky. However, after he looked around, he found that the helicarrier had long since disappeared. The 3 Pilafs ran away after being abused by the great demon King Piccolo. HMPH, I originally wanted to save your life for the sake of you letting me go. It seems that it is unnecessary. The next time I see you will be your death. After Piccolo snorted coldly, black energy erupted from his body, and he shot towards the distance. Along the way, he asked a lot of people, and finally came to Exedu before the registration deadline the next day. Along the way, he felt that the strength of the people of this era has reached the combat effectiveness of 7 or 8 points. Some even reached 20 or 30 points of combat effectiveness. I can't believe that the Earth has developed so fast in just a few hundred years. It seems that this Valkyrie really has some means. The great demon King Pick, who was wrapped in white cloth, was walking on the street and was slightly shocked when he looked at the powerful civilians around him. Hey, Grandpa Turtle Immortal, look at this man, so strange. He actually wraps himself so tightly, isn't he hot? Just when Piccolo came to the registration place for the competition, a young voice reached the ears of Piccolo. His voice made Piccolo frown. You boy, can't you just say a few words less? What if you get angry and get beaten up? Wukong's words made the immortal turtle blow his beard and stare. Keelan just offended others and now his balls are useless. If Wukong offends another one, he won't have any disciples to show off. Sir, my apprentice has no ill intentions, please forgive me. The turtle immortal smiled and apologized to the great demon King Piccolo under the white cloth. And Piccolo turned his head and glanced at it lightly, his pupils shrank slightly. It's actually the disciple of that old boy Wutato. Piccolo was suddenly a little vigilant in his heart. After becoming a disciple of Wutato, there is a very high probability that he will be able to seal the waves. Although his strength has become so much stronger, the imposing manner of the ricketed old man in front of him is not lower than his own. HMPH, be more careful next time. Piccolo didn't say much, and turned back to his body with a cold snort. However, Immortal Turtle scratched his bald head in confusion. How could this voice sound familiar? But after registering, Wu Tian took Wukong to the candidate room. When the staff around saw him, they respectfully called the chief instructor. At the same time, he was also convinced by the style of Turtle Immortal, who did not go through the back door when signing up. Good morning to all the audience and friends, do you still remember me? I am your most beloved host, and this time the host is still up to me. Eyes with sunglasses, hair neatly combed back, the host came to the ring very coquettishly. This year's world's #1 martial arts tournament, the arena is much bigger than before. People appear to be very small on it, and those with poor strength will be exhausted and out of breath when they walk to the center of the ring. Okay, this time our world's first martial arts conference can be said to be the biggest event in history. This time the number of contestants has reached more than 100 times that of the previous one. As soon as the host's words came out, the tens of thousands of viewers standing below all boiled. That's right, the total number of participants this time is 12,354, so in order to save everyone's time, we will take out the boxing tester made by our Valkyrie, and select the top 100 among the more than 10,000 contestants. Name. Following the host's words, the tall instruments were slowly placed on the ring by the crane. Roughly counting, I found that there are exactly 100. Well, now we have our players on the field. After the host shouted excitedly, dozens of doors in the rest hall behind the ring opened. Densely crowded people came out from inside, making the surrounding audience see extra excitement. Then one by one, under the host's order, they began to find the dynamometer to test. Big Devil Piccolo glanced at the dynamometer in front of him with disdain. Just this kind of garbage, I can blow it up with one punch. It seems that the IQ of the Valkyrie is nothing more than that. In his sneer, he used 1/10 of his strength to punch out. Boom. DDDD, power, 13,000 kilograms. As soon as the power of 13 tons came out, the tester in front of him was stunned. It's not broken. Piccolo narrowed his eyes slightly, this thing was harder than he thought. Do you still need to continue? The tester seemed to see that Piccolo was not using his full strength, so he asked again. One more time. Piccolo doesn't believe in evil, so he still can't break something made by a Valkyrie, so he still wants to defeat the opponent. Immediately, Piccolo directly used all his strength, and the whole person jumped up suddenly with a roundabout kick. Hit the bullseye. Boom. An even louder sound made the surrounding players look in this direction in horror. DDDD. Power. 130,000 kilograms. The sound of this prompt sound instantly made everyone around them change their faces. The power alone is so great. If you add combat skills or something, this power will not directly break the sky. But Piccolo was not happy at all. HMPH. The Valkyrie really lives up to her reputation. After a cold snort, Piccolo walked back to the lounge. Wow, this guy is amazing. In the original book, Xiao Wukong, who was accompanied by Krillin, is now only alone, and when Xiao Wukong was emotional, a white-haired old man walked behind Xiao Wukong with his hands behind his back. Who is this person? Why does it feel so familiar? And his tone of voice. While he was thinking, Xiao Wukong had already completed the test, and his score was 33,000 kilograms. This kind of strength erupted from his young body, which directly surprised everyone. The combat power of this power has reached 330 points. It can be said that he is the most powerful existence among the aborigines of the earth except the turtle fairy. However, it is still more than a little worse than the 800 combat power of demonized Piccolo. Next, Jackie Chan. Following the tester's shout, the turtle fairy after makeup also walked in front of the tester. Drink. Boom. A loud bang made everyone look sideways again. DDDD. Power. 110,000 kilograms. Jackie Chan frowned and walked off the stage, ignoring the terrified players around him. After this initial selection, there were only a few hundred contestants left. These 100 people can be said to represent the highest strength of the earth, and each of them has a combat power of more than 50 points. In the original work, it is a much stronger existence than the little Wukong who just appeared. The most powerful among them is the eight-handed fist-Xiangpa king, whose strength reaches over 200 terrifying. This time, the 21st World's #1 Martial Arts Conference has finally officially kicked off. Chapter 78. Demon Sealing Wave. The 21st World's #1 Martial Arts Conference represents the first change after the Earth was born. After the Valkyrie revived the Earth's chi and announced a more advanced cultivation method, the combat power of all human beings soared. Of course, except for the savage, stinking barbarians who were originally the powerhouses of the earth, everyone else has followed the evolutionary team and became stronger. Rounds and rounds of fierce battles left the venue full of pits, but every time a match ended, a ray of light would be cast in the sky of the venue, restoring the entire venue to its original appearance. In the end, the top 8 finalists of the game were decided. These 8 people are Jackie Chan, Goku, Piccolo, Xiangpa King of 8 Hands Boxing, the Wood of the Sky Cross Fist. There is Kirin, who claims to be a dragon, a werewolf who transforms into a normal person on a full moon night, and a young wrestler who is a world champion. The 8 men ended up making the final round. In the first game, Piccolo faced off against Namu. Although Namu struggled to support him, he was knocked unconscious under Piccolo's overwhelming strength. Because of the rules, Piccolo didn't kill the opponent. Of course, Vic, who only punched 3 times the whole way, did not reveal his strength. And in the second game is Wukong vs. Jackie Chan. This arrangement is that Jackie Chan himself is stunned, but in order to know Piccolo's identity as soon as possible, Jackie Chan didn't say anything. This battle was inextricably fought under the deliberate release of the water by the turtle fairy. In the end, the turtle immortal who played too much was almost trampled to death by Goku, who was transformed by seeing the full moon. But in the end, he still destroyed the moon and sent Xiao Wukong out of the ring to achieve the final victory. The third game is King Xiangpa vs the dragon Qi Lang. Although Qi Lang's sticky saliva is troublesome, but under King Xiangpa's powerful 8-handed punch, Qi Lang withdrew from the arena with scars all over his body. And the fourth time was very embarrassing. The werewolf became a normal human because of seeing the full moon. After being beaten by the wrestler, he was carried off the ring with a blue nose and a swollen face. The wrestler's exaggerated laugh with his explosive head also made the god of destruction, sitting in the VIP seat, sweat a lot. Why does this guy appear now? But also, this guy is at his peak now. It seems that this time the game is interesting. The wrestler's victory also brought the game to the next stage. The top 4 compete for the final first place, and the first game is the battle between Vic and Jackie Chan. It is undeniable that Piccolo's strength is not as strong as Turtle Immortal at this time, but he has a bug skill, that is, demonization. After the first demonization, Piccolo's strength soared twice, and because it was the first demonization, this strength became Piccolo's own strength, and it did not disappear when the demonization ended. Correspondingly, the second demonization did not increase the strength so much. However, the strength of the great demon King Piccolo reached 1,000 points. After a desperate fight, Jackie Chan was gradually defeated, and Piccolo's identity was also exposed. This is actually the underpants thief Piccolo recorded in the classics. I don't know if my underwear has been stolen. That's right, fortunately I haven't washed my underwear these 2 days. Another person said happily. No, why do I smell a strange smell? Dare I ask how long Xiangpa hasn't washed his underwear? The speaker frowned. A few days. Not long. Just 2 days. I just dug it out of the closet 2 days ago. Another stopped scratching his head. Then why is Xiangpa's body odor so strong? The more he heard, the more he felt that something was wrong. He asked suspiciously. Probably because I've changed this one several times. Aren't your panties dirty and put them aside to dry, and then turn them out in a few days? This man looked at others as if he had discovered a new continent. The air suddenly became quiet. Of course, it was also at this time that the battle in the sky also entered a white-hot stage. The aftermath of countless battles also hit the ground like raindrops from the sky. However, under the defense of the energy protective cover, all disappeared into the protective cover. Boom! After an earth-shattering roar, Jackie Chan was bombarded to the ground by a qigong from Piccolo. A deep pit suddenly formed. Not only that, the great demon King Piccolo kept smashing gas bullets towards the ground like raindrops into the pit in the air. Boom boom boom. The countless roars made all the audience's hearts twitch. This pervert is too shameless, even such an old man is not spared. That's right, Mr. Jackie Chan is a very virtuous old man, how can this man be like this? Of course, these denunciations are nothing but farts for Bic. Woohoo! Piccolo sneered breathlessly in the air, so that if he didn't die, he also felt that Jackie Chan was dead. However, when the smoke cleared, Jackie Chan was not seen in the pit, which made Piccolo frown. Are you looking for me? Just then Jackie Chan's voice appeared behind Piccolo. Piccolo, who had just felt bad, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Immediately, Piccolo hit the ground like a missile. Then, Jackie Chan, covered in blood, slowly fell to the ground. I've been ready for this moment since Shaolun told me that there are demons infested on other planets. I thought it would be useless, but it seems that I can only take action. Jackie Chan sighed, then glanced at Xiao Wukong, who was leaning on the window looking at him. Goku, the future of the Earth is up to you. Jackie Chan took off his hair cap and immediately took out an all-purpose capsule from his arms. Hey, Jackie Chan looks so much like Grandpa Turtle Immortal. Little Goku muttered to himself suspiciously. It turns out that Mr. Jackie Chan is Mr. Wu Tian, and you are Mr. Wu Tian's apprentice. No wonder. King Chaba on the side can see at a glance that Wu Tian's purpose is to set an example and goal for Xiao Wukong, but the current situation has exceeded Wu Tian's prediction. In the eyes of everyone's doubts, Wu Tian threw the universal capsule to the ground. Bang! After the smoke dissipated, a rice cooker appeared in front of everyone. Rice cooker. Isn't our Jackie Chan supposed to be Mr. Wu Tian who is hungry now? He actually took out a rice cooker. The host's doubtful words made Wu Tian speechless for a while, and the sad atmosphere he had created was turned into a joke by this dog. Forget it, you're going to die, so what are you doing? After laughing at himself, Wu Tian took a special pose. Boom! Piccolo suddenly rose into the sky from the ground. He was covered in black mist and looked at Wu Tian on the ground with an angry expression. But when he saw the electric rice cooker in front of Wu Tian, his expression suddenly changed. No, run away. Under the sudden change of mind, Piccolo seemed to be slipping away, but unfortunately, a voice that he would never forget came from afar. Magic Ceiling Wave. Chapter 79. King Chaba is dead. A dazzling light and Piccolo's shrill screams declared the defeat of Piccolo. After the turtle immortal finished using the magic seal wave, he smiled faintly at the little Wukong who was in a daze in the lounge. Plop! After the sound of falling to the ground, Immortal Turtle fell straight to the ground. Everyone in the audience watching this scene was silent, and some martial arts masters were even more sad because they were more or less taught by teacher Wu Tian. And he is also one of the few people who know the true face of the great demon King Piccolo. Is this the spirit of martial arts that turtle immortals have always implemented? The god of destruction, who had been bored in the VIP room, also frowned slightly at this time. The spirit of martial arts in this world happened to be what he lacked now. After all, he was not a pure martial artist, but a noble race of gods by birth. It's really admirable to be able to use his own life as a teaching material in order to teach Wukong. God of Destruction has never admired many people here, one is pork ribs rice and the other is turtle immortal. And the little Wukong below seemed to finally know what happened, and hurriedly ran towards the corpse of the turtle fairy. The staff also began to clean up the arena, but the rice cooker that sealed the great demon King Piccolo remained silent. Click! At this moment, the door of the God of Destruction's room opened, and Abu and the others walked in. I've seen the God of Destruction, but I don't know if the God of Destruction can get used to it. Florence's outfit of a strong woman makes God of Destruction powerless to complain. Stop talking nonsense, tell me, what's the matter with me? Florence has a lot of opinions on herself. If she comes, she definitely has something to ask herself. Sure enough, the purpose of Florence and the others this time is to make the God of Destruction resurrect the turtle immortal. In this case, there is no need to use Dragon Balls. Hee, do you think I'm a free labor force? No, you can't avoid using Dragon Ball. By the way, Shaolun, I told you, you'd better not interfere more in the direction of the world. Although the God of Destruction wants the world to develop, Florence is a little too far from the right path. The words of the God of Destruction made Abu several angry, but because they didn't say a word, they left the place angrily. At this moment, the rice cooker above the ring suddenly vibrated wildly. Anyone who knows it will see that the magic seal that seals Piccolo does not have a seal rune. After a huge roar, a green figure rose into the sky. Ha ha ha, even a dead old man wants to seal me, the great demon King Piccolo, without looking at how much he weighs. Piccolo's wild laughter made everyone's legs tremble a little. Vic, your break is crazy, King Chaba, will come to meet you. King Chaba above the lounge snorted coldly, jumped up and rushed towards the sky. Damn Piccolo, take the life of Grandpa Turtle Immortal. At this moment, an orange-red figure rose into the sky, and in an instant, it crossed the side of King Chaba and charged towards Piccolo. Be careful, son Wukong. King Chaba hurriedly shouted at Wukong, but unfortunately, Wukong, who was overwhelmed by hatred, ignored King Chaba's reminder and rushed straight into the sky. Of course, Wukong's power at this time rushed up and only sent ahead in the end. Under Piccolo's overwhelming fighting power, Goku was instantly smashed into the ground. Go to hell. Piccolo attacked Wukong with a Qigong. Seeing that Wukong was about to die, King Chaba rushed to the top of Wukong and blocked the Qigong with his body. Boom! After an earth-shattering loud noise, the arena of the venue turned to ashes. Everyone thought that King Chaba and the two were dead. What the hell is going on? Is it true that the great demon King Piccolo slaughtered the contestants so recklessly? Yeah, what about the Valkyrie? Why don't you come out and stop it? A voice filled with righteous indignation made the crowd under the ring excited. Just when the scene couldn't be controlled, a voice that seemed to come from 9 days away reached everyone's ears. Vic, enough is enough. In the sky, a graceful and peerless figure slowly fell down. The beautiful face of the visitor and the figure of the devil made everyone swallow their saliva. You are the Valkyrie. Piccolo felt the terrifying aura pressing down in the sky, and drops of cold sweat slowly flowed down his forehead. The organizer doesn't kill the players, or you'll be dead long ago, but it's just 3 things. The Valkyrie's words made Piccolo heave a sigh of relief. HMPH, the feng shui turns around, and then I say goodbye. Piccolo knew that Florence meant that if he shot again, he would be dead, so Piccolo jumped into the sky and flew into the distance after a cold sweat. Alas, let him run away. Be content, if the organizer kills the players at will, who would dare to participate? Yes, there are no absolutes in the world. If it really goes on like this, the world's #1 martial arts tournament will be lonely. While everyone was talking, the smoke on the ground slowly dissipated. I saw King Chaba laying in the deep pit and losing his life, while his body was firmly protecting the little Wukong below. Looking at King Chaba who guarded him with his life, Xiao Wukong stared blankly at the dead King Chaba. A glittering teardrop streamed down from the corner of his eye. Damn Piccolo, I must kill you. For the first time, the seeds of hatred were planted in Wukong's heart. Alas, it's such a shame that our King Chaba player sacrificed his life to save others. But our game still has to go on. Because of Piccolo's abstention and the death of Mr. Chaba, the final 4 finalists are only our Mr. Satan. As the host had just finished speaking, everyone's eyes shifted to Satan, who was shivering and hiding in a corner. And Satan, who heard the host's voice, jumped up quickly. Pretend to be indifferent. And his light-hearted appearance made some people who didn't know why couldn't help but admire Satan's fearlessness in the face of danger. It is worthy of being the last candidate for the championship. It really is the dragon and the phoenix among the people. That's right, when you see the great demon King Piccolo wreaking havoc, only Mr. Satan was there and the ninja didn't do anything. He must be out of consideration for the dignity of the conference. Mr. Satan really is the perfect candidate for the championship. The sound of admiration made Satan sweat uncontrollably from his forehead. Cha, I remember that I didn't invite the Navy this time. Why do you come to clean me up? However, how could Satan let go of the benefits? After a quick statement condemning Piccolo, Satan's popularity reached its peak. In the end, the 21st World's #1 Martial Arts Conference ended with Satan's victory as the result. Chapter 80, The Neural Tree. The end of the world's #1 martial arts conference is not the end but represents the beginning of Wukong's journey. The god of destruction, who saw the pain in the ass, returned directly to the god of destruction realm. After all, Goku and the others are growing rapidly, and he can't stand still like the god of destruction. But at this moment, the god of destruction felt a strange message from the universe. In the northwestern part of the universe, there is actually a life planet whose life force is rapidly fading away. This message was inconspicuous after countless strange messages, but the god of destruction had already monitored such messages. Is it that thing? So when the universe just fed back this message, the god of destruction disappeared on the earth in a teleportation. A few months later in the northwestern part of the universe, a huge dragon rose into the sky in a certain sky of the earth, and several people who died under Piccolo's attack a few minutes later were resurrected one after another. On the other hand, Xiao Wukong came to Kalanta in advance under the suggestion of a mortal turtle, and boarded the heavenly realm to start his long practice under the hands of the gods. On the other hand, Piccolo looked for the entrance to the demon realm in the original book, and pulled out the demon sealing sword stuck at the door. His actions directly caused all the big demons inside to call Piccolo the Demon Lord. However, the demons in this small space were left over from when the demons invaded the earth a long time ago. After lurking for 3 years, Big's strength reached 5,000 points, and this time his comeback made Florence look ugly. Because the god of destruction had warned him last time that she was absolutely not allowed to interfere in the direction of the world. And her inaction was scary in Bic's eyes, and his actions became even more frantic. He directly attacked the king's mansion and took the king's position. On the planet. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. The god of destruction just appeared, and what caught the eye was a huge tree. It was unreasonable to have a tree larger than his size growing on a planet much larger than the Earth. Sure enough, it's a neural tree, but it doesn't seem to be of any use to me. The god of destruction touched his chin and said regretfully. This nerve tree is an important magic weapon for early strength improvement in Dragon Ball novels, but for a situation where god of destruction is a big boss, the nerve tree is simply a chicken rib among the tasteless. But here, the god of destruction stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. Brush. As soon as the god of destruction snapped his fingers, Whis suddenly appeared in front of the god of destruction. Ah, Lord God of Destruction, what are you doing with me? Whis looked at the god of destruction sleepily. Didn't you say that you have a big event when you come back? The big thing you said is sleeping. God of destruction stared at Whis 40. Oh, god of destruction is really true. Don't you know that sleeping is the biggest thing for girls, and no one likes it if you don't sleep? When Whis heard the god of destruction, he put on a preaching expression to the god of destruction, which was a big reason. Yes, yes, yes to you. I didn't tell you about these things. Do you know what this thing is about? The god of destruction didn't want to argue with Whis at all, and directly stated his purpose. Well. Whis was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked at the endless huge tree in front of him. Nerve tree, isn't this thing in the core world? How did it escape? Whis asked suspiciously. In the core world, tell me about the origin of this thing. The god of destruction stepped forward and touched the nerve tree that had grown to the end. No problem. Whis smiled slightly, and then talked about the neural tree. The nerve tree and the core tree of the core world were born together. The nerve tree is an existence that provides energy for the core people. Every newly born world king will be rewarded with a fruit of the nerve tree. Of course, it is not the current one. A kind of defective product. Quote. As an angel born with the universe, Whis knows everything in the universe, but it depends on whether he wants to say it or not. The god of destruction in the original book is actually not very high in the eyes of Whis. After all, he has sent away countless gods of destruction. In his eyes, the god of destruction may really be like a little cat that has always been domesticated. However, the god of destruction at this time was very important to Whis. First, the god of destruction actually surpassed himself. The second is his father's reminder. That is to say, this neural tree must be planted on the core star before the fruit of the neural tree will grow. God of destruction touched his chin. It's not necessarily. It's okay to plant him in the realm of the king of the gods or the realm of destruction. As long as there are sufficient resources, he can grow suitable fruits. Whis shook his head and explained. By the way, you said that ordinary kings will get a part of the fruit, but what about the gods? How much will the gods get? Jia Wangshan, they don't have one, because their godheads are already close to stable, and they don't need a nerve tree to stabilize their godheads, but one will grow on this nerve tree every countless years. The golden nerve tree fruit. This nerve tree fruit will be distributed to the best realm kings in the realm king class, so that they can break away from the shackles of realm kings and reach the level of realm king gods. It is limited, and only after the perfection of the divine personality can it have an infinite lifespan. Quote. Speaking of which, Kyohemi is much better than god of destruction as that Kyohemi has an infinite lifespan, but god of destruction will only have an infinite lifespan during his tenure as god of destruction. Turned into fly ash. Oh, there is such a saying. The god of destruction's eyes were slightly solemn. In this case, this nerve tree really has huge potential. It's not a problem here, Lord God of Destruction. Shall we send him back to the core world? Whis suggested that the god of destruction directly shook his head. He was not a philanthropist. How could such a good thing be exchanged? Even if it was to be returned, a large amount of benefits had to be tapped out of the core human world. Just when the god of destruction was about to take away the tree, the silhouettes of several spaceships suddenly flashed across the sky. The god of destruction raised his head and looked into the spaceship. Hey, there is someone who looks so similar to Goku. Who is it? It can't be Bardock's illegitimate child. There was never a good face for Bardock, who had a bad track record. Dells, this guy is here at this time. Looking at Dells, who is a few years older than Goku in the round spaceship, the god of destruction frowned slightly. If Dells came at this time, he wouldn't be as strong in the original work. At this moment, however, the huge neural tree began to make a clattering sound. At the same time, a fruit fell from the crown of the tree. The fruit that has just fallen to the ground melts into the ground. At the same time, from that area, green grasses began to grow from the original withered land. A bay of spring water began to slowly flow out of the earth. No wonder, it seems that I didn't catch up with the good time. Sure enough, while the god of destruction was speaking, the nerve tree had begun to wither rapidly. A large section of the tree branches began to wither and fall down rapidly. After hitting the ground, like the fruit of the nerve tree, it slowly merged into the earth, and finally turned into nutrients for the planet. Just when the fruit was about to fall out, the Daos who fled here also came to the side of the big tree. Looking at the fallen fruits, Darlays, who was standing at the end, frowned, then slowly flew under the tree and caught one. Several other people didn't say anything. It seems that it is a big plan to let Daos try the poison. Daos, the weakest inside, had no room to speak, and could only eat this fruit in the eyes of everyone's expectations. Boom! As soon as he ate the nerve tree fruit, Darlays felt that his chi had skyrocketed several times in an instant. The original strength of about 1,000 suddenly soared to 7,000 or 8,000, and he suddenly reached the level of this group of lower grades whose strength is generally 1 or 2,000. The soldier's face changed dramatically with fright. At the same time, several people hurriedly grabbed the fallen nerve tree fruit. Dragon Ball Lao Tzu is the god of destruction. Chapter 81-100. Chapter 81. Dare to move my things. Several surviving Saiyans were caught in a looting. However, the strength of each one is not as strong as that of Darlays, and the fruits on the tree do not add up to 10, so almost everyone only got 1 fruit, and Darlays directly grabbed 4. This time, Dells, who was originally the last in strength, turned over and became the master. After some ideological and political education, Darlays also formulated his own rules. Of course, the basic political line is to take the order of King Dareth as the first goal. By the way, Darlays, isn't this a tree? If it is a tree, there will be seeds. Can we plant him on another planet? At this moment, one of his subordinates was wise and wanted to make friends with the new leader, and said this thing that the other people didn't want to say. Huh, why didn't I think of it? Ha ha ha, not bad. If that's the case, we'll look for it separately. If we find it, we'll bring it to me directly. If anyone dares to hide it, I'll kill anyone. Darl's vicious words did not frighten the others, on the contrary. Several people showed a knowing smile. In this case, I found the seeds and directly boarded the spaceship and left. In this case, no matter how powerful Darlays was, it would be useless. As for handing it over, don't even think about it. Weiss, do you think that people who grow up like this are a little bit heartless? Bardock is Sun Wukong, and even this Darlays is still like this. The god of destruction looked at the Saiyans who were looking for their own in the void, and couldn't help but complain. Ho 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 ho, isn't the god of destruction also lacking in heart? Whis smiled and laughed at the god of destruction, which instantly made the god of destruction black. But then the god of destruction pulled out a sneer. Yeah, I'm also lacking in heart, but someone is good, and it's just being confessed by someone. I don't know if I'll die of laughter if Vados finds out. The god of destruction's sneering words made Whis look ugly. HMPH, I'm ignoring you. When Weston was like an angry little daughter-in-law, she turned her head and sulked at the god of destruction. As the trees gradually withered away, the area they searched became larger and larger. At this moment, one of the Saiyans suddenly remembered something, and immediately blasted a big hole towards the trunk of the big tree, and then rushed in. Others who heard the voice turned their heads and saw this man's movements. Hey, he's bored and has nothing to do with tree trunks. Dales, who is not very intelligent, looked at it and asked suspiciously. Damn it, why didn't we think that the seeds of the tree should be in the middle of the trunk? It was the person who wanted to flatter him again, and the few people who had rushed over sneakily wanted to grab the head of the speaker and rub it on the ground. At this time, Dals suddenly realized that it was like this. Immediately, Darles also quickly made a big hole in the tree trunk, and the whole person rushed in. And a new round of searches has begun. An hour later, the sharp-mouthed monkey gill Saiyan who started flattering every day finally found a seed that exuded a stream of light after digging open a large tree trunk. Master God of Destruction, your seeds are about to be robbed, won't you go and get them back? Weiss smiled and looked at the God of Destruction to see what it wanted to do. A bunch of rubbish, let them grab it and see if anything fun happens. God of Destruction laughed evilly. Stealing one's own things, there is no such thing, that is, if the great priest wants to rob himself, he must weigh his own strength. And at this time, the man with the sharp-mouthed monkey gills began to think carefully while holding the seeds. Originally, he said these words just to want Dals to restrain others, because with his strength, even if he gets the seeds, others will snatch them away. But now who knows that they will really get the seed? Just when he was extremely anxious, a flash of light flashed in his mind. Since the fruit can be eaten, why can't the seeds be? If I eat the seeds, the power I can get will definitely be countless times stronger than the fruit, and it will be time for me to dominate the universe. The sharp-mouthed Saiyan grinned and put the seed into his mouth. He had predicted that he would step on the faces of several other people and reach the pinnacle of his life in the future. Thorn. At this moment, a tearing sound came from the Saiyan's body, and at the same time, the incomparable pain caused the Saiyan to suddenly kneel on the ground. Ah, damn, how can it hurt so much? A shrill scream echoed through the tree trunks for dozens of miles. Several other people who heard the sound quickly blasted out big holes and rushed in this direction. When the Dales and the others came here, the scene in front of them sent chills down their spines. I saw that the body of the person with the sharp-mouthed monkey gills had become as thin as a stick, and a branch of a tree had pierced out of his body. And there was not a trace of blood flowing from his body. In the end, the man with the sharp-mouthed monkey gills died after letting out a desperate roar. And his body was also absorbed by the seeds of the nerve tree, and slowly disappeared above the trunk. And this tiny nerve tree seemed to lose power after the man died, and finally slowly landed on the trunk. The small trees that had grown up also withered. Humph! How dare you do a little trick in front of me, I don't know how to live or die. Darles smiled disdainfully, then walked to the dead tree and took the seeds into his hands. A few people around sighed in annoyance. If they found this seed by themselves, this would definitely not be the case. Lord God of Destruction, it seems that the good show is over. See if it's time to take back your things. Whis reminded with a smile, but he also wondered why he could see Saiyans everywhere. Yeah, it's better to keep this thing in your own hands. The God of Destruction nodded slightly and then put it on his hand. On the ground, the seeds in Darl's hands were suddenly pulled by a huge force, and Darles rose into the sky. What's going on? Darles couldn't believe it, holding the treasure that he made a fortune in his hand. The God of Destruction ignored him, and the huge force on the seed brought Darles directly to him. Who are you? Why didn't I see you just now? What happened to the seeds? Did you make the hell out of it? Darles looked at the two people in strange clothes in front of him with a little vigilance, but his hand holding the seed was not at all, and he did not reduce his strength. The God of Destruction and the two directly ignored Dals. At this time, crack! Ah! A thunderbolt suddenly shot out from the seed, and all of a sudden, Darles hit the ground black and fell to the ground. Let's go, Weiss, there's nothing left here. The god of destruction said something indifferently, and then a teleport disappeared. Weiss also glanced at Dales, who fell to the ground, and left with the god of destruction. Chapter 83. Vegeta arrives. In the endless starry sky, 3 circular spaceships are moving fast in the universe. Didi, we are still 1,236,590,000 miles away from the Earth. The estimated time of arrival is 3 minutes. The life support device is turned off. Please prepare for the landing as soon as possible. After an electronic sound ended, the masks originally placed on the faces of the 3 people in the spaceship were slowly removed. Are you there? This distance is a bit long. The young man in the lead slowly took off his mask and said calmly. Ha 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 ha, Prince, this time, it took a lot of time to find such a low-level warrior. I think it must be a waste of time. With our current strength, do we still need such a low-level combat power? This young man is the prince. At this time, it has been 3 years since Piccolo was killed. That is, 5 years before Raditz came to Earth in the original book. A year ago, because of the God of Destruction policy, they spread all over the universe, causing the overall strength of the universe to rise, making them who have been fighting for a long time and have not had much time to cultivate gradually unable to keep up with the development of the times. Because their battle is not the same as Bardock, who is on the edge of life and death. Their battle is to come to someone else's planet and directly create an artificial moon, transform into a gorilla, and then crush it all the way. There is little help for strength. Although the 3 princes were much stronger than when they first appeared in the original novels, even the prince's combat power only reached the level of 20,000. Nappa is 8,000, Raditz often almost died because of his strength, and all strengths reached 5,000. This time they came to Earth for only one purpose, and that was to take Kakarot away. After all, no matter how bad the lower-level warriors were, they should have reached a combat power of about 1,000 at the age of 18. After the transformation, it can also reach 10,000 combat power, and some small planets can also be won by one person. HMPH, Nappa, so what if you're a high-level warrior, you're not necessarily much stronger than me. Raditz in the other spaceship snorted coldly. Oh, how much more powerful, so do you want us to compete? Nappa's face also became cold, and he gave Raditz a disdainful smile. Okay, here we are. The prince's cold words made the 2 suddenly shut up and dare not say a word. As soon as the prince's words were over, the 3 spaceships turned into 3 huge fireballs and smashed towards the ground. Boom boom boom. The powerful shock wave suddenly smashed 3 huge potholes into the ground. At this moment, people all over the world were attracted by these 3 powerful chi. It's so powerful, and it's different from Earth people, it should be aliens. Could it be that the Earth is about to be invaded? I wonder if Mr. Satan can defeat the other party. Yeah, although Mr. Satan seems to have only a little strength of anger, the person who can defeat the great demon King Piccolo must be much stronger than these aliens. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. In the era of martial arts practiced by all people, a slightly large momentum will attract the attention of those who are keenly aware. The arrival of the 3 princes has made people on Earth have a little bit of vigilance. Let me see what the strongest combat power is on this planet. Nappa sneered and clicked on his combat effectiveness tester. DDD, combat power filter is turned on, display the highest combat power mode is turned on, DDD, maximum combat power, 5,000 inches. Nappa was instantly stunned when he saw the combat power displayed above. 5,000, isn't this planet just the lowest planet? How can the highest combat power be so high? Nappa's words made the prince and Raditz, who had no expressions around them, stunned. Raditz, look at the average combat power. The prince's expression became solemn. After all, if the maximum combat power was 5,000, the average combat power would not be much lower. Raditz nodded and pressed his combat effectiveness tester. DD. Average combat power. 125 inches. Suddenly, the few people who heard this voice breathed a sigh of relief. If the average combat power reaches more than 500, it means that there are at least tens of thousands of people on this planet with a combat power of over 1000. In this case, there is only one way for them to conquer this week, and that is to destroy the planet together. Go and see this most powerful person first and see if it will be Kakarot. After the prince finished speaking, Nappa and Raditz looked at each other, although they did not believe that Kakarot could not grow to 5000 combat power on such a planet. But they will not refuse the prince's decision. And just when the three of them came to the earth, the gods in the distant heaven who were always paying attention to the actions on the ground had already noticed it. Has a tail. It seems to be the same Saiyans as Florence and Goku, but their breath seems to be very evil. God's strength at this time is still the same as in the original book, and there is not much improvement, because after the separation of the Nameks into two, not only the strength has dropped a lot, but also the talent has dropped countless times. Piccolo, the second generation of Piccolo, is a brand new individual. Although it has flaws, it is not obvious, so it can keep up with Goku and the others. God, the one whose strength is at the head seems to be Wukong, and he doesn't have much confidence in defeating the other party, and they are now looking for Kaylin and Turtle Immortal. I don't know if there will be any danger this time. Bobo carried his hands behind his back, and his eyes revealed a wise light. Alas, it's really dangerous this time if Florence can't interfere at will. The god of heaven glanced at the princess who had almost arrived at the Immortal Island, and couldn't help sighing. Wukong will be out in an hour, but I don't know if it will be too late. Saying that, Bobo glanced at the spiritual time house deep in the palace. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Aiya, Turtle Immortal, they are here, how can you handle it? Kaylin felt the prince who was getting closer and closer to him and couldn't help swallowing. Although he is confident that he can beat Raditz, the most powerful, but Nappa and the prince are far more powerful than him. Enla, your master, can I lose the chain at a critical moment? I just don't know if there are any pretty girls in it. The Turtle Immortal smiled lewdly, and at the same time a trace of crystal saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth. You are really hopeless, Immortal Turtle, and I don't know how you got on the throne of Martial Dao Grandmaster. Klein's words did not embarrass the Turtle Immortal in the slightest. Boom boom boom. At this moment, 3 silver-white rays of light appeared in front of the two in an instant. Chapter 84. Vegeta, what a beautiful woman. Dead bald head, you are the strongest on earth. The prince's cold eyes looked at Klein, who was on the immortal island of Turtle, who was facing a formidable enemy. And his words made Krillin stunned. Ah, you must be mistaken, I'm just a rookie, how can I be the most powerful person on earth? Krillin knew that his strength met Tianjin Fan, Wukong and others were hanged and beaten, so he didn't dare to talk big. HMPH, still very modest. But today I'm here to ask you something. If you say it, I may be able to spare your life. The prince said disdainfully. The two Nappa behind him sneered. If you want to ask, ask, if you want to fight, you can fight. Where does all this nonsense come from? Do you dare to bully my old man and dare to beat someone? Immortal Turtle immediately exploded when he heard the prince's words. He had heard such nonsense a lot, so how could he believe it? And said that the turtle fairy directly took off the overweight tortoise shell that Florence gave him on his back. With a wave of his hand, the tortoise shell smashed towards the three princes like a missile. The old man still dares to be mad. Nappa sneered, stepped forward and reached out his hand to catch the turtle shell. Suddenly, the expression of the prince who had no expression changed. Nappa, be careful, quote. It's a pity that his words were too late. The tortoiseshell had already crossed the space and smashed into Nappa's hand with terrifying power. Crack! After the sound of broken bones, Nappa's complexion changed dramatically, and at the same time, he quickly moved aside to avoid the impact of the turtle shell. Unfortunately, the time was too late. The turtle shell smashed directly on his right shoulder, and there was another sound of bone shattering. PFF'd. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Nappa's mouth, and then Nappa was carried by the turtle shell and flew into the distance. Boom! An earth-shattering loud noise came from a distance, and I saw that the sea level had been smashed into a huge vortex. After a few minutes, the whirlpool slowly returned to calm. Damn old man, he's so powerful. Fortunately I didn't go up and try my best. Raditz swallowed, secretly rejoicing in his heart. The prince clicked his combat effectiveness tester with an ugly face. DDDD, combat power, 3000 inches. A combat power so low that the prince could not believe appeared on his combat power tester. 3000 combat power can almost kill Nappa with foreign objects. What's going on? The prince's face was gloomy. What? Why don't you go and see if your comrade is dead? A mortal turtle looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, and then asked the two princes in a deep voice. HMPH, a rubbish, if you die, you will die. My purpose here is to find a man named Kakarot. Do you know him? The prince glanced disdainfully at Nappa, who was sinking to the bottom in the distance, and asked the immortal turtle about his intentions. Kakarot. A mortal turtle frowned, as if he had heard of it somewhere. Isn't Kakarot the same as Goku? I heard Florence called Goku when I called him Kakarot, so you are looking for him. What are you looking for her for? Because Krillin often goes out and walks, he knows more about some things, and Florence calls Goku Kakarot every day. So Krillin also remembered Goku's Saiyan name. You know him. That's best, tell me where they are. The prince frowned. From the tone of Klein and the others, it could be seen that Kakarot was actually in the company of the Earthlings and seemed to be doing well, which made the prince who looked down on the Earthlings frown slightly from the beginning. It's in the western capital, you can go to him directly. By the way, the Florence I just said seems to be your Saiyan. You can go and see if you are interested. They are all in the north. Western capital. Krillin smiled stupidly, looking like he had no scheming at all, and looked like he was just being deceived by the prince. On the other hand, the immortal turtle on the side held a moment of silence for the prince and the others. After all, if the three of them go to Florence for trouble, the other party will have an excuse to take action, and it will depend on the fate of the three of them whether they live or die. What? There are Saiyans. What's going on? The only Saiyans who came to Earth in the Saiyan records are Kakarot. Who is this Florence? Raditz asked Krillin in surprise. How do I know that they all have tails anyway? Although they are female, they should all be the same. Kalen helplessly spread his hands and said that he didn't know anything. Raditz wanted to ask more, but was stopped by the prince. Let's go and see. Female Saiyan. Interesting. After the prince sneered, he soared into the sky and flew in the direction Krillin said. Raditz, on the other hand, rushed to the bottom of the sea and scooped up Nappa, who was about to die. Although I hate you, I still need your strength now. You can't just die like this. Raditz sneered, then took out the remote control of the spacecraft from Nappa's arms and pressed the autopilot mode. A few seconds later, a streamer appeared in front of Raditz. Oh, this spaceship looks so advanced, it can still drive automatically. I don't know if it's fast. Krillin's unfamiliar appearance made Raditz smile disdain. Aboriginals are natives, no matter how strong they are. After throwing Nappa into the spaceship, Raditz pressed the light on the spaceship. Boom! After a huge roar, the spaceship disappeared above the Earth in an instant and flew towards the headquarters of the Emperor of the Universe. After finishing it, Raditz took a deep look at Krillin, then rose to the sky and chased after the prince. Turtle Immortals, you said they will be killed, but I have heard that Florence doesn't like Saiyans very much. Krillin began to worry about the prince they had just met. The turtle immortal shook his head helplessly when he heard it. Even you don't know, you are the one who peeped at Florence's bath, you don't know that. Klein's exclamation made the turtle fairy blushed. Hey, don't frame me. Although I think about peeping at Florence every day, it's just my own fantasy. How dare I put it into practice? If I really dared to do this, I'd already be dead. While Keelan and Turtle Immortal were arguing, the prince and Raditz had already appeared in the western capital. The most powerful person here has a combat power of about 300. It seems that this so-called Florence should be able to hide his strength just like that old man. Raditz said solemnly after searching the surrounding aura. The prince didn't say much, just looked around on the street and then locked his eyes on a propaganda poster. Go to Magnum Capsules. After selecting the target, the two came directly to the door of a booze house. You, still here, my brother. Just when the two of them came to the door of the company, suddenly, a wonderful sound like the ding of spring water came down from the sky. The two looked up, and the prince at the head was immediately stunned. What a beautiful woman. End of this chapter. Chapter 85, The Gate of the Demon Realm. Who is your brother? I don't remember having a younger sister like you. The prince snorted coldly, but his eyes were irresistibly fixed on Florence's face. Just you, also worthy of being my brother. The prince known as Saiyan has fallen to this point, and there is no one else. Florence's disdainful words made the prince look ugly, but he didn't refute the other party for some reason. And Florence's words made Raditz frown slightly. You mean I'm your brother? Are you Kakarot? No, Kakarot is a man. Who are you? Neither of Raditz had it. The other thought it was a man. After all, this face was a woman's, and it was one of the billions. Yes, I am not Kakarot, my name is Florence and my father is Bardock. Florence looked at Raditz, her face slowly a little nostalgic. How similar Bardock looked when he turned into a Super 3 and Raditz in front of him. When did Bardock have a child like you again? You should be the same age as Kakarot. Raditz also looked cold when he was named Bardock. You must know that Bardock did not fulfill any responsibility as a father during his childhood. No, you can't imagine my age, but now is not the time to talk about it. I already know the purpose of your coming here, but you can't take it with you as Kakarot. Florence walked over to the opposite side of the two, and said indifferently. Oh, can't take it away. Why, is it just you? Your battle is only 1,000. What qualifications do you have to stop us? The prince sneered. No, you misunderstood. In fact, Kakarot's strength is not as weak as you think, and my combat power is not 1,000. Florence always had a smile on her face, but after she finished speaking, he began to emit a green energy glow. Suddenly, the combat effectiveness tester above the eyes of the prince and Raditz began to scream hurriedly. In an instant, the two combat effectiveness testers exploded. And the last string of numbers displayed on the combat effectiveness tester remained in their minds. Combat strength, 50,000 inches. That's right, 50,000, because their combat effectiveness tester of this model is the latest model developed in the past 2 years, but it can only detect 50,000 combat effectiveness. Impossible, how is this possible? Absolutely impossible must be wrong. The prince roared in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. By the way, the purpose of my coming to you is not to show off, nor to recognize Raditz as your relative. I just came to remind you that this planet is the planet I guard, you better give it to you. My peace of mind, or else. Quote. Speaking of this, Florence's face suddenly turned cold, and a huge momentum suddenly overwhelmed the two princes. Kakarot is not here, he is in the heavens, and he will find you in an hour, so you should wait a while and then talk about it. After Florence finished speaking, she walked towards Abu's house. The prince and Raditz were left with an ugly face. How about the prince? Raditz asked the prince suspiciously. Let's go and see other more powerful energy reactions first, maybe we can find Kakarot directly. If it doesn't work, we can force him to show up. To ask the prince to wait here obediently for an hour is simply a fool's dream, even if Florence is much stronger than himself. After speaking, the prince summoned his spaceship and took out the spare combat effectiveness tester inside. Didi, the combat power screening begins, and the second combat power is selected. 3000 combat power is located in the south. This combat power belongs to the immortal turtle, and the prince directly reselects it. Didi has abnormal energy, combat power, 8000 inches. Suddenly a huge momentum erupted from the far west. What a powerful force, walk over and take a look. The prince's complexion changed, 8000 strength has far exceeded his expectations. A planet with such strength is not something he can attack. Boom! The two suddenly turned into the sky and flew towards the new chi. On the other side, major TV stations also began to report on this alien invasion. Urgent notice, this station reporter got the latest notice. Our savior Mr. Satan announced that he is about to take action to drive away the intruder this time. See the latest report below. Just when all the TV stations were having a heated discussion, a TV station suddenly connected to all the TV channels. In the picture, the young Satan was standing in front of the mansion of his own family with a proud look. It's you, the abominable alien, who dares to come to my earth to be wild, and I, Mr. Satan, will let you know what regret is. I, Satan, hereby solemnly promise that the aliens will be driven out of the earth within 3 days. Satan's oath made all the audience in front of the TV boil. However, at this time, Satan was unable to express his bitterness. After so many years of martial arts recovery, he was no longer the wrestler who knew nothing back then. At the beginning, he thought that Wukong and the others were just some special effects, but when he was bored and practiced according to the exercises issued by the Valkyrie, he realized that it was really bad luck that he didn't die. Damn it, I can't go now if I don't go. If I don't go, I will definitely be drowned in saliva. No, I can't hold back even for the sake of my unborn child. Satan nervously put on his gold belt and embarked on his own journey to death. In a desert full of death, a huge iron gate stands there. The origin of the iron gate can be traced back to the beginning of the Earth's birth. No one knows how it came to be, but this huge iron gate has stood there since ancient times, and it has gone through millions of years without a trace of decay. Crack! Today, the door suddenly opened, and black energy permeated from the door, slowly dyeing the surrounding sky dark. Chang! After a crisp jingle sound, a gorgeous giant sword shot out from the gate, inserted right on the edge of the gate, and blocked the gate that was about to be closed again. At this moment, a figure wearing a white cloak slowly walked out of the gate. After this figure walked out of the gate, countless black figures rushed out from behind. Human world, I'm back. Chapter 86, Piccolo beaten. The person who came out of the gate of the devil world was the son of the great demon king Piccolo that was spit out before his death, that is, the second generation devil Piccolo great demon king. Of course his name is Big 2. The newly born Piccolo came to the demon gate on Earth in the memory of Piccolo. Relying on the powerful strength left by Piccolo, Piccolo quickly took over the gates of the devil. Defeated soldiers. Although I don't know the difference between these demons and the demons in the current demon world, their strength is rubbish. Piccolo can only train these rookie demons while cultivating by himself. After 3 years, Piccolo's heartbroken group of demons finally recovered. Today is the day my Piccolo reappears in the human world. Piccolo sneered and waved his hand, and countless demons flew out in all directions in an instant, spreading to the entire earth. These demons killed anyone they saw, grabbed everything they could, and swept the surrounding cities in just a few minutes. Suddenly at this moment, Piccolo, who was originally there, closed his eyes and rested, suddenly opened his eyes. What a powerful chi, not the chi of Earth people, could it be aliens? Piccolo looked at the prince and Raditz flying towards him in the distance with an ugly expression. Boom! After a huge sonic boom, the prince and Raditz appeared in front of Piccolo with a sneer. Huh, it's actually a Namekian. There really is something in such a remote place. The prince glanced at Piccolo suspiciously and recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. After all, as one of the generals under the Emperor of the Universe, he still knows a little bit about Slagu, the nemesis of the Emperor of the Universe. Namex. Piccolo was shocked. From his old father's inherited memory, he learned that his father really came to this world on an unknown ghost before he separated from God. In the past, my father didn't think much about it when he was young, but now that he thinks about it, he is really an alien species. Damn, that Lao Tzu is also an alien friend. Why is the Earth so unfriendly? Piccolo spat secretly. He has been bullied since he was born, and his only father was beaten up before he was born. I don't know what you have to do with me. Piccolo took a deep breath, eased his emotions, and asked the prince with a dignified expression, but he selectively ignored a rookie like Raditz. We came to you just to ask if you know the whereabouts of Kakarot, who seems to be named Goku on Earth. The prince sneered. He generally doesn't like to talk, but after he came to this planet, he had to come forward. Who let Nappa, this stupid dick, be solved with a tortoise shell, and Raditz and himself didn't quite deal with it, so it would be better to expect him to say it himself. Sun Wukong, what are you doing to him? Piccolo's face instantly turned black, especially at this time when he suddenly found the tail behind the buttocks of the prince and Raditz, and even took on a fighting stance. Humph! It seems that you and Kakarot still have a grudge. From Piccolo's expression, the prince can see Piccolo's hatred of Goku. And being hated by a man with more than 8,000 combat power has not died. It seems that Kakarot's strength is not to be underestimated. Looks like it's a good deal to scrap a Nappa who has no potential and get a Kakarot with good potential. The prince smiled slightly. You don't have to worry, we are not good people who fight against injustice. You just need to tell Kakarot's whereabouts and we will find him. The prince didn't bother to speak nonsense directly about his purpose. Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief. Kakarot, if you want to find it, go to the celestial realm where the earth gods live. He should be there. Although Piccolo didn't know what the two of them were fighting, he still told each other the coordinates of the heaven. Well, to thank you, I'll give you a present. The prince smiled and nodded, then a sneer appeared on his face. Piccolo immediately felt a threatening omen. He hurriedly flew towards the gate of the demon world. Prince Raditz sneered when they met. The vigilance is good. It's a pity, the sky cannon. A dazzling white light wave instantly swept across the sky, pulled the earth out of a huge crack of dozens of kilometers, and rushed into the starry sky. HMPH, a piece of garbage. Although the prince who has been suffocating since he came to this planet doesn't say it, he can't do it and doesn't care. After all, Nappa, his right-hand man, is now abolished, and he is still despised in front of Florence. Ah, wait, how could he, the Saiyan prince, have such thoughts? The prince shook his head irritably, and then rushed towards the sky according to the coordinates given by Piccolo. HMPH, Prince. You are uneasy. Raditz sneered, then chased after the prince. And in the huge ravine created by the prince's sky-high cannon, a mass of constantly wriggling flesh was rapidly changing inside. At the same time, the little robot that had been like a fly came to this lump of flesh, collected a trace of flesh and blood, and flew away. And this lump of meat finally returned to Piccolo's original appearance after wriggling for a few minutes. Damn dead monkeys, don't let you fall into my hands, or I will definitely kill you. Piccolo roared, and then returned to the gate of the demon world, and began to recover the lost energy. On the other side, Bobo in the heavens also looked worriedly at the god who had just recovered from a weak state. You must know that Piccolo was almost killed just now, and the gods almost died. Fortunately, Piccolo survived in the end. God, are you feeling better? Bobo looked at the weak god in front of him worriedly. It's okay, this little thing is nothing compared to waiting for something to happen. Tiantian wiped a cold sweat and shook his head solemnly. Yeah, I don't know if Wukong will come out. Bobo glanced at the direction of the spiritual time house worriedly. And at this moment, two figures with huge aura landed in front of the heavenly god palace rapidly. The prince was speechless when he saw the god in front of him. How come there are still Namekians? Is this planet Namek? The prince's sarcastic words made the gods frown slightly, but the situation was stronger than that of people, and the gods didn't say much. What do you two come to my heaven for? Although I know the intention of the other party, I still have to delay for a while. Kakarot, I just want to see Kakarot now. I know he's here. If you don't say anything, I'll destroy this place. The prince didn't know the meaning of the gods, and he directly stated his purpose without patience. The gods were a little embarrassed. I don't know what you are looking for from me. Just when the gods didn't know how to answer, a sunny voice came from the palace. Chapter 87. Want to kill my man? Also ask me if I can answer it. Wukong's tall and straight figure slowly walked out of the temple with an inexplicable frequency of footsteps. With this frequency, Raditz's heartbeat instantly became the same as this frequency, and the blood in his body began to scramble randomly because of the change in his heartbeat. PFF'd. A mouthful of old blood spurted out from Raditz's mouth, and the prince on the side shrank violently when he saw this scene. In the end, what's going on? The prince was frightened by Goku's appearance. This kind of thing is not something that can be done by strength alone. Goku, who was halfway there, was slightly taken aback when he saw Raditz vomiting blood. Is this exercise given by Shaolin so powerful? But it seems that I can't take it anymore. Wukong touched his head in embarrassment, and his words suddenly made Raditz, who had vomited old blood and was in a bad mood, vomited blood again. Wukong, you are here, the two of them seem to have something to look for you, let's have a good chat. Although Goku's aura was aimed at Raditz and the prince, it still more or less affected Tenjin and Bobo. It's easy to say that Bobo, as a person who originally had a combat power of over 1,000, has grown to nearly 10,000 combat power after years of growth, but the gods have not increased much because of their talents. The aura that Wukong radiated at will has made his heart almost burst. Oh, thank you God for your hard work, leave the rest to me. Wukong smiled at the god. After that, Bobo supported the god and returned to the temple. Immediately, Wukong's face suddenly became serious, and he looked at the two princes. You guys, what are you doing to me? This is the second time he has asked, and the tone of the question this time has been very different. The somewhat vigilant prince subconsciously tapped the combat effectiveness tester above his eyes. Combat power, 15,000. The displayed combat power made the prince slightly stunned. The combat power was not very low, but it did not reach the level that the prince imagined. It seems that what happened just now is just the reason for the exercises, he said. The relieved prince gestured to Raditz. Understanding, Raditz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke, and then a wave of remarks that refreshed Wukong's three views came out of Raditz's mouth. Hearing that, Wukong's face turned cold. So you want me to destroy other planets like you do? When Wukong said this, his face was very bad. That's right, that's it, the mission of our Saiyans is this. I think you should also know the difference between you and others. Goku was slightly taken aback by Raditz's words, but then his expression turned grim again. I'm not a Saiyan Kakarot, I'm Sun Wukong, an Earthman. I will never agree to what you said. If you want to fight, then come. Wukong was too lazy to say anything. His childhood experience taught him what it means to be different from each other, and it would be futile to say more. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to be a naive person, Kakarot. You can deny your identity, but the tale behind you can't deny it. We Saiyans will transform on the night of the full moon. Gorilla, you can't deny that. Goku's expression changed drastically at Raditz's sneer. What? Become a gorilla monster? In an instant, scenes of encounters from childhood flooded into Wukong's mind. I still remember that after seeing the full moon night for the first time, Gohan, who was dying the next day, told himself that he could not come out on the full moon night in the future. And the second time I came out on the full moon night, I lost my grandfather forever. It turns out that I am the gorilla monster, which means that I killed my grandfather. Wukong's lost soul made the prince sneer. Sure enough, the weak just like to be sentimental. Looking at Raditz, who was trying to convince his younger brother with disdain, the prince seemed to remember the expression on the day when his father sent him to the Emperor of the Universe. Emotions are something, my Saiyan prince will never need it. And just when he was thinking wildly, Wukong on the other side had slowly firmed his expression. My grandfather taught me from a young age that I can't be a human being, and the earth is kind to me. Even if I am a Saiyan, so what, I will always be Sun Wukong, and always the grandson of Sun Wuhan. Thinking of this, Goku showed a sunny smile. Isn't it Raditz? Since you are my brother, then I will tell you clearly. Want me to destroy other people's homes, or you want to destroy the peace of the earth, unless you step over my corpse? Wukong's firm words made Raditz stunned for a while. He seemed to see his father's figure when he was fighting for the lower-level warriors. HMPH, rubbish is rubbish. Since this is so, in order to prevent you from damaging my reputation as a Saiyan, I will execute you on behalf of the Prince Planet. The prince slowly flew up, and a huge momentum spurted out of his body. Do you want to start? But this is not a good place to start. Dare to come with me. Wukong said to the prince provocatively with his head. HMPH, do you want to choose your own cemetery? Yes, let's go. The prince nodded with a cold expression, and the three of them soared into the sky and flew towards the desert above the ground. Since the recovery of martial arts, one after another martial arts holy places have appeared in front of the world. For example, people are falling from the Kalen Tower almost every day, and of course, more and more people have climbed up. Even the heavens have appeared in front of the world. Since Xiao Wukong inserted the golden hoop stick, people have climbed the heavens every year. Of course, only King Cheba has succeeded so far. Based on this situation, the actions of the three princes were constantly monitored by satellites in the sky. The whole world knows the whereabouts of the three people. Satan, who had released his rhetoric at the beginning, stepped on the plane to die with a smile on his face while everyone was chasing the ducks onto the shelves. Of course, Satan at this time had already cursed in his heart for an unknown number of times. However, the calamity that he caused, he had to swallow even with tears in his eyes. At the same time, in a luxurious palace in the distant flaming mountains, a heroic girl was practicing non-stop in the training room. Kiki, big news. Come and see. Just after Kiki kicked the 100th special sandbag, a rude voice came from the living room. And Chi-Chi was just stunned, but didn't respond. After putting away the 101 sandbags for today, she will continue to practice. Kiki, it's really a big deal. I saw Wukong. At this moment, the rude voice came again, and when Kiki heard it, she disappeared into the training room in an instant, as if struck by lightning. The Bull Demon King, who wanted to scream again, was startled by the sudden appearance of Kiki. You're here, you see this on TV. The Bull Demon King wiped his frightened cold sweat and then pointed to the three figures on the TV and explained to Chi-Chi what happened. The man who wants to kill me. Also see if I agree. Chapter 88, Do you want to disappear without letting me play games? In the different dimension of the entire King realm, the figure of the god of destruction was sitting cross-legged in a void space at this time. At this time, different threads of law were wrapped around him. There is the law of time, the law of breaking words, and the law of life. Among them, the largest number is the law of destruction, followed by the law of life, but although there are not many laws of time and space, it is stubbornly suppressing the largest number of laws of destruction. At this time, the god of destruction space-time law has already comprehended 99 times the level of the normal law. Doubling the space-time law will stop time. At this time, the time and space laws of the god of destruction nearly 100 times can already reverse time at will. Although it is not possible to travel freely like wearing a space-time ring, it is possible to travel within 1,000 or 2,000 years. However, as the god of destruction explored the laws of time and space in this world, an important fact was discovered. That is, the laws of time and space in this world are imprinted with the laws of this world, which means that if you break the shackles of this world created by King Quan, and go out to other universes, perhaps all the laws that you have comprehended will be suppressed, or even not at all. There will be no more effect. But one thing is certain, the reason for this is that the laws that you comprehend are not perfect. The 100-fold time-space law seems to be the second stage time-space law that Weiss said, but it will take a long time to accumulate to break through this speed. The god of destruction opened his eyes regretfully. I don't know how many years have passed since I retreated here. It has been many years in the outside world, and I still have no clue about the last doubling of the laws of time and space. Looking at this kind of death retreat, it's not very useful. The god of destruction sighed and slowly stood up. Goo! Just then, the god of destruction let out a growl in his stomach. Oh, I really feel sorry for me. I was under pressure that I shouldn't have at such a young age. The god of destruction rubbed his stomach coquettishly, and then his fingertips were slightly touched, and a purple light instantly appeared, punching a huge pothole in the space. Then he walked out in 2 steps. You're out. Just when the god of destruction had just come out, a gentle voice appeared beside the god of destruction. Taking a closer look, it was actually the great priest standing beside him. Yeah, I thought I could break through, but it's still a little bit worse. The god of destruction sighed. As for whether or not the grand priest will know his strength by saying this does not exist. The strength of the grand priest can no longer be seen at this time. It's good to gain something. By the way, haven't you been comprehending the energy of time and space recently? This is a little experience of my angel family. You can take a look first. Speaking of which, the great priest took out a brilliant book, and upon seeing this book, the god of destruction's eyes shrank violently. What a huge fluctuation of the laws of time and space. Seeing the god of destruction, the great priest smiled. This book is called the Book of Time and Space. It is a book that my angel family has recorded since its existence. It records all the types of time and space energies that my angel family has comprehended over thousands of trillions of years, how to operate, etc. Only the grand priest has the right to watch. The high priest's words made the god of destruction frown. Only the great priest can read it, so the great priest will not be afraid of violating the ancestral teaching for me. The god of destruction needs this book very much, but if it comes down like this, I owe the great priest a favor, a huge favor out of thin air. The god of destruction has already seen from the laws of time and space flowing above. If he can watch it for thousands of years, he will definitely be able to break through to the second stage of time and space energy. Ha ha ha, you don't have to worry, now I have the final say in the angel family. Zhu Xuan is not something worth learning from for me. The high priest seemed to have a little contempt when he mentioned his ancestors. After listening to the words of the high priest, what would the god of destruction say? Okay, I have accepted the wishes of the great priest, and if there is anything that needs my help in the future, just say it. If you have the advantage and don't take the bastard, besides, when it comes time to really need your own help, if it is convenient for you or not, the god of destruction will not be embarrassed to refuse. After accepting the Book of Time and Space, the god of destruction bid farewell to the grand priest. Of course, he also asked what King Quan was doing recently, but found that this little thing has been playing boredly every day since he got his own Kingless Glory game. The 2 anxious guards almost went to the alien space to find the god of destruction desperately. Fortunately, the current god of destruction is no longer the same god of destruction that he used to be, and the two guards cannot move with just one look. Oh, you two, King Quan and I have a good relationship and you are not happy anymore. It seems that you two don't want King Quan to be happy. The god of destruction said indifferently, but King Quan, who was playing games happily on the side, paused. Yeah, god of destruction is right, do you two want to disappear? Quan Wang's small face instantly darkened. The two guards who couldn't speak suddenly changed their faces in fear, and hurriedly knelt in front of King Quan and kowtowed. HMPH, the god of destruction is my good friend. If you trouble him again, I will destroy you. I'll be fine without you anyway. King Quan's arrogant words caused the two guards to nod again and again. By the way, god of destruction, did you bring me something good this time? King Jian nodded and hurriedly asked the god of destruction in anticipation. Ah, this is it. The god of destruction couldn't wait to punch himself in the mouth. Why did he come to King Quan Wang? Looking at the inflatable doll-like god of destruction, he began to think about what could attract the attention of the other party. By the way, this is another cartoon, called SpongeBob SquarePants, for you to watch. God of Destruction directly took out a cover CD with a small yellow square and a pink starfish. Wow, what a cute little square, said. King Quan hurriedly took this CD and ran to watch it before the DVD given by the God of Destruction, and immediately forgot everything about the God of Destruction to the back of your mind. Huh, I don't know how long this kid can stay in peace. The God of Destruction wiped his sweat. In fact, King Quan seems to have a good relationship with him now, but if he doesn't have much stock for him, the final result is that he will be destroyed. Forget it, go back and have a good rest. I don't know what this kid Wes has done to the 7th universe. The God of Destruction laughed, then broke open the space, and stepped in directly. Chapter 89, Is this what you call hard work? In the 7th universe, there is a reason for the final settlement time in a year, in the realm of the King of the Gods. Lord Weiss, can you ask for mercy from the God of Destruction? This universe has already been destroyed by the 9th level planet. If this continues, the 7th universe will really collapse. The old king of the world said to Whis in front of him with a sad face. The recovery of martial arts in the past few years has caused all the living planets in the 7th universe to suffer. Only a few of the remaining planets are intact, and most of them are land that has been destroyed by more than half. Is that so? I'm sorry, I don't need to ask the Lord of Destruction for this. I can make the decision. When that day comes, the Lord of Destruction will have a way to restore it to the original state. You don't have to be too careful. Whis' calm voice made the two Kikings look ugly. Their innate duty is to protect the peace of the universe. Unfortunately, this time the one who destroyed the universe was an existence that they could never afford to offend. Alas, since the God of Destruction has already made his own decision, we have nothing to say. The old Kaiwang god sighed, and the depraved appearance of the whole person made the god Jibat on the side couldn't help clenching his fists. Damn, is it true that our realm kings and gods have no time to come forward? Why are we also the supreme god of the universe, but the gap is so big? At this moment, the god of Jabat finally had a little bit of coveting for the powerful strength. He has begun to be dissatisfied with his current state. Are you angry? It was like a cold voice that reached the ears of God Jabat. Jabit's body shook, and an unstoppable excitement burst out of his mind. Yes, I'm not reconciled, I'm really not reconciled. Why is it also the defender of the cosmic order? The God of Destruction can be far above our heads. The sudden roar of the god Jabat made the old Kaiwang god on the side change greatly, and even Whis frowned. God Jabat, what are you talking about? Hurry up and apologize to Lord Weiss. The old realm god hurriedly urged. But this time, Jabat was stubborn and didn't mean to apologize at all. Lord Weiss, he is still young and ignorant, so please forgive him. The old god of the realm had no choice but to be a peacemaker. Before Weiss could finish speaking, a figure suddenly cut through the space and appeared in front of the three of them. It's okay, I asked him what he said, and it's his business how he answers. The god of destruction, who had just arrived, stared at the god of destruction in front of him with pale golden pupils with his hands behind his back. The old Quan Wang god, who wanted to say something else, immediately put away his words when he saw the appearance of the god of destruction. You don't think it's fair, don't you? A wicked smile appeared on the corner of the god of destruction's mouth. This smile made Jabet's heart panic, and he didn't have the firm look just now. Do you think you've worked hard, but why isn't the god of destruction as powerful, is it? The questioning of the god of destruction made Jabet even more flustered. He was afraid that the god of destruction would destroy himself, because now the god of destruction had removed the life link, and it was very simple to kill himself. You don't have to be afraid. I know your thoughts. You are just unwilling, but have you thought about the reason? The god of destruction wasn't here to find fault this time, and a small king god wasn't enough to make him worry so much. Since that's the case, I'll show you how I came here in the past 1,000 years. And how did you come here in the past 1,000 years? Looking at the god of Jabet, who looked like a quail, the god of destruction pointed his finger in the air, and then a message passed into God's mind. In the picture is the endless training of the god of destruction in the king's realm. The god of destruction would fall asleep only after he was exhausted and exhausted every time. And after waking up, it's endless training. This is just a small fragment of my practice. The place above is the alien dimension of the whole king's realm. The gravity is 1 billion times that of ordinary planets, and it is 10 million times that of the realm of kings. The god of destruction explained with his hands behind his back, while the old Quan Wang god, who didn't know what to do, was full of worry as he watched the drastic change in the face of the god of destruction. And after the god of destruction practiced and walked roughly once, the screen suddenly changed and came to the realm of the king of gods. In the picture, God Jabet is doing push-ups, sit-ups, and ordinary punches and kicks. On the other hand, the old god of the realm was leisurely watching colored novels. And this amount of exercise is a world apart from the god of destruction's nail-clipping. And Jabet is still crying. You see, this is the gap. In the future, instead of complaining here, it is better to do more. The weak have no right to speak. You should know this better than me. After the god of destruction finished speaking lightly, he ignored God Jabet, whose face changed drastically, but turned around and asked Whis, who was beside him, about the growth level of the universe in the past few years. And the god of Jabet is standing in the same place in despair. God Jabet, you should grow up too. The old realm king sighed with emotion, and looked at the god of destruction in front of him with a little gratitude. So in this universe, only nearly 1,000th of life planets are intact. The god of destruction frowned, not expecting so many planets to be destroyed in just a few years. Yes, god of destruction, but the effect is still there. The average combat power of the surviving planets has exceeded 100 points of combat power, which has far exceeded the average level of other universes. Weiss explained to the god of destruction with a smile. Oh, that's it. Then keep going. After all, other universes have already begun to develop rapidly. By the way, has the Earth ever been destroyed? The god of destruction suddenly remembered the Earth, a planet that is relatively difficult to develop in the universe. After all, the population base is there. Earth. It has been destroyed by me 3 times, but after each time they will use Dragon Balls to restore the Earth, so the Earth is still intact now, but one thing is certain. That is, the development speed of the Earth is already ranked among the top few in the universe, and the average combat power has reached more than 200. Quote. Although I don't know why the god of destruction cares so much about Earth, Whis still showed little mercy on Judgment Day. Well, I see, let's go and see how the Earth is doing lately. A rare smile appeared on the corner of the god of destruction's mouth, and then, under the congratulations of the old Quan Wang god and Jabet, the two disappeared into the Quan Wang god realm. Old ancestor, I implore you to give me special training. Come with the highest standard, I will definitely be able to hold on. Jabet said solemnly to the Old Realm King. Have you decided? The Old Realm King asked solemnly. Yes, it's decided. Okay, if that's the case, you won't regret it. Space Department Ultimate Magic, Alien Space comes. After the old Kaiwang god recited a spell, the god Jebet instantly disappeared into the Kaiwang god realm. Chapter 90, The Mighty Raditz. Seeing the disappearing god Jebet, the old Kaiwang god sighed. God Jabet, when you come out, you will know that cultivation is really not easy. I think that when the core star still had the nerve tree, the real-world king was extremely powerful, and the strongest first universe real-world king in history took 10 golden fruits at the time. The fighting power is that the god of destruction in the universe at that time was not his opponent, and he was finally killed by the king of the ancient demon world because of the turmoil in the ancient times. After that, the neural tree disappeared and traces of it disappeared. Maybe the current king god knows that there are not many such things as the neural tree. Without the nerve tree, it's really too difficult for the Kaiwang god to cultivate more than the god of destruction, God Jabe. It depends on your fortune. After the old realm king sighed, he returned to his reclining chair and looked at the little yellow book again. On the other side, the god of destruction and Weiss turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the earth. Sun Wukong and the prince on earth have fought together. A mere low-level warrior wants to provoke my Saiyan prince, he just doesn't know what to do. In a desert, the prince roared and punched Wukong in the face, and suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out of Wukong's mouth. Ha ha ha, what about a Saiyan prince? You'll never know what it's like to have a partner. The corner of Wukong's mouth sneered, and his head slammed into the prince's face. Bang! After a muffled sound, the prince screamed and flew backwards. After abruptly stopping his figure, Prince O felt a trace of warm blood dripping from his nostrils. The prince was stunned after wiping his nose. Damn, lowly inferior warrior, dare to make me bleed, I want you to die. The prince rushed towards Wukong furiously. HMPH, whoever is louder is stronger. Wukong wiped the blood left on his forehead and rushed towards the prince as well. Boom boom boom. Countless collision sounds spread throughout the sky, and countless potholes appeared on the ground one by one because of the aftermath of the battle between the two. Raditz, who was watching the fierce battle between the two not far away, was extremely shocked at this time. My stupid younger brother has such great strength, the feeling is exactly the same as that of my father. Raditz's arms were folded in front of his chest, with a calm look, but his unpredictable expression could not hide his inner excitement. The junior soldier came out of Dad, and now there is Kakarot. It turns out that my junior soldier can really surpass the elite soldier. Dad's dream back then really wasn't vain. Raditz looked at the battle in front of him, as if he felt a new door opening to him. DDD, there is a powerful energy approaching. Just when Raditz was watching happily, he suddenly heard an alarm sound coming from his earphones. The combat power is 3000. Could it be that old bald head? Raditz looked in the opposite direction where the energy was flying. I saw a young girl in a slim martial arts uniform flying in her direction. Well, female, there are still such powerful women on this earth. Raditz frowned. Under his surprised gaze, the girl slowly landed near him. Are you the alien who invaded the earth? Gigi pointed at Raditz and said with a cold expression. Hearing this sentence, Raditz laughed immediately. It turned out that he was here to trouble Zero himself. Ha ha ha, you're right, I'm here to invade the earth, what? You want to kill me, kid? Raditz's contemptuous words instantly turned Kiki's face ugly. Where is Sun Wukong? Kiki didn't say much, and asked Raditz directly. Sun Wukong, Kakarot, he's over there, but it looks like he won't live long. Raditz glanced at Sun Wukong who was fighting with the prince in the distance, and there was a trace of untraceable worry in his eyes. And Kiki hurriedly looked in the direction Raditz was looking at. It just so happened that at this time Wukong was really at a disadvantage and was beaten by the prince and vomited blood. Goku! Chi-Chi screamed anxiously, and then wanted to rush up to help Wukong, but unfortunately a tall figure stopped in front of him instantly. This is a fight between Kakarot and the prince, and I won't allow anyone to help. Raditz's serious words made Kiki's face turn cold. Are you going to let it or not? A powerful aura erupted from Chi-Chi's body. Don't think about it, I won't let it go. Raditz saw that he couldn't stop it, so he took a fighting stance. When Kiki saw it, she snorted and rushed up to fight with Raditz. And her combat power was much lower than that of Raditz, and she was quickly defeated. Bang! After a loud crash, Kiki was kicked upside down by Raditz and flew into a rock and couldn't get up again. HMPH, even with this little strength, I want to intervene in the battle between the two of them. Let's go back to practice for a few more years. Raditz sneered, then ignored Kiki, and looked at Wukong and the prince, who were already fighting fiercely in the sky. Suddenly, Raditz felt a hint of death, and in shock, he hurriedly moved towards the open space beside him. Qigong Cannon. Suddenly a loud shout erupted from the sky. Boom! After an earth-shattering loud noise, an abyss with a side length of tens of meters appeared in the area where Raditz was standing. After the gravel fell, it took half a minute to make the sound of landing. It's such a powerful destructive force, the people who hate this planet actually hide their aura. Raditz looked at the incomparably large abyss in front of him with an ugly expression, and then he turned his head into the sky. I saw a three-eyed man in a green martial arts uniform standing in the sky looking at him with a cold expression. Dumpling, you give the fairy beans to that little girl, and this person is handed over to me. Tianjin Fan, who had just arrived, gave an order to the dumplings and then slowly flew down to the ground. Be careful, Tianjin. Dumpling glanced worriedly at Tianjin Rice, and hurriedly flew towards Chi-Chi, who fainted among the rocks. Next, let me fight with you. Tianjin Fan took off his shirt and said to Raditz seriously. Oh, Three Eyes. Interesting, since you want to die, I'll do it for you. Raditz sneered and squeezed his fists and wanted to walk towards Tianjin Fan. Magic Light Killing Cannon. PFF'd. Chapter 91. Vegeta. Defeat. Magic Light Killing Cannon. PFF'd. Raditz, who was originally disdainful, suddenly changed his face, and at the same time spurted a large mouthful of blood. A spiral-shaped beam of light shot out from his chest and shot toward the universe. Raditz looked at the bowl-sized wound on his chest in disbelief. Ha ha ha, that's what happened to the big devil who dared to offend me, Saiyan. Humph, it's just a bunch of wild monkeys. Piccolo's figure flew down from the sky and looked at Raditz in front of him with disdain. Not far away, Tianjin Rice took a deep breath. Bic, you're not dead yet. Everyone knew what Bic did a few years ago. The world thought he was killed by Wukong, but now he actually appeared in front of him alive. No, you are not the great demon King Piccolo, who are you? But after taking a closer look at the Piccolo in front of him, Tianjin Fan suddenly shook his head. This person is not Piccolo at all. He can see that Piccolo in front of him does not have the evil spirit of the great devil King Piccolo. HMPH. I don't need to explain this to you. If you have this skill, you might as well think about how you can help Sun Wukong. Piccolo snorted coldly and walked in front of Raditz. How is it? I didn't expect it. Piccolo sneered and mocked Raditz, who was slowly falling to the ground. Cough cough cough. Unexpectedly, you are not dead, ha ha ha, the prince is too careless. Raditz laughed miserably, then turned his eyes to the two princes and Goku who were fighting fiercely in the sky. Piccolo also raised his head and looked towards the two people in the sky, then a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. You can go in peace, I will help you send the two of them down to meet you. After speaking, Piccolo condensed an air bomb in his hand and aimed it at Raditz. Raditz ignored Piccolo's actions, and just stared blankly at Sun Wukong in the sky. It's so similar to Kakarot, ha ha ha, I wonder if Bardock will regret it after knowing your growth. Raditz smiled slightly, then slowly closed his eyes. Seeing Raditz exuding a lifeless air, Piccolo snorted disdainfully. I want to give you a ride, but it seems that I don't need it anymore. After speaking, Piccolo slowly dissipated the air bomb from his hand. However, at this time, a change in the sky occurred, and the two people who were originally evenly matched suddenly burst into a terrifying momentum. Death Cannon. The prince raised his hands towards the sky, and at the same time a dazzling white light was emitted from his hands. Sun Wukong spun around in the air for a few times and landed on a big rock not far away. Seeing the prince's movement, he quickly pulled his hands behind his back. Turtle School Qigong. The two looked at each other from a distance, and the momentum exuding from their bodies became stronger and stronger. Drink. Ha! A roar broke out from the two mouths at the same time, and two dazzling rays of light rushed towards each other instantly. Boom! In an instant, the two Qigongs collided instantly, and a terrifying air wave erupted from the collision place, knocking a few people from Tianjin Rice not far away, knocking them out hundreds of meters. The dumpling holding Chi-Chi almost accidentally dropped Chi-Chi. The only ones present were Piccolo, who could stand firmly on the ground and look at the Monkey King and the prince, who were facing the waves in the sky with an ugly look. Wukong, who didn't hide his strength anymore, now has a combat power of 30,000, which is not much worse than that of a prince. Damn Monkey King, can't I avenge my father again? The purpose of Piccolo's birth is to avenge his father Piccolo, the Great Demon King, which is the meaning of his existence, but the situation at this time caught him off guard. Is that the only way to go? Piccolo snorted coldly with an ugly face. But after looking at the two people who burst out with terror in the sky, Piccolo decided in an instant. Sun Wukong must die. Thinking of this, he soared into the sky and flew towards the gate of the demon world. What on earth is this guy Piccolo going to do? Tianjin Fan on the side heard Piccolo's last words, but originally thought he was going to go up and make trouble, but when he saw Piccolo, he flew up and left without saying a word. Tianjin, what should we do? Dumpling asked. You take this girl to the Immortal Island first. I'm here to find an opportunity to help Wukong. Tianjin Fan felt that Piccolo would come back. Although he couldn't beat Piccolo, he could still stop him. Okay, then be careful, I'll go first. After that, Dumpling left the battlefield carrying Chi-Chi. And the battle in the sky has also reached a white-hot stage. The slightly weaker Sun Wukong finally couldn't hold on anymore. Qigong Cannon. Suddenly, the blue veins all over Tianjin Fan burst out, and he shot a Qigong cannon at the prince in the sky. The prince, who was caught off guard, was hit all at once. And this one contains almost all the spirits of Tianjin Fan, and the power of the Qigong cannon is still very huge. The prince's clothes were shattered in one fell swoop. And it was the Dao Qigong cannon that instantly deflected the prince's attack. Great opportunity, quote. Under the ground, Wukong's eyes burst into a light, and then the turtle Qigong in his hand burst into a stronger momentum than before. The turtle school Qigong instantly broke through the block of the Qigong cannon and charged towards the prince. What? The prince's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly erected a shield to cover his body inside. Boom! The turtle school Qigong instantly hit the prince's body. Crack! A shattering sound came from above the prince's protective cover. Damn Kakarot! After the prince burst out with a roar, the whole person was instantly drowned by the turtle Qigong. Wukong sighed in relief when he saw the disappearing prince. PFF'd. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of Wukong's mouth. Goku, are you alright? When Tianjin Fan saw Wukong's appearance, he flew over and put a fairy bean into Wukong's mouth. Ah, it's fine, thanks to you, Tianjin Fan, or I'll be the one who died this time. After Wukong swallowed the fairy bean, he felt that the power in his body rose a little bit. Then he said gratefully to Tianjin Rice. It's okay, I'm very happy to be able to help. After all, the other party is such a powerful person. Tianjin Fan smiled slightly. Bang! At this moment, the sound of an object falling to the ground came from not far away, which immediately made the two of them relaxed. Chapter 92, What? Are you Berus-sama? What sound? Tianjin Fan and Wukong were startled by the sudden sound and walked over quickly. What? He's not dead yet. Tianjin Fan looked at the prince at the bottom of the pit with an ugly face, only to see that the prince had passed out in a coma at this time. The clothes on his body had been completely shattered, and there was no trace of good flesh on his body. Tianjin Rice, do you still want fairy beans? Wukong looked at the prince lying at the bottom of the pit and suddenly turned his head and asked Tianjin Fan. Huh, also, what's the matter? Isn't your wound healed? Tianjin Fan asked Wukong in confusion, took out a fairy bean from his pocket and threw it to Wukong. Thanks for Tianjin Rice. Wukong smiled slightly, then took the fairy bean and walked towards the still dead prince, and then said the fairy bean and put it in his mouth. Wukong, what are you doing? Tianjin Fan was shocked and hurriedly shouted at Sun Wukong. Ha ha, I'm sorry, Tianjin Fan. Although this person is said to be an enemy, he doesn't seem to hurt the people of the earth, so I don't think he is that bad either. Wukong smiled awkwardly, and Tianjin Fan frowned. Alas, you can do it yourself. Now that the fairy beans have been fed in, what else can Tianjin Rice say? Crack. Wukong helped the prince crush the fairy beans with his hands and slowly stood up and took a few steps back. The wound on the prince, who was still alive and dead on the ground, began to recover frantically, and it completely recovered in just a few seconds. Suddenly, the prince opened his eyes, and a bolt of lightning shot out of his eyes. Suddenly, the king stood up. Boom! A huge pit was smashed out from the ground. Cough, cough, this brother is so angry. Sun Wukong, who was choked with tears, scratched his head in embarrassment. Be careful of Wukong, this kid is always the enemy. After Tianjin Fan warned Wukong, he quickly put on a fighting stance. Sun Wukong also looked grimly at the prince in the sky. I saw the prince at this time looking at his intact body in disbelief. He clearly remembered that he was hit by Kakarot's Qigong, and the incomparable pain was still fresh in his memory. Did you save me? The prince looked at the two Sun Wukong above the ground with ugly expressions. HMPH, don't count me, it's all Goku's doing, if I were, I'd have killed you already. Tianjin Fan snorted with disdain, and his words made the prince's face flash with surprise. Why? The prince asked Sun Wukong in a deep voice. Fuck, I said, are you annoying? If someone saves you, you can just walk away honestly, but you still have to ask them why. You still want to think about them. At this moment, an impatient voice came from the sky. And the prince's original ugly expression suddenly became even more ugly when he heard this voice. Who is it? Get out of here. Before the prince could scold, he found that his neck was being pinched tightly by a purple hand, and the strength of his whole body suddenly disappeared without a trace. Wes, do you remember how the last person who disrespected me died? It was the god of destruction who hid and watched for a long time, and finally came forward because he couldn't stand the nonsense of a few people. Ho ha ho ho, the last person, that would be a miserable death. His limbs were chopped off and he was thrown into an ant nest and gnawed on it for 4 or 5 days before he died. Oops, it's really pitiful to think about it now. After listening to Weiss' words, let alone other people or the god of destruction, it's chilling to hear, don't you just want to pretend? You've made me such a pervert. However, the god of destruction, who had already spoken, couldn't slap his face, so he could only grin at the prince. This scene suddenly scared the prince's soul into death. If he was so fooled by this pervert, he might as well die. Yeah, isn't this the god of destruction? Why did you come back? I haven't seen you for many years. I'm Sun Wukong, the one who looked for Dragon Ball together before. When Wukong saw that the person who came was the god of destruction, he immediately greeted the other party happily. Okay, I know it's you. Who would be so stupid out of you and heal their enemies? I really don't know how your brain has survived until now. The god of destruction hurriedly interrupted Wukong's self-introduction, and his disdainful words made Wukong shake his head in embarrassment. Who is Wukong? Seeing that the god of destruction squeezed the prince in his hand, Tianjin Fan, who was beside him, was immediately frightened, but fortunately it was his own. Ha ha, but Florence's master, it is said to be the highest god of destruction in the universe, the god of destruction, although I don't know what it is, but I heard that Florence even connected one of his fingers. Don't stop. Goku's introduction made the prince who was pinched by the god of destruction suddenly widen his eyes. God of destruction. This is the existence that my father has repeatedly told me not to provoke. BB, god of destruction, I didn't know it was you. I am the prince of the prince planet, you should have met my father. The prince tried his best to explain his identity to the god of destruction. If he was the emperor of the universe, he would not have the slightest intention, but for the god of destruction, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Prince King, is that the one who gave me the food from 10 planets? This kid has a future, but his ambitions are a little bigger. After speaking, the god of destruction sneered and threw the prince out with a wave of his hand. Boom boom boom. The mountains shattered under the impact of the prince. Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan, who watched this scene, broke out in cold sweat. A few seconds later, the prince, who was covered in scars again, came to the god of destruction tremblingly. Thank you, god of destruction, for your kindness of not killing. The prince was very fortunate at this time. The horror of the god of destruction was what he had heard from his father since he was a child. Go away, if you want to invade other people's planets in the future, you must first inquire about the strength of the other party. After speaking lightly to the prince, the god of destruction directly issued an order to evict guests. Yes, I will pay attention in the future. Wiping the cold sweat, the prince gave Sun Wukong a complicated look, and wanted to leave here. Wait a minute, take him with you and go. Suddenly, a soft woman slowly floated down from the sky, and the woman was still holding the recovered Raditz's body in her hands. Isn't that Raditz? Why is he dizzy? Wukong asked suspiciously. On the other hand, Tianjin Fan explained that Piccolo had attacked Raditz. Take him and leave the Earth. If you don't fight under the banner of battle, the Earth still welcomes you. With a slight wave of Florence's jade hand, Raditz immediately flew towards the prince. Chapter 93, The Last Days of Satan. The prince, on the other hand, caught Raditz, who was flying over in a daze, then glanced at Florence in a complicated way, and flew towards the direction where his spaceship was parked with a cold sweat. As for whether the prince will leave obediently, Wukong and the others are not worried at all. Even if the god of destruction is present, he will not dare to make trouble again even if he is given hundreds of courage. I've seen god of destruction. I've seen Wes-sama. Florence flew to the god of destruction and saluted. You're doing a good job, the Earth is okay now. God of destruction gave Florence a rare compliment. Thank you for your praise, god of destruction, that's what I should do. Florence was slightly excited. After all, this was the first time the god of destruction had praised herself. As for the past, she had selectively forgotten about it. Well, but the stage of the Earth is a little small, and now I have some subordinates in the universe, but these people are not people who keep their own feet. From today onwards, you will follow the current mode of managing the Earth to help me take good care of them. These people, otherwise, the current situation of the 7th universe is not optimistic. What the god of destruction said is of course deceiving. The current average strength of the 7th universe can be said to have reached the top level of the 12 universes. Because the weak planet has been almost broken by Weiss, the only planet left now is the elite among the elites. Okay, I'm leaving tomorrow. Florence nodded. She was almost tired of staying in such a remote part of the Earth. Ooh. At this time, a helicopter suddenly flew over in the sky. The god of destruction and several people raised their heads and looked into the sky, just to find Satan in the plane. HMPH, it's actually this same guy. When Tianjin Fan looked at Satan in the sky, his face suddenly became ugly. Satan, what is he doing here? Florence frowned. Satan took the credit of Wukong and the others for himself and used it to defraud money. Under the contemptuous eyes of several people, Satan's plane slowly landed. Satan jumped out of the plane, who was being driven by the duck. Woo! The plane took off a second after Satan had just landed and left quickly. Fuck, are you so eager for me to die? Satan scolded and then smiled awkwardly at Wukong and the others. Hey, Lord Valkyrie, hello, the villain is Satan, you should have heard of me. Satan's slightly proud words made the frowns of Florence and the others wrinkle again. They heard of you. Of course I've heard of you, but I don't know if you know who the person in front of you is. Florence sneered and pointed to Sun Wukong beside him. Satan was stunned for a moment, and then quickly turned his eyes to Wukong. Who is this person? Satan looked at Wukong suspiciously, but found that Wukong was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember the identity of the other party. What? You made so much money with the credit for defeating the great demon King Piccolo, and now you don't even know who they are. Tianjin Fan snorted coldly, instantly reminding Satan that Wukong was the kid who participated in the world's #1 martial arts conference back then. Satan's expression changed immediately, as if someone had been caught stealing something. What? It's actually you. Satan said to Wukong tremblingly, but Wukong didn't have these honors, he just smiled at Satan. Hello. Goku's words caused Satan's complexion to change greatly again. It's such a calm expression, it's not good that this is not going to kill me, right? Satan suddenly remembered the boss of Haishahui on the TV of the gangster, and he killed the man in a light-hearted manner. Trembling with fright, he hurriedly rushed in front of Goku. Just when everyone was still wondering what this old boy wanted to do. Plop! Satan suddenly knelt down towards several people. My lords, Satan used to have eyes but didn't know Taishan. If I knew that you killed the great demon King Piccolo, I would never dare to take credit for it, you would treat me as a fart and let me go. Satan kowtowed like pounding garlic, causing the god of destruction and his group to feel a chill. This old boy is really a goddamn talent. The god of destruction smiled evilly, and then gestured to Wes, who was beside him. Weiss nodded knowingly, and then said that the scepter tapped in the void. A second later, the entire Earth's TV program began to broadcast this passage that Satan had just said to Goku. The World Television Administration has abolished the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, but found that they could not stop the spread of this video at all. On the street, the pedestrians looked at the picture on the giant screen above the building and suddenly became uneasy. Isn't this Mr. Satan? What happened? How could he kowtow to so many people? You are stupid. I didn't see Lord Valkyrie. Hey, listen, there is a voice. The exclamations came to an abrupt end as the voices came out, and everyone concentrated on watching Satan's behavior on the big screen and their own TV. Quote. If I knew that you killed the great demon King Piccolo, I would never dare to take credit for it, you would treat me as a fart and let me go. Satan's fearful words immediately set off a huge wave in the hearts of people all over the world. What? Mr. Satan is actually a liar, and there is someone else who killed the great demon King Piccolo. Hey, aren't these youngsters Wu Tian's apprentice and he Shanren's apprentice? Satan and the others are the real saviors just now, what's going on? It goes without saying that I thought that Satan was unreliable at the beginning, and a guy who even felt his anger last year was able to defeat the great demon King Piccolo. Damn it, I just remembered that my son was sent to the Satan Martial Arts Academy for training. No wonder the strength has progressed so slowly in the past 2 years. It turns out that we were all deceived. One after another angry scoldings suddenly burst out from the crowd, and one after another silhouette, regardless of the city's no-fly order, rose into the sky one by one and flew past Satan's luxurious residence. A few minutes later, Satan's luxurious residence and his martial arts gyms around the world were destroyed. The money in the bank account is also seized by the state and used to distribute it to the poor. In short, the current Satan is not only infamous, but even his assets have changed from a wealthy country to a poor man. And also face the risk of imprisonment. And all of this happened in a matter of minutes, before Satan didn't know that he was already ruined. Okay, I don't want to blame you. We don't know each other, and the things you said are useless to me. You can take it. Goku's indifferent words made the people around him couldn't help shaking their heads. Chapter 94, Tragic Life. Wukong, did you condone him by doing this? Tianjin Fan said with a dark face to Wukong, who was indifferent. Haha, there's nothing I can do about it. Anyway, I don't want to deal with those people every day, just let him go. Wukong shook his head, and his words brought a smug smile on Satan's face. Ha ha ha, now I have been authorized to do it by my deity. It seems that I don't need to be afraid in the future. Satan thought proudly in his heart. Well, there is nothing to do now, should we go too? The god of destruction hit him. Satan is like this. It can be said that he does not cry without seeing the coffin. This time, the god of destruction exposes him just to see what this kid will do after being exposed and ruined. Yes, the god of destruction has been here for such a long time, and you don't want to treat yourself to something delicious. Do you want the earth to exist? Whis, who was beside him, quickly agreed. You're a chicken, you can say it yourself if you want to eat it, and you even brought me with you. The god of destruction glared at Whis, who had no consciousness at all. But Whis's words shocked Florence and Goku. Yes, we're too dull, so let's go now. Florence hurriedly grabbed Tianjin Fan and hugged Kiki's dumplings and Wukong, and disappeared in front of Satan and the god of destruction with a teleportation. Disappeared, disappeared, disappeared. Satan's face changed slightly with fright, and he thought he had seen a ghost. The god of destruction on the side looked at Satan, who had less than 100 combat power. Your name is Satan. The indifferent voice of the god of destruction made Satan froze. Yes, yes, the villain is. Don't you know what the Lord has ordered? How can Satan dare to neglect the god of destruction, but even the Valkyrie is a humble existence, what kind of thing is he? Martial arts can't be improved by relying on these sidelines. Money is an external thing after all, you can do it yourself. The cold words of the god of destruction shook Satan's spirit. Just when Satan wanted to ask again, the god of destruction and Whis disappeared. And Satan also stood there and fell into contemplation. Lord God of Destruction, it seems that you still have high expectations for Satan. During the time-space tunnel transmission, Whis smiled and said to the god of destruction. Haha, I've thought about it too much, I just want to see if this kid will come to his senses. I hope that his ability to break through 1,000 in the future should be the pinnacle. The god of destruction said disdainfully, in fact, he really didn't have much disgust for Satan, but he just couldn't get used to this kid making money in the name of others every day. In the past life, the god of destruction hated this kind of person the most. Ah, don't worry about it for now, I just don't know what delicious food Florence will make for us. It's been a long time since I've eaten what she cooks. The look of anticipation on Wes' face made the god of destruction look forward to it. Although Florence is a bit gay, the dishes are still good. The two disappeared in the space-time tunnel in an instant. In the desert, Satan still stood there with a contemplative look on his face. Why hasn't the plane come yet? After sitting in place for several hours, Satan finally got impatient, took out his mobile phone and called the helicopter pilot. Hey, when did you arrive, kid? I've been waiting for you for hours. Satan cursed directly at the other end of the arc as soon as he answered the phone. Huh, Satan, are you still alive? The surprised words of the driver opposite made Satan's face darken. Are you very unhappy that Lao Tzu is alive? The words of Satan gritted his teeth, slightly embarrassed the driver. Didn't you get caught by the person who killed Piccolo? I thought you were killed for taking credit for someone else's work. The driver's helpless words hit Satan's heart like a bolt from the blue. You know this so well, are you spying on me? Satan roared at the driver anxiously, if this matter spreads out to Young, he will be torn apart by the public. So you don't know yet, let me tell you. The driver slowly told him all about Satan's secrets, and also said that Satan's house had been demolished. What? How could this be? Satan stood there in despair. By the way, your plane was also destroyed, that is, I was unemployed. If you want to come back, just come back by yourself. I can't come to pick you up. After the driver finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Do. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Satan didn't have the slightest reaction. Right, wife. Satan's spirit was shaken, and his wife, who had just been pregnant for a few days, was still waiting for her triumphant return. Satan now has nothing but his wife and children. But when he got on the phone, he found that no one answered his phone. After calling more than a dozen familiar people, he finally gave up. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to fall into a hole. No, my wife must have had an accident, or she would never have missed my call. Satan clearly remembered that his wife still stood by his side to support him when he was in the most difficult time. But without means of transportation, he could only walk towards the house on foot, and this journey lasted for 3 months. But when he got home, he found that his palace had been leveled by the government, and he had become a character that everyone shouted and beaten. But all this is not so important to Satan. After going through a lot of hardships, Satan finally found his loving wife in a dilapidated rental house. However, the 3-month wait has caused his wife to be severely overdrawn, and finally passed away after giving birth to Bidiri after insisting on it for 7 months. At the same time, 2 figures appeared at the door of Satan's small broken house. Wife, do you think I'm being too impersonal? The god of destruction looked at Satan, who was holding the child in pain, with an extremely calm expression. Ho. What? The god of destruction is also sentimental. Weiss covered his mouth and laughed at the god of destruction. HMPH, I wouldn't have this kind of feeling, but maybe if I didn't expose Satan at the beginning, his family might survive happily. The god of destruction watched with deep eyes as the soul of Satan's wife flew into the underworld. The god of destruction is overthinking this. I have deduced it thousands of times when you made this decision. Even if you don't expose Satan's matter, it will be discovered in a short period of time. After all, the Earth is already it's not the ordinary planet it used to be, and his wife's lifespan has expired. The god of destruction was taken aback by Weiss' words. You still have the leisure to deduce such an old boy. God of destruction spat. Hey, professional habit. Weiss smiled awkwardly. The god of destruction ignored this kid, but directly teleported to Bowsy Mountain. Chapter 95, Piccolo after absorbing God. A year ago, the god of destruction and Whis, who had just arrived at Abu's house, instantly saw Goku being held tightly by a girl. Ah, this girl, you are holding me like this a little bit, can you let me go first? Wukong looked at Kiki who was holding him in pain. No, you promised to marry me when I grow up. Do you want to abandon me? Don't even think about it. Kiki's words instantly caused the people around to look at Wukong with a strange look. Wukong, I didn't expect you to be such a person. All the little girls came to your door. Do you still want to play tricks? Abu cursed at Wukong angrily. Even the Tianjin fans on the side changed their views on Wukong. I really don't know this little girl, what do you have to say to believe me? By the way, Lord God of Destruction, you can call the shots for me, I really don't know her. Wukong gripped his old die in distress. Yeah, it's the God of Destruction, you can decide for me, Wukong doesn't want me anymore, woo. Kiki smiled happily after seeing the God of Destruction. Abu and the others couldn't recognize him anymore, and he felt abandoned. The appearance of Chi-Chi's grievance and Baba couldn't bear the sight of the God of Destruction who just arrived. Speaking of which, your kid really knows her. The words of the God of Destruction immediately made everyone sure that Wukong was such a ruthless person. Not only you, but Abu and Florence know her. But the next sentence of the God of Destruction made Abu and the others stunned. I know her too. It's impossible. With an IQ of more than 300, I will never forget anyone I've met. Abu's proud words made the God of Destruction call him a pervert. It's no wonder that ordinary people have such a high IQ that even a time machine can be created. The god of destruction, who was not in the mood to betray himself, directly revealed Chi-Chi's identity. In an instant, Abu and the others were speechless. No wonder we don't remember. Chi-Chi, isn't it a bit too much for you to be a big girl? Abu's helpless words made Kiki touch her head embarrassedly. Ah, you are Kiki. When I think about it, I seem to have promised to marry you when I grow up, but I thought a wife was delicious. Wukong rubbed his head awkwardly. Ah, are you going to marry me first? Kiki looked at Wukong with tears in her eyes. Ah, since I promised you I will do it, then I'll marry you. Wukong thought about it carefully and felt that he could not believe his words, so he agreed to Chi-Chi. Yet this was his first step into the grave of marriage. Ha ha ha, you guys, look so happy. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and endless black clouds spread from the sky with a manic laughter. Everyone raised their heads and saw that the sky was surrounded by tens of millions of demons. Piccolo was surrounded by black arrogance, and Wukong actually felt a trace of God's breath in Piccolo at this time. Why did this guy Piccolo come here? Aren't you afraid of being killed? Tianjin Fan snorted coldly. With Wukong and the incomparably mysterious god of destruction, if Piccolo still wanted to do something, Dewang Funny would definitely die miserably. No, Piccolo seems to be very different. This black gas seems to be the aura of his father Piccolo the Great Demon King, and Wukong said with a solemn expression. He knew that although the god of destruction and Whis and Florence who were cooking in the kitchen were powerful, they would never help the earth. Goku, can you hear me? At this moment, a voice came from the void. Huh, isn't that Mr. Bobo's voice? What are you looking for from me? Goku looked at Piccolo, who had no breath in the air with a serious face, and asked the void at the same time. It's not good. Just now, Piccolo entered the heavens and defeated and absorbed the gods. Now Piccolo has completely surpassed you. You have to be careful. Bobo said anxiously to Wukong, and sure enough, the faces of Wukong and the others who heard Bobo's words suddenly became ugly. It seems that the only way to defeat Piccolo is to use the Dragon Ball to resurrect the gods. You are so damned, Piccolo. Wukong cursed at Piccolo in the sky. Ha ha ha, son Wukong, you think too simply. You know that Dragon Ball is made by that guy from the gods, right? Since I have absorbed him, the Dragon Ball will still exist. Ha ha ha, and also, do you think you can defeat me? Piccolo sneered, exuding all his aura. Boom! The earth suddenly began to vibrate violently, and not only that, but the countless demons in the sky all smirked and flew in all directions. Countless screams came from all corners of the western capital, and countless battle sounds came from all over the world. This bit is interesting. Lord God of Destruction, actually relying on his own strength to reach 300,000 combat power, and his talent seems to be more than 10 times stronger than before. It seems that the 7th universe can have another powerful seed player. Weiss looked at Piccolo in the sky with a smile on his face. In the eyes of him and the god of destruction, there is no difference between good and evil, and some are just contributions to the universe. Well, although this guy Bick ordered to attack the earth, he didn't order the massacre. Instead, he kept alive if he could. It seems that the kindness in this kid's heart was inspired by the gods of the earth. The god of destruction also looked at Piccolo in the sky with satisfaction. This kid is definitely the most suitable ruler of the earth in the heart of the god of destruction. But he seems to have underestimated the bloodthirsty level of those ancient demon descendants. The whispers of Whis and the god of destruction were not heard by anyone, but if someone observed carefully, they would find that Piccolo's face in the sky was a little ugly. HMPH, beasts or beasts. They can't even understand human words. It seems that they need to be rectified. But at the moment, we still have to solve Sun Wukong first, otherwise, the variables of this person are too great. Thinking of this, Piccolo grabbed the void, and an invisible energy instantly imprisoned Sun Wukong in front of him. Damn, what happened? Goku, who felt that he couldn't move, hurriedly struggled, but he couldn't break through Piccolo's imprisonment at all. What's wrong with you, Wukong? Goku, are you alright? Goku. Abu Tianjin Fan shouted anxiously. But Tianjin Fan quickly compared his hand to a prism. Go to hell, Piccolo, Qigong Cannon. With the roar of Tianjin Fan, an invisible energy hit Piccolo instantly. Piccolo frowned. Humph. A terrifying cold snort erupted from Piccolo's mouth, instantly dispelling Tianjin Fan's Qigong Cannon. Damn, the strength gap is too big. Tianjin Fan's anxious words made the hearts of Abu and several people fall to the bottom. At this moment, Abu thought of the god of destruction beside him. By the way, god of destruction, you. Who knew that he was interrupted before he finished speaking? Don't even think about it, I refuse. Chapter 96, The Tortoise Immortal Who Broke Out. Just kidding, his god of destruction is a dignified god of destruction, but he is not their thug. He can help with some things beyond their ability, but such an enemy whose strength gap is not too big has to do it himself. Are you kidding me? What, god of destruction, you are too stingy. Abu complained, but the god of destruction was unmoved. It happened that Florence had already brought out the food, and Wesson the god of destruction had already entered the restaurant in the blink of an eye. Humph, I ran away again, and I knew that the god of destruction was unreliable. Abu spat, and then looked anxiously into the sky. At this time, Goku had been caught in the air by Piccolo using his telekinesis. And his huge aura made Chi-Chi on the ground unable to fly even if they wanted to go up and help. Damn, the gap in strength is really too big, what exactly should we do? Tianjin Fan anxiously thought of a way in his mind. Yeah Tianjin, Wukong's strength is more than 10 times weaker than Piccolo, such a big gap can't be made up in a short time. Dumpling said dejectedly. However, just after Dumpling's words were finished, Abu's eyes suddenly lit up. 10 times the gap. Great, there is a way, can you guys delay for a few minutes, just a few minutes? Abu excitedly said to the Tianjin fans. It's a pity that after hearing Abu's words, Tianjin Fan's face suddenly became ugly. No, Abu, we can't even hold on for a minute. Looking at the expressions of the Tianjin fans, Abu suddenly became anxious. Super, Turtle School Qigong. Suddenly, a vigorous voice burst out from afar, and then a dazzling light shot straight from the horizon. What? Piccolo's expression changed when he was caught off guard. Although this attack only had a combat power of about 100,000, it was no longer easy for him to deal with. There was no other way. Piccolo could only smash Wukong in his hand towards the ground, and a ball of light condensed in his hand, which also charged towards the Super Turtle Qigong that came over. Boom! After the same loud explosion, the two attacks suddenly disappeared into the air. And Wukong also slammed on the ground, smashing the ground out into a huge pothole. PFF'd. 1 inch. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of Wukong's mouth, and his bones were almost completely shattered. Goku! Chi-Chi let out a shrill cry, and immediately rushed towards Wukong. Tianjin Fan and the others also rushed towards the place where Wukong fell. Only Abu ran towards his laboratory at home. Come out, old man, I know you just did it. Piccolo in the sky looked at an open space not far away. I saw the Turtle Immortal with Kaylin appearing on the open space. At this time, the Turtle Immortal's muscles stronger than Schwarzenegger made Kaylin look very envious. Haha, Vic, are you surprised to see me? My old man hasn't settled with you at that time. Immortal Turtle clenched his fists, and his combat power reaching 100,000 was vented from his body like a wild beast. Ho ho ho, Wu Tian's talent is not bad. If it's been delayed for hundreds of years, otherwise his strength will definitely be much stronger than it is now. Weiss eats Florence's love lunch while watching the muscular turtle fairy. Well, Earth's martial arts talent is indeed very high, but there is not enough chi and enough martial arts experience, otherwise it will be at least a high-level planet. The god of destruction ate a steak and nodded in agreement. The so-called high-level planet is a planet with a maximum combat power of more than 10,000, and most of the people living on the planet have a combat power of more than 1,000. Just like the Prince planet was a high-level planet a few decades ago, this kind of planet is in the universe. All are very powerful planets. However, the advanced combat power of the Earth has reached the level of a super planet, and if it continues to develop at this speed, it will definitely reach a super planet before the final assessment. The god of destruction is convinced of this. Although this planet is not the Earth of the previous life, just like his name, the god of destruction will bring him to the peak of the universe. But I just don't know why god of destruction cares so much about such a small planet, although this planet seems to be a little different. Wise, deep eyes made the god of destruction smile. Would you believe me if I said I was from Earth? The god of destruction's meaningful words made Wiz stunned for a moment. Ho ho ho, the god of destruction is joking, but I watched you grow up. When I was a child, I even changed the diapers for you. I still don't know where you came from. Of course, Weiss didn't believe the god of destruction, and his smug laughter made the god of destruction go dark. If you tell me this again, I promise, I will shave all your hair. The god of destruction spoke to Wiss viciously, so scared that Wiss quickly stopped his laughter. Really, it's not enough to talk about it, the god of destruction has really changed. Wiss ate his food in a big gulp while complaining to the god of destruction. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, Kaylin, you are here. Wukong, who had recovered to health after eating the fairy beans, touched his head embarrassedly and said to the turtle fairy. You boy, if you hadn't come to save you, you'd be dead already. Immortal Turtle said something to Wukong in a sullen mood, and then looked at Piccolo in the sky with solemn eyes. By the way, Abu Sa'id let us hold on for a few minutes and she would have a solution, but I think it's a bit unreliable. Wukong heard everything when he was imprisoned, but he scratched his head and said he didn't believe it. Boom. Ah. After a muffled voice, Wukong hugged his head and screamed. Grandpa Turtle Immortal, why are you beating me on the head? Wukong asked the Turtle Immortal aggrievedly. HMPH, even a guy whose IQ is not at the normal level dares to question Abu. Hurry up and work, otherwise you won't know how you will die. Turtle Immortal's words made everyone look at Piccolo in the sky with solemn expressions. You finally discussed it, what? Now you have decided to go together, come on and let you know what the difference in strength is. Piccolo snorted coldly, and black arrogance emerged from his body. Together. After the Turtle Immortal shouted solemnly, a group of people rose into the sky and rushed towards Piccolo. However, Piccolo's strength is too much stronger than what everyone thinks, and a group of people is still defeated by Piccolo's destructive power. Only the Turtle Immortal held up for a while after all the strength broke out. Boom. However, after a roar, Immortal Turtle smashed to the ground from the air, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Just when everyone was desperate, a clear voice came from Abu's house. Keep everyone waiting. Chapter 97, Giant Ape Transformation. Piccolo blew himself up. Before everyone could react, they felt an invisible wave shoot in this direction. Florence, who was serving the god of destruction in a restaurant not far away, frowned and looked in this direction. Brett's light wave. It seemed that she remembered something, and Florence smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth. And this light wave instantly hit Wukong, who was seriously injured on the ground at the speed of light. Hope it works. Not far away, Abu was driving a radar-similar instrument to watch Wukong, who was not far away, pray silently. Ah! At this moment, Wukong, who was irradiated, suddenly screamed. I saw Piccolo, who had been waiting impatiently, swoop down and stomped on Goku's chest. I have no intention of making you enemies, but since you killed my father, as a son, I will definitely avenge him. If you want to resent it, resent why you are Son Wukong's companions. Piccolo snorted coldly and raised the tip of his right finger to condense a magic cannon, and he was about to understand Son Wukong. Damn, stop it, Piccolo. Hurry up, your father's death was obviously brought about by himself, how can you blame us? The Guaxianren shouted and hoped that Piccolo would be merciful, but Piccolo just snorted coldly. The magic bullet at the tip of the finger crashed down. Roar! The light instantly penetrated Sun Wukong's chest, but the screams in his imagination did not come out, but a terrifying beast roar burst out from Wukong's mouth. What? Piccolo's expression changed, because the Monkey King under his feet made him feel uncontrollable. Impossible, your combat power is only 50,000, how can you escape from my feet? Piccolo roared, the strength under his feet suddenly increased, and he wanted to suppress Wukong again, but what shocked him was that not only did the resistance under his feet increase, but Wukong's appearance and forehead began to change rapidly. It's not good that Wukong is going to turn into a gorilla. It's impossible, there is no full moon here. A mortal turtle, who was familiar with Wukong's hidden power, changed dramatically, and hurriedly struggled to lift up the comatose dumpling Chi-Chi, and called Tianjin Fan and Kaylin to run towards the god of destruction. Teacher Wu Tian, what happened? Arriving under the eaves of Abu's house, Wu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. With the protection of the god of destruction, Piccolo couldn't make any waves no matter how powerful he was. Ha ha ha, this is the way I told you to beat Piccolo. Abu walked over from the side and said proudly to the crowd. What? Wukong actually has this ability. But what will happen to his strength after he turns into a gorilla? Tianjin Fan asked Abu in surprise. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. It's a gift for us Saiyans to become gorillas. Every time the moon is full, we Saiyans will become gorillas, and the fighting power will be increased tenfold. Of course, light Kakarot Saiyans without special training lose their minds when they turn into gorillas. Quote. Florence watched Goku, who had gradually turned into a gorilla, and began to explain to Abu and the others. Losing your mind, that means he might attack us after he beats Piccolo. Tianjin Fan's expression changed, but now is not the time to discuss this. Wukong, who is not far away, has completely turned into a giant ape with a height of tens of meters and hair like steel needles. Roar! A huge roar spread throughout the western capital. The humans and demons who were still fighting in the western capital all looked in this direction. The gorilla Wukong waved his hand, and a wave of air instantly destroyed all the nearby houses like an overwhelming sea. As soon as he stepped on it, the ground suddenly began to vibrate. HMPH, wild monkeys are wild monkeys, and becoming gorillas is even more savage. Piccolo snorted disdainfully, and then felt his body tighten suddenly. When he came back to his senses, he found that he had been pinched tightly by a huge hand. What a fast speed! Piccolo thought that Goku's giant ape transformation was just as powerful as his own, but he didn't expect his speed to increase. Damn, what's going on here? After a day of hard work, Piccolo found that he couldn't get out at all. After scolding, Piccolo began to swell up rapidly. No, Vic is going to blow himself up. Turtle Immortal frowned. Isn't it? You just want to blow yourself up after being caught. Isn't this Piccolo so vulnerable? Kaylin's helpless words made the Tianjin fans nodded again and again. He must have some plans, everyone is ready, don't let him run away. Although I don't know what Vic is going to do, Immortal Turtle thinks it's better to be cautious. At this moment, the giant ape also seemed to sense a trace of danger, and hurriedly stretched out his other hand to slap Piccolo to death. Ha ha ha, want to kill me, it's too late, go to hell. Boom. Unexpectedly, Piccolo instantly turned into a dazzling ball of light after laughing wildly. After a huge roar, the entire west instantly disappeared on the Earth's territory. Only a huge deep pit was left, and in the deep pit was the Abu family's Universal Capsule Company, which was still standing still and stopped in place. Ho 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 ho, these friends of Abu are really irritable, they are all ruined. Mother Abu, who was sitting not far from the god of destruction, drinking tea, smiled nervously. Seeing the turtle immortals on the side, the cold sweat was pouring down. Abu, your mother is an amazing person. Keelan smiled helplessly at Abu. You are still in the mood to take care of this, hurry up and find Wukong. A mortal turtle cursed angrily, and everyone woke up. No, Wukong won't be fried to ashes if he disappears. Krillin's words made the expressions of several people change immediately. It shouldn't be. Although Piccolo's strength is strong, it won't blow up Goku in one go. There may be something we didn't notice. A mortal turtle's sunglasses flashed a gleam, and then he suddenly stretched out his hand toward the deep pit not far away. The shocking palm of all nations. A bolt of lightning shot out from a mortal turtle's hand and hit a raised mass in an instant. Roar. After a shocking roar, a huge figure rose into the sky. Ha ha ha, let me just say, this kid Wukong won't die. A mortal turtle stroked his beard and laughed, and his skills just now made Tianjin rice dumplings and Kaylin stunned. By the way, Piccolo is definitely not dead. Everyone, take a good look around. If you see Piccolo, attack directly. Goku, who is bombed, must want to tear Piccolo apart now. A mortal turtle's solemn words made several people nodded quickly. Suddenly, a green figure in the distance shot over like a bolt of lightning. HMPH, a wild monkey is a wild monkey, and it actually cost me a clone. If that's the case, let you die. Chapter 98, Lao Tzu snapped his fingers. When Piccolo's figure stopped completely, the faces of the immortal turtles completely changed. How is it possible? How can Piccolo's power be so much stronger than before? Teacher Wu Tian, what do you think Piccolo's combat power is at least? Keelan and Tianjin Fan frowned at Piccolo, who had just arrived. How do I know that his strength has far surpassed me by too much? I think there should be no way for Wukong to defeat him now. A mortal turtle's solemn words made the people around him sink to the bottom of the valley. In the sky, Piccolo, who was wearing a white cloak and a cloth-wrapped hat, glanced at the giant ape that was attacking him frantically. Forcing my avatar, which has half my power, to self-destruct, it seems that you, a wild monkey, have some ability. After falling into darkness, he forcibly merged with the god Piccolo's combat power at this time, which directly hit 600,000. He didn't come in person just now, but he was adapting to his sudden expansion of power. Roar! The giant ape that rushed in front of Piccolo roared, and then slapped Piccolo. Piccolo raised his right hand expressionlessly and caught the giant palm of the giant ape. Immediately, Piccolo exerted a little force on his hand. The entire body of the giant ape was suddenly thrown up uncontrollably. Boom boom boom. A roar spread throughout the western capital, and the demons and citizens who had not died in the explosion of Piccolo's clone just looked at this direction in fear. At the same time, they all started to run into the distance, fearing that Piccolo would explode again, and they would definitely not be able to support it by then. It's not good. Wukong can't take it anymore when he turns into a giant ape. This is what happened. Abu has nothing to do. She has long thought about the trick of Goku transforming into a giant ape. Who knows that Vic has no effect now? Woman over there, shine the bruise light on me. At this moment, an icy voice in the sky made the immortal turtles look sideways. Everyone looked up and saw the prince and the recovered rabbits. Why are you here? Do you want to get in trouble? A mortal turtle stepped out, and the exploding muscles on his body exuded a terrifying power, making the two princes in the sky look ugly. After listening to the prince, he didn't say much, just snorted coldly. HMPH, I just don't want to owe Kakarot a favor, can you take it? If you don't, just hold his body and be happy when he dies. The prince just didn't want to consume his own strength to get the artificial moon, because his combat power after returning from the brink of death is now only over 50,000. And Raditz has not yet reached the level where he can create an artificial moon, so he can only turn to Abu. Abu, let him try it, a Saiyan prince will not owe a favor. The cold voice of Florence not far away made Abu and the others stunned. Shaolun, are you sure this person is reliable? Abu asked suspiciously. Go on, he'll do as he says. As Florence's best friend, It was the first time Abu heard the other party believe in a person so much. Okay. Despite his doubts, Abu hurriedly ran to his radar-like machine. After some operations, an invisible ray instantly hit the prince. Come on. The prince looked serious, and his whole body began to swell in an instant. Roar. After a roar, a giant ape in a silver battle suit roared and charged towards Piccolo in the sky. The so-called enemies were extremely jealous when they met, and Piccolo was instantly furious after seeing the prince's clothes. Damn dead monkey, I want you to die. After smashing the dying Goku to the ground, Piccolo punched the prince with his fist the size of a casserole. Take advantage of it now, Tianjin rice will give me fairy beans. A mortal turtle quickly took a fairy bean from Tianjin Fan and threw it into Wukong's mouth from a distance. A second later, Goku, who turned into a giant ape, suddenly opened his eyes, roaring and killing Piccolo in the sky. Of course, losing his mind, he even fights with the prince. And where the prince would let Wukong attack, he also started to fight together. The people on the ground looking at the three people fighting in the sky are extremely anxious. If this goes on, they will definitely lose. Hey, I want to sleep when I'm full. It's just that these three people are too annoying. At this moment, a lazy voice came from behind Abu and the others. God of Destruction, are you ready to eat? Abu quickly asked the God of Destruction. Well, Florence's cooking is not bad, but I just want to sleep now. The God of Destruction said with a calm expression, and looked towards the three huge figures who were playing happily in the sky. Piccolo, like the two princes, turned into a giant in order to show his lofty and mighty power. Oops! God of Destruction, look at Piccolo, what happened to this place? The house we used to live in was destroyed. Wise, sad look made Abu give a thumbs up. Huh, it's still worth it. I dare to move my things. I'm afraid this kid is tired of living. After speaking, the God of Destruction raised his finger while yawning. As soon as his fingers moved, a finger-snapping sound reached everyone's ears, and the three huge figures in the sky stopped moving instantly. But Piccolo's body was still slowly turning into ashes, layers of flesh detached from his body. Frightened, he couldn't even utter a word, and could only watch his body slowly disappear. Hey! What a powerful God of Destruction! No wonder even the Valkyrie dare not disobey his orders. Yeah, Tianjin, we should not go against the Lord God of Destruction in the future. The two Tianjin fans looked at the scene in the sky with disbelief. Piccolo, who was so powerful, was going to die without any resistance at all. By the way, the gods of the earth seem to be absorbed by you, and it seems that they can't kill you yet. The God of Destruction suddenly remembered something, and then the movement of his hand changed slightly, and Piccolo, who was still half of the sky, was instantly torn apart by an invisible giant force. Piccolo, who was torn in half, wriggled and turned into two green figures. Me, am I resurrected? The God of God looked at his hands in disbelief, but after seeing the God of Destruction on the ground, he immediately knew what had just happened. After thanking him for a while, the God of Destruction flicked his fingers, and Piccolo flew towards his hometown of the Devil's Gate like a missile. Ha! I'm so sleepy, we're going home with Wes. A wave of green energy from the God of Destruction instantly spread all over the earth. All the places that were destroyed by demons and destroyed by Piccolo's self-destruction were restored to their original state in an instant, that is, everyone who died was resurrected. The God of Destruction and Weiss had already left Abu's house while the turtle immortals were still stunned. The God of Destruction is really a god. Chapter 99, Brawly. In the endless starry sky, on a green planet, an ordinary small bamboo house stands in a jungle. A figure sitting cross-legged in front of the bamboo house closed his eyes and practiced. Boom! After a huge roar, a flash of lightning flashed in the sky, and then a tall figure crashed to the ground. I've seen Mrs. Layla. The tall figure was none other than Kurd, who had just recovered from being crippled by Brawly. How is it? Has the Emperor of the Universe started to practice? Layla, the god of the Western realm, raised her eyelids and looked at the variant of the frozen demon family that she had spent hundreds of years transforming. That kid is still like that, he's not motivated at all. He can surpass me with a little practice, but he's just lazy. Kurd shook his head helplessly. I have long thought that the more talented a living being is, the more insurmountable inertia exists in his blood. This is the case with the Realm King and the God of Destruction. Only after experiencing despair can someone break this inertia. Quote. Saying that, Layla stood up slowly and looked into the starry sky. I haven't returned to the Realm King God realm for 1,000 years. I just don't know how this kid, the Eastern Realm King God, is under the guidance of the old Realm King God. For the Eastern Realm King God, Layla is almost helpless. Kaiwangshan are generally lazy about repairs, but to the extent of Shin's laziness, it can be said that it is unprecedented. Part of the reason why Layla came out of the King of God's realm was because she felt that she and Shin had no future in hiding in the King of God's realm, so she came out to find her own way. 1,000 years have passed, and now Layla can win even if she encounters the demon Boo who did not devour the great Realm King, but every time she thinks of the God of Destruction pressing on them, Layla is not in the mood to return to the realm of the Realm King. By the way, Lord Layla, decades ago, the God of Destruction found me and asked me to help him destroy some planets. He seemed to see that I became powerful because of you. Kurd looked at Layla uneasily, for fear that the other party would trouble him because of this matter. It doesn't matter, Lord Destruction God's strength is far higher than mine. It's normal for him to see through your strength, but I don't know why he wants you to destroy other planets. No matter what Lyra thought about it, she couldn't figure out why the God of Destruction did this. If she knew that the God of Destruction was simply lazy, I wonder if she would be pissed off. Hey, does the God of Destruction think that I am very good and want to teach me the position of the God of Destruction? Kurd's shameless smile made Layla roll her eyes. Your kid's face is thicker than your grandfather's grandfather, your frozen demon clan is really a virtue. And at this moment, a contemptuous voice came from next to Layla. Layla shuddered when she heard the voice. The two looked towards the source of the voice and found that it was indeed the God of Destruction and the smiling With standing there. God of Destruction, why are you here? Kurd was startled and hurriedly saluted the God of Destruction. I have seen the God of Destruction. Layla frowned and said hello to the God of Destruction. God of the Western Realm, I need your help recently with something. The God of Destruction looked at the rebellious girl in front of him indifferently. God of Destruction, please speak. Under the gaze of the God of Destruction, a trace of crystal sweat flowed from Layla's forehead. You don't have to worry, I won't do anything to you, it's just a little thing that needs your help. God of Destruction is speechless, isn't he serious? It was necessary to look like he was going to die. No, I'm just a little nervous seeing the mighty body of the God of Destruction. Layla smiled awkwardly, and Kurd, who was beside him, saw that his master was so afraid of the God of Destruction and couldn't help but feel grateful for his wise actions. Well, your vision is not bad. Well, I have a boy here that you need to train. I will give you 10 years, and after 10 years I need to see a warrior stronger than you. With that, the God of Destruction waved, and a sleeping boy appeared in front of Layla. The boy's frowning brows made him look as if something was worrying about him. As this kid? When the boy first appeared, Kurd's eyes widened. Kurd, do you know who this is? Lyra felt the violent power in the boy's body, and couldn't help being horrified. The boy's growth ring was only 18 cosmic years, and his strength was far greater than that of the Kurdish king who he had cultivated for nearly 1,000 years. Master, this is the legendary Super Saiyan who severely injured me a few years ago. That kid from the Emperor of the Universe also cultivated well for a few days because he was beaten. Our father and son have been looking for him for nearly 10 years, but we didn't expect it to be in the hands of the God of Destruction. Kurd said embarrassedly to Layla, after all, it is not an honorable thing to be beaten and almost killed by a young brat. It's actually the legendary Super Saiyan that has been seen once in 1,000 years, no wonder. Layla suddenly, as Kai Wang Shen, of course she knows what is going on with the legendary Super Saiyan. God of Destruction is too high level, so he doesn't pay attention to this level of life form, but for Kai Wang Shen, it is super. Existence has always been a headache for them. After all, there will be such Super Saiyans every 1,000 years. Although they cannot escape the fact that they are destroyed in the end, the damage they cause is incomparable. It's good to know his identity. This generation of ordinary Super Saiyans has not grown up yet. All you have to do is to cultivate him into a powerful fighting machine. As for what happens in the future, it depends on his own creation. God of Destruction glanced at Broly, who was sleeping, and said that the boy did not rescue his father under his own intervention, so he has been wandering in the stars since he was a child. Because the legendary Super Saiyan has the ability to survive in the universe, this kid who likes to destroy has survived until now. Nurture him. This. Layla frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. You don't need to teach him any advanced skills, you just need to let him grow in endless battles. In 10 years, it shouldn't be difficult for him to surpass you. After the God of Destruction finished speaking, he tapped Broly, who was sleeping, with his fingertips. After a few seconds, Broly opened his eyes slowly. Huh, who are you? After seeing so many people around, Broly's eyes showed a trace of unease, but before the rampage, he just asked a question with a gentle nature. Broly, right, you're living with me on this planet from today. Chapter 100. 6 years. In a big mountain, an explosive-headed man in an orange-red martial arts uniform stood in front of a big tree. Suddenly, the man suddenly opened his eyes. Drink. Quote. Boom. The man suddenly punched, and the forest in front of him was instantly punched into a huge pothole. The original trees in the forest are broken pieces of wood that have turned into ashes. Alas, the strength doesn't seem to have improved much. The man with the explosive head scratched his head helplessly. Forget it, I don't know if Kiki has made something delicious. The man with the explosive head is Wukong, who is married. At this time, it has been 6 years since the last time the princess came to Earth. During these 6 years, Wukong will go to the world's first martial arts conference every year. What made him aggrieved was that he was the second place in the world's #1 martial arts conference every year. The first place is always an old man named Jackie Chan. That old man is too perverted. At this time, Wukong's strength has reached about 1 million. But every time he encounters the old man's clothes, he is hanged and beaten. Wukong picked up the broken wood that fell from the sky and flew straight towards the house. From a distance, Wukong saw a flattened open space on Baozi Mountain. A huge square was located above the open space, and a domed house stood in the center of the square. Drink. Ha! In the distance, Wukong heard a child's cry. Hey, Gohan is still training. He really deserves to be my son, ha ha ha. Seeing Gohan sweating like rain in the square, Wukong smiled gratified. Hey, Gohan, take a rest, it's almost time to eat. At this moment, a beautiful young woman walked out of the dome. The young woman held a spatula in her hand and smiled and called to Gohan, who was training on the square. Got it, Mom. Gohan put away his aura and replied obediently to the young woman. Suddenly he raised his head and looked towards the sky. Hey, Dad, are you back? The young woman also raised her head just to see Wukong falling from the sky. Her face suddenly sank. Wukong, I just heard an explosion, say. Did you destroy the trees again? Goku was taken aback by Kiki's anger. Kiki, this is an accident, an accident. When will it be cut off one by one? I'm still in a hurry to come back for dinner. Wukong's explanation not only did not relieve Chi-Chi, but made Chi-Chi even more angry. I know I'm lazy. Look at Gohan. You start to practice when you wake up early in the morning. You, a father, sleeps until 11 or 2 every day, and you don't look like a role model at all. Can I trust you to teach Gohan the martial arts? Since God of Destruction's martial arts review road opened, the entire universe has fallen into a state of frenzied cultivation. Although God of Destruction has gradually lowered the requirements for the assessment since 5 years ago, this has not reduced the cultivation of any life planet in the slightest. Positivity. The Earth has also set up a school to cultivate students' martial arts and basic culture. The difference from the original book is that Chi-Chi not only does not oppose Gohan's learning of martial arts, but also strongly supports it. After all, Gohan's master is that adult. Chi-Chi, you don't know. I haven't gotten stronger in 2 years since my strength reached this level. I don't know what's going on, but my strength just can't improve. I have no choice but to pass the time like this. Slightly. Wukong's helpless words made Chi-Chi frown. Oh, forget it, let's eat first. Chi-Chi sighed and called the two father and son to walk towards the house. Oh, eating. Looks like we're here just in time, Weiss. Suddenly a voice came from the void, and the Wukong family who heard the voice turned their heads quickly. Ho 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 ho, God of Destruction is really lucky, you can always pinch it. Weiss said with a smile. The God of Destruction, Master. The Wukong family of 3 cried out in surprise. That's right, the people here are the God of Destruction and Gohan's master is also the God of Destruction. On the eve of Gohan's birth, the God of Destruction suddenly had a dream. He dreamed that a young man in a martial arts uniform of a turtle immortal would defeat a man of the God of Destruction level with his own strength, and this person looked very similar to Goku, and this person has not changed in any way. Although I don't know why I have this dream, the God of Destruction has roughly guessed the identity of this person. That is the mysterious Gohan above the Power Conference, the Gohan who has fully developed his potential. Ha ha ha, the 2 of us came uninvited, don't you mind? The God of Destruction's smile made the 3 of them feel like a spring breeze. How is it possible? The God of Destruction is our honored guest, how can you mind, ah ha ha. Goku rubbed his head and smiled. On the side, Kiki suddenly changed her expression. Boom. Ah, Kiki, why are you hitting me? Wukong held his head and was aggrieved like a fat man weighing 200 pounds. What nonsense! How could Lord Destruction and Lord Weiss be guests? They are our family. Goku smiled awkwardly when Gigi hated that iron could not become steel. As Gohan's master, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the God of Destruction and the others were a family. Ho ho ho, Kiki, just spare the kid Wukong, it's good for him to say this politely. Weiss said with a smile, and waved to Gohan at the same time. With Wes, Kiki spared Goku. Just in time, we are about to have dinner. In order to take care of the 2 big stomach kings, Wukong and Wufan, I cook food for 20 people every time. Kiki happily ran over and grabbed Wes's hand, the 2 of them walked towards the kitchen of the room chatting and laughing. Master, let's go in too. 5-year-old Gohan also happily took the hand of the God of Destruction and walked into the kitchen. Wukong also wanted to go in while rubbing his growling stomach. Suddenly, Chi-Chi walked to the gate with a serious face and stopped Wukong who wanted to enter the house. Today's food is not enough, you go grab the dinosaur first, remember to cook it half-cooked before sending it back. After speaking, Chi-Chi closed the door, leaving only Wukong with a confused look at the door. Helpless, the wife did not dare not listen. A few minutes later, Wukong returned home with a tens of meters high dinosaur that was directly cooked by the turtle Qigong. It took 5 people more than 3 hours to finish a meal, and the dinosaur didn't last long before it was wiped out by the 4 big stomach kings except Kiki. Wow, I'm so full. Kiki, your cooking skills are getting better and better. The God of Destruction kept praising him while picking his teeth. Yes, Mom's cooking is the best. Gohan said proudly as he licked his plate. Thank you for your compliment, but there is something I want to ask. This time, the God of Destruction should have something to say. Chi-Chi smiled happily, and then asked the God of Destruction suspiciously, after all, the God of Destruction can go to the 3 treasures hall without incident. Chi-Chi's words made Wukong and his son quickly look at the God of Destruction in confusion. Well, yes, I do have something to say, but this matter will temporarily break up your family. To be continued.